In a slightly dim and gloomy rental room, Lin Hao rubbed his still dizzy head and looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. At this moment, he could only accept the fact that he had already crossed into another world. The original owner's name was also Lin Hao, a ridiculously love-obsessed fool who actually committed suicide just because his girlfriend dumped him. Yet it was not entirely incomprehensible. He had lost his parents since childhood and had always yearned for the warmth of family-like affection. After finally meeting a girl who treated him with special care, he fell headfirst into the relationship without hesitation. Unfortunately, unsolicited kindness often hides ulterior motives. After he maxed out his credit card to buy her a luxury brand handbag, he was dumped immediately. Staring at the information that said he had to repay 88 yuan every month for 12 installments, Lin Hao felt a wave of headache. A mere 100,000 plus was nothing at all to him in his previous life as a top-tier gamer, but for his current self, it was fatal. After opening the job hunting app, Palu Direct Hire, he discovered that without any real skills, a month's salary would only be about 4,000 yuan with a 9 12-hour workday and even a 1-month wage holdback. After skimming for a while, Lin Hao immediately closed the app. Working a regular job is absolutely impossible. In this lifetime, it's never going to happen, he muttered. Still, I have to think of a way to earn some money first, or I won't even be able to pay the rent, he sighed. Opening the second-hand laptop on the table, he could only pray that the development of games in this world had not fallen too far behind. His greatest talent lay in gaming. After searching for the most profitable online games in recent years, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. You've got to be kidding me. In a game ranked 10th nationwide, even a max-level legendary item only sells for 100,000 yuan. The number was absurdly low. This wasn't some obscure gutter game, but one notable enough to rank in the whole country. From this alone, it was clear that online games had not developed well in this world. Disappointed, Lin Hao lost the mood to examine them one by one. He simply scrolled to the very end of the page to see what the #1 game looked like. Tianyu, a game jointly developed by the world's 5 major corporations reputed to possess 100% realism. It exploded across the entire internet the moment it launched, and even after 2 years, it still sat firmly at the peak with online player numbers climbing ever higher. It was also without question the most profitable online game at present. A single level 60 legendary item had sold for the sky-high price of 6.9 million, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Even ordinary players, as long as they found the right studio and diligently farmed in-game, could easily earn more than 10,000 yuan a month. Lin Hao suddenly realized he had just been reading an advertisement all along. What kind of garbage search engine puts ads at the very top, he grumbled. Was it really as simple as paying enough money to get any nonsense pinned to the front page? Still, he had gleaned something useful. The reason all those other online games were so pathetic was without doubt because they had been completely drained dry by Tianyu. A single level 60 item can sell for nearly 7 million. This game is truly terrifying, he murmured. Lin Hao continued searching for information related to Tianyu. The hottest result was a video with an astonishing 180 million views. The video's various titles all praised the proud feat of the Aolong Guild, hailed as Xia Nation's #1 guild for seizing the world's fastest clear record and once again asserting the nation's dominance. Another headline proclaimed that Xia Rufin, Guild Master of Aolong, had broken through level 90, becoming the 3rd player worldwide to do so. Though the titles differed, the video was actually the same one, merely interpreted from various angles. Self Media indeed knew how to play the game. When he opened the video, Lin Hao could not see a single figure at first. The screen was packed edge to edge with flying comments. The barrage was filled with cheers celebrating Xia Nation's return to the #1 spot. His blood stirred at the sight. After he turned off the barrage, he focused. He wanted to see how this game was actually played. Yet the very next scene that appeared left him utterly stunned. On the screen, a man clad in crimson battle armor like a war god descended was locked in combat with a massive giant bear. According to the interface, the bear's health exceeded 4.2 million, yet under Xia Rufin's assault it failed to survive even 3 rounds. For Lin Hao, however, the focus was not on how powerful this guild master was, but on the fact that he actually recognized that giant bear. At first it merely felt familiar, but he soon realized that the monster's moves and actions were exactly the same as the Mongyuan giant bear in his memories. If that had been the only coincidence, it might have been dismissed. But Xia Rufin's skills also overlapped completely with those from the game Lin Hao had played in his previous life. Just now, Xia Rufin had used only 3 skills, all of them legendary grade: Glory's Descent, Blood Battle Under Heaven, and finally, Holy Light Judgment. Lin Hao was intimately familiar with these 3 skills, for they were the exclusive abilities of the SS class, the Apocalypse Knight. He was utterly stunned. Didn't I transmigrate, he muttered. Why does this world also have Shenmue Tianxia? Shenmue Tianxia was the online game he had played in his previous life, where he had been a godlike existence, the undisputed #1 among the 7 nationally acknowledged top experts. The Apocalypse Knight was indeed exceptionally powerful, one of the very few classes that could survive more than 10 rounds against him. After watching for a while longer, Lin Hao closed the video and began searching again for information on Tianyu. Half an hour later, Lin Hao let out a long breath, his face now lit with a broad smile. This Tianyu was exactly the same as the Shenma Tianxia he had played in his previous life, merely under a different name. Looks like the rent is secured, he sighed with a touch of emotion. To think that I, the dignified Shadow Sword Saint, would one day have to worry about paying rent. Now all that glory is about to return. The influence of Tianyu in this world far surpassed that of Shenma Tianxia in his previous life. When he had become the #1 player back, then the game had already entered its decline. Even at the time when he ascended to the top, there had not been many people left to cheer for him. At most a little over 10 million. Compared with this video's nearly 200 million views, the difference was like heaven and earth. At its peak, Shenma Tianxia had never extended its reach overseas, whereas Tianyu was a truly global game whose player base had already exceeded 4 billion. Lin Hao smiled faintly. Competing only with my own countrymen. How could that compare to crushing players overseas, he murmured. Since Shenma Tianxia has found a grander stage here under the name Tianyu, it is time for me to step onto it once more. Although the game had already been launched for 2 years, Lin Hao remained utterly unconcerned. In his previous life, when he first played Gods and Demons World, it had been around this very time as well. The reason was simple: anyone under 18 was forbidden to purchase a virtual helmet and enter the game. As Lin Hao brooded over this, he suddenly realized something. Wait, the helmet. Lin Hao looked around with growing unease. The rented room was so small that a single glance could take in every piece of furniture. Yet no matter how he searched, he could not find a trace of the helmet. Unbelievable. You could bear to buy 100,000 yuan handbag for your girlfriend, but you couldn't bring yourself to spend 10,000 on a gaming helmet for yourself. A dull ache throbbed at Lin Hao's temples. He unlocked his phone and pulled up that woman's chat history. A sum of 100,000 yuan was involved, enough to file a criminal case. Previously, he had never considered calling the police. He had simply felt that it was not worth wasting so much time and energy, especially when the final outcome would likely recoup very little. But now things were different. No matter how much effort it took, it was still more cost-effective than going out to work just to earn money for a helmet. However, when he opened the messages, he could only let out a helpless laugh. Cute Mingming, Lin, how are you really giving me this 100,000 yuan handbag? How loves Mingming, of course. When we went shopping before, didn't you say you liked it? So I went back and bought it afterward. Cute Mingming, Lin, how you're far too good to me, actually willing to give me something so expensive. You won't regret it later, will you? How loves Mingming, just relax and take it. Once a gift is given, how could it ever be taken back? Lin Hao would never do something so shameless. Cute Mingming, hee, thank you my little cutie. How loves Mingming. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help rubbing his temples. No wonder everyone said that being love-struck could ruin a person. The woman had clearly come prepared, yet even with such obvious signs he had failed to notice. Now the matter was sealed as a confirmed gift, and reclaiming it would be a troublesome ordeal. Since things had already come to this, Lin Hao immediately changed his chat nickname from How loves Ming. That name now caused him severe psychological discomfort. Wang Yuyan, is it? You'd better pray you don't play Heavenly Domain, or I might not be able to stop myself from killing you every time I see you. After abandoning that path, Lin Hao thought for a moment and opened the contact labeled Good Bro, Lu Yong. They had been inseparable brothers in junior high, but in the 3 years since they had barely kept in touch. With a mentality of treating a dead horse as if it were still worth doctoring, Lin Hao sent him a message. Yong, I've run into some trouble. Could you lend me 10,000 yuan to get through this? After sending the message, Lin Hao did not pin too much hope on it, and mentally prepared himself for being left on read or even directly blocked. What he had not expected was that in less than 10 seconds, 20,000 yuan was transferred over. Along with it came a message. Between brothers like us, there's no need to talk about loans or not. Didn't we swear back then that as long as the other was in trouble, we would give our all to help? After reading it, a warm current flowed through Lin Hao's heart. This was truly help in the midst of a snowstorm. After accepting the money, Lin Hao sent over a grateful sticker. Since the other treated him as a true brother, saying that he would definitely pay it back felt almost too formal. Seeing an extra 20,000 yuan in his account, Lin Hao finally let out a long breath. Just moments ago, he had truly tasted what it meant to be unable to take a single step without money. Virtual helmets were far from cheap. Even the most basic standard model cost 10,000 yuan, while the high-end versions soared to a staggering 100,000. He casually picked a nearby online store and ordered the most basic version. After placing the order, Lin Hao began sorting through the information stored in his mind. The early storyline and gameplay of Heavenly Domain were almost a one-to-one replica of Gods and Demons World. Even if there were discrepancies later on, they would not be too great. Thus, his experience from his previous life held immense reference value. He mentally reviewed all the powerful equipment, skills, and items obtainable in the early stages. Just then, the delivery courier arrived with the helmet. The helmet's overall design exuded a strong sci-fi feel. Although it was only the most basic standard model, none of the essential functions were missing. The type of talent one could awaken had nothing to do with the helmet. The top-grade helmets merely added a massage function and made operation smoother. Before gaming pods were developed, the top-tier helmets had once been speculated up to nearly $1 million, yet now hardly anyone was willing to buy them, even at 100,000. Someone who struggled to scrape together 10,000 yuan could hardly be expected to pay for a slight improvement in experience, while truly wealthy tycoons were already using million yuan gaming pods. After putting on the gaming helmet, Lin Hao lay down on the bed and officially entered the game. Soon his vision turned completely blank, and in the next instant an epic grand battlefield unfolded before his eyes. Angels, elves, humans, kings of every major race, charged forward. Confronted with this promotional trailer he had already seen countless times, Lin Hao felt no interest at all and clicked to skip it. The trailer lasted a staggering 6 hours, yet watching it to the end yielded not a single reward, a complete waste of time. Once the trailer was closed, the game's system chime sounded. Ding. Dear player, please choose the class you wish to select. As the voice fell, a multitude of common online game classes appeared before his eyes: swordsman, warrior, mage, archer, assassin, and so on. However, Lin Hao had no intention of choosing a class. Gods and Demons World. No, he should call it Heavenly Domain now. Had a particularly cruel feature: you could choose your class, but your talent was awakened randomly. That randomness was absolute. You might choose to be a warrior, yet awaken a talent related to archery. There were even unluckier souls whose talent only increased spell damage. When class and talent were completely mismatched, that talent was essentially scrapped unless some great fortuitous encounter occurred, or otherwise it was practically useless. Yet under certain special circumstances, these skewed talents paired with specific skills could produce a truly heaven-defying effect. But that was a tale for much later. The vast majority of players would never live to see such an opportunity. Therefore, the correct approach was to awaken one's talent first, then choose a class based on that talent, maximizing the margin for error. If nothing unexpected happens, my talent should still be the S-rank Sword Saint, he murmured. But I've not only been reborn, I'm also playing Heavenly Domain instead of Gods and Demons World now. So an unexpected outcome is almost guaranteed. Lin Hao took a deep breath, rather nervous. Even with the worst possible talent, he was confident he could still rise, but starting from a higher platform would of course be far better. System, I want to awaken my talent first. As his words fell, the system's chime rang out at once. Ding. Dear player, congratulations. You have drawn SS rank talent War God. An SS grade talent. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. He had already prepared himself for the worst, expecting to awaken only an F-grade talent, yet the system had given him a tremendous surprise. Compared to S-grade talent, SS grade was far superior, not just by a small margin. To say nothing else, the most obvious difference was that SS grade talent initially possessed 3 extraordinarily powerful effects, while S grade had only 2 and S grade or below had merely 1. In his past life, across the entire server, only 5 individuals possessed SS grade talent, and those 5 had all become top-tier powerhouses within the game. Back then, with only S grade talent, he had expended considerable effort to firmly suppress them. Now in this life, his starting point was even higher. The number of players in Realm of Heaven was significantly larger, exceeding 4 billion globally, yet only 12 had awakened SS grade talent so far. It couldn't be ruled out that some like him had not revealed their talents, but the total would not exceed 20. Lin Hao quickly checked his talent attributes. Talent War God. Grade SSS. Effect 1, when the player deals physical damage, ignore all defenses of the target. Effect 2, when the target's health is below half the damage dealt becomes 500. Effect 3, upon the first kill of a boss, permanently increase attack power by 100 points. This growth has no upper limit. Such formidable effects led Lin Hao to think of 2 words: cheating. No wonder it's an SS grade talent. Each of these 3 effects is absurdly powerful on its own. In the game Realm of Heaven, monsters possessed very high defense, and there was no forced damage mechanism. If defense wasn't penetrated, all damage dealt would remain at 0. The notion of large guilds using swarm tactics to wear down and kill a far more powerful boss simply wouldn't work here. And his first effect allowed him to ignore all defenses of the target, effective not only against monsters, but also against players. The potency of the second and third effects was evident at a glance, rivaling or even surpassing a max-level legendary equipment piece. Ding, dear player, your talent has been successfully awakened. Please choose your class. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Hao intended to choose the swordsman. In his previous life, he had played as a swordsman, mastering its operations to the pinnacle. Whether it was the finest equipment or the most formidable skills, he knew the quickest ways to obtain them. Moreover, this SS grade talent was exceptionally suited for a swordsman. Yet just as he was about to click confirm, he suddenly noticed a scroll-like item in his inventory. Lin Hao felt the scroll's patterns were quite familiar, and his hand paused. Do they give a scroll at the game's launch? Neither in my past life nor this one have I heard of such a thing. Curious, Lin Hao opened the scroll. Item name: Wrathful Heavenly Master Class Change Scroll. Grade SSS. Effect 1. Effect 2. Effect 3. This is actually the Wrathful Scroll. Lin Hao was deeply astonished. He naturally recognized this scroll, as in his past life after obtaining it he had cherished it like a family heirloom, taking a look at it every day. SS grade talents had been awakened by some, but an SS grade hidden class had never been seen to be transferred to by anyone before his transmigration. Back then when he first obtained the Wrathful Scroll, he was incredibly excited. However, at that time he was already equipped with a full set of max-level legendary gear and had overwhelmingly powerful skills. If he changed class, everything would have to start from scratch, which was clearly not worth it. Presumably others also possessed similar SS grade class change items, but none suited their own classes. Though they couldn't use it themselves, they would never give it away either, as nurturing a formidable enemy would be foolish. Unless there was an opportunity to trade, they would rather let it collect dust in the warehouse. Lin Hao was in the same situation. Apart from an SS grade swordsman class change item, he cared for nothing else. Unfortunately, no one had ever obtained such a thing. At this moment, Lin Hao fell into deep thought. Why did the Wrathful class change scroll transmigrate with me, but not my other top-tier equipment? Lin Hao began to recall carefully. Could it be due to the miracle vault? All his other equipment and items were either worn on his person or stored in the system backpack except for the Wrathful class change scroll. In the game, dying would cause random equipment and items to drop. Although he didn't think anyone could kill him, it was always better to be cautious. Therefore, Lin Hao had stored the scroll in the miracle vault, which was reputed to be absolutely secure. The storage fee for the miracle vault was exorbitant. Regardless of size, each item cost 5 gold coins per hour. That was 120 gold coins a day, and over a year, more than 400 gold coins. Even as a top-tier player back then, he found it painful, so he only stored the Wrathful class change scroll there. Lin Hao felt his guess was likely correct. This was the most plausible explanation. What exactly is the miracle vault that it can be so powerful, eh? Lin Hao shook his head. There was no use pondering such things now. What mattered was that he had not only awakened an SS grade talent, but also possessed an SS grade hidden class change scroll. Something that even in the late game one could not obtain without great fortune was now merely his starting point. Although all effects of the Wrathful Heavenly Master class change scroll were unknown, he had a clear idea. When he first obtained the scroll, he naturally had it appraised. The 3 effects did not conflict with his talent, and could even complement it. With this in mind, Lin Hao immediately used the scroll. Ding player has used an SS grade class change scroll and successfully changed class to Wrathful Heavenly Master. Realm of Heaven had a very high degree of freedom. Any class could use class change items from different classes. An archer could become a mage provided one was willing to abandon original equipment and skills. However, even then, previously allocated attribute points could not be changed. After successfully becoming a Wrathful Heavenly Master, all the previously hidden effects were revealed. Class: Wrathful Heavenly Master. Grade: SSS. Description: a unique mage class, an anomaly among mages, dealing physical damage with damage scaling solely from physical attack. Unique class: change the affix effects of equipment and skills, converting magic attack to physical attack. Effect 1: master all elements such as water, fire, wind, and lightning, capable of cultivating the highest level of all forbidden arts, can self-heal and amplify damage, as well as apply negative status effects to enemies. Effect 2: all skills can be cast at will without incantation. Even the most powerful forbidden arts can be unleashed instantly. Effect 3: your initial strength increases by 80 points, mana by 200 points, and maximum mana is amplified by 100 of your attack power. Although he had seen the effects of the Fury Mage countless times in his previous life, it still felt shocking to witness them again. In the game, there are a total of 4 basic elements: water, fire, wind, and lightning. Each element mage can only use their own element, while those who can use both water and fire elements are called dual element mages. Following this pattern, the subsequent classifications are triple and quadruple element mages. Each element mage has their own area of expertise. Some have extremely high burst damage, while others can provide various buffs to teammates and themselves, as well as initiate healing, and some can even inflict negative statuses on enemies. Mastering all elements means that Lin Hao could single-handedly form an army in the future. This is merely one effect of the Fury Mage. The second effect allows instantaneous casting of all spells, including forbidden techniques. Those familiar with mages know how valuable this is. Some powerful spells require several seconds, or even longer to charge, and if an attack occurs during this charging period, the casting will be interrupted instantly. Despite the seeming brevity of 3 to 5 seconds in a race against time, even a second of charge time can be deadly. The Fury Mage can cast all skills instantly, requiring no charging. As for the last effect, it may seem a bit ordinary, but when combined with the third effect of the War God talent, it becomes overwhelmingly powerful. As long as the attack power is increased, he would no longer need to worry about mana at any point in time. More importantly, he knows that mages possess a passive skill that can use mana to mitigate damage. In other words, the mana bar is his second health pool. With such a high starting point, if word gets out, I might be reported daily for cheating, but I truly haven't cheated. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle, and then he proceeded to the face sculpting and naming phase. After changing his appearance and voice by 10, he decided to nickname himself Mage. Once everything was ready, a flash of white light signaled Lin Hao's arrival at the No. 10086 newbie village. Each newbie village can accommodate 100,000 players, and since the number of players isn't very high, resources are relatively abundant. However, once they leave the newbie village, even a wild boss could trigger a bloody battle. This can be considered the only mercy that Tianyu extends to new players. After arriving at the newbie village, Lin Hao opened his attributes panel to take a look. Nickname Mage. Class Fury Mage. Level 1, need 1000 experience points to level up. HP 100. MP 100, 2200. Strength 2080. Constitution 7. Spirit 10. Agility 6. Attack 200. Defense 14. As expected of an SS-rated hidden class, this strength attribute is quite exaggerated. The highest single attribute for initial characters is only 10 points, yet the strength of the Fury Mage has doubled, reaching 100 points with the class effects. As for MP, it's even more exaggerated, starting with an additional 2,000 points, and with a 100 boost from attack power, it has already reached 2,300 points. Lin Hao initially thought the surprises would end here, but he was unexpectedly given another surprise with the initial skills. He had assumed all mages started with a fireball spell, but was astonished to find that the Fury Mage comes with 3 skills, all far more powerful than a fireball. Inferno spell LV1 deals fixed 150 of attack damage. Intermediate barrier spell LV1 creates a shield with a value twice that of attack power, lasting for 10 seconds. Swift feet LV1 significantly increases the target's movement speed, adding a fixed 10 points of speed, and for every 100 points of physical attack, an additional 10 speed boost capped at 100, lasting for 30 seconds. With capabilities for offense, pursuit, and survival, these 3 skills are quite comprehensive. If I had started with just a fireball, that would have been quite limiting. Lin Hao observed his surroundings. There weren't many players in the newbie village. Most had gone outside to hunt monsters, while a few newcomers marveled at the game's realism. My God, this visual effect, is this really a game? A passing player scoffed, "You're making a big deal out of nothing. Wait. Why are you taking off your pants?" The person frowned. "This is unacceptable. Oh, I can't take off my underwear." Ignoring the commotion by the roadside, Lin Hao began to contemplate. With the SS-rated talent and the choice of an SS-rated hidden class, the path he had previously planned would need to change. Equipment usable by swordsmen cannot be used by mages. Lin Hao thought about it and decided to take down the hidden boss first. He remembered that the hidden boss was discovered on a certain day 2 years after the game launched, so to be safe, it was best to eliminate it quickly. After leaving the newbie village, he encountered many more players. Everyone was eagerly competing to grab slimes, with even one slime being fought over by 4 or 5 people. It wouldn't be accurate to say that all these players were newcomers, since the game had been live for 2 years. Even if they hadn't played seriously, they had likely watched plenty of videos. So even if it was their first time playing, they knew that leveling up was the most important thing at that moment. Lin Hao didn't even glance at the slimes. Killing dozens of these low-level monsters wouldn't yield a level up, especially with so many people competing. After distancing himself from the newbie village and walking east for a while, Lin Hao arrived at a plain. There were significantly fewer players here, with only a few scattered individuals being chased and bitten by wild wolves. "Boss, the monsters here are fierce," a rogue player cried out. "My basic attack doesn't even breach their defenses." "Retreat. Quickly retreat," shouted a warrior player. "This is a mid to late game leveling area. We shouldn't be here now." Several people quickly turned back to run, but it seemed the wild wolves were enraged, and they bit the archer who was last in line, sending him back to the fountain in no time. Lin Hao, seeing this, had no intention of helping and simply redirected his path to begin leveling. The monsters on the plain are generally higher level, ranging from level 3 to 6, whereas the No. 10086 newbie village just opened this morning, and the highest level character was only around level 6. In typical circumstances, Lin Hao wouldn't have ventured here at level 1, but with an SS-rated talent and class, he was incredibly powerful, easily able to challenge higher levels. Before long, he found his target. It was an old-looking wild wolf, and strangely, it was eating grass. A grazing wolf. Lin Hao was taken aback. This was his first encounter with such a situation. While Lin Hao observed the wild wolf, it also noticed him. The wolf's previously dull eyes turned greedy upon seeing Lin Hao, and it immediately spat out the grass in its mouth, drooling at the sight of him. Goodness, it really lives up to its claim of being 100 realistic. This is too lifelike. Lin Hao was a bit surprised, and no wonder it could become a world-class game. Although the gameplay was similar, the realism was far superior to Gods and Demons World. Old Wild Wolf. Level 3. HP 300. Attack 45. Defense 27. Skill pounce jumps high and pounces on the target, dealing fixed 60-120 of attack damage with a chance to inflict binding status. Details: an old wolf expelled from its pack. I don't want to eat grass, but if I don't, I won't survive. After eating a lot, I realized that grass is actually quite tasty. Even the roadside monsters have backstories. Impressive. Lin Hao marveled at the game's realism, but didn't regard the wild wolf as a threat at all. As the wolf approached him relentlessly, a blast of Inferno spell struck instantly. 350. The terrifying damage floated above the wolf's head, and in the next moment, the level 3 wild wolf's health bar was emptied, resulting in an instant kill. Ding. You killed a level 3 wild wolf and gained 30 experience points. Additionally, you received 6 extra experience points for defeating it at level 2. In the blink of an eye, 36 experience points are yours. Lin Hao suddenly felt that leveling up had become particularly easy. In his past life, although he possessed an S-level talent, it was impossible for him to defeat a level 3 monster without sustaining some damage. For an ordinary player, they would have to run away just like the few others before. If they were slow, they would surely die. With a defense of 27 points, it may not seem high, but for current players, if they lack equipment, their general attack power is still below 20 points, making it difficult to even breach defenses. After killing the wild wolf, Lin Hao continued to search for targets. This place might be dangerous for other players, but for him, it was simply a leveling paradise. After only a few steps, Lin Hao spotted a wild boar in the grass at a distance. This wild boar was robust and wealth, clearly not comparable to an old wild wolf. Strong wild boar. Level 6. Health 800. Attack 82. Defense 43. Skill charge. The skill lasts for 3 seconds, increasing the user's speed by 20, dealing fixed damage of 2120 of attack power to enemies hit. This monster seems a bit tricky, but it's not a big problem. With a health pool of 800 points, it means he would need to cast Fire Blast 3 times to take it down. The cooldown time for Fire Blast is 1 second. 3 seconds is enough for the wild boar to use charge on him. If Lin Hao only had 1 Fire Blast, he would have immediately turned and run, but he has 3. Confidently approaching the wild boar, as soon as he entered the attack range, Lin Hao unhesitatingly cast Fire Blast. 350. The massive damage number floated above the wild boar's head, causing its grazing to pause momentarily, and then it turned its gaze toward Lin Hao, initiating charge. Seeing the furious wild boar charging toward him, Lin Hao calmly activated the intermediate shield spell. A nearly transparent shield enveloped him completely, and in the next moment the wild boar crashed into it. 118. The terrifying damage was enough to instantly kill a level 1 player, yet Lin Hao remained unscathed and cast another Fire Blast. 350. The wild boar's health was reduced to just 100 points, but it did not flee. Instead, it charged again. It was determined to take down this pesky bipedal creature. The powerful impact struck against the transparent shield, dealing 82 damage. Cracks began to appear on the shield, but it held firm. Lin Hao's attack power was 200 points, so the shield's durability was as high as 400 points. With another Fire Blast, the damage was extraordinarily exaggerated. 1,750. Since the wild boar's health fell below 50, the effect of his War God talent was activated. Dealing 4-digit damage at level 1 made even Lin Hao exclaim, "This is definitely cheating." The level 6 wild boar now owed him 1650 health points, enough for it to die 2 more times. Ding. You killed a level 6 wild boar and gained 60 experience points. Additionally, you received 30 extra experience points for defeating it at level 5. Once again, 90 experience points are yours, causing Lin Hao to smile. My profession and talent are simply outrageous. Fighting against monsters 5 levels higher feels as easy as drinking water. He deeply realized how high his starting point truly was. It's a pity that the shield created by the shield spell only has durability and does not inherit his defense. However, this is just the LV1 intermediate shield spell. The effects will surely be even more exaggerated after upgrading. Just as Lin Hao was about to continue searching for prey, he suddenly discovered that the wild boar actually dropped equipment, specifically a skill book. I never expected my luck to be this good. In the game Tianyu, the drop rate is incredibly low. For ordinary small monsters, the drop rate is barely 1 in 1,000, and the probability of dropping skill books is even lower. Regardless of the skill, it can be sold for a good price. Unlike equipment, it won't be discarded easily, There will always be someone who needs it. Picking up the charged skill book, which is a white skill book, Lin Hao estimated it could be sold for a few thousand coins. Since mages cannot learn it, he casually tossed it into the auction house. In Tianyu, both equipment and skills have 5 qualities: white, basic, green, intermediate, blue, advanced, red, top tier, and orange, legendary. By the way, the 3 skills that come with the Rage Mage are all green. Now it's time to get down to business. The trigger conditions for the hidden boss are not complicated. You just defeat 10 ordinary wild wolves and 1 elite wild wolf within half an hour, then head to the wasteland to meet the Wolf King. Having already killed 1 ordinary wild wolf, he now needs to find 9 more. Continuing to explore deeper into the plains, he saw few wild wolves, but plenty of other monsters. Although there is only half an hour of time, taking a second or two to cast a fire blast is still feasible. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Hao successfully leveled up. Your level has increased. Did I level up this quickly? Lin Hao found it hard to believe. The difficulty of leveling up in the game Tianyu can be gauged by the fact that in 2 years since its launch, only 3 players have reached level 90. Lin Hao opened his panel to check his attributes, curious about how his growth was progressing. Nickname Tian Sure. Profession Rage Mage. Level 2, current experience 160, need 1840 to level up. HP 150. MP 150, 2220. Strength 30, 80. Constitution 7. Spirit 10. Agility 6. Attack 220. Defense 14. Health and mana each increased by 50 points, and then strength increased by 10 points. Lin Hao took a deep breath. This profession is simply ridiculous. It's more like a physical class than a mage. Although it is indeed a magic attacker, its classification is still mage. A peculiar kind of mage is still a mage. In his past life, he only changed professions after reaching level 10, and at that time, he was fortunate to directly switch to the SS-level Shadow Blade Master, but the increase in strength was only 5 points with 3 points allocated to Constitution. Indeed, an S-level profession only receives an increase of 8 attribute points, while ordinary professions get only 5, and SS-level professions surprisingly receive 10. Now I'm winning even before the race has started, but these attribute increases seem a bit extreme. After spending some time wandering around, Lin Hao continued deeper after hunting down 10 wild wolves. Ding! The skill book you sold at the auction house has been sold. You earned 200 credit points, and the auction house took a 20 transaction fee, leaving you with 1600 credit points. 20,000. Lin Hao was astonished. This was just a white skill book he casually created. How could it sell for 20,000? If he were to find a job with a monthly salary of 4000, it would take him 5 months. No wonder it has become a game for the masses. Even commoners can earn money. It's just a pity that the drop rate is indeed low. After killing so many monsters, he hasn't even gotten a single fur. Moreover, the auction house's cut is a bit steep. He only received 1600. It seems it's better to trade with someone directly in the future. Lin Hao didn't dwell on this too much. The pressing matter was to defeat the hidden boss first. The deeper he went into the plains, the fewer players he encountered. Earlier, he could occasionally see 1 or 2 squads, but now there wasn't even a shadow. Soon Lin Hao arrived at the location where the elite wild wolves roamed. He originally thought he wouldn't see any other players here, but unexpectedly, he heard voices coming from a distance. Vice President, I can barely hold on, a warrior player shouted while facing the elite wild wolf. You have to hold on, the leading archer yelled. Mage, what are you doing? Hurry up and heal the front line. The water element mage replied helplessly, I can't. My skill is on a 3-second cooldown. At that moment, the warrior's health was completely depleted. With no front line left, the elite wild wolf immediately killed the assassin who was lurking nearby. The archer named Tianya Wuyo could only shout, unwillingly retreat. Run quickly. This time they suffered a huge loss, having invested so much money and fully equipped themselves upon entering the game. They hadn't expected to overreach. If they had known, they would have practiced leveling up more. However, while they wanted to run, the elite wild wolf had no intention of letting them go, quickly killing the short-legged mage who was last in line. Lin Hao quietly watched this unfold, showing no intention of helping, instead examining the monster's attributes. Elite wild wolf. Level 6. Health 301, 3500. Attack 232. Defense 143. Skill pounce. No wonder they were so unwilling to retreat. It was just a little bit left. Lin Hao didn't continue watching and walked towards the wild wolves. Tianya Wuyo and the others managed to escape combat and fled, but from their original 6-man team, only 2 remained. Seeing Lin Hao approaching, Tianya Wuyo caught his breath and asked, Brother, are you alone? Tianya Wuyo was quite puzzled. After all, they were deep in the plains where level 6 monsters roamed. How could a mage come here alone? Lin Hao nodded, not wanting to get entangled with these people. However, his indifferent attitude instantly drew the displeasure of a surviving assassin nearby. Kid, we are from the Tianya Guild. Be a bit more polite. Lin Hao remained unmoved, directly ignoring him and walking away. It took a lot of time to find the wild wolves, and only 10 minutes were left. If he delayed any longer, he would have to start over. Seeing Lin Hao ignore them, Tianyao Wuyo frowned, but said nothing further. After exiting combat, the wild wolf found a spot to start licking its wounds. Its health began to recover rapidly, and soon reached 1500 points. The assassin player laughed. This mage thinks he can pick up the scraps. What a pipe dream. Things might not be that simple. Tianyao Wuyo shook his head. This mage has no teammates. Clearly he is a skilled player to come here alone. So what if he's skilled? Can he take down a half-health elite monster by himself? Tianyao Wuyo did not continue speaking, instead using the team chat channel to urge his teammates to come quickly. Regardless of whether that mage could successfully solo it, this elite monster belonged to them. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had arrived not far from the wild wolf. To their surprise, Lin Hao did not initiate an attack to interrupt the wild wolf's recovery, but instead began to wait. Is this guy crazy? The assassin couldn't believe his eyes. That mage was actually waiting for the monster to recover its health. Now the elite wild wolf's health had already restored to 2600 points. Tianyao Wuyo was also stunned by this scene. Oh, why not attack when it was at half health? Did he have OCD? A boss that 6 of us couldn't handle, and this mage wants to challenge it solo. Isn't that too arrogant? Lin Hao was unaware of what the two were thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. The reason he was waiting for it to recover was simply to fulfill the conditions for the Wolf King's appearance. Before this, even if the elite wild wolf had been slightly wounded by others, it wouldn't count as a solo kill. After exiting combat, wild monsters recover quickly, and soon their health was back to full. Seeing this, Lin Hao no longer waited. Upon entering the attack range, he immediately cast a fireball spell. 380. Lin Hao was already accustomed to this damage. However, the two observers were nearly dumbfounded. Holy SHD. My eyes aren't deceiving me. That's 3-digit damage. The damage isn't even just barely over 100. The assassin exclaimed, shocked. And it wasn't even a critical hit. Tianyao Wuyo also found it hard to believe. They had dealt the most damage with their strongest skill, which was only 68 points. The rest of the time, they had just been scratching it. While 68 points of damage was actually just scratching it. Tianyao Wuyo took a deep breath. Such terrifying damage. The elite wild wolf's magic resistance is a bit low, but still over 100 points. Doesn't that mean his magic power has reached 500 points? The two exchanged incredulous glances. It did. He obtain legendary equipment in the novice village. If this dropped, wouldn't they make a huge profit? In the novice village, if a player is killed by monsters, they won't lose levels, but there's still a chance of losing equipment. Although the elite wild wolf was hit by the explosive flame technique, its health remained remarkably intact. After being attacked, it immediately locked onto Lin Hao and lunged forward with a roar. The elite wild wolf's attack power was extraordinarily high. Even without using skills, it could take him out in one strike. However, Lin Hao remained unruffled and immediately cast the fleet of foot effect on himself. Unfortunately, despite a significant increase in speed, it still couldn't match the elite wild wolf's pace. This was an unavoidable reality. After all, mages were inherently disadvantaged with their shorter legs. Even with a 20 increase in movement speed plus an additional 10 fixed speed points, he was only slightly faster than warrior classes comparable to agile classes like assassins. However, just because assassins couldn't kite didn't mean mages couldn't. The explosive flame technique had a fixed range of about 35 meters, which provided ample safe distance for him to maneuver. As he unleashed an explosive flame, Lin Hao turned and ran. By the time the elite wild wolf pounced, Lin Hao had already darted to the other side, followed by another explosive flame. 380. After several exchanges, the elite wild wolf hadn't even touched the hem of Lin Hao's garments. Its health was drained by 1900 points, leaving it with only 1600 points. The two spectators nearby were genuinely questioning their lives. That guy down there who calls himself a celestial master must be cheating. The assassin player rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. High damage is one thing. After all, you are a mage. As long as your magic power increases, you can be considered a mage lord, and high damage is acceptable. But how can a mage run as fast as me, an assassin? It's outrageous. It makes me feel inferior. Tianyao Wuyo's eyes also flashed with a hint of seriousness. If this continues, it seems this guy really could solo the elite wild wolf. As soon as he voiced his thoughts, he shook his head. The elite wild wolf's speed was clearly faster than that of the mage. The only reason it hadn't caught up yet was due to precise prediction. However, the distance between the two was steadily closing, and it had reached the wolf's biting range. Once it hit, it would be an instant kill. As expected, once the elite wild wolf closed the distance, it immediately used its biting attack. The speed of the skill was significantly faster than a normal attack. Seeing he couldn't safely retreat, Lin Hao promptly cast the intermediate barrier technique on himself. A transparent shield enveloped Lin Hao in an instant without any casting delay. In the next moment, the elite wild wolf's claw struck him. 338. Seeing this large number, the assassin player exclaimed in delight, "He's done for. He's definitely done for." However, he quickly realized he had celebrated too soon. After taking that hit, Lin Hao not only remained unscathed, but also cast another explosive flame. 1900. The once aggressive elite wild wolf had its health completely drained, collapsing to the ground. Ding. Killed a level 6 elite wild wolf, earning 240 experience points. Killing a creature 4 levels higher grants an additional 96 experience points. With no damage taken, Lin Hao reflected, killing elite monsters really does grant experience faster. Huh, I even got 2 pieces of equipment. Wolf Tooth Dagger, quality green equipment, level 6 class requirement, assassin effect 1, attack power 39, effect 2, increases next damage dealt by 10 when hitting an enemy. The green dagger is quite decent, it should sell for over 2,000, right? This time Lin Hao didn't casually toss it into the auction house, but stored it in his system backpack, as the 20 cut was simply too steep. The other piece of equipment was a necklace. Azure necklace, quality green equipment, level 6 class requirement, mage effect restores 3 mana points per second. When the wearer's mana drops below 50, it restores 5 mana points per second instead. This effect is a bit lackluster, but it's better than nothing. They'll keep it for now. After securing both pieces of equipment, Lin Hao left casually, while the 2 behind him were still in shock. Cheater. Vice President, this is definitely a cheater. The assassin player declared emphatically, I clearly saw the wolf hit him, but he didn't lose any health. And that damage was outrageous, 1900 points and instant kill. This guy must be using a health lock cheat, plus an instant kill cheat. Tianyao Wuyo shook his head. Due to the distance, he couldn't see clearly, but he knew that Tianyu definitely couldn't have cheats. This player named Celestial Master was very likely a hidden class, and his equipment quality wasn't low either. Just then the assassin player snapped back to reality. Vice President, that mage is leaving. We need to chase him. Even if that guy has high damage, he's still a squishy. I can easily stealth and take him out. Where does your confidence come from? Tianyao Wuyo remained unfazed, giving him a sideways glance. Did you not see that the elite wild wolf couldn't even deal damage to him? Your attack power is higher than that of the elite wild wolf. That's true. The assassin nodded, feeling a bit doused with cold water, but he wasn't discouraged. Shall we wait for the brothers to gather before striking together? I suspect that guy might have a legendary staff. If he drops it, we'll make a fortune. Tianyao Wuyo was too lazy to engage with him. If that mage struggled to defeat the elite monster, he might not be able to restrain himself from intervening. But seeing how effortlessly the other party handled it, he doubted that even if their entire team arrived, they would only be sending themselves to their doom. This was a master who existed on a different level from all of them. With this thought, Tianyao Wuyo opened his friend communication. President, we failed. The elite wild wolf has already been killed by someone. What happened? The man on the other end of the phone asked in confusion. Weren't you just challenging it? Did someone dare to steal our monster? It's not like that. Tianyao Wuyo took some time to explain. 2 minutes later, a voice filled with surprise came from the other end of the phone. What did you say? A mage soloed a level 6 elite monster, and it was an unharmed kill. Yes, President. Tianyao Wuyo nodded. I suspect that player called Celestial Master is a very powerful hidden class. He probably used 3 skills just now, and their quality was not low. He didn't recognize the intermediate barrier technique in Fleet of Foot, but anyone with eyes could identify the explosive flame technique as a higher level spell than the fireball technique. More importantly, that player's operational awareness is extremely strong. He can perfectly predict the monster's attacks, as if he had practiced countless times. Such a master, our Tianya guild must definitely recruit him. After hanging up the communication with their president, the other teammates finally rushed over. The warrior player said, Vice President, let's try again. I believe we can succeed this time. The mage next to him chimed in, that's right. We were just a little short earlier, this time it's bound to work. Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Tianyao Wuyo sighed. No need to fight. That elite monster has already been taken down by a skilled player. Single kill. Is that true? A level 6 elite monster with 3,500 health points can be soloed. The highest level player in our novice village is only level 7, right? Even if he were here, he couldn't have soloed it, let alone the fact that he isn't here. Yeah, Vice President, who is that skilled player? Tianyao Wuyo shook his head. He had never heard of the name Tian Shur in other games either. After killing the elite wild wolf, Lin Hao did not rush to the wasteland. The Wolf King boss, being a hidden boss, was at level 10, with a health of 1800 points and an attack power reaching 500 points. This was not a boss that he could solo at level 2. Even with a mid-level barrier spell, he would still get killed instantly. However, he wasn't worried because he had plenty of help. Sure enough, not long after, an anxious shout came from behind. Everyone hurry. A boss has spawned at the wasteland. Got it. My aunt's best friend's nephew told me that it's a hidden boss that has never appeared before, and the first kill will definitely yield great rewards. Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge in. If we wait too long, we won't even get a hair. Looking at the crowd rushing past, Lin Hao shook his head. The youth nowadays are so naive. If the boss could be easily killed, it would have been monopolized long ago. The reason they released the news is because they can't handle it. Currently, the highest level player was only level 7A, and players with weaker equipment had difficulty breaking through defenses. Lin Hao did not rush over, but instead began grinding wild monsters. It was the first time he discovered that grinding monsters could be so enjoyable. He only needed to stand still and cast explosive flame, and level 3 wild monsters couldn't withstand a single hit. Even level 5 wild monsters couldn't endure 2 hits. Before long, Lin Hao successfully leveled up. The entire process was quite effortless. He raised his level to 4, and only when his mana ran low did he return to the novice village to buy a few potions to replenish his mana. His current stats were as follows. Nickname Tian Sure. Class Fury Mage Tian Sure. Level 4 current experience 1500, 2500 more needed for level up. HP 250. MP 250, 2260. Strength 50, 80. Constitution 7. Mentality 10. Agility 6. Attack 260. Defense 14. With every level up, all the points were allocated to strength. While this was decent, Lin Hao still hoped to increase his agility a little. It may not be evident in the early stages, but later on it would be problematic if he remained short-legged. At this moment, he estimated the time and felt it was about right to head towards the wasteland. At the wasteland, players were constantly shouting, clearly caught in a tough battle. This hidden boss is ridiculous. Yes, as a noble warrior, I was instantly killed upon encounter. If I hadn't been killed by wild monsters and lost a level, I would have run away long ago. It's absurd, really absurd. We have nearly 100 people, and we've been fighting for almost 20 minutes, yet it has only lost half its health. Lin Hao listened to the noisy sounds around him, showing no intention of joining the battle, yet as it was still too early to engage. Wolf King Boss. Level 10. Health 8635180000. Attack 500. Defense 315. Magic resistance 281. Skill 1 Bite. Skill 2 Summon. When health drops below 30, summon 3 elite wild wolves. The Wolf King's attack power was extremely high. Each attack could take down a hapless player, yet even so no one gave up. In this game, unless someone dealt a decisive 50 damage, everyone else had a chance to obtain equipment. The killer and the player who dealt the most damage would at least receive one piece of equipment, while the rest relied on luck. This was also the reason Lin Hao did not act immediately. If his damage was too high, he would certainly be targeted. Faced with this siege of nearly 100 players, even he could be instantly killed. Within the team, there were many ranged professions. Although their damage appeared pitifully low against the boss, dealing only single digits and failing to break defenses if it hit him, his small stature couldn't withstand it. As for a mere level 10 hidden boss, Lin Hao wasn't concerned about the equipment drop. Securing the first kill was what mattered. At this moment, his attack power had reached 260 points, and with the boss health below 50, his damage would become 5 times the original, meaning he could execute his explosive flame at a threshold of 2,200 points. He had just observed that the highest damage dealt so far was barely over 100, only reaching 103 points. As long as the boss health dropped below 2,200, Lin Hao could instantly harvest, leaving everyone else bewildered. With this in mind, Lin Hao began searching for the best position. Once he harvested, he could leave immediately, while everyone was still in shock. The Mad Warrior Guild was an extreme guild composed entirely of warriors. Their leader, Mad Warrior Tianxia, looked at the continuously decreasing health of the boss and couldn't help but have some ulterior motives. When the boss health dropped to 5,400 points and began summoning wild wolves, Mad Warrior Tianxia signaled to his subordinates. Seeing this, the little brothers immediately understood and began to slowly retreat, inconspicuously changing from the main force to the second wave. Their retreat put the ordinary players in a dire situation. Apart from the well-equipped warriors from the Mad Warrior Guild, no one could withstand the boss attacks. The healers at the back of the team had no chance to heal. They were already killed. Moreover, with 3 elite wild wolves suddenly appearing, ordinary players suffered heavy losses. By the time everyone realized something was wrong, Mad Warrior Tianxia had already led his people to the back of the team. "What do you want to do?" "What do you mean?" a water element mage exclaimed in surprise. "What do you mean?" Mad Warrior Tianxia laughed and said, "Of course I'm here to send you home." With that, he stabbed a knife into the mage's chest. The severely wounded mage had no time to react before being stabbed again by another subordinate, instantly dying. The battlefield became increasingly chaotic as the warriors who had cut into the back row began to rampage. Short-legged mages and archers had no ability to defend themselves at low levels, and in a flash they were wiped out. Only when someone shouted loudly did everyone realize that the members of the Mad Warrior Guild intended to monopolize the kill. The public screen of the novice village. No. 10086 has been overwhelmed by angry players during the resurrection period. The members of the Frenzied Battle Guild are simply beasts. Indeed, it's outrageous. We have fought hard, and yet they want to take it all for themselves. I knew the people from the Frenzied Battle Guild were no good. The worst among them wearing blue equipment dodged during battles, causing many to be killed by the boss. These people are truly disgusting. Not only do they want to monopolize, but they also kill. I not only lost a level, but also dropped the blue staff I bought with my living expenses. While these people were cursing, the members of the Frenzied Battle Guild had already driven everyone away. Although the players were filled with indignation, they dared not approach again. The Frenzied Battle Guild had no intention of exterminating them completely. The scattered players posed no threat. After dealing with 3 elite wild wolves, the boss's health had dropped to 3,000 points, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of Frenzied Battle Tianxia. Everyone listen to my command. When the boss's health drops to 1,000 points, do not attack yet. Frenzied Battle Tianxia continued. At that point, follow my countdown, I will say 3, 2, 1, and then unleash your skills together to complete the harvest. This was to prevent any assassins from sneaking in at the last moment to deal a blow to the boss. If that happened, he would be filled with murderous intent. And with a kill threshold of 1,000 points, no one in the entire novice village could accomplish it alone, ensuring their victory. The boss's health continued to decline, rapidly dropping to 2,190 points in no time, now reaching Lin Hao's kill threshold, but he suddenly changed his mind. The ranged players had been wiped out by the Frenzied Battle Guild, and the remaining melee classes posed no threat to him. It was time to start reaping. A fire explosion spell suddenly hit a warrior player. 440. Among the various single-digit and double-digit damages, this large number stood out remarkably. The unfortunate warrior player was instantly killed, while another nearby warrior was a bit bewildered. What happened? This boss didn't attack, just now. Could it be a bug? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly realized that his own health had also been depleted. 1 second is brief, but the Frenzied Battle Guild lost 2 members, and only then did they react. There was a skilled player who had ambushed them. Frenzied Battle Tianxia turned around and immediately locked onto Lin Hao, furiously saying, "Brother, isn't what you're doing a bit unethical?" Lin Hao smiled indifferently. "You backstab others isn't that unethical. Strictly speaking, my actions should be called executing justice on behalf of heaven." Frenzied Battle Tianxia's eyes turned cold. "It seems you intend to become our enemy." Lin Hao did not reply, but he responded with action. Another fire explosion spell cast down, and yet another warrior fell. "Bastard, you're courting death." Frenzied Battle Tianxia was thoroughly enraged. "Brothers, attack. Let's take him down together. Daring to provoke our Frenzied Battle Guild, I will make him understand what regret means." In a moment, 3 team members fell, which infuriated Frenzied Battle Tianxia. Having already struggled due to the lack of a healer, their 8 members were finding it difficult to fight, and now losing 3 instantly put them in a dire situation. Facing Lin Hao's high damage, Frenzied Battle Tianxia had to treat him cautiously. Thinking about killing the boss now would only lead them to be picked off one by one. Frenzied Battle Tianxia was a tough character. Seeing victory within reach, he surprisingly decided to give up on the boss. Unfortunately, the Wild Wolf boss disagreed. As Frenzied Battle Tianxia dealt the highest damage, he had the highest threat level. While others could escape, he could not. Since he couldn't escape, he decided not to leave at all. Could 4 warriors not take down a mage? Thinking this, Frenzied Battle Tianxia loudly declared, "Brothers, finish this quickly. After we deal with him, we will return together to kill the boss." Although the Wild Wolf boss dealt high damage, he still had confidence in his ability to hold on for a while. The members understood their leader's intention, charging towards Lin Hao with fervor. "You coward, hiding behind and attacking from the shadows, dare you fight me face to face? How dare a mere mage provoke our Frenzied Battle Guild? Who gave you the courage? Charge. Kill him." Watching the 4 charge and aggressively, Lin Hao calmly cast a quick step effect on himself before unleashing a fire explosion spell. 440. The damage remained the same, but this time he did not instantly kill the opponent. These individuals were well-equipped, far surpassing ordinary players with health exceeding 500 points. The reason he could instantaneously kill 3 before was that they had been weakened by the boss and had not had time to drink their potions. Now Lin Hao was facing 4 fully healthy warriors. So how does it feel to be surprised? The warrior who survived the hit laughed. "In a face-to-face duel, I can take you down solo." "Alright, stop the banter." The vice president of the Frenzied Battle Guild, Wu Liang, commanded, "Anyone with health below 440 retreat to the back immediately and rejoin when your health is restored." Everyone nodded, as long as they were not killed instantly and could close the distance, victory would surely be theirs. However, after continuing the chase for a while, they were dumbfounded. Is that guy really a mage? Why do I feel like he runs faster than I do? No need to guess, he indeed runs faster than us. Just now the distance wasn't this far, but now he keeps getting farther away. Vice President, what should we do? If this continues, we will eventually be worn down. Our leader seems like he can't hold on much longer. Wu Liang turned to look at his leader, and at that moment frenzied battle Tianxia was in a very precarious situation. The Wild Wolf's attack power of 500 points was no joke. If it weren't for his good equipment and having learned a life-saving skill, he would have already fallen. Wu Liang gritted his teeth. Everyone don't panic. That guy definitely used a skill just now, or the duration won't be too long. Upon hearing this, everyone could only charge forward because even if they wanted to give up, that mage would not allow it. Damn it, I must have not checked the calendar before coming out today. Wu Liang cursed, inwardly encountering such a powerful expert. As the vice president of the guild, his level and equipment were naturally impressive, with health reaching an astonishing 1962 points. Even after taking 3 hits from Lin Hao, he still had 642 points left, enough to withstand another attack. Seeing the fire explosion spell lock onto him, he prepared to retreat, but when the spell hit, he was stunned, as were the surrounding warriors. 2,200. The unimaginable number appeared before everyone, leaving them all stunned. Dingyu had been killed by player Tianxia level 1, a resurrection, in 3 minutes. The 3 survivors exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. This damage is outrageous. The guy must have been cheating. I suspect he never turned it off. What should we do? The vice president is dead. Should we still chase him? Everyone hesitated, but Lin Hao was unfazed, raising his hand to unleash another fire blast. 440. Damn. A warrior can be killed, but not insulted. Brothers charge. Another chase began, but without the presence of the blood tank vice president, their healing cooldown was fatally long. In just half a minute, the effect of Fleet Foot had just ended, and the remaining 3 returned to the village. The watching casual players recorded the scene. Damn. So awesome. Master, do you need more accessories on your legs? Master, take me along, I'll pay. Huh. The Mad War Guild was so arrogant just now, and now they're done for. Yeah, they deserve it. Instant karma is so swift. Listening to the voices of admiration and praise, Lin Hao smiled faintly, then walked towards the boss. Mad War was still desperately holding on, but the boss's health hadn't decreased much. It was a miracle he could hold out this long, without the strength to counterattack. With 2,100 health points remaining, realizing he was powerless to continue, Mad War simply gave up resisting. Kid, don't be too pleased too soon. A 2,100 health boss is not something you can kill alone. What I can't have, you won't get either. Additionally, I remember you. You will pay for your actions sooner or later. Oh really? I'll be waiting. Lin Hao's attitude was very calm. In his past life, the reason he could rise rapidly and become the strongest player was due to 4 words: dare to compete. Must compete. In God and Demon World, he also experienced many so-called pursuits, yet he still climbed to the top step by step. This life not only had the experience from his past, but also a higher starting point. He would undoubtedly continue to become number 1 in the country. No, it should be number 1 globally. Just then the Wolf King used the bite skill, instantly killing Mad War. With his crimson gaze locked onto Lin Hao looked down at the ground. This guy is really unlucky. He dropped 3 pieces of blue gear. He even lost his pants. This was not surprising. After all, he had just killed so many people, and the higher the sin value, the greater the chance of dropping gear. After killing 4 warriors, he had also received 2 white gear, 1 green gear, and 1 blue gear. One could only say that killing and arson pays off. The ancients did not deceive me. The observing casual players looked at the 3 pieces of equipment on the ground with envy. They were blue gear. Each could easily sell for 4,000 to 5,000. Many couldn't help but lick their lips. The boss still had a lot of health left. As long as that mage was killed, the items on the ground would belong to them. Know that Mage had just killed quite a few people as well. If he died, he would surely drop gear. Thinking of this, everyone was excited. A chance for a huge profit was right before their eyes. This guy named Tianxia was so strong, they wouldn't believe it without powerful equipment. Unfortunately, Lin Hao ultimately disappointed them. He casually cast a rather ordinary fire blast. In the next moment, terrifying yet familiar numbers reappeared. 2,200. As the damage appeared, the Wolf King's health was emptied, dropping a pile of equipment. Ding, you have killed the level 10 Wolf King and gained 1,000 experience points. Killing 6 levels higher grants an additional 600 experience points. Ding, the War God talent is activated. You have absorbed the primordial power of the Wolf King, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. Ding, you are the first player to kill the Wolf King. You will receive 1 village-wide announcement opportunity. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Hiding is not his style. Village-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Tianxia for completing the first kill of the Wolf King, rewarding 1,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. We hope all players continue to strive. Village-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Tianxia for completing the first kill of the Wolf King, rewarding 1,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. We hope all players continue to strive. The three announcements were important for the guild, but for Lin Hao, a casual player, they held little significance. However, he had no intention of creating a guild as his growth speed was unmatched, and spreading his energy elsewhere was not worth it. The Wolf King boss dropped a total of 6 pieces of equipment, 5 of which were blue high-level gear, including the Wolf King dagger for assassins and the Wolf King bow for archers. The rewards could be said to be quite generous, but unfortunately Lin Hao could not use them. The only piece he could use was a red top-tier item, a staff. Fable Staff quality red equipment, level 10 class requirement, Mage effect 1, spell attack, 168 effect 2. Each attack restores the user's mana, restoring 10 of the damage dealt. Effect 3, each time a skill deals damage, there is a 50 chance to put the target in a Fable Seal state for 3 seconds, during which the target takes an additional 50 damage. Anger Mage class effect activated, changing spell attack 168 to physical attack 168. This is a nice item. With my high damage after equipping this, I won't have to worry about mana anymore, and the damage boost is considerable. The only pity is that I need to be level 10 to equip it. He had just gained a large amount of experience, killing the Wolf King, and the first kill rewards totaled 11600. At this point his level had already reached level 7A, and his personal panel had significantly improved. Nickname Tianshur class Anger, Mage level 7, currently 600 experience, needs 6400 to level up, HP, 400 MP, 400, 200, 0420, Strength 80, Constitution 7, Spirit 10, Agility 6, Attack 320, Ward, God passive 100, Defense 14. He was not wearing any equipment. He still had the non-attribute starter set given by the system, yet his attack power had already reached 420 points. However, his defense was absurdly low, but it didn't matter since the shield value of the intermediate barrier skill had no relation to defense. Feeling satisfied, he collected all the equipment dropped by the Wolf King into his system backpack, quickly discovering that there was actually a hidden item underneath. Wolf King's skull quality special item guaranteed to drop on player death. Description: the Wolf King, who ruled over a region, was ultimately killed by you. Go to the village chief's house. With its skull you might gain some unexpected benefits. Wolf King's skull. Lin Hao was puzzled. He had never heard of anyone getting this item for killing the Wolf King in his past life. But upon careful thought it made sense. The first person to kill the Wolf King was likely posting just to show off, and after a brief interest would probably lose the motivation to continue writing. After stowing the special items into his backpack, Lin Hao looked back at the ground where the 3 blue equipment pieces dropped by Mad War for the World lay. 2 of them were warrior gear, clearly looted from his own body. As for the third piece, it turned out to be another staff. Mad War for the World had just slain so many mages, so it wasn't strange for his backpack to contain a staff. What surprised him was that among those scattered players someone could actually afford blue equipment, truly wealthy. Purple Crystal Staff quality blue equipment, level 6 class requirement, Mage effect 1, spell attack 82, effect 2, casting speed increased by 5. I never expected this to be an extremely rare weapon that boosts casting speed. But this effect is useless to me. I can cast forbidden spells instantly. Though he said this, Lin Hao had no intention of selling it immediately. After all, it was a usable blue weapon that added 82 points of attack power. After equipping the Purple Crystal Staff, the passive ability of the Raging Law Mage activated once more, converting the 82 spell attack into 82 physical attack. Having done all this, Lin Hao turned and left, but behind him an uproar had erupted. Holy crap, he just one-shot the boss. Such terrifying damage. With that I could steamroll through the newbie village. So envious, a whole pile of blue gear, and I think I even saw a flash of red. What's the use of envy? Go ahead and try to snatch it if you dare. Snatch it. That's just asking for death. The boss got obliterated, who would dare? Upon learning that the Wolf King had been slain by the Celestial Master, the forums of Tianyu buzzed with excitement. The hottest post was titled Newbie Village No. 10086 witnesses an unrivaled prodigy. Mad War Guild scheme backfires. The post's click count surpassed 20,000 in just a few minutes and continued to surge rapidly. Good serves them right. Those Mad War Guild guys have really hit rock bottom this time. That god-tier player called Celestial Master is terrifying. So many from Mad War Guild couldn't touch him, and even the boss got one-shotted. If you ask me, those Mad War Guild folks are useless. So many couldn't beat a single mage. That's not fair. Was that an ordinary mage? That was the Celestial Master. Yeah, Mad War Guild is disgusting, but their leader's strategy wasn't wrong. Who knew that mage had such insane damage and could run like the wind? But that's no excuse for so many failing to take down one mage. If you ask me, if you're bad, just practice more. Mad War Guild's reputation among players plummeted. Many who had been backstabbed practically lived on the forums, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. The most ferocious critic was a player named Who Dares Compete, whose only blue staff had been looted. Of course he was furious. He was involved in every thread about the incident, relentlessly cursing Mad War Guild with dozens of posts, each with fresh profanity. A truly formidable combatant. On the other side, Mad War for the World was nearly driven mad. You could call him wicked, but never weak. If he had secured the reputation and snatched the hidden boss's first kill, who would care about the means? 3 rounds of village-wide announcements would have been enough to recruit a horde of players. But all of that was gone, destroyed by one person. Celestial Master. You bastard, he'll never forgive you. After cursing bitterly, Mad War for the World turned to the Vice Guild leader. What's your analysis? Wu Liang pondered for a moment and said, based on the battle footage, this player called Celestial Master is likely a hidden class. A hidden class in a newbie village. Mad War for the World was astonished. Tianyu had been live for 2 years. Hidden class transfer scrolls were unique. Early on, the scrolls in newbie villages had long been scoured clean. How could one appear 2 years later? Wu Liang nodded. My judgment is accurate. That Celestial Master is probably the only player in recent years to transfer class in a newbie village. And his class must be extremely powerful. Mad War for the World nodded reluctantly. I've experienced that firsthand. He suspected that even if he hadn't been held back by the Wolf King and charged in with his men, it would have been futile. The exaggerated damage seemed like cheating, and even his movement speed outstripped theirs. Wu Liang continued, this hidden class has many effects. First, he used at least 2 different class skills. One is the Fire Element Mage's Blazing Inferno, and the other should be the Wind Element Mage's Fleetfoot Sprint. That means at the very least he's a mage who masters 2 elements. A Dual Element Mage, that's at least in a rank hidden class. Wu Liang's expression was grim. This opponent was no pushover. A rank hidden class. Mad War for the World took a deep breath. Across all of Tianyu, there were fewer than 100,000 rank hidden classes. 100,000 might sound like a lot, but this game had 4 billion players. To find such a powerful class in a newbie village, he felt like he'd lost a fortune. Also, his passive skill is formidable, Wu Liang analyzed further. Each of his attacks deals the same final damage, but everyone's magic resistance is different. You mean? He's cheating. Wu Liang shook his head. His passive likely allows him to ignore some magic resistance, so the final damage numbers show no fluctuation. As for the explosive damage at the end, it was still Blazing Inferno, but the damage was 5 times higher than usual. Wu Liang recalled carefully before saying, that must be the Lightning Element Mage's amplifying skill, Thunder God Descends. But that's a legendary amplifying skill. How did he get it in a newbie village? Wu Liang was puzzled, but Mad War for the World stammered. He also masters the Lightning Element, so he's a Triple Element Mage. A Triple Element Mage, that's definitely in strength talent. Mad War for the World winced in pain. If Head felt like he lost a fortune before, now it felt like 10 fortunes. His own loss was painful enough, but his enemy's fortune drove him even crazier. Boss, should we still go after him? This guy seems a bit tough to handle. A lackey behind him was getting cold feet. The Celestial Master's devastating damage had truly terrified him. What's there to be afraid of? Wild War Heaven scolded. That guy might deal high damage, but he's just a mage. The only reason we failed earlier was the distance. Once we close in, no matter how high his damage is, he's dead. Yeah, the guild leader's right, Wu Liang agreed. We just need to form an encirclement, so he can't kite us. With a mage's frail build, surviving 2 hits would be impressive. On the other side, Endless Horizon scrolled through forum posts cursing the Wild War Guild, unable to suppress a smirk. I didn't expect karma to hit so fast. After watching Lin Hao leave earlier, he had immediately joined the raid on the Wolf King boss. He hadn't brought many people, and caught off guard by the Wild War Guild's sudden betrayal, he was swarmed by a group of warriors and killed before he could even utter a word. The Wild War Guild and their Endless Guild had always kept their distance, but he had no intention of swallowing this insult. Just as he was pondering this, his communicator buzzed. Endless, how's it going? Did that Celestial Master join us? Guild leader, I haven't formally approached him yet. A hidden boss just spawned, and I led a team to try for the first kill, but the Wild War Guild ambushed us. Ambushed? The Endless Guild's leader Lin Hao darkened. How dare they mess with my people? They'll bring everyone to settle the score later. Also, don't bother contacting that Celestial Master. Huh? Endless Horizon was confused. Such a powerful player, aren't we going to recruit him? Lin Hao shook his head. I've already sent someone else. I see, got it. After slaying the boss, Lin Hao returned to the beginner village. The moment he stepped inside, 3 players approached him. One female player who seemed to hold some authority flashed what she thought was a sweet smile. Hey there, handsome, are you the Celestial Master God? Lin Hao didn't reply, but glanced at the nickname above her head, Cute Ming Ming. No wonder that tone felt familiar. It really is you. Lin Hao thought to himself, I didn't go looking for you, but you've come to me. Since you're playing this game, too, you'll pay back that 100,000 with interest. Seeing Lin Hao silent and staring at her, Cute Ming Ming beamed even brighter. What a joke of a god. meets someone as gorgeous as me and is instantly captivated. Sigh, why am I so beautiful? Beauty is such a sin. Thinking this, cute Ming Ming felt she had the upper hand. She put on an adoring expression. Celestial Master Bro, would you join our endless guild? Her cloying fake tone gave Lin Hao goosebumps. That was the unmistakable flavor. No one else could fake it. Endless guild. Yes, Celestial Master Bro. Our endless guild is one of the biggest in the beginner village. Cute Ming Ming explained. You've offended the Wild War Guild. Only we can protect you. Hell, Lin Hao scoffed disdainfully. You can go back. The Wild War Guild is nothing. If they come looking for trouble, they'll be the ones to suffer. Cute Ming Ming was deep in her role, gazing at him with admiration. Celestial Master Bro is so amazing. But this Wild War Guild is just a branch. After leaving the beginner village, ITLL merge. Their real leader is a level 60 expert. Oh, Lin Hao showed a flicker of interest, but didn't continue the conversation. Her cloying tone made him want to strike immediately. Stop bothering me. I won't join any guild. With that, he turned and left, leaving the three of them dumbfounded. He seemed interested just now. Why did he suddenly leave? Cute Ming Ming began to doubt her charm, but then smiled. Is he playing hard to get? How childish. The other two had no idea what the narcissist was thinking. One said, this celestial master is way too arrogant. He doesn't even put a level 60 player in his sights. The other shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he's not right in the head. Both looked resigned, but cute Ming Ming flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, he can't escape my clutches. He'll come to me on his own. The two male players exchanged glances, both clearly puzzled. Is there something wrong with this woman? Where does she get her confidence? Should keep your voice down. The other player cautioned. I heard our guild leader is quite fond of her. If you want to keep your job, don't say things like that. Has our guild leader never seen a woman before? He actually likes this type. The man was shocked, but dared not continue. The three left the beginner village together, but soon noticed Lin Hao following. Cute Ming Ming's face lit up. Celestial Master Bro, are you looking for me? Lin Hao nodded. You guessed right. I am looking for you. The other two players were stunned, their worldview shaken. What's going on? Do all top players have such peculiar tastes? They all like this type. Cute Ming Ming shot them a smug look. Don't you know, honesty wins hearts. But just as she was basking in her triumph, a massive fireball came hurtling toward her. 803. Her full health dropped to a sliver in an instant. Cute Ming Ming was terrified. She only had 865 HP total, and that one hit nearly killed her. As a water element mage, she cast a healing spell to recover 182 HP, then asked in confusion, Celestial Master Bro, did your hand slip? She would rather believe it was an accident than think he attacked her on purpose. There was no reason for it. But Lin Hao was also surprised. A squishy mage with over 800 HP. How good was her gear? But the better the gear, the better. They'll make it all drop. Lin Hao sneered and launched another blazing flame. 4015. The damage number flashed, and cute Ming Ming was instantly killed. Even back at the respawn point, she still couldn't believe she had died so inexplicably. She wasn't the only one baffled. Though they didn't know why the Celestial Master had gone berserk, they weren't about to just stand there. One of the players was an archer of considerable skill, drawing and knocking his arrow in one fluid motion. But before the arrow could fly, a blazing flame struck him. 803. His gear clearly wasn't as good. His health bar was emptied in one go, and he was sent to the respawn point. The last surviving player was a warrior, and upon witnessing the overwhelming disparity in power, he decided to flee without looking back. Don't run away. Since we came together, let's leave together. Lin Hao used his swift movement skill to closely pursue him, waiting for the cooldown of the explosive fire spell to end as the opponent's death was imminent. After sending off the last person, Lin Hao arrived at the spot where the adorable and cute Ming Ming had perished. He had just seen something explode from a distance, but was unsure of what it was. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Hao was stunned to find that the woman had a piece of top-tier red equipment. Starshine Law Boots. Quality red. Equipment level 6. Class requirement Mage. Effect 1 movement speed 15. Effect 2 spell power 50. Effect 3 triggers the Starshine Blink skill, allowing passage through obstacles within a 10-meter diameter with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The effect of the Angry Law Master Profession activates, changing the spell power bonus of 50 to physical power 50. Except for being a bit low in level, this is simply a divine artifact. Only the third attribute of legendary equipment is guaranteed to be an active skill. Top-tier equipment is merely probabilistic and incredibly rare. Yet these Starshine Law Boots not only have an active skill, but also an explosive effect. With a skill like Blink, it is not only powerful in the early game, but even into the late game it remains a godlike presence. Whether for killing or fleeing, having Blink would undoubtedly make things twice as effective, and the key point is that the cooldown of Starshine Blink is only 30 seconds. Spatial displacement skills are extremely rare, Even in his past life as a top-tier player, he had only one, which had a cooldown of 3 minutes. And now he had obtained an even stronger divine skill right from the start. Lin Hao was so excited that he almost logged off, for the illusory helmet would detect an excessively high heart rate in players and forcibly log them off to prevent sudden death. That woman was so lucky. But now it's mine. If the Starshine Law boots were sold, a mere 100,000 could hardly be considered a fraction. There would be countless people vying for it, even at 1 billion. This wave was indeed a huge profit. After resurrecting from the revival point, the adorable and cute Ming Ming's angry face was twisted. That bastard. Why did he kill me? Within 3 minutes she pondered, but could not make sense of it. Fortunately, the 2 people who came with her were also killed, which made her less angry. It turned out that the target was not just her, but everyone. Then it was no big deal. As for the dropped Starshine Law boots, to be honest, she didn't care. Because she didn't know how to play games in the first place. The reason she entered was because Liu Xiao insisted, and although she glanced at the equipment's attributes, she did not understand their importance. At that moment, the communication device rang. It just showed that you are dead. What happened? The president of the Tianya Guild asked in confusion. Liu Xiao? Meng Meng said with a pitiful expression, I was killed by that lawmaster. I was polite to him, but he went mad and killed all 3 of us. What? Liu Xiao said in surprise, didn't you mention that you were from my Tianya Guild? Meng Meng replied fiercely, I said it, and that's why I was killed. She felt she wasn't lying. Indeed, she was killed after mentioning it. Liu Xiao was thoroughly enraged. That arrogant brat offended the Mad Warrior Guild, and now he comes to slap my face. Does this guy want to step on us as a springboard to create his own guild? Liu Xiao thought more and more it was possible. Meng Meng continued to embellish. Liu Xiao, the Starshine Law boots you gave me were also dropped. Starshine Law boots? What is that? Liu Xiao asked in confusion. It's the level 6 red equipment dropped by the wild boss earlier. Meng Meng reminded him. Oh, I see. If it's dropped, then let it be. Once we leave the novice village, I'll give you something better. Liu Xiao casually remarked. A mere level 6 trash equipment was not worth his attention. He casually discarded it to this woman. The status of the novice village is extremely special. Once someone leaves, no one can re-enter, and likewise nothing from outside can come in. But once he exits, he can replace red equipment at every level from the headquarters. That is the foundation of a large guild that has been exploring the game for 2 years. A mere level 6 red equipment in terms of attributes cannot compare to level 20 green gear. It would be a miracle if he even looked at it. However, all of this was predicated on his ignorance of the Starshine Law boots skill. If he knew it possessed the rare spatial displacement skill, he would probably die from anger every day. Thank you, Liu Xiao, but I don't want the equipment. Ooh, I just want revenge. Don't worry, that guy called Law Master slapped my face. Can I let him go? Liu Xiao's eyes turned cold, but this matter needs to be pushed back a bit. I'm currently preparing to hunt someone. After hanging up, Tianyao Wuyo reported, pointing to a figure in the distance. President, he just killed me. Very well, brothers, charge with me. Liu Xiao waved his hand. Those from the Mad Warrior Guild dare to kill my people. I'll let them know how to write the word death. The players behind him were all pumped up and began to charge. Liu Xiao is mighty. Charge. I will kill them back to level 1. The 2 largest guilds in Novice Village 10086 began their first direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Lin Hao also arrived at the village chief's house. As the village chief's home was already crowded with players wanting to take on quests. Lin Hao glanced at the room full of people and decided to leave without hesitation. He thought it would be better to farm monsters than to wait in line, and he would come back once there were fewer people. However, to everyone's surprise, the village chief stood up excitedly upon seeing Lin Hao and said, Young man, did you perhaps kill the Wolf King? Lin Hao stopped in his tracks, somewhat surprised that he had triggered a plot event. Could this be a chain quest? Lin Hao was puzzled, but didn't slow his actions. As soon as he took out the Wolf King's skull, the village chief's expression became even more excited. Thank you, young man, for eliminating a menace for our village. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. It's actually a supreme level token. Lin Hao was quite surprised. He had never possessed a supreme level token in his past life, and had hardly even heard of its existence. He only knew that the only way to acquire it was related to a hidden quest. This is a valuable item. In his previous life, he only had a VIP level 1 where the commission rate dropped from 20 to 10, and now he wouldn't have to deal with any commission. He had been considering whether to join a guild to sell unwanted equipment, but now that was unnecessary. There was no need to argue with anyone or worry about being cheated or other troublesome matters. Whether in the Tianyu or the Divine Demon world, private trading among players was discouraged. If you got scammed for not using the auction house, it was your own fault. Lin Hao tossed all his unwanted equipment into the auction house. At that moment, the village chief finished his lengthy praise and smiled, saying, Young warrior, I have a task for you. Can you complete it? Ding, the village chief has issued you a quest. Go to the cave deep in the forest and kill 10 black bears. Reward: a random green skill book for your profession. Skill books are extremely rare items in the Tianyu game, and the main way to obtain them is through quests. For instance, the last time he defeated a monster and obtained a skill book, it was an exceedingly low probability, merely a pleasant surprise rather than a main source. Faced with a green skill of his profession, Lin Hao naturally had no intention of giving up. After all, he needed to level up anyway, so he might as well complete it along the way. After accepting the quest, Lin Hao headed towards the eastern forest. The monsters on the outskirts were weak, each only around level 3 or 4, unable to withstand even a single cast of his fireball spell. Lin Hao did not waste time here. After proceeding for a while, the monsters quickly grew stronger. Spotted Leopard, level 8, health 1100, attack 239, defense 113, skill Pounce. The Spotted Leopard is certainly a dangerous presence in the forest, but it posed no threat to Lin Hao whatsoever. The moment they met, Lin Hao greeted it with a welcome gift. 878. After equipping the Starry Law boots, his damage increased again, allowing even the unremarkable fireball to deal considerable damage. However, Lin Hao's equipment was incomplete. He was only equipped with a weapon shoes and a blue necklace that added no damage. If he were fully equipped, he believed he could easily take down the Spotted Leopard in an instant. But without powerful attributes, equipment was merely transitional. Once he leveled up, low-level equipment would inevitably be replaced, so spending money on it wasn't worth it. He planned just to wait for drops. If he could obtain drops, that would be great. If not, it was no concern. After taking a hit from the fireball, the Spotted Leopard charged at Lin Hao. Its speed was incredibly fast. In a single dash, it covered the distance of several dozen meters and immediately unleashed its pounce. If it were an ordinary player facing this wind-like counterattack, they might panic. Lin Hao, however, remained calm and sent another fireball its way. 4,390. This fireball was essentially a point-blank explosion, as the Spotted Leopard's mouth was perilously close to Lin Hao's head. Without a shield, being bitten would mean instant death. Despite the seemingly perilous situation, Lin Hao was unconcerned. For someone with even a bit of skill, timing was just basic gameplay. Ding killed an 8-level Spotted Leopard, gained 96 experience points. Killing above your level grants an additional 10 experience points. Killing a Spotted Leopard only gives 106 experience points. That seems a bit low. Lin Hao shook his head. He was used to killing monsters 4 or 5 levels above him and receiving generous experience rewards. That additional 10 experience points seemed paltry. Fortunately, other players weren't aware of his thoughts, otherwise they might not be able to refrain from cursing. Do you think getting 100 experience points at once is little? What would it be like if we split a wild boar among so many of us? After defeating the Spotted Leopard, Lin Hao continued deeper into the cave. Along the way, if he encountered small monsters, he easily eliminated them, and his experience points gradually reached 5,200. Only 1,800 more were needed to level up again. Inside the dark cave, a black bear was snoozing at the entrance. Suddenly, it felt a heat in its head, and groggily opening its eyes was met with a massive fireball. 4,390. After a couple of fireballs dispatched the unfortunate creature, Lin Hao began to explore deeper into the cave. President Weave confirmed the target's location. That celestial master has entered the cave. Good'll bring people over shortly. Don't go in and startle the prey. After giving a reminder, Quanzhan Tiantian hurried with his team to the cave. This time he brought all his members. Although some unforeseen events occurred on the way, there were still 14 people left. Including himself, there were a total of 15 warriors. As long as they blocked the cave, Lin Hao would be trapped. Lin Hao was unaware of all this. Within less than 3 minutes, he had killed 5 black bears. The black bears were generally at level 8, not much stronger than the Spotted Leopards. The only problem was that the cave was relatively narrow. A single fireball caused the other 3 black bears to rush out. Faced with the attacks of 4 level 8 monsters, Lin Hao could only activate his speedy walking skill to kite them. Though it took some effort, he managed to pass through unscathed. This is the advantage of ranged attacks. If I were still a melee class like a swordsman, seeing 4 level 8 black bears with over 1,000 health, I would have to make a hasty retreat. In reality, a normal level 7 mage would also have to run if facing these black bears. Their magic resistance isn't very high, but it is over 200 points. A regular mage would be doing well to deal 100 damage with a fireball. However, this amount of damage is merely a tickle for the 4 black bears. As for kiting, that was impossible. First, they couldn't outrun the black bears, and second, their fireball couldn't be cast instantly. These 2 factors were enough to be fatal. It's a pity that I don't have any area effect skills, otherwise my monster killing speed could increase several-fold. Lin Hao looked forward to what kind of green skill he would obtain next. Just as Lin Hao was pondering these thoughts, he suddenly discovered a more robust black bear, its size clearly larger than the other black bears. In this pitch-black cave, Lin Hao nearly missed it. Elite Black Bear. Level 10. Health 6,200. Attack 326. Defense 275. Skill 1 Super Healing. When health drops below 50, instantly restore 20 health minimum restoration of 2,000 points. This effect refreshes every 10 seconds. Skill 2 Charge. This elite black bear actually has a passive skill. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised as passive skills are not possessed by all monsters. Since the celestial domain aims for realism, it won't allow all monsters to have identical attributes and skills. Even among monsters of the same level, there will be subtle differences. Passive skills are rarer than active skills, and even many bosses do not possess them. The super healing passive Lin Hao had heard of before is a red passive, yet for some players it is even more precious than legendary skills. With 2,000 health points, it can play a significant role early on, as many players have less than 2,000 health equivalent to a full recovery. As the game progresses, the value of this passive will only increase. Some tank classes can easily stack up to 1,000 health, allowing them to recover 2,000 health at once. What's more important is that it is a passive skill. As long as health is below 50, it will instantly recover. As long as players are not killed instantly after surviving for 10 seconds, they will recover once again. For players with high health and strong defense, this is nothing short of divine. If it were to be sold to them, a price of 10 to 20 million might not even be a stretch. Of course, that was just a thought. The probability of monsters dropping skills is already notoriously low, and if it's a passive skill, it would be even lower. Unless a lucky player exists, otherwise it's better to just dream. Although he thought of many things in an instant, Lin Hao's actions did not slow down at all. After casting a fireball spell, the familiar numbers reappeared. 878. Immediately afterward, Lin Hao used Swift Step on himself, preparing for a prolonged battle. The elite black bear's agility is significantly higher than that of the ordinary black bear, yet it could not catch up with Lin Hao. After his attack power increased, the effect of Swift Step also strengthened. Now his speed has increased by 50 plus the 15 movement speed provided by the Starry Law Boots. He could barely kite a level 10 elite monster. The mage's base agility is too low, which is always a hard flaw. Luckily, his spells are instant cast, otherwise he would have been killed while casting. After some kiting, the elite black bear's health had already dropped below 50, while Lin Hao still hadn't taken a single hit. One could only say that the SS class profession Rage Mage paired with the SS class War God talent is indeed too overpowered. Even though the elite black bear's passive began to take effect, and it restored 2,000 health points, the cooldown of 10 seconds was already fatal. Throwing out 3 fireball spells again took only 3 seconds in total, and the elite black bear's health reached Lin Hao's kill threshold. 4,390. As the terrifying damage floated above, the elite black bear was instantaneously killed. Ding killed a level 10 elite black bear, gained 500 experience points. Killing 3 levels higher grants an additional 150 experience points. Killing elite monsters is so satisfying. It didn't take much time, and the experience gained is equivalent to that of 6 ordinary black bears. Lin Hao felt quite relaxed. The process of killing the elite black bear was uneventful, but he was the only one who could do it so easily. If it were an average team, they would probably prefer to grind the Wolf King boss, at least that one doesn't heal. At present, the vast majority of teams cannot deal 2,000 damage in 10 seconds. In other words, the damage dealt is less than what the monster heals, so it's better to just go to sleep. After the system notification ended, the elite black bear's corpse completely vanished, leaving behind an unknown item. Due to the distance, Lin Hao could not determine what it was, but the item was emitting a faint red glow. Could that be? Lin Hao moved forward excitedly to check, and soon he confirmed that he seemed to be the lucky player. Passive skill book Super Healing. Quality red. Class requirement none, all classes can learn. Effect when health drops below 50, instantly restore 20 health minimum restoration of 2,000 points. This effect refreshes every 10 seconds. I can't believe it actually dropped. Even holding the skill book in his hands, Lin Hao still felt a bit surreal. He always thought his luck was average. He never expected that the lucky player was actually his true nature. He had heard before that challenging monsters above his level could increase drop rates, but Lin Hao had never taken it to heart. Because a 1 in a million chance becoming 2 in a million is an increase, but it's basically meaningless. However, now he suddenly felt that even a slight increase in probability could be magnified countless times for a lucky player. Perhaps I should go find a fortune teller to see my hidden attributes. Maybe my luck is maxed out. Lin Hao pondered, then stored the skill book in his system backpack. Such a valuable item could not be casually thrown into the auction house. The reason he didn't learn it immediately was that this skill book did not match well with his class. Exchanging it with others was the right choice. Just as Lin Hao was thinking about this, a commotion came from near the cave entrance. President, that mage must still be inside. I have been guarding the entrance and haven't seen him come out. The warrior player said affirmatively. Crazy Battle World nodded. Good job, go to finance to collect your reward later. Thank you, President. The warrior player beamed while Crazy Battle World waved his hand. Brothers, let's start closing the door and beating the dog. In such a narrow cave, I want to see what a mage can do against us. Everyone line up and block the exit firmly. Don't leave even a crack for him. The subordinates immediately complied, and the already narrow path was instantly clogged tight. What does it mean to be unable to escape? This is it. Even if that mage grew wings, he would still be unable to leave here. With the timing, location, and people all on their side, how could they possibly lose this time? Crazy Battle World was full of confidence. Everyone turn on your recording and upload the video of killing the mage to the forum later. After being warned, no one dared to mention unknown challenges again. However, many felt that their guild leader was overreacting. After all, it was just killing a mage. Did it really require 15 warriors to gang up on him? After groping forward for a while, Guangzhou Tianxia soon spotted a figure ahead. Even in the pitch-black cave, he knew that the person was the one he was looking for. Kid, didn't expect retribution to come so quickly, did you? Guangzhou Tianxia began to sneer. So it's you guys? Lin Hao turned back and glanced at the crowd, asking blandly, do you have business with me? Guangzhou Tianxia waved the great sword in his hand. Are you stunned with fear? Of course I'm here for revenge. With that, he charged forward. He understood the principle that villains die from excessive talking. Although he didn't consider himself a villain, he also didn't want to give Lin Hao any chances. Brothers, charge with me and kill him immediately. The sight of more than 10 warriors charging together was particularly shocking in the small cave. Let's not forget that standing before them was just a fragile mage. Even if the tank with the highest health were present, they could still take him down in an instant. However, to their surprise, Lin Hao did not start to run away. Instead, he stood his ground, unmoving. Guangzhou Tianxia found it hard to gauge what the opponent was thinking. From Lin Hao's face, he saw no hint of panic, which made him feel somewhat anxious, but since the charge had already begun, retreat was not an option. The distance between the two sides was rapidly closing, and at that moment a fire burst spell accurately hit one warrior on the head. 878. At the moment the damage appeared, that warrior's health bar was completely emptied. What terrifying damage! Guangzhou Tianxia's expression turned serious, as Lin Hao's growth rate was truly alarming. The last time they met, his damage was only around 400, unable to take down a fully healed warrior, and now it had doubled. When the distance was still 10 meters, another fire burst spell came flying in, this time aimed at Guangzhou Tianxia. 878. Save your breath, Guangzhou Tianxia mocked. My health has been further enhanced, it's now over 4,000. Can you kill me? In the blink of an eye, when he entered the attack range, Guangzhou Tianxia swung his sword at Lin Hao. The players behind him rushed forward one after another, fearing that if they were a moment late, they wouldn't even get a hair of a hit. The dense attacks left Lin Hao with no way to dodge. Even using the intermediate barrier technique had no effect. Yet in the face of such a dire situation, Lin Hao remained unflustered, for he possessed a life-saving skill. As soon as Starlight Flash was activated, Lin Hao vanished without a trace. By the time the barrage of attacks landed, Lin Hao's figure was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Guangzhou Tianxia looked at the empty space ahead, beginning to doubt whether his eyes had malfunctioned. One of his subordinates speculated, Guild leader, we should have killed him, right? Guangzhou Tianxia shook his head. I didn't feel a single hit, he definitely ran away. The boss is right, there was no system prompt of a kill, but how did he just disappear? Wu Yang's expression was quite puzzled. Could he have learned the assassin's stealth? But that doesn't make sense. A stealth doesn't make you vanish, being hit still costs health. Just as everyone was uncertain, a large and familiar fireball came crashing down. 878. As one warrior was taken down, a nearby player shouted, it's the Tian Shi. He went behind us. What? How could this be possible? Guangzhou Tianxia found it hard to accept reality. With so many of them blocking here, it was nearly impossible for someone that big to get past. However, Lin Hao didn't give them time to think. He raised his hand for another fire burst. 878. In just a moment, Lin Hao had killed 2 people, instantly reversing the initial disadvantage. Now you are surrounded by me. Lin Hao's tone was eerily calm, as if stating a fact. The idea of one person surrounding a group sounded somewhat ridiculous, but the members of the Guangzhou Guild found it far from amusing. Players who had previously underestimated Lin Hao now subconsciously began to step back. Guangzhou Tianxia nearly exploded with rage at the sight. You fools, that guy has just one attack skill, a charge together, and don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Although they still didn't fully understand how the Tian Shi had gotten behind them, it was more important now to kill him quickly. Hearing the guild leader's words, the players steadied their resolve. Indeed, that guy was just one person, how could he possibly turn the tide? However, they soon realized that while the Tian Shi might not be able to turn the tide, they were not the sky. After Lin Hao activated Quick Step, he began a new round of kite tactics. No matter how hard the pursuing warrior players tried to chase him, they could not keep up with his pace. After several rounds of pulling, Lin Hao killed another 8 players, leaving the enemies with only 5 remaining. and Guangzhou Tianxia's health was reduced by half, yet the distance between them was still closing. Even though the furious Tianxia could release skills without charging, he still had to turn around to aim when releasing skills. It was at this moment that Guangzhou Tianxia sensed an opportunity and activated another powerful skill while charging. Fearless Charge. Guangzhou Tianxia roared, his speed increasing dramatically. Tianxia, I know you have a skill that can quintuple damage, but you can't kill me. Seeing this, Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, for this was unexpectedly the most practical red skill recognized in the warrior profession. Fearless Charge not only increased the user's speed by 50 when activated, but also made them immune to all damage during the charge and enhanced their next basic attack. The enhanced basic attack could ignore space, dealing area damage to the locked target and enemies within a 5-meter radius, with an astonishing 200 increase in damage. It seems I'm not the only one with opportunities. Lin Hao mused, his expression growing serious. The speed of Guangzhou Tianxia had already surpassed Lin Hao, and as soon as he reached the attack range, he instantly locked onto Lin Hao. At this moment, the enhanced basic attack of Wu Wei Charge was activated, and the entire figure of Guangzhou Tianxia vanished, in an instant reappearing above Lin Hao's head. He gripped the great sword tightly with both hands and thrust it straight downwards, shouting, "Celestial Master, die. Want to kill me? You're 100 years too early." Seeing no way to escape, Lin Hao immediately activated the intermediate barrier technique. In the next moment, a powerful area attack descended, causing the ground to tremble. 1008. Damage exceeding 1,000 appeared above Lin Hao's head, and Guangzhou Tianxia was overjoyed. Kid, keep going crazy. The warrior players behind him were also beaming. This chase was a nightmare for them. Along the way, many brothers had died. Whoever ran fast would be instantly killed, and from start to finish, no one had touched the hem of Lin Hao's clothes. If it weren't for their boss still pursuing relentlessly, they probably wouldn't have had the courage to chase any longer. This wasn't a hunt, it was clearly a rush to deliver heads. One little brother was about to flatter him, but before he could say a word, he was dumbfounded. Although a 4-digit damage number appeared above Lin Hao's head, his own health hadn't decreased at all. If it weren't for the transparent shield surrounding him, with the shield's value changing from 1104 to 96, he would have thought the other side was cheating. Finished attacking. Then it's my turn to counterattack. Lin Hao shouted, and a fireburst spell held out. 4,390. Guangzhou Tianxia, who had only half health left, fell dead on the spot, leaving the remaining 4 warrior players stunned. The Celestial Master, who should have been instantly killed, not only survived, but instead killed their boss. The power gap was simply too vast. They were stunned, but Lin Hao was not. Another fire burst spell blasted out, instantly killing another player. At this point, only 3 members of the Guangzhou Guild remained. Wu Liang shouted angrily, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's go together. His speed boost effect has worn off. You've observed quite carefully." Lin Hao didn't expect that in such a guild full of warriors there would be someone analyzing seriously. Although he used a buff skill without a status icon, there would still be changes around him. For example, after activating speed boost, a light green aura appeared beneath his feet. The other 2 warriors clearly recognized this as an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and crazily charged towards Lin Hao. Unfortunately, they had just used the charge skill, and their speed couldn't be increased any further. In just 2 seconds, Lin Hao killed another warrior, but failed to kill Wu Liang. "Celestial Master, this time you miscalculated. My health exceeds 1,000 points. This time let's see how you dodge." With just 1 person, he was a bit worried he couldn't kill the Celestial Master, but with 2 warriors attacking together, he definitely had no chance of survival. "Well done," Lin Hao praised with a nod. Although he had held back a bit, being able to force out all of his skills proved that the Guangzhou Guild had some strength. In the next moment, Lin Hao activated Starlight Blink. Their attacks missed simultaneously, and a fireburst spell came flying towards them. 878. Having killed another person, only 1 member of the Guangzhou Guild was left alive. Wu Liang looked astonished at Lin Hao 10 meters away and incredulously asked, "Did you just use Blink?" "You have some knowledge." Lin Hao nodded. "You guessed correctly." Receiving a confirmed answer, Wu Liang was even more shocked. "How is that possible? Did you get Blink in the newbie village? Are you the planner's favorite?" It's not surprising he thought this way out. Anyone with a little knowledge of the heavenly domain knew how rare the Blink spatial displacement skill was. Countless players played for 2 years without ever seeing what the Blink skill book looked like, yet someone got it in the newbie village. Lin Hao had no intention of continuing the conversation and casually cast another fireburst spell. 4,390. As the damage appeared, the system notification rang for the man. "Ding, you were killed by player Celestial Master level 1, 3 minutes until resurrection." Looking at his resurrection countdown, Wu Liang finally realized that so many of them had been wiped out by him alone. At this moment, he finally understood how the Celestial Master had gotten behind them. While in the cave, due to the overly dark environment, he had been completely bewildered, but now he figured out the answer. The Celestial Master had mastered a very high-level Blink skill, and based on his deduction, its cooldown should only be 30 seconds. After wiping out all members of the Quanzhan Guild, Lin Hao began to collect his loot. To his surprise, he found 15 pieces of equipment after going back and forth, which meant that everyone had dropped loot. Strange, this drop rate is obviously abnormal. Only with high crime values would equipment definitely drop, but dying once would eliminate all crime values. Among these people, several had already been killed by him once, so it was unlikely they would drop equipment again. Just then the system notification chimed. Ding, all equipment you sold at the auction house has been sold. A total of 1600 credit points were sold, with a 20 transaction fee charged by the auction house. The actual gain is. Ding, it has been detected that the player holds the supreme token of the auction house. No transaction fee will be charged, and the actual gain is 1600 credit points. Those junk items actually sold for over 100,000. Lin Hao was quite surprised. Although many of the previously sold items were blue, the problem was their level was too low. Level 10 blue equipment simply cannot compare to level 15 green gear or level 20 plain items in terms of stats. Even as a transition, Lin Hao found it somewhat disdainful that someone would pay a high price for them. Lin Hao could only sigh. The rich in this world were truly wealthy. Unlike him, who had to worry about the helmet and debt before entering the game. Casually tossing the 15 pieces of equipment he just picked up into the auction house, the value of this batch of goods significantly dropped. More than half of them were plain items, a small portion were green gear, and only one was blue gear, estimated to be worth at most 20 to 30,000. Sigh, I have indeed changed. 20 to 30,000 no longer catches my eye. Lin Hao mocked himself and then walked back into the cave. After spending some time completing the task of hunting the black bears, Lin Hao returned to the newbie village. On the way back, he casually slaughtered a few monsters blocking the path, and his character level broke through again. He was now level 8. As expected, all attribute points were allocated to strength, and now his attack power reached 320 points even without equipment. As Lin Hao returned to the novice village, discussions about the No. 10086 novice village were already soaring on the Tianyu forum. Upon opening the forum, Lin Hao realized why the members of the War God Guild were dropping equipment. It was because they had slaughtered the members of the Tianyu Guild. To be precise, they had killed most of the members, including the president and vice president, thus their sin value was quite high. Lin Hao was curious about why these two guilds had clashed. After casually scrolling through a few posts, he quickly grasped the ins and outs of the situation. The members of the Tianyu Guild were indeed unfortunate. While Tianyu Wuya was battling the Wolf King boss, they were ambushed by the War God Guild. Subsequently, their president Liu Shao led most of their members to ambush the isolated members of the War God Guild. However, they did not anticipate that the War God Guild was organizing all its members to encircle the Heavenly Master. As the Tianyu Guild fought on, they suddenly realized that the enemy's reinforcements were increasingly numerous, and they ultimately found themselves surrounded. They sent 19 members, but only managed to kill 5 of the opposing side, allowing the War God Guild to shed the label of being useless and hand it over to the Tianyu Guild. After reading through the entire sequence of events, Lin Hao felt a bit of sympathy for the Tianyu Guild. They truly were exceedingly unfortunate. If it had been a fair fight, even if the War God Guild could win, it wouldn't have been so decisive. However, this time the reinforcements of the warrior players cut off the rear output, leaving no room for doubt regarding the outcome. After taking a bite of the drama, Lin Hao was about to attend to serious matters when he suddenly noticed a new post that was skyrocketing in popularity. Annual blockbuster and censored footage leaked. Out of curiosity, he clicked on it. However, he quickly realized this was a clickbait title. What he did not expect was that the male lead of the video was actually himself. This video reconstructed most of the process of Lin Hao annihilating the War God Guild. In 4K HD, it was indeed uncensored, and the angle was directly facing Lin Hao. There was no doubt this was a screen recording from someone within the War God Guild. While it wasn't surprising that someone recorded him, what puzzled him was that this person uploaded the footage of their guild's defeat. Was he not concerned about the consequences? The comments below the video were bustling. Within just a few minutes, they were approaching 10,000. I took off my pants and you show me this. Those who got duped deserved it. How could such a video possibly pass review? This Heavenly Master is too impressive, battling against 15 people and wiping out the War God Guild. Help! The Heavenly Master is too domineering. Especially that line, "You are surrounded by me," made me feel like I was in love. Quick, someone take this love-struck idiot away. The number of comments was rapidly climbing. Even as Lin Hao tried to skim through, he found he couldn't keep up. Among the most liked comments was this: "The perspective captures the Heavenly Master's frontal view. Just from the screen recording, I can already feel that formidable pressure. If it were me, I don't think I would last 3 seconds. Next time during the World Boss competition, with the Heavenly Master joining us, perhaps we can trample the players from other countries. You're too verbose, they'll listen to you." I think it might still be a bit challenging. The island nation and the beautiful country also have many masters, and their displayed strength isn't inferior to the heavenly master. I dislike people like you who can do nothing but pour cold water. The heavenly master will definitely take down the world boss. Many people began arguing under this comment, while Lin Hao was curious about what the world boss was. In his past life, there was no such gameplay in the realm of gods and demons. Lin Hao closed the post and started searching. Soon, he had a rough understanding. The so-called world boss was actually a limited-time dungeon, and the boss was incredibly strong, requiring all players to cooperate to defeat. The rewards for the world boss were exceptionally generous, and it was also the best opportunity to showcase the strength of players from various countries. Thus, everyone was doing their utmost to claim the title of top damage dealer. As for why it wasn't about achieving the first kill, that's because in the 2 years since the Tianyu server opened, the world boss had never been defeated. Lin Hao even saw many strategy content creators directly post articles stating that the world boss was absolutely impossible to kill. This was the game's setting. However, Lin Hao did not believe this. Absolutely impossible to be killed. They probably haven't encountered me. The more challenging the task, the more he wanted to accomplish it. Lin Hao checked the time. There were only 3 hours left until the next world boss attack in the novice village. And the world boss of the novice village naturally wasn't accessible to everyone. Each country only had 10 slots. The acquisition of slots wasn't complicated as long as one cleared the only dungeon in the novice village and ranked in the top 10 on the clearing leaderboard, it would suffice. Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry to speedrun the dungeon because he still had considerable room for improvement in strength. On the other side, seeing the post titled Annual Blockbuster and censored footage leaked, War God Tianxia felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger. Which idiot uploaded the recording? Are they trying to drive me insane? Originally, only they knew about the incident where the heavenly master slaughtered them. Now it was common knowledge among nearly everyone in Novice Village. No. 10,086. A timid underling replied, President, it should be Xiao Lu. He just exited the guild. Damn. War God Tianxia couldn't help but curse, but quickly calmed down. He knew that morale could not remain this low, otherwise a large number of people would withdraw. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly said, Brothers, this time, it was my decision that was flawed. The Heavenly Master is far stronger than I initially thought. At the very least, we couldn't handle him in the early stages, but once we leave the novice village, I have 100 ways to kill him. For now, let's avoid confrontation and fight another day. Upon hearing this, everyone hung their heads. A group of people actually couldn't defeat a single individual, which was too frustrating. But soon they changed their minds because War God Tianxia waved his hand and said, during this time, everyone has worked hard. Not only did you not level up, but you also dropped 2 levels. After this, I'll give each of you a red envelope of 2,000 as compensation. Upon hearing this, the crowd who had been wearing dead fish faces immediately broke into joyful smiles. Boss War God, I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. Yeah, President, it's just 2 losses, but it's no big deal. Even if we keep losing, I will steadfastly follow in your footsteps. I wholeheartedly agree with the boss strategy. Being strong in the early stages isn't everything. We will eventually reclaim our honor. The power of money remained as effective as ever, yet War God Tianxia couldn't smile. Because even if he stabilized these people, he had no way to control the opinions outside. If they didn't eliminate the Heavenly Master, they would only continue to be the laughingstock, and more importantly, the headquarters wouldn't treat him kindly. At the village chief's house, the small room was packed with players. After taking some time to submit his tasks, Lin Hao successfully received his rewards. To his surprise, this time the randomly given green skill was not only offensive, but also an area attack. Flame Explosion LV1 deals a fixed damage of 50 plus 150 of attack power to enemies at the center of the explosion and 100 attack damage to nearby enemies. With this skill, his monster farming speed would greatly increase, and he now had an additional means of attack. Meanwhile, the equipment he had previously thrown into the auction house had all sold, yielding a total of 2800 credit points, which was about what he expected. It's worth noting that the skill book charge he had casually acquired earlier sold for 20,000, while 15 pieces of equipment only fetched this much. This further illustrated how valuable skills are. Even skills acquired during the novice period might have their uses at level 90 or above, but equipment at level 10 would need to be discarded by level 15. Lin Hao had considered buying some usable skills from the auction house, but that was simply unrealistic. Most players who played as mages were wealthy. They had no shortage of money in real life. As soon as a skill book appeared, it would be immediately snatched up by their designated buyers. Naturally, Lin Hao could not possibly stare at the auction house all day. Just as he was thinking about this, a player suddenly burst through the door, shouting, Everyone hurry to fight the boss. A boss has spawned in the plains outside. What? Another boss? This is fantastic. This time I must touch it more, perhaps I can get a green item. The crowd that had been squeezed into the village chief's house vanished in an instant. Naturally, Lin Hao would not miss this opportunity. Although the boss in the wild appeared at fixed locations, the timing of its respawn was random, which is why he hadn't wasted time looking for it earlier. He didn't care about the items the boss might drop, but he certainly couldn't pass up the 100 points of attack power. Stepping out of the novice village, he arrived at the wild plains. From here, he could already see the boss in the distance. It was a giant rabbit with a mere level of 8, and its attributes couldn't compare to the Wolf King boss. Giant rabbit boss level 8 health, 100 attack, 399 defense, 273 magic resistance, 251 skill 1, carrot strike, throws a giant carrot dealing a fixed damage of 50 plus 100 of attack power. Skill 2, recovery, gnaws on the giant carrot to restore 20 of health. Most players had already reached level 6. With just a bit of equipment, defeating this giant rabbit was only a matter of time. Thinking of this, Lin Hao also quickened his pace. Although the level 8 boss might not drop anything good, it was still money. As he advanced further, he suddenly felt something unusual while passing by a bush. In an instant, he cast a mid-level shield spell on himself, and the next moment a dagger suddenly stabbed at him. 496. As the damage landed, a player dressed as an assassin appeared, shock and disbelief on his face. "You, how did you discover me?" He had activated his stealth skill while hidden in the bushes and had never appeared in Lin Hao's line of sight. Initially, the opponent truly had not noticed his presence, but as soon as he attacked, Lin Hao had activated his shield. He couldn't fathom how that was possible. Meanwhile, Lin Hao immediately cast a fireball spell. He had no intention of wasting time talking with the enemy. 908. After instantly killing the assassin, Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief. The assassin class truly lived up to its reputation as the nemesis of mages. The strike from stealth could deal 150 of attack power, and if he had been any slower to react, it would have been him getting killed. As for how he discovered the opponent, it was quite simple. Since Tianyu claimed to simulate 100, the sound of the dagger cutting through the air was naturally present. The assassin's stealth could only hide his movements, but it couldn't block out sound. If one stepped on a dry twig while moving, it would make noise. Though the sound of the dagger was very faint, Lin Hao had heard it countless times in his previous life, so he naturally wouldn't fall for it. However, if it were an ordinary player, they likely wouldn't even realize the danger before it was too late. "Stop hiding, come out." Lin Hao shouted towards a large patch of bushes ahead, but received no response. Interesting. He chuckled, and then activated his sprint. The duration of the mid-level shield spell was only 10 seconds, but the cooldown was 30 seconds. If he stayed here any longer with enough enemies, he could truly meet his end. Seeing Lin Hao suddenly run back towards the novice village without looking back, Liu Xiao, who was hiding in the bushes, panicked. He jumped out and shouted, "Surround him." As soon as he finished speaking, players emerged from all directions, completely cutting off Lin Hao's escape route. Liu Xiao laughed loudly, saying, "Tian, sure weren't you very powerful? Why are you running now?" Lin Hao frowned and asked, "Are you the president of the Tianya Guild?" "That's right." Liu Xiao nodded, and then angrily said, "I sincerely invited you to join, and not only did you refuse, you also killed my people. Do you think this matter will just end here?" Yes. The cute and adorable Meng Meng jumped out from the bushes a moment later, her face full of indignation. "You killed those too, and that's not enough, you also killed me. Liu Xiao will definitely not let you off." Lin Hao glanced around and said, "You Tianya Guild really think highly of me. To kill one mage, you've mobilized 18 people. Lin Hao's expression also grew serious. Fortunately, he hadn't acted impulsively earlier, otherwise he would have already returned to the respawn point. The Tianya Guild was not like the Quanzhan Guild, which only had warrior players. Their classes were well balanced. Mages, assassins, archers, warriors. They had them all posing a far greater threat to Lin Hao than a group of warriors. Liu Xiao smirked. "Do you think the news of the wild boss was leaked by just anyone? After killing you, the wild boss will also be ours. What do you call this? A kill 12 birds with one stone." Liu Xiao burst into laughter, feeling that his intellect overshadowed everyone else, and a sense of pride welled up within him. Meng Meng also praised Liu Xiao is amazing. The adorable Meng Meng still wanted to say something, but suddenly she noticed a massive fireball crashing down. However, she quickly calmed down, realizing that the fireball was not aimed at her. The fiery explosion targeted Liu Xiao, dealing 908 points of damage, and just as Meng Meng sighed in relief, she found herself caught in the blast. 572. 572. 572. The 6 players standing next to Liu Xiao were all affected. They were all ranged classes commonly referred to as squishy. Except for Mengming, Tianyao Wuyo, and Liu Xiao, everyone else was instantly killed. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that the Celestial Master had mastered area effect skills. They waited for the shield's effect to wear off, while the Celestial Master was waiting for them to emerge from cover. Mengming glanced at the 3 who were instantly killed. She was still in shock when she heard Liu Xiao yelling, "What are you standing there for? Heal me." "Oh, right. A healing spell was cast, and a green number appeared above her head. 284. Looking at her health, which was almost depleted, Ming Ming sighed in relief. However, Lu Xiao felt he was about to go mad. I told you to heal me. His next target is obviously me. As soon as he finished speaking, a fireball indeed crashed down as he expected. Just when he thought he was done, for Tianyao Wuyo suddenly stepped in front of him. 4,540. Tianyao Wuyo absorbed the fatal damage for Lu Xiao. Although he survived, he was still shaken. In just one encounter, 4 people had died on his side, including the vice president Tianyao Wuyo. He drew his bow and shot an arrow, dealing 423 points of damage to the shield, while hastily shouting, "The Celestial Master has no skills left, let's attack together." Hearing this, Ming Ming mustered her courage and cast a water ball spell. 252. With a crisp sound, the shield, which had a value of 1144, shattered. The excess 27 points of damage penetrated the shield and hit Lin Hao. This was the first time he had taken damage since entering the game. Seeing this, Lu Xiao was quite excited. Without that shield, the Celestial Master was just an ordinary squishy mage. He had only lost 27 health points, so his health bar shrank a little, indicating that his total health was only around 400 to 500. A single hit would shatter him. Watching the crowd encircling him, Lin Hao calmly unleashed a fireball spell, instantly killing one, and then began to take the offensive. Smack! The staff lightly tapped a swordsman player on the head. Lu Xiao was about to laugh and call it a desperate struggle when the numbers that floated out made him doubt his eyesight. 572. The swordsman player was instantly killed, and Lu Xiao exclaimed, "How is this possible? A mage dealing over 500 damage with a basic attack. This was outrageous." Even if the Celestial Master's damage was high, he would have merely thought it exaggerated, but now he believed the game was bugged. Because a basic attack with a staff counted as a physical attack. As a mage, did he really allocate all his points to strength? No. Even if he maxed out strength, it shouldn't be possible to have such high damage. Lu Xiao began to question his life, but soon something dawned on him. He knew that mages had a skill to channel mana into their staff, turning basic attacks into spell damage. But that skill was exclusive to melee mages. More importantly, when casting the skill, the staff would emit a faint blue light, while the Celestial Masters did not. So was he really using physical attacks? Lu Xiao shook his head, preferring to believe that the opponent had mastered an exceptionally unique skill rather than that a mage's attack power was higher than his. Unable to comprehend, he didn't want to think more about it. Regardless, he was going to die today. All these thoughts crossed his mind in an instant as Lu Xiao drew his bow again and his team members launched their attack. Never mind that the Celestial Master only had 400 to 500 health. Even if he had 4,000 to 5,000, he would still die. Yet to everyone's surprise, just as the attack was about to land, the Celestial Master suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind them again, instantly killing one. Just now. Could it be? A blink. Lu Xiao's eyes widened, unable to contain himself as he shouted, "What a cheater! A newbie village player has actually obtained a godly skill that even late-game players might not have." Seeing Lu Xiao so agitated, Ming Ming felt something was off. Wasn't that her starry blink? Lu Xiao, is that blink skill difficult to obtain? Lu Xiao instinctively replied, "Not just difficult. Just that one skill, if sold on the market, would have a ton of people scrambling for it. Selling for 100 or 200 million would be easy." What? Ming Ming gasped, feeling her heart ache as if it were cut. People often use the loss of 100 million to describe their losses, but she had truly lost 100 million. Seeing Ming Ming almost faint from the shock, Lu Xiao looked confused. "What's wrong? Did you overexert yourself yesterday and now can't handle it?" Ming Ming shook her head and quickly said, "Hurry. Kill that Celestial Master. I have 100 million in his hands." "Huh? What do you mean?" Lu Xiao looked puzzled while Ming Ming was about to cry from anxiety. She quickly explained, "My starry boots were dropped by him. That blink is a built-in skill of the starry boots." "What?" Lu Xiao's mouth fell open in disbelief. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ming Ming said innocently, "I didn't know that skill was so valuable, and besides, you didn't ask me." Seeing her like that, Lu Xiao felt like slapping her, but the urgent matter now was to retrieve the starry boots. Even if it wasn't a skill book, just a low-level piece of equipment, as long as it had a spatial skill, it would immediately become a rare item. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to sell it for 200 million, but selling it for 100 million shouldn't be a problem. However, he didn't lack money and naturally wouldn't sell it. While they were talking, Lin Hao did not stop his attacks. As soon as the fire explosion cooled down, he unleashed it, and with Lu Xiao's 18 people, only 7 remained now. Lu Xiao was now red with anger. After learning about the starry blink, he could no longer remain calm. He saw an archer actively chasing after the Celestial Master, shouting to his team, "Kill the Celestial Master. As long as we kill him, each of you will get 50,000 cash." Spending 300,000 to kill a Celestial Master felt very worth it. The Celestial Master had killed so many of them. The sin value would be substantial, and with good luck, he might drop something. Hearing this, the subordinates felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline. That was a sum of 5,000 yuan. Originally fearful of Lin Hao's prowess, their spirits surged under the influence of money, and one by one, they charged recklessly towards him. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they tried to go, they could not catch up with the mage in front of them, and amidst the incessant pursuit, two more fell. Rationality told them to turn back, letting the slower ones take the fall, but the thought of 5,000 yuan made them unwilling to retreat. What if they were just a step away? However, their wishful thinking ultimately led to their demise. You can't even catch my shadow, yet you still throw yourselves to your deaths. Lin Hao shook his head, glancing back at Liu Xiao, who was still relentlessly pursuing. I initially thought you had some brains, but it seems that's not the case. Using the outdoor boss to lure the target away and then encircle it is indeed a good strategy. If it were an ordinary mage, they would have been finished by now. Liu Xiao halted furious and said, enough with the nonsense. Hand over the Starshine boots, and we can forget this matter. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to respond, thinking a few threats would make him give up the Starshine boots was simply a dream. He casually cast a fire blast, and the moment the skill was unleashed, flames erupted. Instant cast skills are just that satisfying with no casting delay whatsoever. 908. 4,540. Next to him, the cute Mo didn't even have time to cast a healing spell before Liu Xiao was obliterated. Not only that, but she also took splash damage indicated by a 572 above her head. Stop! Don't kill me. Seeing that she was the only one left in the Tianya Guild, Mo immediately put on a pitiful expression. Master, as long as you return the Starshine boots to me, I'll be your girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt a strong wave of discomfort surge within him. Sorry, you're not worthy. Also, don't add brother to my nickname. It makes me feel a bit nauseous. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao struck her with his staff. 2,860. His normal attack damage was considerable, but Lin Hao rarely used it. This was because a mage's attack speed is too slow, and after swinging the staff, there is a slight moment of stiffness. In the time it took him to swing his staff, a warrior could deliver 2 strikes, and an assassin could stab him 4 times. Only a blink could ignore the stiffness, otherwise normal attacks are usually a hindrance. After defeating all the members of the Tianya Guild, Lin Hao obtained 3 pieces of equipment, 2 of which were just basic items. The last one dropped from Mo, but this time it was just a very ordinary green item. Azure Ring Quality Green Equipment Level 7 Class Requirement. Mage Effect restores 10 mana per second. It was a rather ordinary piece of equipment, but it still had some utility. Lin Hao equipped it casually, and then began making his way toward the giant rabbit boss. It took nearly 3 minutes to kill the members of the Tianya Guild, and by the time he reached the boss, its health was still at 99. He couldn't help but marvel at how strong this generation of players was. In just 3 minutes, they managed to chip off a bit of health. One of the warrior players exclaimed in frustration, "Is this boss for real? In just 3 minutes it healed 3 times. What is this, a joke?" Yeah, it's outrageous. Other bosses could be whittled down with enough players, but this guy's healing is greater than all our combined damage. Is there a big shot around? Someone come take it down. Just watching it munch on a carrot gives me a headache. Many players were already losing their resolve. The giant rabbit boss used a healing skill every minute, and even when their total output was combined, they could only deal 18 damage in a minute. It was utterly futile. Just then, everyone suddenly saw 2 bursts of triple-digit damage. 908. 908. Amidst a sea of damage numbers in the tens, these 2 908s stood out brilliantly. Damn, a master has arrived. Curious, everyone turned to look behind them, and someone immediately recognized Lin Hao. Master. So it was the damage dealt by the master. The master is amazing. This kind of damage would scare even the fiercest warriors. Isn't that normal? The master has single-handedly taken down those players twice. If he weren't strong, how could he do that? Listening to the discussions, Lin Hao was a bit surprised. I didn't expect to be so popular in the novice village. Looks like my reputation isn't too bad. Lin Hao nodded at the players, expressing goodwill, and then began outputting damage again. A series of 908 damage numbers left everyone in awe. The damage they had dealt in 3 minutes didn't even match the damage Lin Hao casually dished out with a few skills. The disparity was disheartening. With the front line absorbing damage, Lin Hao no longer bothered to maneuver and stood still to output damage. In less than 10 seconds, the 100 health boss was completely slain by him. In the end, he even dealt an exaggerated damage of 4,540, causing people to wonder if they were really playing the same game. Ding, you have killed the level 8 giant rabbit, gaining 800 experience points. Ding, the war god talent is activated. You have absorbed the giant rabbit's primal power, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. Ding, you are the first player in Novice Village No. 10086 to kill the giant rabbit. You will receive an opportunity for a village-wide announcement. Would you like to hide your name? No. Still, as always, hiding was not his style. Village-wide announcement: congratulations to Player Master for completing the first kill of the giant rabbit, rewarded with 500 experience points and 5 gold coins. Hope all players keep up the good work. Village-wide announcement: congratulations to Player Master for completing the first kill of the giant rabbit, rewarded with 500 experience points and 5 gold coins. Hope all players keep up the good work. The rewards could be said to have been halved, but this was within Lin Hao's expectations. The Wolf King boss was a hidden boss and no one had ever defeated it before him, so this was the true first kill. As for the outdoor giant rabbit boss, he had merely completed the first kill for Novice Village No. 10086, so it was natural that the rewards would not be as generous. But even so, 5000 experience points were quite generous. He had just leveled up to 8 not long ago, and he only needed another 200 experience to reach level 9. After leveling up to 10, he would be able to equip the Legend Staff, and his overall strength would improve significantly. The items dropped by the giant rabbit boss were all level 8 blue gear, with no sign of red gear. A total of 5 items dropped, 4 of which were unusable, and only the last one had a bit of utility. Fluffy Feather Boots, quality blue equipment, level 8 class requirement, none. Detailed effect increases the wearer's movement speed by 10, and when taking damage, speed increases by an additional 20. As shoes, they were acceptable, but to replace the Starshine boots for such a minor speed increase was out of the question. Moreover, if he wasn't taking damage, that 10 speed increase wouldn't even be faster than the Starshine boots. Stowing all the equipment into the system backpack, Lin Hao departed from the plane. The remaining casual players dared not approach him. The reputation of a person is like the shadow of a tree. Before embarking on a robbery, a casual player must first consider whether they can win, and secondly, how to deal with retaliation. After weighing the pros and cons, everyone understood that offending a significant figure for the equipment dropped by an 8th level boss was truly a case of losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. After defeating the BOSS, Lin Hao returned to the Novice Village while browsing the forum. A thread had gained so much traction that it overshadowed the annihilation of his guild. Xiao Rufin, the president of the AO Long Guild, was defeated by the Japanese player Arai Masato. Lin Hao glanced at the general content. He naturally knew about Xiao Rufin, who was considered one of the pinnacle powers in Xia country. Having recently conquered a level 90 dungeon and claimed the title of the fastest clear in the world, his strength was evident. It was unexpected that he would lose to a player from Japan today. The comments below the post were somewhat bleak. I didn't expect it. Fan Shin actually lost. Arai Masato from Japan indeed has some skills. The assassin class is truly exaggerated. Even the paladin is no match for him. That can't be the whole story. Each class has its strengths, and the assassin is clearly better at unknown combat, so it's understandable that he lost. Come on, you all should stop belittling him. The arena match is a best-of-3 format. That must have been a deliberate loss by Fan Shin to mislead his opponent. I hope so. But Fan Shin used all of Paladin's exclusive skills and still couldn't deal with the opponent. The comments below were mostly negative, while Lin Hao was curious why the Paladin couldn't defeat the assassin. Naturally, there are mutual restraining relationships between professions, but under normal circumstances, the Paladin should be able to counter the assassin, unless the opponent mastered a core skill that could defy destiny. Lin Hao opened the webpage and began to search. The video's popularity was high, making it easy to find. Soon, he located the recording of the arena match. The video's total length was only 3 minutes. In the first 2 minutes and 50 seconds, the two fought back and forth, showcasing legendary skills, neither being able to gain the upper hand. However, in the last 10 seconds, the assassin suddenly unleashed a burst of power, eliminating the full health paladin in an instant. It should be noted that Xiao Rufin's paladin, while primarily focused on attack, also had 180 HP, and his physical and magical defenses were extraordinarily high, yet he was still taken down in one combo. Indeed, he mastered the core skill. The assassin class might be unfamiliar to others, but Lin Hao frequently dealt with it. Arai Masato had learned the assassin's most essential legendary skill, King of Shadows. The skill's description was that only an assassin who mastered this skill could truly be called the ruler of darkness. The introduction was short, yet domineering, and its skill effects were indeed worthy of the title ruler. When activated, King of Shadows causes the player to immediately enter an incorporeal state in which all damage is ignored before launching an attack, and they cannot be targeted. Unlike the assassin's stealth, this is true invincibility lasting a full 10 seconds, and this is merely the first effect. The second effect allows the player to lock onto a target while in the incorporeal state, and attacks against the locked target ignore all defenses, allowing the attack to penetrate shields. The duration is also 10 seconds. This means that for 10 seconds, the paladin's defenses are completely nullified. This assassin can be said to be a natural enemy of mage-type characters. The final third effect is what allowed him to kill the paladin in a short time. The general effect is that when attacking it adds a nightmare effect to the weapon in hand, dealing an additional 100 true damage with each strike. Each of these three effects is incredibly explosive, no wonder Xiao Rufin lost. From this video, it was clear that this Japanese player had a deep understanding of the Paladin and had countered all of Xiao Rufin's skills. This was a premeditated match. It is likely that the opponent initiated the challenge as soon as he acquired King of Shadows. Xiao Rufin's strength was not weak either. Even without the core skills of the Paladin, he still withstood 9 seconds of explosive damage, but unfortunately fell at the end. But this means that if he had a bit more HP and could withstand for another second, victory would have been his. However, at their level, it is extremely difficult to increase even a little HP. If they have no counter strategy, they will likely lose the next match. In the AO Long Guild, a man clad in a full set of legendary equipment bore a solemn expression. I miscalculated. I didn't expect that guy from Japan to master the assassin's core skill. Xiao Rufin felt a bit of a headache. The invincibility time of King of Shadows is simply too long, lasting a full 10 seconds, although he also has an invincibility skill that lasts, at most, 3 seconds. Though the effects of legendary skills are incredibly powerful, the drawback is their long cooldown time. During a battle, one can only use it once at most, and each use reduces the number available. Moreover, while King of Shadows ensures his survival, it also imposes a great psychological pressure, as he must always be wary of sudden attacks. A nearby girl nicknamed Bai Mu Shui expressed some guilt. "I'm sorry, brother fan, I still haven't found a counter strategy. There are many skills for recovering HP, but if limited to physical classes, then they don't meet the requirements." Xiao Rufin shook his head. "You can't blame yourself. If the skills were that easy to acquire, I would have gotten them long ago." "Sai, if only we had known, we shouldn't have agreed to this match," said the shield warrior beside him with some helplessness. "If we lose this arena match, I can already imagine how jubilant that group from Japan will be. If you can think of it, do you think brother fan wouldn't?" Bai Mu Shui shot him a glance. Currently, there are only 3 level 90 players in the world, and the first 2 have already competed. If brother fan does not accept the challenge, how is that different from surrendering? Schwer is right. I can only accept this challenge. If I avoid the battle, they will only become more jubilant. Xiao Rufin sighed. "I originally thought that mastering Heavenly Barrier would allow me to easily defeat the assassin, but I didn't expect to be caught off guard. The Apocalypse Barrier is a legendary passive skill, unique to the Apocalypse Knights. It automatically activates when the player's health falls below 50. It creates a shield equivalent to the player's maximum health. While the shield exists, each attack dealt will restore the shield's value. The shield lasts for 30 seconds. If it is not broken after 30 seconds, the remaining shield value will be used to restore health. It is a remarkably powerful skill, as long as the attack and health are sufficiently high, one can keep striking endlessly. Xiao Rufin's proficiency as an Apocalypse Knight is undoubtedly high, but the issue is that the Shadow King of the Assassins penetrated the shield and eliminated him in less than 30 seconds. He previously thought that the 30-second duration of the shield was a bit short and wished it could be extended, but now he hoped it could be shortened, ideally, to just 3 seconds. With that, he would have 100% certainty of taking down that assassin, but unfortunately, it was just a thought. Bai Mu Shui suggested, "Brother fan, how about I cast Time Reversal on you?" Time Reversal is an exceptionally powerful life-saving skill. When applied to a target, it preserves their current state, and upon death, time and space are immediately reversed to that moment. After triggering Time Reversal, a powerful enhancement occurs, reducing damage taken by 50 for 30 seconds. As long as it is used discreetly in the arena, winning would be nearly impossible. "No way," Xiao Rufin resolutely replied without a second thought. If cheating were discovered, the consequences would be far more severe than losing the arena match. Everyone is not foolish. It's impossible to conceal who is in the opposing guild and what skills they possess. Bai Mu Shui knew this was a bad idea, but she couldn't think of any alternatives. Just when everyone was feeling a bit overwhelmed, a man nicknamed I and the Brave King walked straight in. "President, I've had people scour all major markets searching for everyone I could find, but I still couldn't find a suitable skill." Upon hearing this, the already troubled group felt even more distressed. The wager for this arena match is a piece of legendary equipment. Equipment can be replaced if lost, but Xiao Rufin absolutely does not want to lose to that guy from the island nation. But now he truly couldn't find a solution. There were only 10 minutes left until the next match. After closing the video, Lin Hao glanced at the Super Healing skill book in his backpack. Passive skill book, Super Healing quality, red class requirement none. All classes can learn effect. When health drops below 50, instantly restore 20 of health with a minimum recovery of 2,000 points. This effect refreshes every 10 seconds. If I give this skill to Xiao Rufin, he should be able to win the match, right? Of course I will give it, but giving it for free is unrealistic. Thinking about this, Lin Hao opened his attribute panel. Nickname Celestial Master Class Furious, Mage Master Level 8 Current Experience 6000 8000. HP 400 MP 400 200 0672, Strength 9080, Constitution 7 Spirit 10 Agility 6 Attack 340 God of War Passive 200 Defense 14. Even without any equipment, his attack power has already reached 540 points. If we add the attack provided by equipment, his total attack has now soared to 672 points. However, correspondingly, his defense and health are a bit too low, which is a shortcoming of all mage classes. In the early stages, it wasn't obvious since everyone was the same. But as the game progresses, everyone's damage increases, and the shield provided by the intermediate barrier spell becomes insufficient. In fact, during the battle against the Tianya Guild, he had already shown signs of fatigue. After all, this was ultimately just a green skill at level 1. In the game of Tianyu, the main way to upgrade skills is by feeding them the same skill books. However, mage skill books are extremely sought after. One can't even find white skill books in the auction house, let alone green ones. As the largest guild in Xia Country, Aolong Guild's members surely have powerful skill books. He simply does not believe they wouldn't. Passive skill book Super Healing, although it is a red skill, in terms of value, no ordinary legendary skill can compare with it. I can exchange it for a mage's legendary skill. That shouldn't be unreasonable. Considering the current unique situation, even exchanging for 2 legendary skills isn't impossible. But this would mean taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, it would be in the middle of a battle between the top guild of Xia Country and the island nation. He certainly wouldn't do such a thing. If he did, he would be severely criticized. Lin Hao began to recall the legendary skills of mages, hoping to find one that would be most beneficial to him right now. What I currently lack is not the ability to deal damage, but rather a means of survival. Otherwise, if I encounter a few high-damage assassins, the intermediate barrier spell won't be able to hold up. With this in mind, Lin Hao began to filter through the options. After spending 5 minutes, he listed about 10 legendary skills that could enhance his survivability. Damage transfer, dimensional space-time reversal. Each of these skills is terrifyingly powerful. Now it depends on which ones they possess. Lin Hao felt joyous. The first legendary skill was about to be in his hands. However, he quickly realized a problem. How do I contact Aolong Guild? As the largest guild in Xia Country, there must be countless people sending spam messages every day trying to harass them. It would be impossible to reach out through normal means. After taking off his helmet, Lin Hao rubbed his neck. No wonder a helmet costing 1,000 yuan needs a massage function. After just a few hours of playing, I feel like my neck is stiff. After a quick complaint, Lin Hao picked up his phone and began to search for friends. All functions on the phone can be synced in Tianyu, but since this was his first time logging into the game today, he hadn't linked it yet and could only operate offline. I remember Ayong mentioned that he joined Aolong Guild. That guy even specifically posted about it on his social media. With this in mind, Lin Hao edited a message to send. Ayong, do you have the contact information for the leader of Aolong Guild? Aolong Guild's membership has long surpassed 1,000, with 9 major branches, each containing 1,000 members. Lin Hao does not believe Lu Yong could have Xia Rufin's contact information. However, this time he waited and waited, but did not receive a reply from Lu Yong. Could he be dealing with something and not notice? Lin Hao pondered for a moment, then dialed the phone. On the other side, the members of the Aolong Guild were still racking their brains to come up with a countermeasure when a notification sound broke the silence. Seeing everyone looking at him, the brave king smiled apologetically and was about to hang up the call when I noticed the contact name, prompting me to answer it immediately. How I'm currently in a meeting. If you have something to say, do it quickly. Seeing the urgency in the other person's tone, Lin Hao nodded and asked straightforwardly, do you have the contact information for the leader of the Aolong Guild? Sure, I'll send it to you in a moment. Lu Yong was always so straightforward in his actions without questioning Lin Hao's intentions. After all, if my brother needed it, he would provide it. That's simple. However, Lin Hao was a bit anxious at this moment, saying, if you wait any longer, it will be too late. Your guild leader's next match should be starting soon, and I have something he needs. What is it? Lu Yong instinctively asked. A skill book, Super Healing. What? Lu Yong couldn't help but exclaim, his sudden loud voice startling everyone. They didn't know the contents of the communication, but they were curious about what could cause such surprise. No, it seemed like there was also an element of joy in his surprise. How is what you said true? Lu Yong, suspecting he misheard, hurriedly asked, are you sure you have a skill book called Super Healing? Upon hearing this, everyone present straightened up. Super Healing. This was the divine skill of a tank class. Xia Rufin's health reached 18,000 higher than most tanks. If he obtained Super Healing, defeating assassins would be a piece of cake. Everyone's hearts raced, and even Xia Rufin turned to look over. Fortunately, Lin Hao's reply did not disappoint them. Yes, I indeed obtained a skill book called Super Healing. Lin Hao sighed. If I didn't say the full name, would you think I can't read? With a confirmed answer, Lu Yong completely relaxed and smiled. I was just worried you might confuse super healing with super recovery. Though there's only one character difference, the effects are worlds apart. Indeed, the difference was significant. Super recovery was a blue active skill, while super healing was a red passive skill. The value of the two was like heaven and earth. At that moment, Xia Rufin interjected. Yong, tell your friend that as long as he's willing to sell super healing to the AO Long Guild, all conditions are negotiable. Lu Yong nodded. Although he was very curious about how Lin Hao obtained such a rare skill, this was clearly not the time to ask. How our guild leader said that if you're willing to sell super healing to the AO Long Guild, feel free to propose any conditions. After saying this, he deliberately lowered his voice. How make your terms a bit higher, trading for a legendary skill is completely fine. He was somewhat worried that Lin Hao might not understand the value of this skill book and might casually exchange it for another red skill book, which would be a huge loss. Even though they were both skill books and both read, the difference between skills was greater than that between humans and dogs. Xia Rufin was left speechless, thinking, did he really think I wouldn't hear him? Am I the kind of person who likes to take advantage of small benefits? On the other end of the line, Lin Hao replied, I chose the mage profession, so I only want mage skills. Damage transfer, dimensional space-time reversal. Any one of these would work. Lin Hao listed over 10 names of legendary skills, while Lu Yong listened in confusion. He had been in the celestial domain for 2 years, yet he hadn't even heard of many of these skills. The only one he knew, time reversal, had already been learned by Bei Muxiue from the guild. How it seems we don't have any of those skills you mentioned. None. Lin Hao felt a bit troubled. After all, the celestial domain was not the realm of gods and demons, and some skills might have different names here. What legendary mage skills do you have? Lin Hao changed the subject. Just then Xia Rufin chimed in. I can answer that question. He might not know the specifics. In our AO Long Guild, there are currently 3 legendary skills related to the mage profession that haven't been learned by anyone yet. However, the skills you just mentioned are all survival related, while our 3 are damage oriented, so they may not meet your criteria. But I can guarantee that as soon as we obtain skills in the future, I will inform someone to deliver them to you. They are all damage oriented skills. Lin Hao sighed. What he lacked most right now was damage. Just as he was about to agree to help Xia Rufin, he suddenly thought of another skill. Do you have a red passive skill book for mana barrier? Mana barrier. Xia Rufin pondered for a moment and then opened the guild's warehouse. After checking, he replied, yes, I do have one here. You really have one? He had just asked casually and didn't expect them to actually have it. Mana barrier may be a red skill, but to him it was more important than those legendary skills. Moreover, its acquisition difficulty was higher than that of ordinary legendary skills, as it could only drop from specific monsters with a minuscule probability. Are you sure you want this? Xia Rufin's expression was somewhat puzzled. This skill could be considered extremely mediocre. Mana barrier quality red profession requirement mage effect. This skill is a permanent passive. After learning it, all damage taken by the player will be absorbed by their mana. Before the mana is depleted, the player will not take any damage. Note, every 1 point of mana can absorb 2 points of damage. This skill seems impressive, but for 99 of players it results in a negative enhancement. Take their guild's top mage Bei Muxiue for example. Her level had already reached 86, and she wore mostly legendary gear, yet her mana was barely over 500. If she learned mana barrier, she could absorb 100 points of damage, which sounds great in the early game. However, in the late game, 100 damage could easily be dealt by just a couple of skills. Moreover, once a mage's mana is exhausted, they can't cast any skills and are left to await their demise. In most cases, a mage's mana is always more crucial than their health. If health runs out, healing spells can restore it, but if mana runs out, it becomes a problem. This skill is completely sacrificing the essential for the trivial. Lin Hao had a rough idea of the other party's thoughts, but he naturally wouldn't reveal his cards. That's right, President Xia, he'll take this one. Xia Rufin nodded. It can be done, but I don't want to take advantage of you in this trade, as this skill has a significant drawback. It has an extremely high mana requirement, so high that it's outrageous. In the late game, you need at least 100 mana to ensure your survival, while still having enough mana to cast skills. Xia Rufin did not know the level of the person he was conversing with, so he tried to explain in a way that even a novice could understand. You might not know what a mana value of 100 means. Let me put it this way, currently the mage with the highest mana has less than 600, and their level has already reached 89, leaving very little room for improvement. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised that Xia Rufin would care so much for someone he had never met. Once the transaction was completed, his life and death were actually of no concern to the other party. Willing to explain the pros and cons to a stranger indicates that the other party is indeed of good character, and perhaps they could continue trading in the future, becoming long-term partners. These thoughts flashed through Lin Hao's mind in an instant, and he affirmed, it doesn't matter, I want this one. Alright, Xiao Rufin decisively nodded. In Xiao Rufin's eyes, Lin Hao was not a fool, so he must have some special abilities, very likely a unique hidden class. Thinking of this, Xiao Rufin felt that he could win over Lin Hao. Even if it failed, there would be no loss. Our transaction is complete, but our guild has 3 legendary skills. If you are willing to join the AO Long Guild, I can let you choose any one of them. Before Lin Hao could speak, Lu Yong exclaimed excitedly, "How, what are you waiting for? This is a great opportunity. The president personally invited you to join. When I joined the AO Long Guild, I had to beg for it. Not to mention getting a legendary skill, I didn't even receive a basic skill." The guild members all shot him a glare. "If you can't keep quiet, then just don't say anything, as if our guild is stingy." The AO Long Guild always matched its strength with appropriate treatment. Now that Lu Yong had become powerful, didn't he have everything he deserved? But didn't this imply that in the president's eyes this stranger was very strong? Yet hadn't they never even met? How could this be determined? If it was just out of respect for Lu Yong that he was given this opportunity, that was absolutely impossible, because even many branch guild presidents had not received legendary skills, only saying waste. Just when everyone was feeling incredulous, they were even more shocked when Lin Hao actually refused. "Thank you, President Xiao, but I'm used to being alone. I just want to be a lone wolf." Lu Yong was dumbfounded upon hearing this. "Wait, how are you serious?" The others were also shocked, but since the two parties didn't know each other at all, out of basic politeness, they swallowed their words that were on the tip of their tongues. However, from their expressions, it was clear that they were somewhat dissatisfied. Wasn't this guy a bit too arrogant, looking down on the AO Long Guild? Xiao Rufin, on the other hand, maintained his calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated this. Lin Hao's refusal not only did not affect him, but instead strengthened his belief that this person he was conversing with was definitely a master. Only someone like that could resist the temptation of a legendary skill. Even if such a person was not strong now, they would undoubtedly rise in the future. I respect your thoughts. While joining the guild is great, it indeed adds some constraints. This transaction is technically an exchange between 2 red passive skill books, but for me the super healing has significant value, especially at this crucial moment. So I owe you a favor this time. If you ever need help in the future, I can lend a hand once. After the two exchanged a few more words, they ended the communication. President Xia, you're truly straightforward. The super healing holds great value for him, but the mana barrier is of even greater value to me. Lin Hao originally thought that the president of a guild starting with AO Long would likely be very proud. Although he indeed had the capital to be proud, he did not expect the other party to be so amicable. He put on his helmet and entered the Tianyu. 2 requests appeared in his friend list, one from I Am the Brave King, and the other from Long Ao Kun Xiong. Long Ao Kun Xiong was Xiao Rufin's game nickname, and Lin Hao felt it didn't quite match his personality. After adding the 2 as friends, the system notification immediately sounded. Ding Ao Shur Kun Xiong has used a Forbidden Zone trade scroll on you. The transaction between you and the AO Long Guild will break through the limitations of the Novice Village, allowing free trading, gifting, etc., with a limit of 3 items. The transaction with Xiao Rufin went very smoothly. The two did not engage in excessive small talk and fell silent after exchanging items. In another chat window, messages were bombarding him. How, when did you start playing Tianyu? How did you get super healing? What level are you now? One question after another made Lin Hao a bit headache. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother responding. But facing Lu Yong, he still replied readily, I just started playing today and happened to get super healing while fighting an elite monster just under level 10. Wow, brother, your luck is incredible. Lu Yong exclaimed in surprise. In the past 2 years, I've farmed no less than 100 elite monsters and haven't even seen a red skill book drop, let alone a passive skill. It's just luck. Lin Hao shook his head and then asked, you didn't come to chat with me just to ask this, right? I guess you want me to join the AO Long Guild. He is expected of you. You guessed it right away. Lu Yong smiled honestly and continued, the influence of the AO Long Guild is much greater than you can imagine. Joining here really won't be a loss. Lin Hao shook his head. I've naturally heard of the reputation of the #1 guild in Xia country, but I still prefer to be a lone wolf. With my SS-level talent, SS-level profession, and the valuable experience from my past life, I can rise on my own. Why should I be subordinate to others? In his previous life, he did not have such a high starting point and had risen alone. In this life, he certainly could not be constrained by others. Well, okay then. Lu Yong sighed, knowing Lin Hao's temperament and understanding that further persuasion would be futile. You said you're a mage. I happen to have a green skill book on me, so take it and use it for now. While speaking, he gifted the skill book. Lin Hao accepted it without hesitation. Intermediate barrier technique. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised this was actually a skill he already had. Not bad. This way, the intermediate barrier technique could be upgraded to level 2. The AO Long Guild's warehouse should still have quite a few mage skill books. While they might not have high-level ones, there should be some blue or lower-level skills. However, he did not express the intention to ask Lu Yong to exchange them for him, as that was unrealistic. The skill books in the guild warehouse were obtained by all guild members, and even the president had no right to move them. If a president handled another member's loot without consent, such a guild would be doomed, let alone aspire to grow stronger. Dream on. Xiao Rufin took out the skill book for mana barrier. He must have paid a price privately for it. Whether the other party wanted it was one thing, but whether he would give it was another. The guild warehouse is essentially equivalent to a small trading market, except that the transactions no longer involve money, but rather bartering. Although Lu Yong's intermediate barrier technique was of no use to him, he could exchange it for skills that he could use, which was another benefit of the guild. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's mind began to race. It seems that in the future I can exchange any skills I don't need through Lu Yong in the AO Long Guild. This is definitely much easier than running around collecting them myself. After closing the communication panel, Lin Hao used the skill book for the intermediate barrier technique. The originally level 1 intermediate barrier technique instantly upgraded to level 2, becoming significantly more powerful. Intermediate barrier technique LV2, able to create a shield with a value 3 times the attack power, lasting for 15 seconds. The attack power increased from 2 times to now 3 times, and the duration also extended from the original 10 seconds to now 15 seconds. Lin Hao was somewhat satisfied with this effect, but he still felt a bit concerned about his survival ability. Thus, he took out the skill book for the recently acquired mana barrier. To others, this skill seemed useless, even a negative enhancement, but to Lin Hao it was stronger than legendary skills. 1 point of mana can negate 2 points of damage, and the initial mana of the Fury Mage is already 2,000 points more than other professions. Not only that, but it can also increase the maximum mana based on attack power, and combined with the War God's talent that boosts attack, it's simply unbeatable. At this moment, Lin Hao's level was only 8, but his mana had already reached 3,072 points. After learning the mana barrier, he could negate 6,144 points of damage. Lin Hao almost couldn't help but smirk. I just want to ask, which profession can have 6,000 health at level 8? Even tanks would call me a cheat. If he remembered correctly, the giant rabbit boss they fought earlier seemed to have only 100 health, right? Back then, Lin Hao was just a fragile character, and in a split second, he surpassed even the strongest. Indeed, there is no such thing as the most useless skill in this world. As long as it is used in the right context, it becomes a divine technique. Lin Hao felt a bit emotional. If he encountered that group from the Tianya Guild now, he could stand and fight. In the Tianyu realm, the effects of physical and magical lifesteal attributes are extremely difficult to obtain, but the effect of recovering mana from dealing damage. Well, actually, it's not easy to obtain, but he truly had won. That was the legendary staff he acquired from defeating the Wolf King boss. Effect 2 of the legendary staff: every attack can restore the user's mana at a rate of 10 of the damage dealt. Before, he thought this effect was optional since he never lacked mana, but now he only had one thought. It's truly amazing. Located outside a dungeon cell in the novice village, Lin Hao looked at the cobweb-covered wooden door and murmured, "Next, I should see what secrets lie here." In his past life, he had read posts about the dungeon cells in the novice village. Despite the shabby appearance of this wooden door, seemingly ready to collapse at a touch, it actually had incredibly strong seals. The process of unlocking the seals is extremely complicated, but fortunately the post detailed how to open them. The poster only spent 7 days and nights grinding and easily unlocked it without dying. Unfortunately, Lin Hao had no idea what was locked inside, as the poster never updated again after unlocking the seals, and it was unknown if they had died. Naturally, he didn't need to go through such trouble. It wasn't that he couldn't grind, but that teleportation was far more cost-effective. The cheating aspect of the spatial displacement skill was vividly demonstrated here. With just a thought, Lin Hao accomplished what others would take 7 days and nights to finish. The light in the cell was very dim, or rather there was no light at all. After all, this was underground. What awaited him ahead, Lin Hao did not know, but this cell was actually larger than he had imagined. After walking for a while, Lin Hao finally discovered a light source. At the end of the cell's wall, a man dressed in a splendid priest robe was shackled, his unkempt hair falling over his face. Surrounding him were 7 burning candles. Even though there was no wind in the cell, the flames of the candles flickered incessantly. The dim and bright light created a chilling atmosphere. If this weren't a game, Lin Hao would definitely have run away on the spot. What a terrifyingly realistic design for a game. If someone had a heart condition, they might just keel over. Lin Hao muttered softly while the man ahead seemed to sense the movement and slowly raised his head. Though the man was disheveled, his features were quite refined. He certainly didn't look like someone who would be locked in an underground cell. Seeing Lin Hao, the man's expression turned somewhat excited, but after seemingly not speaking for a long time, his voice came out hoarse. "It has been 2,000 years. Finally, I see a living person." Lin Hao felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this voice. The reason this guy is locked here couldn't possibly be because he eats people, right? "Little one, don't be afraid. I won't harm you." The man revealed a gentle smile, but soon he noticed something was amiss. These 7 candles haven't been extinguished, which means the seal outside hasn't been broken. How did you get in? Lin Hao had no intention of hiding anything from an NPC and directly replied, I mastered the skill of spatial displacement. What? The man's expression became one of great surprise. In this place of exile, there's actually someone who can obtain the skill of spatial displacement. Place of exile. So it turns out the novice village is referred to as that by the NPCs. After the surprise, the man said, since you can enter here, it means we are fated. Little one, are you willing to release me? Ding, the Abyssal High Priest has issued you a quest, unlock the final seal, and release the Abyssal High Priest. Reward. This guy is actually the Abyssal High Priest. In Tianyu, there are only 2 major powers, the Radiant Church and the Abyssal Church. One represents light, while the other represents evil. All other powers are insignificant compared to these 2. In his past life, Lin Hao had gone through many hardships before finally joining the Radiant Church, acquiring a full set of legendary equipment and skills. The game Tianyu is extremely free, but it does have a main storyline, and the factions are the main storyline. Moreover, the super rare equipment and skills in the game can often only be obtained through the main storyline. It can be said that the power a player encounters largely determines their potential. This Abyssal High Priest in front of him is not only a figure from the Abyssal Church, but also its second-in-command. I didn't expect to encounter the greatest power of the evil faction right in the novice village. Lin Hao was quite elated. This opportunity was even more important than obtaining the mana barrier, saving him countless detours later. Indeed, in this life, he had no intention of joining the Radiant Church. Although those people were called the Radiant Church, their actions were far from light. That is not the key. The key is that his current profession is Fury Mage, which is inherently closer to the evil faction. Because the Fury Mage can learn the forbidden arts prohibited by the Radiant Church, once he learns these forbidden arts, he will automatically become the enemy of the Radiant Church. Either way, he had to choose one of the 2 factions, and regardless of which he chose, he would offend the other, so of course, he would learn the forbidden arts. Not to mention that the Abyssal High Priest was right in front of him. Lin Hao was about to accept the task, when suddenly the system popped up a warning. 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 You are approaching the abyss, and this choice will have a significant impact on the future. Please choose carefully. The warning sound rang 3 times in a row, leaving Lin Hao puzzled. When he joined the Church of Light, the system did not provide such a warning. Many players had joined the Abyss Church before, and he had not heard them mention this matter. This is really strange. Lin Hao shook his head, not thinking too much about it. After all, he was playing in the Tianyu, not in the world of gods and demons from his past life. It's quite normal for there to be some differences. Ignoring the risks, he continued to confirm. The system's warning sound finally stopped, and the Abyss High Priest burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Little one, you have made a very correct choice. Since you are willing to help me, you will be one of us from now on. The Abyss High Priest suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils had become blood red. Ding, the Abyss High Priest has bestowed upon you the eternal blessing, significantly increasing your agility attribute by 100. Lin Hao was stunned by such an exaggerated increase. His agility, originally at 6, instantly soared to 106. Even an 8th level assassin would have a hard time touching the hem of his clothes while using a speed-enhancing skill in stealth. What was once a weakness in speed had now become a major strength. Agility is not only related to movement speed, but also to attack speed, meaning his staff could be swung faster than the assassin's dagger. If I say I'm not cheating now, would anyone believe me? Lin Hao was very pleased. The Abyss High Priest was truly generous. Unlike the people from the Church of Light, the things they give when you first join are something even dogs would disdain. Joining the Church of Light, the old man there would give them holy water, which seemed to have been diluted many times. You had to drink a whole large jar just to gain 10 points of random attributes. Truly, there is no harm without comparison. No wonder the system warned me 3 times just now not to approach the Abyss High Priest. It turns out it would disrupt the game balance. With 100 points in agility, it's quite impressive in the later stages, but during the early stages, it's already akin to cheating. Lin Hao thought the surprises would end here, but unexpectedly the Abyss High Priest granted him another skill. As a member of my Abyss Church, how can you not know forbidden techniques? Ding, the Abyss High Priest is imparting to you the forbidden technique taunt. Do you accept? Accept, Lin Hao replied without hesitation. Ding, you have mastered the forbidden technique taunt. When casting this forbidden technique, if there are members of the Church of Light nearby, they will immediately attack you. Please be careful. Taunt. Lin Hao was somewhat puzzled. Isn't this just an ordinary skill? How did it become a forbidden technique? Lin Hao opened the skill information, wanting to see how this taunt differed from what he knew and why it was banned by the Church of Light. Forbidden technique taunt. Quality special skill, a forbidden technique strictly prohibited from learning by the Church of Light. Job requirements level or above magic type hidden class that has joined the Abyss Church. Effect applies taunt on any target, causing another target to attack immediately, lasting for 10 seconds. All creatures in the field will prioritize attacking the target with taunt when launching an attack, and the caster will not be affected. At first glance this skill seems rather ordinary, but upon a second look Lin Hao was astonished. This is a divine skill. A normal taunt skill can only be applied to oneself like the taunt skill of a shield warrior or that of a fighter. But this taunt can be applied to other targets which greatly enhances its usability. For example, he could casually toss a taunt at someone he didn't like while everyone was attacking the BOSS, then redirect the target to the boss. For the next 10 seconds, that boss would attack that unfortunate soul. But the real power of taunt lies in its ability to sow discord. The Abyss High Priest thought Lin Hao had not grasped the clever use of this skill and explained, "Do not underestimate this skill. There is a significant reason it is classified as a forbidden technique by the Church of Light." Once there were two factions whose leaders were at odds, but due to interest they ultimately formed an alliance, yet neither trusted the other and were wary of each other. At that moment someone tossed a taunt and the scene. TSK. The Abyss High Priest seemed to reminisce about that comical past and smiled nostalgically. In short, while other spells may have been classified as forbidden for unjust reasons, this skill is definitely not one of them. It has been 2,000 years since that great war, and aside from me no one else should have mastered this forbidden technique. No, wait. Now there is one more you. Lin Hao gratefully said, "Thank you, High Priest. I will definitely rescue you." Ding main task updated: rescue the Abyss High Priest. Introduction: since his defeat, the Abyss High Priest has been sealed in the exiled land for a full 2,000 years. Even with his high strength, he could not break the seal from the inside, but today it seems the situation has turned a corner. After accepting the task, Lin Hao was about to leave when he was suddenly called back by the Abyss High Priest. "Little one, don't be in a hurry, I still have something to give you." "There's even more?" Lin Hao was astonished. He hadn't done anything yet, and had already received so many benefits he felt a bit embarrassed. Who would have thought that the things the priest wanted to give were still not finished? This was no longer just the Abyss High Priest, but rather a long-lost relative. The Abyss High Priest, unaware of Lin Hao's thoughts, continued in a somewhat hoarse voice. "The last seal that confines me is difficult to break even with your strength from the outside. Now I will assist you once more. Ding, the Abyss High Priest is granting you a special scroll, Sudden Burst. This scroll is exclusive to the higher-ups of the Abyss Church. Do you wish to accept it?" Accept? Of course he would take it. A special scroll exclusive to the upper echelons must have explosive effects. There's no reason not to take it. Scroll on-the-spot burst. Quality special item exclusive to the Abyss Church's upper echelon. The only way to obtain, given by NPC usage ×1. Effect: temporarily elevate a red or lower skill to the maximum level. When this skill deals damage, it will increase the damage by 200, lasting for 10 seconds. A simple sentence, yet it holds immense lethality for Lin Hao, a mage centered around skills. Its power lies in the fact that it can temporarily elevate a red skill to its maximum level. It is known that legendary skills, passive skills, and forbidden arts do not require upgrades, as they are complete from the very beginning. Red skills are already the highest quality among skills that require upgrades. Every profession's red core skill is super rare. Obtaining even one is a stroke of luck, and very few can upgrade it to level 2. One could say that leveling up a red skill book to its maximum level is not much inferior to a legendary skill, and in certain aspects it may even surpass it. For instance, the fearless charge used by the previous player Crazy Warrior combined multiple effects even at level 1, including invincibility damage, increase acceleration, and area attack. However, leveling fearless charge to level 5 is significantly more challenging than obtaining a legendary skill. But with the on-the-spot burst, one can temporarily reach level 5. Even if it's only for a brief 10 seconds, one can still wreak havoc, not to mention the additional 200 damage increase. Strong, truly too strong. Indeed, it is a special item exclusive to the upper echelon. If every player had one, wouldn't it turn into a battle of deities? Lin Hao was then contemplating whether he could break the seal alone later, thus keeping this scroll for himself. After spending some time leaving the novice village, he was now heading to the Cliff Mountain range. The Abyss High Priest seal has a total of 5. Over the past 2,000 years, he had managed to break free from 4, but the last one he could not break from the inside. What Lin Hao needs to do now is to break that seal from the outside. The Cliff Mountain range is arguably the most dangerous place in the entire novice village, with monsters inside, at least level 8. However, for Lin Hao, this place is not associated with danger at all. As soon as he entered the Cliff Mountain range, he encountered his first monster. Sky Cloud Leopard. Level 9. Health 2000. Attack 203. Defense 153. In terms of attributes, the ordinary small monsters here are significantly stronger than monsters of the same level outside. But encountering Lin Hao is just their bad luck. At this moment, his attack power had reached 672 points, and a single fire explosion spell dealt an impressive 1058 points of damage. In a mere moment of their encounter, the Sky Cloud Leopard's health was depleted by half. Before it could react, the fire explosion struck. 5,290. The Sky Cloud Leopard with a health of 2,000 points was instantly defeated from encounter to death in less than 2 seconds. Awesome. Lin Hao was very satisfied with his current strength. Along the way, he encountered various monsters, but none could withstand more than 2 seconds in his hands. The moment the fire explosion was cast, the fire blast followed. When the fire blast hit the enemy, the fire explosion was ready again. The astonishing power of the furious mage's instant skills was gradually revealing itself here. As long as his hand speed was fast enough, Lin Hao could cast 2 fire explosions and 1 fire blast within 1 second. Combined with the war god's talent, even level 10 wild monsters wouldn't survive the second. This was a complete massacre. However, Lin Hao did not specifically seek out monsters. Although the experience gained from defeating monsters here was slightly higher than outside, they were ultimately just novice village monsters, and he did not want to waste too much time. His level had already reached 90 of level 8. With one more boss kill, he could achieve level 10. But Lin Hao did not want to deliberately look for monsters, yet monsters that did not know better still jumped out. Elite Cloud Serpent. Level 10. Health 8,000. Attack 406. Defense 352. Skills Bind Venom. An elite monster with 8,000 health. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. This guy's health was nearly on par with the outdoor BOSS, with other attributes even slightly higher. If it were before, upon encountering this monster, Lin Hao would have turned and run. His previous small frame and speed could not stand up to a monster with 8,000 health and high attack. But now he was no longer the same. The fire explosion and fire blast struck the monster almost simultaneously. 1,058. 1,058. In just one encounter, the elite monster's health of over 2,000 was completely depleted. The elite cloud serpent twisted its body about to use bind, but Lin Hao had already activated his swift escape, dodging far away. It attempted to spit venom, but realized it was completely out of range. His agility attribute had increased significantly, no longer a weakness for Lin Hao. After activating Swift Escape, the elite cloud serpent could only eat dust behind him. From time to time, it would take a fire explosion or fire blast. When the damage number of 5,290 floated up, the elite cloud serpent collapsed, never even catching a glimpse of Lin Hao before its demise. Ding killed level 10 elite cloud serpent, gained 800 experience points. Killing 2 levels higher grants an additional 160 experience points. Good heavens, this experience points are almost on par with a boss. So this place is the real leveling paradise. Fortunately, no one else heard Lin Hao's words, otherwise they would likely be enraged. This place is far from a leveling paradise, it's basically a player forbidden zone. Any small monster inside is not something they can handle. If they encounter an elite cloud serpent, forget about killing it. Even being slightly slow to escape would mean certain death. Yet Lin Hao not only easily killed the elite cloud serpent, but also gained enough experience points to reach level 9. As expected, all attributes were added to strength. Lin Hao felt that the allocation was excellent. He hoped it would continue this way and not stray. Suddenly, his agility attribute surged by 100 points, alleviating his speed concerns until level 30. At this moment, his mindset shifted. He wished for every level up to allocate all points to strength. After being defeated, the elite cloud serpent dropped a blue equipment item, a blue longbow. Lin Hao had no use for it and decided to sell it along with some other trash equipment he had acquired. He planned to save up a bit of money to buy a gaming pod and move out of the shabby rental room. After defeating the elite cloud serpent, Lin Hao continued his ascent towards the mountain peak. Suddenly, a shout came from behind him. Tian Shi. This time you can't escape. Liu Xiao from the Tianya Guild, accompanied by a large group, surrounded him. Lin Hao was not surprised by this spectacle. The news of his departure from the novice village was hardly a secret. Anyone who paid a little attention would know where he had gone. What surprised him was that the members of the Quanzhan Guild had actually allied with them. Together, the two guilds brought over 60 people, exuding a fierce determination for a fight. I didn't expect you two enemies to unite. Lin Hao glanced at Liu Xiao with a hint of respect. The Tianya Guild had suffered 2 losses at the hands of the Quanzhan Guild, and this guy was willing to lower his head to seek help from his enemy for the sake of the Starshine Boots. Indeed, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. The Quanzhan Guild surely didn't know the true power of the Starshine Boots, otherwise Liu Xiao wouldn't be able to afford his price. Liu Xiao and his group stopped outside the range of their spells and threatened, I reiterate my previous statement, hand over the item, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise I will make you regret it. Oh really? I'm so scared. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, then turned to Quanzhan Tianxia. Aren't you curious why the Tianya Guild has set aside their differences to ask for your help? Quanzhan Tianxia frowned, slightly genuinely puzzled. To him, Liu Xiao seemed like a very proud person. During the previous encounter with the Wolf King boss, they had only accidentally lost a few members. They had all planned to offer compensation, yet the other party insisted on escalating the situation. It was impossible not to find it strange that such a proud person would suddenly ask for his assistance and even offered a substantial reward. But Liu Xiao was indeed earnest this time, before the matter had even been settled, he had already given him half the deposit. Moreover, he personally wanted to kill Tianshi, so he had followed along. At this point, Lin Hao's question piqued his curiosity, and he inquired, "Do you know why?" Of course, Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. "Because I possess the Starshine boots, which come with an extremely powerful spatial displacement skill." Huangzhan Tianxia's pupils contracted sharply at these words, spatial displacement skill. No wonder that guy was willing to pay such a hefty price to ask for his help. In the face of the spatial displacement skill, pride and a bit of loss seemed trivial. However, just as he was about to say something, Liu Xiao shouted, "Now! Attack together!" As soon as he finished speaking, 6 daggers suddenly lunged toward Lin Hao from all directions. Boring, Lin Hao scoffed dismissively as the intermediate barrier spell unfolded instantly. He had been through this kind of trickery, attracting attention while using assassins for sneak attacks countless times before. The 6 dagger attacks struck simultaneously in the next moment. 1556, 612, 589, 536, 674, 712. The damage from the hidden attack was quite significant. Any fragile mage would be instantly killed by such damage. Liu Xiao was overjoyed, jumping up in excitement. "Great. We won. You think you can compete with me? You've got a long way to go." "Oh really?" Lin Hao retorted with a hint of disdain, as if looking at a clown. "Is that all the damage you can inflict? Are you just tickling me?" "What? You aren't dead?" Liu Xiao exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. To increase the success rate of the assassination, he had spent a fortune hiring a top assassin known as Blood Nameless, who had not disappointed him by dealing over 1,500 damage. But how come the Tianshi in front of him seemed unaffected, as if he had not been attacked at all? The 6 attacks had totaled over 4,600 damage. Let alone this fragile mage. Even Huangzhan Tianxiao beside him probably didn't have that much health. What a cheat. This was the only thought in Liu Xiao's mind at this moment. He wasn't the only one thinking this. Huangzhan Tianxiao was equally astonished. It was simply absurd. Much of his equipment was focused on health, and even then he had only managed to stack up to 4,500 health. Yet this fragile mage in front of him had more health than he did. What an anomaly. The upgraded intermediate barrier spell had a shield value of 2076 points, and the remaining 2,000 damage had only taken away a little over 1,000 of his mana. After withstanding all the attacks, Lin Hao instantly unleashed a fire blast. Since the enemies were all around him, there was no way to dodge, and everyone was affected. 1,088. 692. 692. The early-stage assassins didn't have much health either. In an instant, he had killed 5 out of 6. To his surprise, the one who had dealt the most damage, the assassin, nicknamed Blood Nameless, miraculously survived. He had dealt over 1,500 damage to Lin Hao, so Lin Hao had aimed directly at him. Unexpectedly, the opponent still had quite a bit of health. However, it was all for naught. A single fire blast instantly finished the job. 5,440. The last assassin was sent back to the resurrection point, marking the complete failure of the Tianya Guild's assassination attempt. To Lin Hao's surprise, after killing 6 assassins, he had actually looted 3 pieces of red equipment. A dagger, a pair of greaves, and a ring, all of which had excellent attributes compared to equipment of the same level. Storm Dagger Quality Red Class Requirement Assassin Equipment Level 8 Effect 1. Increases maximum attack power by 153 points. Effect 2. The next normal attack after using a skill deals an additional 50 of attack power as damage. Effect 3. Each normal attack increases attack speed by 20, stacking up to 5 times, lasting for 30 seconds. The effects of the other pair of greaves were slightly inferior, but still significantly stronger than ordinary red equipment. However, what truly caught Lin Hao's attention was the last ring. Power Ring Quality Red Class Requirement None Equipment Level 8 Effect 1. Increases maximum attack power by 50 points. Effect 2. When health is at maximum, it additionally increases attack power by 150 points. Although this ring has only 2 effects, its value is much higher than the previous 2 pieces of equipment for Lin Hao. Not only does it have no class requirements, but more importantly, it can also increase attack power, and the maximum increase can reach 200. For Lin Hao, attack power is the most important attribute bar none. The increase in attack power not only allows for higher damage, but also thickens shield values and boosts mana regeneration, enabling him to withstand more damage. Though maintaining maximum health seems like a harsh condition, it poses no difficulty for him, as the damage he receives is offset by his mana. No wonder their attacks are so outrageously high. The Tianya Guild has truly invested heavily. Lin Hao had just claimed that their attacks were merely tickling him, but it was undeniable that their attacks were nearly on par with his. However, this was also due to his current incomplete equipment and the fact that he was still using a level 6 staff. After equipping the power ring, his attack had once again increased by 200 points. The assassin's attack declared a failure as Lin Hao's nearly invincible stance thoroughly frightened the members of the Tianya Guild. The damage was terrifying, but what was up with his health bar? Over 4,600 damage, yet the health bar remained completely unaffected. However, Lu Xiao quickly realized that although the Tianshi's health bar had not changed, the mana bar had decreased significantly. As the guild leader, he naturally had some insight and quickly analyzed the situation. I got it. The Tianshi must have learned some passive skill that allows the mana bar to absorb damage first. As long as we exhaust his mana, he's done for. Lu Xiao immediately adjusted his mindset, declaring that no matter the cost, he would stop at nothing to obtain the Starshine boots. Everyone, don't be afraid. No matter how powerful the Tianshi is, he's just one person. Lu Xiao shouted, follow plan B, and continue to close in. As a clever person, how could he not prepare a backup plan? With so many of them present, in the peak right ahead, as long as they could drive the Tianshi to the top of the mountain, there would be no escape for him, no matter how fast he was. But at that moment, Quanzhan Tian was unwilling to comply. The original plan was for his people to attract firepower, but now he didn't want anyone to die, and he didn't want to give up the Starshine boots either. Lin Hao noticed their little schemes and suddenly laughed. Quanzhan Tian, don't let yourself be fooled. He never mentioned the Starshine boots from the beginning because he wanted to take them for himself and then take you all down afterward. Now that the matter is exposed, you have all become competitors. Be careful of him stabbing you in the back. You're talking nonsense. Lu Xiao shouted. Quanzhan brother, don't let the Tianshi Sao discord continue with the original plan, and he'll double your rewards. Quanzhan Tian nodded. The priority was to eliminate the Tianshi first, and they could deal with the aftermath later. Just as he launched his charge intending to force the Tianshi to reveal his acceleration skill, Lin Hao suddenly taunted Lu Xiao behind him. Quanzhan Tian suddenly lost control of his body and crashed into Lu Xiao. 463. At such a close distance, Lu Xiao had no way to dodge, and it wasn't over yet. The large sword in his hand was raised at the same time, striking down. 643. Lu Xiao was gone, just like that, inexplicably gone. Not only were the members of the Tianya Guild bewildered, but those from the Quanzhan Guild were also stunned. Vice President Wu Liang was completely confused. What's going on? Didn't we have a signal before attacking? But confusion lasted only a moment. Since the leader had attacked, they naturally had no reason to hesitate. In the next instant, the Quanzhan Guild raised their swords to stab their briefly present teammates. Seeing their proficient manner, they clearly had done this before. Back when they fought the Wolf King boss, they had resolved the rear guard in the same way. Tian Yuyo was also enraged. He had been backstabbed in this manner last time. Was it going to happen again? Brothers, those bastards from Quanzhan Tian have no sense of martial ethics. Kill them. The Tianya Guild was also genuinely furious. The most disgusting thing in this world was a backstab from a teammate. A chaotic battle erupted in an instant. Quanzhan Tian sensed something was off, but it was too late. Many swords were about to chop down on his head. At this point, saying it was all an accident would convince no one. Since that was the case, he decided to go all out and eliminate everyone. Looking at the chaotic two factions, Lin Hao clapped his hands and started cheering for Quanzhan Tian. No wonder he is the leader of the Quanzhan Guild. His decisive style is to backstab first to prevent being backstabbed. This move is indeed brilliant. The Tianshi truly admire it. The people of the Tianya Guild are indeed fools. Quanzhan Tian instantly realized that this Tianshi was fanning the flames. The reason he had inexplicably attacked Lu Xiao must also be this guy's doing. Meanwhile, the members of the Tianya Guild were on the brink of exploding with rage, their attacks becoming even more ferocious, filled with an atmosphere of not stopping until death. At the same time, Lu Xiao looked at the system notification before his death and instantly understood why he was attacked. Ding, player Tianshi has used a forbidden technique taunt on you. The Tianshi actually learned a forbidden technique. No, now is not the time to think about that. Lu Xiao immediately opened the team channel urging everyone to stop, but it was useless. The bloodthirsty crowd couldn't spare the time to open the interface and check the information. Moreover, even if they saw it, they wouldn't stop. Because if they stopped, the members of the Quanzhan Guild wouldn't show any mercy. Seeing that the flames had been fanned enough, Lin Hao no longer cared about their dog-eat-dog situation and headed straight for the mountaintop. At the cliff's peak, the mountaintop, which should have been barren, now had a massive array. Approaching the array, Lin Hao drank a blue bottle that restored his mana, and after his mana was completely replenished, he tentatively cast an explosive flame spell. The moment the explosive flame struck the array, the entire mountaintop shook slightly, and the space began to distort. A colossal creature was slowly crawling out from the spatial black hole, and when it fully emerged, it occupied half of the mountaintop. It was only then that Lin Hao realized it was actually a gigantic Xuanwu. Xuanwu Divine Beast Young Dawn level 10 health 1-0 attack, 2-0 defense, 2-0 magic resistance, 2-0 skill, 1 roar impact unleashes a powerful destructive shockwave from its mouth causing 200 of its attack power as area damage. Skill 2 Full Body Hardening. When releasing the skill increases its own defense by 200 for 3 minutes. Skill 3 Stomp tramples the ground 3 times causing area damage of 50, 100, and 150 of its attack power. What the hell, these are the attributes and skills of a level 10 boss. This attribute is truly absurd. Compared to the Wolf King boss in the Novice Village, this guy isn't even fit to carry his shoes. More importantly, the Abyssal High Priest actually told him that breaking the seal from the outside would be somewhat difficult. Is that what you call somewhat difficult? If he hadn't obtained the mana barrier, he would have been instantly killed with a single hit. Even activating the shield would have been useless. Indeed, so many benefits aren't given for free. Lin Hao took a deep breath. He would have to show his true abilities now. The moment the Xuanwu youngling appeared, the entire mountaintop was sealed off by the array, and Lin Hao found he could not leave the mountaintop. This meant that he could not rely on speed to maneuver. However, Lin Hao had no intention of doing so, as this Xuanwu youngling also possessed range skills. If it came to range, it would only be longer than is not shorter. In a narrow confrontation, the brave shall prevail. Lin Hao took the initiative, unleashing a fire burst and a flame explosion simultaneously. The War God's innate ability allowed Lin Hao to ignore the enemy's defenses, enabling him to deal significant damage even against monsters with defenses as high as 2,000. However, if it were anyone else, they would be unable to breach the defense. It can only be said that the Divine Beast Xuanwu, even as a juvenile, is not something that novice players can handle. It is well known that the system would never assign players tasks that cannot be completed. Not everyone possesses Lin Hao's ability to completely disregard the enemy's defenses. Such a talent is unlikely to be found in the entire Tianyu. Consequently, ordinary players should employ typical strategies when facing the Divine Beast Xuanwu. Lin Hao suddenly realized that he had bypassed the procedure to unlock the 7 seals at the dungeon's wooden door with his blink skill. He was likely to have lost a special item meant to deal with this boss. However, Lin Hao did not regret it. After all, he was not going to grind for 7 days and nights. After taking damage, the juvenile Xuanwu let out an enraged roar, then raised its forelimbs and began to stomp the ground furiously. Seeing the opponent lift its leg, Lin Hao immediately activated his swift step, quickly retreating to the edge of the formation. However, it was of no use. Even at such a distance, the shockwave from the stomp still struck him. Fortunately, he activated the intermediate barrier technique in a moment of crisis. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. In mere moments, the juvenile Xuanwu dealt a terrifying 6,000 damage. The shield created by the intermediate barrier technique was instantly shattered, and Lin Hao suffered over 3,000 damage. All these damages were absorbed by his mana, causing his mana to drop by over 1,000. If the juvenile Xuanwu stomped again, he could return to the village. Fortunately, the juvenile Xuanwu did not have the strength to unleash skills in succession, but Lin Hao had no more than 10 seconds left. With this thought, Lin Hao took out the special scroll gifted to him by the Abyssal High Priest. I originally wanted to save it for later, but it seems that's not possible now. As he opened the scroll, a blood-red light enveloped him. Ding, you have used the special scroll on the spot explosion. Please select the skill you wish to enhance. Upgrade Fire Burst to maximum level. The moment he finished speaking, the level of Fire Burst began to rise rapidly, changing from level 1 to level 5 in the blink of an eye. Fire Burst LV5 deals fixed 300 of attack damage. The level 1 Fire Burst and the level 5 Fire Burst are not even comparable. Nonetheless, Lin Hao was not particularly satisfied with this increase. It simply doubled the original 150 attack damage. This is the limit of a green skill. One cannot expect a max-level green skill to surpass a red skill, which is unrealistic. Being stronger than most blue skills is already quite impressive. Fortunately, the on-the-spot explosion scroll also increased Fire Burst's damage by 200. Just from the numbers, one can see how explosive the subsequent damage could be. And in reality, it was indeed explosive. An ordinary Fire Burst was casually unleashed by Lin Hao. 8,928. The terrifying number shocked even Lin Hao. The LV5 Fire Burst should have dealt 2,976 points of damage, but the special scroll increased this damage by 200. And it didn't stop there. Although Lin Hao was not entirely satisfied with the damage increase of the LV5 Fire Burst, the cooldown time was greatly reduced from the original 1 second to now 0.5 seconds. Do not underestimate this mere 0.5 seconds. Lin Hao had just cast a Fire Burst, and the next one was already ready. Moreover, the Furious Mage does not require charging when casting skills, allowing for instantaneous casting. Thus, Lin Hao's Fire Burst came one after another with no signs of stopping. 8,928. 8,928. 8928. In just 3 or 4 seconds, Lin Hao unleashed 6 instances of terrifying damage. Combined with the previous damage, the juvenile Xuanwe's health had already dropped below half. At this moment, the true horror of the war god's talent was unleashed. 44,640. The same fire burst struck the same spot, but it produced an extremely frightening number. At this point, only 5 seconds had passed, and the juvenile Xuanwe's health was already at Lin Hao's kill threshold. The juvenile Xuanwu seemed to sense the danger, opening its enormous mouth as a dazzling and massive energy sphere began to form within. However, Lin Hao's attack required no preparation and far outpaced it. 44,640. The juvenile Xuanwe's massive body began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing, leaving only a pile of loot behind. At this point, only 6 seconds had passed, meaning the special scroll still had 4 seconds remaining. Lin Hao felt an insatiable itch in his heart, eager to find something to blow up. He felt that he couldn't relax until he maximized his output. In the next moment, a figure indeed appeared before him, but Lin Hao dared not attack. The man before him was none other than the Abyssal High Priest, who had broken free from his seal. The Abyssal High Priest breathed in the fresh air with satisfaction, a smile on his face. After 2,000 years, this is the air outside. It's truly refreshing. Lin Hao was not surprised by the Abyssal High Priest's appearance. Although there were still 7 seals outside, they merely prevented outsiders from entering. They were no obstacle for a powerhouse like him. With the seal lifted and his strength restored, the Abyssal High Priest may not be the strongest force in the Tianyu, but he was certainly among the top. At this moment, the Abyssal High Priest, now familiar with the outside world, said to Lin Hao, "You did well, very well. I originally thought you were no match for the Divine Beast Cub, but you exceeded my expectations. This is your reward. Ding, the Abyssal High Priest has gifted you a special item, the Dark King's Gift. Item name, the Dark King's Gift. Introduction. This item is said to have been crafted by the Dark King himself, given only to his most trusted subordinates. There are only 8 in the entire Tianyu, 1 for each of the Abyssal Chich's 8 elders. Effect: gain dark value based on the strength of slain players. Dark value can be used to upgrade skills. This item cannot be dropped bound to Tianshi. This special item can actually enhance skill levels. Lin Hao beamed with joy. Receiving this item made his journey worthwhile. However, the Abyssal High Priest was clearly even more generous than he expected as the system notification continued to sound. Ding, the Abyssal High Priest has granted you a special scroll, on-the-spot explosion. Another one of these scrolls. This item was simply too powerful. The damage was exaggerated, as if he were cheating. He had just used a green skill to deal such explosive damage. If he were to switch to a blue or even red skill, the damage would be unimaginable. Lin Hao had just stashed the scroll away when the system notification chimed again. Ding, the Abyssal High Priest has bestowed upon you eternal blessing, permanently increasing your power attribute by 100 points. Holy shit. Lin Hao could no longer contain his exclamation. Although he had said it before, he could not help but repeat, this is not merely the Abyssal High Priest. This is truly a long-lost relative. After awarding 3 substantial rewards, the Abyss Priest slowly said, "There is a significant connection between us. I hope the next time we meet you will be stronger." With a wave of his sleeve robe, the Abyss Priest conjured a black hole in space, and upon entering it, he completely vanished from sight. At that moment, the system's bombardment had just begun. Ding. You have killed a fully grown Xuanwu cub and gained 100 experience points. For every level gained, you will receive an additional 100 experience points. Ding. The War God talent is activated. You have absorbed the primal power of the Xuanwu cub, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. 111,000 experience points. Lin Hao felt that everything happening today was a bit unreal. It was simply exhilarating. His level instantly reached level 10, with the remaining 100,000 experience stored in the experience pool. As soon as he left the novice village and headed to the main city, he would level up immediately. Moreover, his guess had indeed been correct. He was currently fighting a fully grown cub. This meant there must be some item ahead that could seal the properties of the Xuanwu, otherwise ordinary players wouldn't be able to handle it. However, if he hadn't defeated the fully grown Xuanwu cub, he wouldn't have garnered so much experience. Ding. You are the first player to kill a fully grown Xuanwu cub. You will receive a chance for a village-wide announcement. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Village announcement. Congratulations to player Tianshi for completing the first kill of the Xuanwu cub. Reward 100 experience points and 10 gold coins. We hope all players will continue to strive forward. Village announcement. Congratulations to player Tianshi for completing the first kill of the Xuanwu cub. Reward 100 experience points and 10 gold coins. We hope all players will continue to strive forward. Lin Hao used to think the first kill reward was quite appealing after all, it was 1/0 experience points. Now he felt it was a bit underwhelming. Indeed, once a person receives a substantial sum of money, they no longer value those little leftovers. The experience in the experience pool became 110000. On the other side, a large group of players was braving the cold wind on the mountainside. Revived Liu Xiao had already stopped 2 guilds from continuing their slaughter. The Tianya guild had lost quite a few members, but compared to the value of the Xinghui boots he endured, time had already passed 3 minutes, and they had all arrived at the mountainside originally thinking they could catch Tianshi off guard. Instead, they found themselves braving the cold wind here. Huangzhan Tianxiao looked puzzled and said, "What's going on? Why can't we go to the mountaintop?" Liu Xiao clenched his fists. Is it necessary to ask? It must be the trick of that Tianshi. Just as everyone felt at a loss, the invisible barrier at the mountaintop suddenly shattered, allowing free passage. At the same time, everyone heard the village announcement. Xuanwu Cub, what kind of boss is that? I'm curious, Tianyao Wuyo said, while Liu Xiao urged, who cares what boss it is? Our only goal is to eliminate Tianshi. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the charge. Tianshi had just engaged in a fierce battle with the boss. At this moment his condition must be poor, and they intended to strike while the iron was hot. A streamer in the crowd witnessing this scene revealed an excited smile. Brothers, it was truly worth abandoning the small monsters I was farming to come here for the excitement. The 2 major guilds are teaming up to cause trouble for a casual player. Such news is rare. The streamer, named Zhilongge, said, while walking, I haven't even heard of this boss called Xuanwu Cub. It seems quite powerful. If Tianshi can solo such a boss, his strength is truly remarkable. He truly deserves the title of the #1 casual player in Novice Village 10,086. However, someone in the livestream disagreed with his words. Calling him the #1 casual player is a bit of an exaggeration. There are many top players who are quite low-key. Indeed, I don't feel Tianshi is that strong, it's just a bit high damage. As long as the equipment is right, any mage could deal that kind of damage. If you ask me, everyone is overrating Tianshi. With 2 major guilds teaming up, I bet this Tianshi won't survive for more than 3 seconds. 3 seconds? That seems a bit too few. I bet 10 seconds. The reactions of the livestream audience were entirely within Zhilongge's expectations. In Novice Village 10086, which had just opened, those who entered the game at this time were almost all just turned 18. Everyone was of the same age and who would want to admit they were inferior to others. Ultimately, only a small portion praised Tianshi, while the vast majority still believed in their own superiority. After reaching level 10, Lin Hao replaced his level 6 purple crystal staff with a level 10 Fable staff. The attack power provided by the Fable staff was not only 86 points higher than the purple crystal staff, but also vastly superior in effect. At this time his attributes changed to this nickname Tianshi class Furious Mage level 10, currently experience 110 HP, 500 MP, 500, 2000-1298, Strength 110, 80 Eternal Blessing 100, Constitution 7 Spirit 10 Agility 6, Eternal Blessing 100, Attack 5, 80 War God Passive 300, Defense 14, Total Attack after equipping Gear 1298. Lin Hao felt very satisfied with his current attributes. Whether in survival or output, any one of them could not be matched by any other player. The Abyss Priest had already left, but that did not mean Lin Hao's gains from this journey had concluded, for among the drops from the Xuanwu Cub, there was a glimmer of golden light, legendary equipment. Just as Lin Hao was about to step forward to check, a large group of people appeared behind him. Liu Xiao rushed over eagerly, and upon seeing Lin Hao he exclaimed, "Ha ha. Tianshi, you really are still here. The cliff is right behind you. Oh, let's see where you can run this time. Is it you guys again?" Lin Hao frowned. "You guys are really relentless. Hee." Liu Xiao glanced at the half-empty blue bar above Lin Hao's head and sneered, "It looks like your condition isn't too good. I said before, if you don't hand over the goods, it'll chase you to the ends of the earth." "Boss." The sharpie Tianyao Wuyo suddenly shouted, "Look ahead." "Ahead? What ahead?" Liu Xiao focused his gaze and suddenly paused his speech. "Is that legendary equipment?" The golden light nearly blinded everyone. A glimmer of greed appeared in Liu Xiao's eyes, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Hao. The legendary equipment was indeed impressive, but it paled in comparison to the Xinghui boots. Even if there were 10 pieces of legendary equipment on the ground, he would still prioritize taking down Tianshi. However, now, he had one more reason to do so. Clearly Huangzhan Tianxiao thought the same. The space displacement skill could not be compared to any legendary equipment. Clearly Huangzhan Tianxiao thought the same. The space displacement skill could not be compared to any legendary equipment. The presidents of the 2 major guilds were merely surprised by the legendary equipment, quickly regaining their composure, while the viewers in the live stream were all very excited. "My goodness, that seems to be legendary equipment. This is the first time I've admired a divine artifact from such a close distance. I wish I could obtain it. The Tianya Guild and the Crazy War Guild truly deserve to be major guilds. There's legendary equipment on the ground, and so many red items that just a glance can captivate one's heart. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to look away. The Tian Master is really in a dire situation. He just defeated the boss, and hasn't even had a chance to loot the equipment before facing his demise. Sai competing with the two major guilds is indeed a bit overestimating oneself. Behind is a cliff, and jumping down would mean certain death. The viewers in the live stream did not have high hopes for the Tian Master, yet Brother Zhilong thought he was far from simple. The Xuanwu Cub was undoubtedly a very powerful boss, otherwise it wouldn't have dropped legendary level equipment. And how could the Tian Master capable of defeating such a monster alone be weak? Just then Brother Zhilong suddenly noticed that 8 assassins had emerged in front of the Tian Master. These 8 assassins had been in a hidden state until now, and only now did he realize that the Tian Master was in danger. As soon as the 8 assassins revealed themselves, they drew their daggers and lunged at the Tian Master. He even recognized a renowned assassin player among them, Blood Nameless. Now the Tian Master is really finished. Brother Zhilong instantly changed his previous view. 8 assassins ambushing a mage, could there be any chance of survival? If it were him, he wouldn't even have time to react before being killed. However, Lin Hao was not an ordinary person. 8 assassins alone were not enough to pose a threat to him. The moment the daggers were about to hit, Lin Hao instantly activated Starshine Blink, causing all 8 daggers to miss completely, while Lin Hao appeared 10 meters away. Without any unnecessary words, he raised his staff and unleashed a fire explosion. With a significant boost in attack power, the might of the fire explosion became even more formidable. 1997, 1298, 1298, 1298. The 8 assassins were simultaneously annihilated. Blood Nameless, who could not be defeated in one blow before, was now unable to withstand a single fire explosion. The opponent's growth rate was completely unable to keep up with Lin Hao. As the mythical staff dealt damage, Lin Hao's mana was also recovering, with 8 blue numbers appearing around him. 199,129,129,129. The over 1,000 points of mana consumed earlier by the Xuanwu Cub had already returned significantly. The mythical staff was undoubtedly the most suitable weapon for him at this moment. Relying solely on blue potions to restore mana was not very realistic, as the recovery from blue potions was not based on percentages, but fixed values. The highest level blue potion available in the novice village could only restore a maximum of 200 mana points with a cooldown of 30 seconds. In contrast, the recovery from the mythical staff not only restored mana equal to 10 of the damage dealt, but also had no cooldown. After defeating the 8 assassins, the Dark King's gift began to activate. Killing Blood Nameless, dark value 20 points. Killing a running fish, dark value 8 points. Killing the Observer in the Shadows, dark value 6 points. The total gain from the 8 amounted to 84 dark value points. Lin Hao checked his skill status and found that upgrading a green skill required only 200 dark value points. This number was truly beyond his expectations. It was not too much, but rather too little. Earning dark value was far easier than collecting skill books. Of course, this was also related to his current strength. Defeating 8 not weak players in one blow was something an average person simply could not achieve. Lin Hao effortlessly resolved what others saw as a certain death crisis. Was that just a blink? Brother Zhilong, as a game streamer, had some knowledge, but his tone at that moment was somewhat uncertain. Because this was a novice village, not a level 90 map, it was simply absurd. The viewers in the live stream were not much better off, each envious of the Tian Master for having such a rare skill. In contrast, Lu Xiao and the others appeared much calmer. Even though this assassination attempt had failed, there was no change in their expressions. To outsiders, they appeared unperturbed, like experts who remained calm regardless of the situation, yet the reality was they had long since grown accustomed to it, and were already numb. If the Tian Master were truly so easily assassinated this time, they would be shocked. Is this really the man they know? With the entire assassin squad wiped out, Lu Xiao was not the least bit disheartened, but after glancing at the opponent's rising blue bar, he felt a buzzing in his head. It was one thing to use mana to mitigate damage, and he could accept that the mana was extremely high, but how could he instantaneously recover such a large amount of mana? Even if he was cheating, it couldn't be to such an extent. Didn't he leave any room for others? Lu Xiao felt some existential doubt. The Tian Master before him, though just one person, brought him an indescribable sense of oppression. No weaknesses at all, there truly were no flaws. Lu Xiao felt his scalp tingle, but giving up just like that was impossible. After adjusting his mindset, he whispered, "Brother Crazy War, it's your turn to take the stage." Crazy War. Tianxian nodded, his expression quite grave. This time he did not decline, for perhaps he was the only one capable of withstanding the Tian Master's attacks. Seeing Crazy War Tianxia charge, and Lin Hao did not hold back. As soon as he entered the spell attack range, Lin Hao sent him a fire blast. 1997. The fire explosion followed closely. Lin Hao's damage was still terrifying, but Crazy War Tianxia's health clearly exceeded 4,000, so the second attack did not deal 5 times the damage. When the fire blast cooled down and Lin Hao cast it again, Crazy War Tianxia had already used Fearless Charge. During the charge, he was in an invincible state, directly immune to Lin Hao's attacks. Naturally, Lu Xiao and the others behind would not sit idly by seizing such a wonderful opportunity. In the instant Lin Hao's 2 skills struck down, the players behind surged forward, and the ranged players immediately launched their attacks as soon as they entered range. 10 or so ranged attacks struck Lin Hao first. Even with the shield activated at the earliest moment, he still took over 600 points of damage, and his mana instantly decreased by over 300 points. The activation of the Fearless Charge greatly increased his speed. As he was about to enter the range for a strengthened attack, Lin Hao had no intention of fleeing. In reality, with his current speed, it wouldn't be too easy to shake off the Fearless Charge. Having 100 points of agility was no joke, but Lin Hao did not choose to do so. As soon as he entered the attack range, the Fearless Charge immediately unleashed a strengthened normal attack, and in the next moment he appeared above Lin Hao's head. Haha! Heavenly Master die. During this time, he had already leveled up to level 10 and equipped the strongest gear. With this strike, he could deal at least 2,000 points of damage. Even if he couldn't kill the Heavenly Master, it would still be quite painful for him. However, Lin Hao showed no signs of panic. Do you really think you are invincible? The Fearless Charge had yet to comprehend what this meant, when suddenly he noticed a terrifying damage of 9,985 appearing above his head. Immediately afterward, the screen went black and a kill notification appeared. Ding, you have been killed by player Heavenly Master level 1 in 3 minutes until resurrection. The Fearless Charge was stunned. What the hell is this? Isn't the Fearless Charge supposed to be invincible? Why was I one-shotted? Wait a minute. The charge state is invincible, and I was killed the moment I initiated my strengthened normal attack. After coming to this realization, the Fearless Charge was even more shocked. The moment was so brief that it was less than a second, yet the Heavenly Master was able to predict it in advance. This time the Fearless Charge was truly convinced. The Heavenly Master was on an entirely different level compared to them. His sudden death sent shockwaves through the hearts of the melee players. Their leader activated an invincible skill, but couldn't even touch the Heavenly Master's clothing. It was simply absurd. Did the Heavenly Master hold back last time? As everyone thought of this, they felt a chill. The Heavenly Master's strength was like an abyss. Every time you thought you had reached the bottom, it turned out to be just what he allowed you to see. Everyone was hesitant, but at this moment they had no choice but to act. Although the Fearless Charge was singled out, he had created a great opportunity for the melee classes. At this distance, if they waited another half a second, their big swords would be able to strike the Heavenly Master. To avoid being collectively one-shotted by a fire blast, they had deliberately positioned themselves further away. Meanwhile, the ranged players were also preparing for their next round of attacks. Logically, Lin Hao should have been cornered, yet there was not a trace of panic on his face. The more people, the better, the more interesting. If he could kill them all, he should be able to gain 200 dark points, which would allow him to upgrade his skills equivalent to obtaining a green skill book for free. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt quite pleased and immediately targeted an unlucky player to unleash the forbidden technique taunt. The warriors who were originally charging with the group suddenly found their teammates turning against them. Before he could react to what was happening, blades pierced through him simultaneously. What the hell? You guys. Before he could finish his sentence, he was done for. The warriors were bewildered, unsure of what had just happened or why they had to kill this guy. The mages and archers behind them were even more confused, completely at a loss for why that group suddenly turned on each other. Because they were standing more than 30 meters away, the taunt did not have such a wide range. It was only about 20 meters, so they were not affected. The next round of attacks all hit Lin Hao. 468, 389, 396, 892. A series of attacks came even more violently than the last time, causing over 6,000 points of damage in total. This time Lin Hao could not activate the intermediate barrier technique and took the hit squarely. His mana had dropped from over 4,000 to just under 1,000. If it hadn't been for the explosive number he had dealt earlier, instantly killing the Fearless Charge and refilling his mana, he might have truly been one-shotted this time. Ranged classes always caused headaches, while the group of warrior players before him acted like Lin Hao's power bank. They had just crowded together and killed a teammate when they hadn't even had time to retreat before taking a fire blast. 1997. 1,298. 1,298. 1,298. 15 warriors were simultaneously one-shotted. The scene was extraordinarily spectacular. Lin Hao's mana began to surge at this moment. 199,129,129. In just an instant, Lin Hao recovered over 2,000 points of mana. Lu Xiao was completely dumbfounded. A victory was so close, just one more hit, and the Heavenly Master would be killed. But the group of fools from the Fearless Guild were actually making things harder. He hadn't expected that taunt could be used like this. It was simply a monster gathering skill. Although he didn't know if this skill could be used on monsters, he was already green with envy. The effect it had shown so far was enough to prove it was a skill on par with Blink. Brother Zhilong was utterly convinced this was what it meant to be crushed. Heavenly Master, you are my god. Brother Zhilong was filled with enthusiasm as he watched from the side a single person overpowering a group, and not just any random players, but two major guilds. If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. The viewers in the live stream could no longer pretend to be tough, fully aware of the vast gap between them and the Heavenly Master. It's absolutely incredible. I just thought the Heavenly Master was ordinary, and now I feel a bit embarrassed. So fierce, it's simply explosive. A single person is overpowering a group. How many skills does the Heavenly Master possess? Not only is the damage explosive, but with a round of volleys, even the tanks would be one-shotted, yet he acts as if nothing is wrong. At the same time, Lin Hao unleashed a fire blast. He activated the skill Swift as the wind. At this moment, all his skills had entered cooldown. If he were to fight directly, he would have to use special scrolls, but Lin Hao felt they were not worthy. Seeing the Heavenly Master suddenly turn to flee, Lu Xiao snapped back to reality. Everyone stop dawdling, hurry up. He has no skills left. Don't give him time to cool down. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. A group of frail short-legged players couldn't even catch up to an assassin, let alone Lin Hao. With 100 points of agility, everyone learned something new. It turned out that mages could run this fast. After just a couple of steps, they noticed the Heavenly Master was already more than 10 meters away. Unbelievable. Is he really a mage? Everyone present felt a sense of existential doubt. They were probably not playing the same game. With the speed the Heavenly Master displayed, even a level 10 assassin using their acceleration skill would only be left in the dust. Boss, should we chase? Chase. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth. No matter how fast he runs, ahead is a cliff. Oh, where else can he run? Just then Tianyu Wuya said in fear, President, that Heavenly Master, he's coming back. Huh, what's going on? No sooner had he spoken than a fireball spell came crashing down. 1997. Tianyu Wuya fell to the ground, such terrifying damage that no frail character could withstand. After killing the frontmost, Tianyu Wuya, Lin Hao single-handedly charged into the crowd. The once relentless pursuers now turned and fled in terror, as if their courage had been shattered. Zhilong Gu watched this scene, unable to regain his composure for a long time. The Celestial Master before him was like a god of death, instilling fear in everyone who encountered him, leaving no one with the courage to resist. He wanted to get closer, only to see a 1997 damage pop up above his head, and then the screen went black. Ding. You have been killed by player Tianxia level 1. Respawn in 3 minutes. What the hell? I'm not one of them. This is a misfire. Lin Hao didn't concern himself with such details. In the uncertainty of whether they were friend or foe, he mercilessly took them all down. With most of his skills on cooldown, Lin Hao was like a tiger among sheep, easily dispatching over 10 mages and archers without encountering a single threat. After activating the intermediate barrier technique, the scattered attacks against him couldn't break his shield, and with each of his attacks, he took down a player while recovering a significant amount of mana. Lu Xiao shouted frantically within the team, "Don't run. Prepare to unleash skills together." Just as he finished speaking, an explosive fire spell struck his face. 1997. After Lu Xiao was instantly killed, the remaining players were thrown into even greater chaos, with more players fleeing than fighting. After this, I trust you will learn your lesson. It took Lin Hao just a few minutes to send everyone back to the fountain, and at this point his condition was even better than before the team battle. Not only was his health fully restored, but his mana was also full. The legendary staff's damage could recover mana, and coupled with the passive effect of the mana barrier, it was simply a team battle artifact. However, this set of maneuvers was not something everyone could replicate. Lin Hao's mana was particularly high, and his damage was explosively powerful. Either condition being restricted would severely diminish the effect. After annihilating 2 guild teams, Lin Hao glanced at the gear scattered on the ground, which was mostly white and green equipment. After collecting it all, he tossed it into the system auction house. Then he checked his dark value. 416 points. This is truly unexpected. I thought breaking 200 would be quite good. The higher dark value gained from the earlier kills was due to the exceptional skill level of those assassins who granted a good amount of dark value with each kill. In contrast, the later players provided only a little, but the contributions from Guangzhou Tiantian and Lu Xiao were substantial. Although their strength seemed average to Lin Hao compared to casual players, they were indeed skilled. With 416 points of dark value, he could upgrade 2 green skills. To Lin Hao's surprise, the game did not trap him regarding dark value. For example, a LV1 green skill required 200 dark value, LV2 required 400, and LV3 required 600. As long as the skills were of the same quality, the dark value required for upgrades was the same regardless of level. The game's planners clearly haven't received training from the Goose Factory. Lin Hao thought for a moment before ultimately deciding to upgrade the intermediate barrier technique and the swift movement skill. As the saying goes, a solid support can flow like water with damage output. Attack skills like Flame Burst and Explosive Fire can be replaced immediately by higher damage skills. However, auxiliary skills like Intermediate Barrier Technique and Swift Movement can only be seamlessly replaced by higher-tier skills. Yet blue skills like Advanced Barrier Technique and Wind Dash are rarer than common red skill books, making them much harder to acquire. More importantly, he knew where he could acquire red attack skill books for his class with 100% certainty. The level of Intermediate Barrier Technique had risen to level 3, with the shield's value becoming 4 times the attack power and its duration extending to 20 seconds. Compared to the level 1 barrier technique, all effects increased twofold. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this enhancement. Among the green skills, Intermediate Barrier Technique was among the best. Although the level of swift movement had risen to level 2, the enhancement was relatively average, with the fixed movement speed increasing from 10 to 15 points. This increase was still less than a fraction of his current speed. However, every 100 points of physical attack increased movement speed by 12 up to a maximum of 120, with the duration extended to 35 seconds, providing a very nice effect. After upgrading his skills, Lin Hao arrived at the place where the Xuanwu cubs dropped equipment, which was the most exciting moment. The boss dropped a total of 6 pieces of equipment. Among them, 5 were red equipment at level 10, and only 1 was a red robe that a mage could wear. Xuanwu Green Robe. Quality red. Equipment level 10. Class requirement Mage. Effect 1 increases maximum mana by 100 points and spell defense by 102 points. Effect 2. When the wearer's health drops below 20, a spell shield is created capable of withstanding 100 of spell defense damage. This effect is quite good, but only for an average mage. The most important attribute for a mage is Spirit, which influences both spell attack and spell defense. As long as the Spirit is increased, spell defense won't be weak, but Lin Hao was different. He had always focused on strength, leaving his spell defense pitifully low. The shield generated would barely reach 50 points, fragile as paper. Despite this, Lin Hao equipped it. After all, it was free. Why not take it? It could still serve some purpose, especially since it increased his maximum mana by 100 points. As for the last orange legendary equipment, it was a shield. Xuanwu Shield. Quality orange. Equipment level 10. Class requirement, shield-bearing warrior class. Effect 1 increases physical defense by 200 points. Effect 2. When health drops below 50, physical defense increases by an additional 300 points. Effect 3. The wearer can transform shape to wield the shield with both hands. Creates a large shield barrier that can protect up to 5 people with a shield value of 500 of the holder's defense capped at 100 points. While the shield exists, it immediately triggers Effect 2, increasing physical defense by an additional 500 points lasting for 30 seconds. Truly legendary. Even though it's just a level 10 low-tier equipment, the effects are outrageous. Just a shield can increase 100 points of defense at level 10. It's simply absurd. A shield with 500 defense means that even if the warrior has no defense at all, the shield value would still be 500 points. Moreover, it can protect teammates, meaning it covers the fragile members of the team. A shield value of 500 is equivalent to half the health of a giant rabbit boss, an incredibly exaggerated effect. It can be said that without this third effect, this shield would at most be worth 100 coins. However, with this third effect, its value multiplied by more than 10 times easily, making it worth 100. The only regret is the 100 point cap on the shield value. Without this limit, it could easily sell for 10 to 20 million, with many people clamoring to buy. Not to mention others. Take Xia Rufin's Apocalypse Knight, for example. Lin Hao wasn't sure how high his defense was, but he estimated it wouldn't be less than 200 points. If multiplied by 5, that would be 100 shield value, and being able to protect teammates, just this effect alone is worth 100. The shield was of no use to Lin Hao, so he casually tossed it to the auction house, where the highest bidder would win. However, he never expected that such a casual act would stir up a storm outside. In the Wild Battle Guild, Wu Liang was scanning the system auction house, as usual, when his pupils suddenly constricted. President, you have to see this. What is it? After being killed by the Celestial Master again, Guangzhan Tiandao had a gloomy expression. But when he saw the item information in the auction house, his hands trembled with excitement. A legendary shield. He had seen legendary items before, and the guild headquarters had quite a few in stock. However, shields were inherently difficult to obtain, and the entire guild had only 3 legendary shields. Moreover, all of them had already been claimed. Even if he left the novice village, there would be no chance for him. The current shield, although slightly lower in level, had extraordinarily powerful effects. In terms of the defense and survivability it provided, it could even last until levels 50 or 60. Quangzhan Tiando's breathing quickened. This shield was practically tailor-made for him. At that moment, the bid for the shield had reached 233,000, and Quangzhan Tiandao waved his hand, decisively bidding 500,000. This shield was something he had to have. Meanwhile, at the Tianya Guild, Liu Xiao looked at the bid that had suddenly surged to 500,000 and realized it was likely Quangzhan Tiandao who had taken action. Although he couldn't use this shield, the Tianya Guild had quite a few warriors, and there was no way he would just give up. More importantly, he didn't want Quangzhan Tiandao to get his hands on it. Despite their previous cooperative relationship, things could change after dealing with the Celestial Master. Thinking of this, Liu Xiao immediately added another 100,000. On the other side, Quangzhan Tiandao was still unaware of who was competing with him, while Wu Liang had a revelation. President, I believe this shield is very likely dropped by the Celestial Master. We can't let him benefit from it. It is well known that the items dropped by monsters are often closely related to the monsters themselves. Seeing the name Xuanwu Shield, he recalled the earlier system prompt about the Celestial Master killing the Xuanwu cub. With this reminder, Quangzhan Tiandao also realized this point. So what do you suggest? Even if we can't let the Celestial Master benefit, we can't give up on this shield either. Wu Liang smiled and said, President, why not send a message to Liu Xiao telling him that if he obtains the shield, he will work with us to deal with the Celestial Master, and there will be no reward needed. Are you saying that Liu Xiao is competing with me? Quangzhan Tiandao was a bit puzzled, but he trusted his brother's judgment and dialed the message. As a result, the two reached an agreement, and the price of the shield remained at 600,000 without further movement. Liu Xiao also stated that he would personally deliver the shield to him after acquiring it. Just as the auction countdown was about to end and both believed they had secured it, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Or rather, it wasn't unexpected, as there were other guilds in the entire Tianyu with money too. At the last moment, the price of the Xuanwu shield was forcibly raised to 120,000, and Quangzhan Tiandao gritted his teeth, spending 150,000 to finally secure the Xuanwu shield. After all the calculations between the two guilds, it ended up being an empty victory, even exceeding their originally intended price. Lin Hao had no idea about the process of selling a shield. He only knew that his account balance had increased by 150,000. There are really so many rich people in this game. Even a level 10 shield can sell for over $1 million. Before entering the game, he had been attracted by a level 60 legendary equipment that was sold for nearly 7 million. Now it seemed that the level 60 legendary equipment must have had very poor effects. This was actually the normal situation. Those who could obtain level 60 legendary equipment were unlikely to be short on money. Truly powerful legendary equipment was often used for barter, just like skill books. Only inferior equipment and skills that everyone despised would be traded for money. After taking off his helmet, Lin Hao logged off and stretched. At that moment, he felt not only his neck stiff, but also his mind a bit groggy. Indeed, cheap goods are never good. If he had a high-end gaming pod lying in it for 24 hours a day, would be no problem. As long as the nutrient solution was sufficient, he could stay for a month. With over $1 million in his account, Lin Hao went out and found a high-end apartment, then ordered a gaming pod, and finally paid off the 100,000 that the original owner owed. The adorable little one had cost him 100,000, and in the end it returned 1,000 times. No, it was 1,000 times more. The Starshine Law boots were definitely worth no less than 100 million. After completing all this, an hour had passed. The delivery company for the gaming pod acted swiftly. Half an hour after placing the order, they arrived late at night, within half an hour, and set it up in 3 minutes. The high emotional quotient way of putting it is that they acted quickly and provided excellent service. The low emotional quotient way is that they feared the customer would change their mind at any moment. Regardless, the gaming pod was already set up, but Lin Hao did not immediately enter the game because he wanted to check the time. The results should be out. Sure enough, opening a video website, the most trending videos were all about Xia Rufin defeating the island's Iraqi Seiji. The heat was extremely high, with the view count exceeding 1 million in just a few minutes. The barrage was densely packed, seemingly endless. What did I say before? I said this is Fan Shin demonstrating weakness. The next 2 battles will be all victories. Fan Shin is amazing. During the second battle, I was so scared that cold sweat broke out all over me, fearing he would be killed by the assassin again. To my surprise, at a critical moment, his health suddenly surged by nearly 40,000. You didn't see that assassin's expression. That shocked little look provided me with all my laughs for this year. Ha ha ha. It was just too satisfying. I need to go to the island's forum and see if they can still laugh it off. After glancing at the barrage, Lin Hao closed the video, knowing the results were enough, or watching further would just waste time. Only 1 hour remained until the world boss descended. Next, he needed to speed through the novice village dungeon, obtaining the challenge qualification while breaking the dungeon record to acquire the red skill book. While Lin Hao was dealing with matters in the real world, the stories about the Heavenly Master continued to top the 10086 newbie village forum. The two major guilds joined forces to encircle the Heavenly Master only to face total annihilation. This post was particularly lively, with a large crowd of onlookers effectively settling down here. The Heavenly Master is just too cool. I really want to be his girlfriend. Someone get this love-struck person out of here. We'll talk about other things later. The power of the Heavenly Master is simply astounding. Not only is his damage explosive, but his skills are also exceptionally comprehensive. The two major guilds appeared to be like children in front of him, utterly powerless to fight back. I previously called the people from the Mad Warrior Guild rookies. I was wrong. It's not that you guys are too weak, it's that the Heavenly Master is too strong. Suddenly someone in the crowd asked, "Do you think the Heavenly Master can clear the newbie dungeon in 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Who do you look down upon?" Exactly, with the Heavenly Master's strength, clearing it in 5 minutes would be a piece of cake. I think that seems a bit impossible. Clearing it in 5 minutes would rank him in the top 100 across the entire Dragon Nation. I also think that's impossible. The Heavenly Master's strength lies in his explosive power, while dungeons test overall strength. A moment of explosion is useless. Persistence is key. Lin Hao was unaware of the discussions on the forum. Upon entering the game, he made his way toward the dungeon located on the eastern side of the village. The dungeon was not far from the newbie village. It took him less than 5 minutes to reach the entrance. At this moment, there weren't many players in the newbie village dungeon because the rewards were only the richest upon the first clear. Everyone wanted to maximize their state before venturing in to achieve the greatest rewards. At the entrance of the dungeon stood a massive stone tablet on which only a handful of names appeared. He saw the names of Mad Warrior Tianxia and Lu Xiao. However, this was only the left half of the tablet representing the player rankings of the 10086 newbie village. The right half was densely packed with 100 names representing the national leaderboard, where Xia Rufin's name was among the top. By the way, he ranked third. Xia Rufin had risen steadily from the newbie village and had never fallen out of the top 10 experts in Xia country. As for others, he had heard of them to some extent, but their deeds were not as prominent as Xia Rufin's. Mad Warrior Tianxia currently cleared the dungeon in 10 minutes and 25 seconds, while Xia Rufin, ranked third on the world leaderboard, cleared it in 3 minutes and 16 seconds. As for Wunyan, who ranked first on the Xia country leaderboard, he was the only one to succeed within 3 minutes with a challenge time of 2 minutes and 56 seconds. This information could be viewed not only on the stone tablet, but also on the honor board of the Tianyu game. The honor board is divided into 3 sections, one for dungeon speedruns, another for world boss damage rankings, and the last one for level rankings. There are no weapon or equipment rankings. After all, in Tianyu, the attributes of weapons and equipment are not that significant. What matters is their effects. However, the effects vary from person to person. What is poison for one may be honey for another, making it difficult to distinguish good from bad among weapons and equipment. To evaluate someone's strength, one should first look at the dungeon speedrun leaderboard, and then check the world boss rankings. Lin Hao's current goal is to clear this newbie dungeon and claim the world #1 position, as only then will he be 100 rewarded with a red attack skill book for his class. Clearing a dungeon in 3 minutes is as tough as climbing to the heavens for others, but for Lin Hao it's truly not difficult. Upon entering the dungeon, there were a total of 5 small monsters in the first level, all green-skinned goblins wielding chipped cleavers. Sturdy Goblin Warriors. Level 10. HP 1000. Attack 466. Defense 289. All these goblins were at level 10 with terrifying attack power. They are definitely newbie killers when outside, and they appeared all together. If encountered alone in the wild, the vast majority of players would only have the option to flee. It's no wonder that only 3 people have cleared the newbie dungeon so far. But encountering Lin Hao was just their bad luck. The positioning of the 5 goblins was somewhat scattered. When Lin Hao waited for them to charge at him, he seized the moment to unleash a fire blast. 1997. 1298. 1298. All 5 goblins were instantly killed, and the system's notification sound kept ringing. Ding killed a level 10 goblin, gained 300 experience points. First time entering the dungeon, experience points doubled, additional 300 experience points awarded. Ding killed a level 10 goblin, gained 300 experience points. First time entering the dungeon, experience points doubled, additional 300 experience points awarded. Killing a single small monster awarded 600 experience points. In a brief moment, 3,000 experience points were earned. Upon entering the dungeon for the first time, players enjoy double experience and drop rate bonuses. However, Lin Hao did not obtain any equipment. There wasn't even a single hair on the ground, but he didn't mind, as this was normal. The drop rate went from 1 in 10,000 to 2 in 10,000. Is there a difference? Essentially none. While Lin Hao entered the dungeon, Mad Warrior Tianxia and Lu Xiao had already brought people to seal off the area. As soon as they received the news, they organized all personnel. This time, they truly mobilized all their resources. Lu Xiao still felt a bit uneasy and said, "Are you sure you can withstand the Heavenly Master's damage?" It's not that he doesn't trust Mad Warrior Tianxia, it's just that the Heavenly Master's damage is too overwhelming, almost giving him psychological trauma. He thinks he should stay back and shoot from a distance, as long as there are enough ranged classes, a volley will definitely take him down. But Mad Warrior Tianxia felt that sneaking up on the Heavenly Master was simply unrealistic. Before a volley could even hit, the opponent would have already closed the distance with a blink. If the Heavenly Master gets into the backline, how is that any different from lambs entering a tiger's den? With the Heavenly Master's reflexes, even assassins couldn't handle him. What could archers do? Lu Xiao was persuaded by him and could only agree with his thoughts. Compared to Lu Xiao's anxiousness, Mad Warrior Tianxia looked at the legendary shield in his hands and was unusually confident. He had changed all his equipment to defense-related ones, and after activating the Xuanwu shield, he would definitely gain 100 shield points. 100 shield points. That was already the total HP of a giant rabbit boss. With the Heavenly Master's damage, could he really one-shot me? Their strategy was quite simple. Let Quangzhan Tianxiao face the Tian Shi alone, thus breaking the Tian Shi's taunting skill. The surroundings had been cleared to the point where not even a single dog remained. Who else could the taunts be used on? It could only be directed at the Tian Shi himself. As long as he activated the shield in advance, it wouldn't matter, even if he was taunted. As long as he could withstand the first wave of damage and force the Tian Shi to use his blink skill, they would be able to finish him off with a barrage of attacks. To ensure that their plan was foolproof, they dispatched a full team of 50 archers this time. Naturally, there were not that many people in the guild, but as long as the payment was sufficient, who couldn't be found? The 50 archers were not their financial limit. Rather, if there were more people, the bushes here wouldn't be able to conceal them. These 50 individuals were all renowned experts in the novice village with an average attack power not lower than 500. A single volley would guarantee at least 2500 damage. No matter how thick the Tian Shi's health bar was, it was impossible to withstand 2500 damage. They had truly invested heavily this time, with Quangzhan Tianxia spending a significant amount of money to purchase a taunting skill book. Whether they controlled the Tian Shi with taunts or he dodged with his blink, the next wave of attacks would surely take his life. In a situation where victory seemed almost guaranteed, how could they possibly lose? Quangzhan Tianxia couldn't fathom it. However, despite this being the most favorable matchup in history, Lu Xiao felt increasingly uneasy. They had done everything they could, and if they lost this time, it would truly be despair. To suppress his unease, Lu Xiao changed the topic and asked, "Do you think the Tian Shi can clear the novice dungeon within 5 minutes?" Quangzhan Tianxia thought for a moment and replied, "I think it should be fine." Although the forums are all saying that the Tian Shi's strength lies in his explosive power, only we know that such devastating output is his regular damage. If he clears the dungeon in 5 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Even if he did it in 3 minutes, I wouldn't be able to accept it. Indeed, his evaluation of the Tian Shi was that high. There is an old saying that the person who knows you best is often not your friend, but your opponent. Through several consecutive encounters, he had deeply realized the terrifying aspect of the Tian Shi pressure that those who only watch videos could never experience. The Tian Shi's strength truly resembled an endless abyss, with every encounter causing a significant surge, making it seem as if he had been holding back all along. Lu Xiao nodded. He certainly could not underestimate this enemy, who had wiped them out multiple times. On the contrary, he valued him more than anyone else. At that moment, Quangzhan Tianxia said somewhat meaningfully, "I actually hope he can succeed in breaking 3 minutes and even claim the title of world number 1. In that case, after we kill him, we can also make a name for ourselves." Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already reached the second stage. The difficulty of the second stage had increased significantly compared to the first. The number of goblins remained unchanged, but their classes had changed. From the original 5 warriors, they had transformed into 2 warriors, 1 shield bearer, and 2 archers. The combination of melee and ranged attacks posed no threat to Lin Hao, but it did waste some time. He dealt with the 3 suicidal goblins using fire explosion, then spent another 2 seconds eliminating the archer hiding at the back. The first stage, along with travel time, took less than 5 seconds, while the second stage alone took nearly 6 seconds just to defeat the monsters. Lin Hao shook his head. The speed is still a bit slow. If only there were a large area attack spell, I could wipe them all out in an instant. Fortunately, Lin Hao's words were not heard by Guangzhan Tianxia and the others, or they would have been infuriated. By the time they reached the second stage, they had already spent 2 minutes, and they were embroiled in a fierce battle in the second stage. The 3 melee classes clung to them like glue, not allowing them to pass, while the archers at the back took the opportunity to shoot arrows frantically. If they didn't have some real strength, they would have already perished. In contrast, Lin Hao had cleared the 2 stages in about 10 seconds, making them seem like mere amateurs. The difficulty of the third stage had increased yet another level. The monsters had transformed into 2-meter-tall goblin ogres with a health pool of 3,000 points and an attack power of 462 points, and there were 3 such ogres here. Although the goblin ogres had high attack and health, their movement speed was quite slow, posing no threat to Lin Hao. He easily dealt with them using explosion fire and fire blast. The final stage was the boss. It looked similar to an ordinary goblin, but wore a crown and had a fancy backpack at its waist. Its attack power was quite high, but its defense was pitifully low. Goblin King level 10 health, 10,000 attack, 500 defense, 86 skill, take out a random item from the backpack, causing unknown effects. The Goblin King's skill was exactly as Lin Hao remembered. In the world of gods and demons, someone had once obtained 10 permanent attribute points here. According to that player, the Goblin King had thrown an unknown potion at him, which then permanently increased his attributes. This news caused a tremendous stir, and countless people were eager to come and farm attribute points, but very few succeeded. According to data analysts, the probability of the Goblin King dropping attribute potions was less than 1 in a million. Lin Hao certainly didn't think he would be that lucky, nor did he plan to waste time here. He raised his hand and cast an explosion fire. 1997. The moment he dealt damage, the Goblin King began to scream, then grabbed a handful of potions from its bag and threw them at him. 800, 800, 400, 800. Lin Hao had poor luck this time. 3 of the potions thrown by the Goblin King were explosion fire potions, and only 1 was a healing potion. A total of 2,000 damage was dealt. For an ordinary squishy character, they would have been eliminated by now. However, Lin Hao suffered no damage as the LV3 intermediate shield spell was activated at the first moment. At this moment, his attack power had reached 1298 points, so the shield's protection value was as high as 5,192 points. As he raised the shield, Lin Hao immediately cast a fire blast. Instant skills were just that exhilarating. 1997. Just as the damage was dealt, the explosion fire skill had just finished cooling down. Lin Hao was also stunned upon witnessing this scene. In his previous life, he had never heard of the Goblin King possessing such a move. Lin Hao speculated that perhaps it was due to his overwhelming damage exceeding 50 in a very short time, triggering some hidden mechanism. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Lin Hao was about to use Starshine Blink to evade, but ultimately he hesitated. Countless potions rained down upon him. 800, 400, 400, 800, 800. Among the series of damage and recovery numbers, 3 special notifications were finally triggered. Ding. The Goblin King used a strength potion on you, permanently increasing your strength attribute by 10 points. Ding. The Goblin King used a life potion on you, permanently increasing your health by 100 points. Ding. The Goblin King used a life potion on you, permanently increasing your health by 100 points. I don't know if this luck counts as good. A whole bag of potions was dropped, dealing a total of 8,800 points of damage and recovering 2,800 points, equivalent to 11 blast fire potions, 7 recovery potions, and 3 permanent enhancement potions, totaling 20 potions used. After all the potions were spent, the Goblin King completely lost its means of attack, running around in a panic. Lin Hao didn't waste any time and cast a blast fire spell to finish it off. 9,985. Nearly 10,000 points of damage instantly killed the Goblin King. Ding. You have killed the 0-10 level dungeon boss Goblin King, earning 2,000 experience points. Entering the dungeon for the first time, experience points are doubled, and you receive an additional 2,000 experience points. Instantly, 4,000 experience points were gained, and along with the points from the monsters killed, Lin Hao received a total of 1,500 experience points during this dungeon run. Ding. You have killed the 0-10 level dungeon boss Goblin King. The War God talent is activated, allowing you to absorb the Goblin King's source power, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. The system's notifications continued. Ding. You are the first player to complete the dungeon within 1 minute with a final completion time of 28 seconds. Ding. You have created an unprecedented record and will have an opportunity for a nationwide announcement. Do you wish to hide your nickname? Nationwide announcement. Lin Hao was a bit surprised. It seems that the value of completing the dungeon quickly is very high in the Tianyu. No. As soon as he spoke, the nationwide announcement began to chime 3 times in succession. Nationwide announcement. Congratulations to player Tianshi for achieving first place in the 0-10 level Novice Village dungeon with an outstanding time of 28 seconds. Reward 100 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a red attack skill book for your profession. We hope all players continue to work hard. Nationwide announcement. Congratulations to player Tianshi for achieving first place in the 0-10 level Novice Village dungeon with an outstanding time of 28 seconds. Reward 100 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a red attack skill book for your profession. We hope all players continue to work hard. After the system announcement concluded, Lin Hao now had 13150 experience points in his experience pool. More importantly, a red skill book had appeared in his bag. Seeing the color of the skill, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel excited. I hope it's a skill for wide-range attacks. I don't want single-target skills. Although single-target skills have a great advantage against bosses, wide-range attack skills are far more enjoyable for grinding monsters. Anyone who has used them knows. In the early stages, leveling up is still the most important. If you don't level up, even if you obtain powerful gear, you can only watch helplessly as you can't equip it. Flame Explosion is also a decent area attack skill, and if leveled up fully, its damage isn't low. However, its quality is green, which already indicates its limited potential. Opening the skill book, the 5 large characters Crimson Lotus Shockwave caught his eye. The moment he saw the skill name, Lin Hao was a bit incredulous, fearing that his desire for this skill had led to an illusion. However, no matter how he looked at it, this was indeed the Crimson Lotus Shockwave, the so-called strongest area attack skill beneath the legendary skills. Crimson Lotus Shockwave LV1 creates a light wave 5 meters wide and 30 meters long, dealing fixed damage of 500 plus 300 of attack power. If the target has a shield, it deals double damage to the shield. The Crimson Lotus Shockwave has a penetrating effect and cannot be blocked by monsters or players. God, this is divine among the divine. Just from the damage perspective, LV1 of Crimson Lotus Shockwave is already equivalent to LV5 of Blastfire. More importantly, one is an area attack, while the other is a single target attack. Once the Crimson Lotus Shockwave is unleashed, even if those fragile targets hide at the back of the team, as long as they are within 30 meters, they cannot escape a certain death. If one were to talk about its shortcomings, it consumes a lot of mana, requiring 500 mana points for one use, which can be considered extremely extravagant, especially since this is a skill that even late-game players might not obtain. In contrast, Blastfire only requires 20 mana points to cast. For an ordinary level 10 mage, 500 mana points is an incredibly extravagant number. Casting it once would empty their mana bar. However, for Lin Hao, 500 mana points is not a big issue. It's still a bit much for him right now. But it doesn't matter as long as he pairs it with the mythical staff. The damage output will recover more mana than is consumed. Another drawback is the long cooldown time, with a full cooldown of 300 seconds. This is something Lin Hao cannot address, at least not for now. The greater the skill's power, the longer the cooldown time, and the higher the mana consumption. This is universally acknowledged in all games. These two drawbacks are actually manageable, but it has one most fatal flaw: it requires a 3-second charge time to release the skill. Don't underestimate these brief 3 seconds. Everyone isn't foolish. Once they see you about to use Crimson Lotus Shockwave, they'd wish their parents had given them 2 more legs to run away, disappearing without a trace. At that point, you can only hit air. Thus, the Crimson Lotus Shockwave often needs to be paired with control skills. However, once it hits, it deals devastating damage. Therefore, players have also given this skill another name: Red Destruction Beam. The reason for adding color is that this game has a total of 5 types of shockwaves. They are Crimson Lotus Shockwave, Purple Lotus Shockwave, Yellow Lotus, White Lotus, and finally Black Lotus. These 5 skills are part of the same series, and their effects are identical aside from their colors. Thus, they are also recognized by mages as the strongest area attack skills under the legendary skills. There is a rumor about these 5 skills. It is said that if one gathers all 5 colors of shockwaves, they can instantly transform into Death's Arrival, possessing damage far superior to legendary skills. Of course, this is just a rumor. For many years in his past life, no one ever collected all 5 shockwaves, and no one knows who originated this tale. However, Lin Hao felt that this speculation might actually be true. Otherwise, what would be the point of designing 5 completely identical skills with different colors? Lin Hao shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Collecting all 5 shockwaves would be far more difficult than obtaining 5 random legendary skills. The most fatal flaw of the Red Lotus Shockwave has already been resolved by Lin Hao, as his wrathful master of alchemy can instantly cast any skill. No longer requiring 3 seconds of charging time, the deterrent power of the Red Lotus Shockwave is even comparable to legendary skills. And this is just the first level of the Red Lotus Shockwave. If it reaches level 5, the effect, no one knows. After learning the skill, Lin Hao began to examine the details of the skill. Gift of the Dark King, you must lend me some strength. This special item only mentioned that it consumes dark points to upgrade skills, but did not specify the quality. If it cannot upgrade a red skill, that would be quite unfortunate. Fortunately, this special item did not disappoint him. Even red quality skills can still consume dark points to upgrade. What made Lin Hao even happier was that the amount of dark points required for the upgrade was much less than he had imagined, only needing 1,000 points. It's worth noting that leveling up a green skill requires 200 dark points, while acquiring a book for the red quality Red Lotus Shockwave is at least 100 times more difficult than that of a green skill. Lin Hao couldn't help but praise this planner is truly generous. Even if it were set at 1,000 dark points, I would still feel like I made a fortune. The Goblin King dropped a total of 3 items. Lin Hao approached and saw that 2 of them were ordinary blue gear, utterly unimpressive. The last item was not equipment, but a rarer item. Tracking potion quality special consumable effect designate a target within a 100-meter range, and for the next 3 hours you can see their coordinates on the map. So it's this item. After picking it up, Lin Hao checked his attributes. This time in the dungeon he gained a lot. Not only did he earn a substantial amount of experience points, but his attributes also saw considerable growth, increasing his attack by 100 points, strength by 10 points, and life by 200 points. Although he is only level 10, now his strength attribute has already reached 300 points, and with the blessing of his War God talent his attack power has soared to 1,000 points. This is still without wearing equipment. If he adds gear, his total attack reaches a terrifying 1418 points. This means that even a seemingly ordinary fireball spell can deal over 2,000 damage. The Ao Long Guild. I, the Brave King, was planning to follow my guild leader to farm monsters when I heard that someone cleared the Novice Village dungeon in 28 seconds, and my expression was filled with shock. 28 seconds. Who is this divine being? Although there are over 1,000 players in the Novice Village, the dungeon remains identical. I, the Brave King, belong to the type that rises in the later stages. During the early phase, I was not well known. In the Novice Village dungeon, I only ranked outside the top 60, and there was no record of me on the world leaderboard. Therefore, I understand better the significance of this speedy dungeon completion. That name. Why does it sound so familiar? I, the Brave King, pondered for a moment, opened my friends list, and soon realized why that name sounded familiar. Wait, what? The master is actually my brother. I, the Brave King, was completely stunned. Previously, I thought Lin Hao's strong self-healing was merely luck, but now it seems that in addition to luck, strength plays a significant role. Clearing the Novice dungeon in 28 seconds, leaving the second place behind by more than 2 minutes. This must be some sort of cheat. It's simply outrageous. Xiao Rufin in the front also flashed a look of shock in his eyes. He knew that the master's potential was certainly not low, but he never expected the other party to achieve such a level. 28 seconds to clear the dungeon means that the master's damage is extremely high, and when encountering monsters, it's instant kills. The national announcement that repeated 3 times first spread the master's fame across the country. Originally, the title of master was already quite famous, but it was limited to the 10086 novice village, and such novice villages number over 10,000 in the entire heavenly domain. Even if one shines brightly in their own village, there are still over 10,000 players nationwide. However, now, it's different. As long as you open the leaderboard for clearing the Novice Village dungeon quickly, you will definitely see the master's terrifying result. Clearing in 28 seconds, this result far surpasses that of the second place. It's worth noting that the second place has held that record for over a year, never surpassed since its inception. But today not only has it been broken, but it has been shattered in a crushing manner. The master's terrifying result has sparked discussions in over half of the sections on the Heavenly Domain forum. Among them, the most heated discussions naturally revolve around the section for the 10086 Novice Village. In the posts there, regardless of the topic, it is impossible to avoid mentioning the master. 28 seconds to clear master, you are my god. Incredible. Clearing within 30 seconds, this achievement, I dare say, has no predecessors and will surely have no successors. The number 1 national speedrunner from the Novice Village 10086. I feel like I can now speak with more pride than other players. I remember someone previously said that the master could not clear in under 5 minutes. Where did everyone go? Why aren't they speaking up? At this point, who dares to show up? We keyboard warriors never fight in reverse win situations. After chatting for a while on the forum, players felt it wasn't satisfying enough, and many ran to foreign forums. At this time, the forums in the island nation were equally lively. Shortly after Xiao Rufin defeated Haruki Masato, the previously arrogant players from the island nation, after losing, saw their forum nearly collapse. Didn't you all say how powerful the assassin was? Why did they lose? Exactly. What a bunch of nonsense. How could the assassin possibly compete with our god of ordinary? I say you should train for a few more years. Maybe you can catch up to the shadow of our god of ordinary. The players from the island nation felt quite frustrated, but the defeat was indeed a fact. They initiated the challenge, and now they could not refute. Just as they were about to endure for a moment of peace, the players from the novice village 10086 came over to join the excitement. On the other side, originally prepared to wait in the grass for a few minutes, Quanzhan Tiantian was somewhat in disbelief after hearing the nationwide announcement. 28 seconds to clear. Is this even human? Lu Xiao exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Quanzhan Tiantian was also taken aback. He knew that the Tianshi was incredibly strong, but he did not expect to have underestimated his opponent's strength. After exiting the dungeon, Lin Hao glanced around and sensed that something was off. Although there weren't many people in the novice dungeon, there were still some scattered around, yet it was surprisingly quiet now, with not a single shadow in sight. He looked toward the bushes ahead, and his instinct told him there was something shady going on inside. Lin Hao had no bad habit of probing the grass with his body. Even though he was very confident in his strength, it didn't mean he enjoyed taking risks. After glancing at the bushes, Lin Hao changed direction to leave. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xiao immediately panicked. This is bad. It seems that the Tianshi has sensed something amiss and is not coming this way at all. Quanzhan Tiantian had already anticipated this and was not too disappointed. I told you long ago, a powerhouse of the Tianshi's level is not only strong in power, but also in awareness. It's nearly impossible to ambush him with such tactics. Though he said this, he still sighed. If the Tianshi had come this way just now, he would have immediately countered with a taunt. Regardless of whether he had triggered a blink or hit directly, he wouldn't have been able to escape the next wave of attacks and would have been instantly killed. Unfortunately, the Tianshi did not fall for the trap. However, this also aligned with his impression of the Tianshi. Not only was he powerful, but he was also extremely cautious. As he watched the Tianshi about to leave, Quanzhan Tiantian had no choice but to jump out of the grass. Tianshi, I want to duel you. A duel, eh? Seeing Quanzhan Tiantian suddenly jump out, Lin Hao found it somewhat ridiculous. After being wiped out so many times, where did he get the courage for a duel? If there were no other people hiding in the bushes, he would write his name backwards. Alright, since you want a duel, I'll grant you that. As Lin Hao spoke, he cast a fireball spell towards him. 2177. The sudden surge of damage shocked Quanzhan Tiantian. Each encounter made the Tianshi's power grow significantly, and the damage increased each time. Fortunately, he had the foresight to activate his shield beforehand, or else he would have been left with very little health. Quanzhan Tiantian didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly activated his fearless charge, mitigating the damage from the fire explosion. Seeing his opponent's fearless demeanor, Lin Hao was even more certain that there was something wrong with the bushes ahead. So my Xuanwu shield was bought by you, huh? Lin Hao was not surprised. Is the Xuanwu shield giving you the confidence to duel me? Quanzhan Tiantian remained silent. The invincibility period granted by fearless charge was very precious. Lin Hao did not approach the bushes, causing his attack route to be prolonged. At this distance, it seemed that upon their first encounter, the invincibility from the charge would end. However, it didn't matter. His shield still had 7,823 shield points, and he had over 4,000 health left. How could he be instantly killed? As long as he got close enough to launch a taunt, regardless of whether his blink was dodged or not, his opponent would surely die. Lin Hao saw the distance closing in and was calculating the duration of fearless charge. As soon as the golden glow on Quanzhan Tiantian's body faded, Lin Hao knew the opportunity had arrived. However, this time Quanzhan Tiantian had learned from the lesson of being instantly killed before. He cancelled the enhanced attack and used the taunt skill. The color of the great sword instantly turned blood red. Once it hit the target, it would immediately apply the taunt effect. Lin Hao recognized the skill immediately and instantly used Starshine Blink, jumping back a distance of 10 meters. Seeing Lin Hao truly forced to use Starshine Blink, Quanzhan Tiantian excitedly exclaimed, "Now's the time." Lu Xiao and the others naturally would not miss this opportunity and quickly jumped out from the grass. However, because Lin Hao had jumped back 10 meters, he had directly exited their range, so they could only move forward a few more steps. Lu Xiao did not mind this slight delay. The cooldown time for Starshine Blink was a full 30 seconds, while they only needed 3 seconds to kill. Tianshi, this time I want to see how you die. So many people showed up unexpectedly. Looking at the multitude of archers emerging from the grass, Lin Hao was somewhat astonished. At a glance, there were probably no less than 50. You really hold me in high regard. Even with this round of concentrated fire, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, it didn't matter. Attacking was the best defense. As long as he could eliminate everyone, then he wouldn't have to endure any damage. With that thought, Lin Hao immediately released the Crimson Lotus Shockwave. A red lotus radiating a captivating aura appeared in front of Lin Hao's chest. At the very center of the lotus, a red energy sphere imbued with destructive power was rapidly brewing. Upon seeing the red lotus, the closest Quanzhan Tiantian was scared and took off running. Damn, is that the red destruction beam? Even though he was confident in his health, he was still intimidated by the infamous reputation of the red destruction beam. As a legendary skill, the strongest red area attack skill, this title was not something to be taken lightly. It was earned through bloodshed. Lin Hao behind him also recognized this terrifying skill, but he understood it even better. The red destruction beam requires a 3-second charge. To deal maximum damage, one must rely on either preemptive prediction or prior control. However, both were clearly unrealistic with only one Tianxia present. Lin Hao sneered. Everyone disperse quickly. In 3 seconds, it will be your death. Before he could finish, to the incredulous expressions of the crowd, the red beam had already shot out. In the front line, even though Quangzhan Tiantian thought to escape at the first moment, he hadn't even had time to move his legs before being engulfed by the red wave. 9,508. The Crimson Lotus shockwave dealt double damage to shields, instantly shattering his shield. The remaining 1,685 points of damage struck him directly. The situation was even worse for those behind, as even though they had hidden at the back, the damage they took was not diminished in the slightest. Numerous large numbers continuously floated above the heads of the crowd. 4,754. 4,754. 4,754. They had all rushed out together, so their positioning was quite close, and a single Crimson Lotus shockwave instantly eliminated 12 people. Only when the light wave completely dissipated did Lin Hao react. Instant cast. How is this possible? It was the first time he had heard of someone being able to instant cast such a terrifying skill as the Crimson Lotus shockwave. After the shockwave dissipated, Lin Hao seized the opportunity and unleashed a flurry of attacks against Crazy Battle World. 2,177. 7,090. The first damage was dealt by the fire blast, while the second came from a regular attack, combined with the effect of the war god. The two damages appeared almost simultaneously, instantly obliterating Crazy Battle World. Upon returning to the resurrection point, Crazy Battle World wore a face of disbelief, saying, "My 1/0-point shield is gone just like that." Meanwhile, Lin Hao activated his swift movement skill, and with an agility of 106, he ran at a speed that left even assassins in the dust. Charging into the backline, Lin Hao swung his staff like a melee mage, delivering a series of blows. 1,418. 1,418. 1,418. The regular attacks had no enhancements. The damage wasn't that exaggerated, but it was more than enough to take down these backline foes. After taking down 6 archers in quick succession, someone exclaimed in shock, "What a cheat! How can that staff deal such terrifying damage?" Not only is the damage high, but the staff is swinging so fast that it leaves afterimages. The assassin's daggers can't keep up with his speed. Unbelievable. What kind of cheat is this? Can someone get me one too? Despite their shock, they still maintained their professionalism. The first thing they did was raise their bows and shoot at Lin Hao twice. In their minds, a fragile mage daring to charge and could only expect to be obliterated, but they soon realized how wrong they were. A transparent shield enveloped Lin Hao in an instant, with a shield value soaring to 5,672 points. At that moment, everyone understood why Lin Hao had invited so many archers to kill a mage. Before arriving, they thought this would be a massacre, and after arriving, they discovered it truly was a massacre. Unable to fight back or escape, everyone fell into despair. The gap in strength was simply too vast, completely on different levels. Only Lin Hao, having had numerous encounters with Tianxia, quickly ran away. He knew that if he couldn't eliminate Tianxia instantly, he had already lost. Though Tianxia's shield was thick, it was nothing compared to his mana. Not only could his mana absorb damage, but more importantly, he could regain mana while dealing damage. In a war of attrition, who could rival him? Therefore, Lin Hao sprinted away at the first opportunity, the only one in the entire area to do so. As Lin Hao ran out of the range of magical attacks, Lin Hao snorted coldly. "After harassing me so many times, do you really think you can escape so easily? Now it's my turn to hunt you down." Special item tracking potion. After locking onto Lin Hao threw it with all his might. The tracking potion landed perfectly on Lin Hao, who remained blissfully unaware, thinking he had successfully escaped. Although Lin Hao had escaped this area, none of the players left behind could escape. They were all dealt with by Lin Hao. After the battle, Lin Hao's condition remained full. As long as the damage was insufficient to kill him in one hit, the scattered attacks posed no threat whatsoever. After slaying all of them, a lot of equipment dropped, but more than half was green trash, a few were blue, and only 2 pieces were red gear, neither of which was usable. After tossing these into the auction house, Lin Hao checked his dark value. To his surprise, he gained 630 dark points from this battle. On average, each player provided him with 12 points, indicating the high level of this round's opponents, yet Lin Hao remained oblivious as he had dispatched them all with a simple attack. With the dark value skyrocketing to 630 points combined with the previous amount, he had a total of 646 points, just 354 points away from upgrading his Red Lotus Shockwave. opening the map a small red that had settled in place. After waiting a moment, Lin Hao quietly approached. After Lu Xiao escaped from the novice dungeon, he planned to return to the novice village to avoid the storm, only to encounter a wild boss on the way. Given his current level and strength, soloing a wild boss was merely a matter of time, and he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. However, to be safe, he still sent a message to his team members urging them to come quickly for support, lest the night grow long with many dreams. 5 minutes later, Lin Hao had already arrived behind Lu Xiao, using the cover of the bushes to get within 30 meters. Watching the 7 or 8 people surrounding the boss pounding away, Lin Hao snorted. After attempting to ambush me several times, now it's my turn to teach you a lesson. This wild boss was an 8-level giant deer with attributes slightly superior to those of the giant rabbit boss. Its health reached 12000 points, and its defense was 300 points. Overall, its attributes were decent, but in front of the nearly all 10-level Tianya guild, it still fell short. In just 5 minutes, the boss's health had dropped to 7321 points. Had Lin Hao arrived a few minutes later, this boss would have already been defeated. Meanwhile, the boss's health continued to decline, and newly resurrected players joined in, bringing the total number to 16. Unfortunately, there was no sign of crazy battle world among them. The boss's health was plummeting fast, soon falling below half, only 5,960 points remaining. At that moment, Lin Hao made his move. Let me show you what true harvesting ability looks like. As the red lotus shockwave was unleashed, a 5-meter-wide beam of light instantly formed, and in the next moment the figures ahead were engulfed in red light, with a flurry of numbers floating above them. 4,754, 4,754, 23,770, 4,754. The area affected by the red lotus shockwave was completely barren. The BOSS, still at half health, received over 20,000 points of exaggerated damage, enough to kill it twice. As Lu Xiao was Lin Hao's primary target, it was unsurprising he didn't survive, along with Tianya Wuyo and 4 other unfortunate souls who were also instantly killed. Ding! Killed the 8-level giant deer, gaining 800 experience points. Due to a level drop, experience points decreased by 160. The experience points were reduced by 160, equivalent to a 20 decrease. Lin Hao wasn't surprised by this, as Shinmao World had a similar setting. This was to prevent high-level players from indiscriminately slaughtering low-level monsters, leading to a lack of monsters for low-level players to fight, severely affecting the experience of newcomers. Overall, Tianyu encourages players to challenge monsters beyond their level, but does not advocate for hunting low-level monsters. Killing monsters below 5 levels does not grant any experience. Of course, Lin Hao didn't care about this bit of experience, as he currently had over 130 experience in his pool, far above this amount. Ding! The God of War talent is activated, and you have absorbed the primordial power of the giant deer, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. Ding! You are the first player in Village 10086 to kill the giant deer, and you will receive an opportunity for a village-wide announcement. Do you wish to hide your name? No. The village-wide announcement congratulates player Tian Shi for completing the first kill of the giant deer, rewarding 5,000 experience points and 5 gold coins. We hope all players will continue to strive. The village-wide announcement congratulates player Tian Shi for completing the first kill of the giant deer, rewarding 5,000 experience points and 5 gold coins. We hope all players will continue to strive. While the system was making the announcement, Lin Hao had already dashed out swiftly. In less than 3 minutes, these players who had just respawned were sent back to the spring. Having killed a total of 16 people, he had just received 200 points of dark value. Seeing he had 154 points of dark value left, Lin Hao planned to maximize his gains. At the entrance of the novice village, the resurrected Lu Xiao wore a gloomy expression. Damn Tian Shi, he just won't let me go. He thought he had escaped death, but it turned out he had only prolonged it. Dying late was worse than dying early. He had lost a boss for nothing. Tianya sighed, and after some struggle finally expressed his thoughts. President, let's avoid Tian Shi when we see him in the future. He is simply too powerful, both in strength and awareness. We are not even on the same level. Sigh. Lu Xiao also sighed. Fine, he's impressive. Let's lay low for now. Once we reach the main city, I will make him pay. At this moment, Guangzhan Tianxiao also stepped out with his entourage. He felt fortunate that he hadn't left the village earlier, otherwise he would have lost a level in just a few minutes. I agree with this decision. Tian Shi is indeed too strong in the early stages. No matter how many times we team up, it's useless. However, once we leave the novice village, I have 1,000 ways to kill him. Oh, is that so? Just as Guangzhan Tianxia finished speaking, a slightly mocking voice came from ahead, causing everyone to shiver at the familiar sound. Many people immediately tried to flee, but in the face of the instant red lotus shockwave, their speed was as good as non-existent. 5,054. 5,054. 50,054. After the increase of 100 in attack power, the damage of the Red Lotus Shockwave increased significantly, but for the members of the Tianya Guild, it was still a one-hit kill. However, for Quangzhan Tianxia, it was vastly different. He could no longer withstand even one hit, and like any other fragile character, he was instantly defeated. This is absurd, simply outrageous. Quangzhan Tianxia looked at the death countdown in the center of the interface, feeling a sense of hopelessness. Tianxi's growth rate was truly exaggerated. He believed he had grown rapidly, but compared to Tianxi, he was nothing. Just let you enjoy your moment of glory. Once we leave the novice village, I will make sure to get back at you double. After defeating these individuals, Lin Hao once again gained 280 points of dark value, totaling 1126 points now. Before gathering enough, Lin Hao was thinking of leveling the Red Lotus Shockwave to level 2, but once he had enough, he had other ideas. Although the Red Lotus Shockwave was powerful, its long cooldown time made it unsuitable as a primary damage output. It was more like a trump card. The dark value he had was sufficient to max out the explosive flame spell, which was currently the only skill capable of sustained damage output. In the short term, it was more valuable to enhance it. Lin Hao felt somewhat conflicted. The more choices he had, the more it troubled him. Forget it, I'll decide when we fight the world boss. After all, dark value won't disappear if I keep it. Lin Hao glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes were left before the world boss would spawn. He guarded the novice village while opening the forum to see if there were any hidden strategies. To his surprise, the hottest post on the forum was not about the world boss, but rather about a feud with the island nation. Didn't Xia Ru Fan crush the island nation with overwhelming force? How can they still be arguing? Lin Hao wondered. In his impression, although island nation players talk tough, they never retaliated in a losing situation. After skimming through the hottest post, he quickly understood the situation. He had unexpectedly been dragged into it. The island nation players were already feeling frustrated about losing the match, and even though they were still unconvinced, they weren't as aggressive verbally. At that moment, players from Village 10086 came over and added fuel to the fire. They brought up the name of Tianxi, claiming he was the strongest newcomer player who broke the instance record of Xia Country's novice village, stating that the island nation couldn't produce such a character. This ignited the powder keg. The island nation players, already frustrated from losing, couldn't sit still after being insulted for no reason. While Xia Ru Fan was in a disadvantageous position, Tianxi showed no hesitation. The strongest newcomer player. Have you consulted our Minister Takeda? Come on, the strongest newcomer player. The only one from Xia Country who is slightly better is Xia Ru Fan. The rest are all useless. Yeah, so what if he cleared the novice instance in 28 seconds? That doesn't mean much. Only Xia Ru Fan is famous among so many on the leaderboard. Exactly. If you call him the strongest newcomer, make sure he doesn't even make it into the top 3 when fighting the world boss. After skimming through the general information, it was merely that the island nation players lost face because of Xia Ru Fan and were looking to regain it elsewhere. As the heat increased, even Minister Takeda jumped in, saying he wanted to compare damage with him. Lin Hao checked the general information about Minister Takeda. He actually held the title of the strongest newcomer in the island nation and was a hidden class phantom ninja. Lin Hao was not familiar with this class, as there were no overseas players in the realm of gods and demons, and naturally, there were no local specialty classes. However, after understanding the skills a bit, Lin Hao realized that this class corresponded to a hidden assassin-type class in Xia Country. To obtain a hidden class in the novice village is indeed impressive, but a mere shrank hidden class dares to show off in front of me, the angry Law Tianxi. Lin Hao found it quite interesting that these people probably had no idea they were kicking a harder iron plate. Thinking of this, Lin Hao also edited a message. You can challenge me however you want to. I can wager a legendary skill. What can you offer me in return? As soon as this message was sent, it caused a great stir. Legendary skill. This guy named Tianxi seemed to have some real ability. He managed to obtain a legendary skill book while still in the novice village. Does our Minister Takeda have a legendary skill? I don't know. After all, I haven't even touched a red skill book yet. The players from the island nation were worried, and at that moment Minister Takeda replied. So you're a celestial master, huh? Are you sure you possess a legendary skill book, or do you simply know you are no match for me and wish to bluff your way out? This post sparked a wave of agreement among the island nation players. Minister is right. How could one possibly obtain a legendary skill in the novice village? This so-called celestial master is just trying to deceive us. Oh, the pathetic people from Xia Country always resort to such petty tricks. If you're too scared to compete, just admit it. Haha, boasting so much on the forum, I thought this celestial master had some real skills. Turns out he's just a coward. Looking at the various derogatory remarks from the island nation players, the players from Xia Country felt quite indignant. However, they were unsure whether the celestial master truly had a legendary skill, so they could not interject. Fortunately, at this moment Lin Hao also posted, "No way, no way. The The so-called strongest rookie from the island nation can't even produce a legendary skill. You made the bet. If you have the capability, show us what you've got. Minister Takeda was somewhat enraged. Legendary skills are not commonplace. There are many who are already level 70 or 80, yet they have never even seen what a legendary skill book looks like. How can something you say be worth so little? Alright, then watch closely. Lin Hao sent a screenshot of the Starshine Boots information, attracting a crowd of players. Initially, everyone thought the Celestial Master was joking with them, as the Starshine Boots were only level 6. How could such a shabby item compare to a legendary skill? However, when they saw its third effect, everyone was dumbfounded. What the heck? What kind of artifact is this? This is a level 6 shoe. The Starshine Flash skill is ridiculously exaggerated. It has a cooldown of only 30 seconds. What shocked me the most was that a low-level red equipment could actually possess an active skill, and that active skill is the rarest spatial skill. This Celestial Master can't possibly be the favorite child of the developers. The odds of this are lower than hitting the lottery jackpot 10 times in a row. The comments section was filled with shock. Many hurriedly Lin Hao eager to offer high prices to buy it. Big shot. I'll offer 20 million to sell it to me. Get lost, where did this poor guy come from? I'll offer 50 million for the Celestial Master. 50 million is nothing, a big shot. I'll offer 1 billion. The bidding below the post shocked a large number of people. No wonder experts always say, who doesn't have 50,000? It turns out they're averaging with them. Lin Hao ignored these people, but his communicator rang. How your luck is simply outrageous. Lu Yong asked curiously, honestly, are you the favorite child of the developers? What are you thinking? Lin Hao rolled his eyes. I didn't get this from grinding monsters, I got it from killing players. Huh. Lu Yong was shocked. Does that mean the guy who dropped it is furious? Hasn't he come looking for trouble with you? If it were his Starshine Boots that had been dropped, he would definitely go to the ends of the earth to get revenge. Of course he has. He's chased me down several times, and not only one guild, but also teamed up with other guilds. Lin Hao's tone was quite calm, seemingly unfazed by the matter. But upon hearing this, Lu Yong expressed some concern. Are you okay now? Lin Hao sighed. It's quite troublesome. I've only counterattacked them a few times, and now they're all hiding in the novice village afraid to come out. Wow, that's ruthless. Lu Yong gave a thumbs up. I wonder which unlucky guy messed with you. That's just too pitiful. Lin Hao smiled, then got to the point. Let's get down to business. I guess you want to trade for my Starshine Boots. You guessed wrong. I know you wouldn't trade it. Lu Yong shook his head. I'm actually here to remind you not to take that bet. Oh, you think I will lose, eh? Lu Yong nodded. I know your burst damage is very high. You could even clear the novice dungeon in 28 seconds, but world bosses are different. No matter how high your burst damage is, if you can't maintain it, you will quickly be caught up to. Don't worry, I'm confident. Lin Hao replied confidently, my burst damage is indeed high, but my sustained damage is not weak. Fine. Just be careful, and don't be complacent. After hanging up, Lin Hao saw that the timing was right, and posted, do you have anything else to say now? If you can't even afford the stakes, then don't embarrass yourselves. Minister Takeda fell silent. Although the Starshine Boots were not a skill book, they were not bound, and could be traded. Although the Starshine Boots were lower in value due to being too low level and occupying an equipment slot, and only mages could wear them, the value of the skill Starshine Flash was extremely high. Many people would be willing to trade a legendary skill book for it. Minister Takeda looked at the Starshine Boots, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. If he could get this, he could exchange it for a legendary skill that he could actually use. Who said I can't afford it? Take a look at this. Minister Takeda sent an image. Lin Hao opened the image to see that it was information about a key. Key to the legacy of the Mage God, quality special item. Description can be used to open the treasury left behind by the Mage God in the world. Through the Mage God's trial, one can obtain unimaginable opportunities. I didn't expect that. I was just bluffing. That guy named Takeda actually has something good. He didn't know what was in the Mage God's treasury, as he hadn't opened it in his previous life, but he had opened the Sword Saint's treasury before. Inside, he not only obtained a legendary skill book for swordsmen, but also some other opportunities. In terms of value, it was no less than 2 legendary skill books, and more importantly, he just happened to need the Mage God's legacy. Many people in the forum were aware of the value of this item, and a large number of people were offering to buy it, but all were rejected. Thus, both parties were very interested in what each had presented, and the stakes were confirmed. Celestial Master, let's compete in damage and see who can deal the highest damage in the world boss hunt. That's exactly what I want. Lin Hao nodded. With so many people witnessing, I'm sure you won't dare to cheat after you lose. 5 minutes slipped by in an instant. During this time, Quanzhan Tiantian and Lu Xiao had learned their lesson, hiding in the novice village and not daring to come out. Ding! The world boss of the novice village, the ancient lizard of the wasteland, is about to descend. Players eligible to challenge, please prepare. Ding! The world boss of the novice village, the ancient lizard of the wasteland, is about to descend. Players eligible to challenge, please prepare. The system initiated a 30-second countdown, during which players could choose to abandon the challenge. Lin Hao would never give up. As soon as the countdown ended, he felt his vision become a blank. When the scene reappeared, he found himself in a vast white space filled with players, all of whom were very excited. World boss. Awesome. I can finally see the world boss. I have been grinding in the dungeon for a chance to challenge, feeling like I'm going bald from all the time spent. Who can disagree? But it's all worth it. I can't think of anything else, just being able to admire the world boss up close is enough. Watching a video is nowhere near as thrilling as a personal experience. Live streaming. Live streaming. In order to stream the world boss fight, an entertainment-focused game streamer almost became a hardcore player. Zhilonggu almost cried out loud. He had truly been tortured by the novice dungeon during this time. The surroundings were quite noisy until the system issued another notification prompting everyone to pause their discussions. Ding! Detailed information about the world boss has been detected. Players may check it themselves. The information on the world boss, previously filled with question marks, was now available for viewing. Logically speaking, since the game had been live for 2 years, the boss's skills should no longer be a secret. And indeed, that was the case. However, the ancient lizard of the wasteland possessed over 50 different skills. But for these newcomers, it wouldn't be that extreme. During each battle, only 3 skills would be randomly selected from the pool. Thus, only at the beginning of the battle would everyone know which 3 skills the world boss would use this time. Even if there were only 3 skills, the terrifying attack and defense attributes were still beyond what the players could handle, so, before the battle began, they could choose a blessing. Lin Hao immediately began to check the details of this unprecedented boss in the world of Shinma Tianxia, and he was very intrigued. Ancient Lizard of the Wasteland World Boss Level 10. Health 20000000. Attack 1500. Defense 1500. Magic resistance 1500. Skill 1 Stomp tramples the ground 3 times, causing area damage of 50, 100, and 150 of attack power. Skill 2 Furious Roar causes area damage of 200 of attack power to enemies in front with a 50 chance to instill fear. Skill 3 Scaled Hardening defense and magic resistance increase by 100, lasting for 60 seconds. Wow, it's Stomp. A mage player looked gloomy. This is bad. This group wipe skill means I'll die even if I hide in the back. Indeed, our luck is just too poor. Both Stomp and Furious Roar are area attacks. We've really drawn the short straw. I say it's not a big problem. I refuse to believe my luck is so bad that all skills land on me. Seeing the worried expressions of the crowd, Zhilonggu appeared quite relaxed. After all, as a streamer, he never intended to fight the boss. After gaining access to the forum, he immediately opened his live stream, which was broadcasted worldwide. As soon as the stream started, a large crowd of viewers rushed in. Seeing the number of viewers quickly surpassing 1,000, approaching 2,000, Zhilonggu was almost moved to tears. Mom, I've made it. This time he truly reaped the benefits. Tian Shi had just started a gamble with Minister Wu Tian, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the result. Being able to live stream at this moment was a golden opportunity. However, turning these viewers into his fans would require skill. The stream was very lively, and the players from the island were full of schadenfreude. Tian Shi is in trouble now with 2 area damage skills. He is a squishy character, didn't choose a survival blessing, so he can only be instantly killed. Everyone disperse. The contest hasn't even begun yet, and it's already over. I really envy Minister Wu Tian. He's essentially picked up a legendary skill for free. The players from Xia country were also unwilling to back down. We're not even halfway through, and you're already planning to pop champagne. You islanders know nothing about Tian Shi's strength. It's true his health isn't much, but his shield value is as high as 2,000 points. 2,000 points. I thought it was 3,000 points. Oh, your information is too outdated. Tian Shi's shield value has now exceeded 5,000, and it may have been buffed again. Really? That's absurd. Haha, if Tian Shi isn't strong, how can he be called Tian Shi? I suspect that even if the tankiest player dies, he will still be fine. The players from Xia country were very confident in Tian Shi, while the island players were equally confident in Minister Wu Tian. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Divine blessings descend. We players can choose one of the following blessings for enhancement. Blessing 1 increases maximum health by 200, attack or spell attack power by 100, and can resurrect once after dying for 1 minute. Blessing 2 increases attack power by 200 and provides a 10 lifesteal effect when attacking. Blessing 3 increases spell attack by 100, maximum mana increased by 100, casting speed increased by 100, and provides a 5 lifesteal effect when attacking. Blessing 4 increases maximum health by 100, attack power by 100, and when receiving fatal damage remains on the field with 1 health point for 3 seconds, ignoring all damage. Blessing 5 increases attack power by 500 and instantly dies if health falls below 90. There are a total of 10 blessing effects, each with its own characteristics. The powerful blessings sacrifice some survival ability, striking a balance in strength. The vast majority of players chose Blessing 1, which undoubtedly offered the strongest survival capability. Although it sacrificed some output, capability being alive is necessary for output. If dead, there's nothing left. Over 90% of the players chose Blessing 1. Only those who were confident in their output opted for Blessing 2 and Blessing 3, attempting to ensure their survival through lifesteal effects. To everyone's surprise, Minister Wu Tian did not choose Blessing 2, but rather Blessing 4. Blessing 4, besides increasing health points, offered no survival capabilities, making it a very wild choice. Minister Wu Tian glanced at his 2 red skills. Desperate counterattack quality red, passive profession requirement assassin ninja, and other melee professions introduction for every 1 of health loss damage dealt is increased by 0.5 up to a maximum of 50. When health drops below 1A, the damage dealt is additionally increased by 50. Lifesteal quality red profession requirement assassin ninja and other melee professions introduction applies a lifesteal buff to the weapon, restoring an equivalent amount of health when damage is dealt, lasting for 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, 20 of the health recovered will convert into temporary attack power lasting for 600 seconds. This blessing is simply tailor-made for me. Master, feel the gap between us. A powerful confidence shone in his eyes. Lin Hao was equally delighted as he too saw a blessing that seemed tailor-made for him. Thus an even wilder choice emerged. As soon as Lin Hao selected Blessing 5, everyone on the field was stunned. Players from the island nation in the livestream couldn't help but laugh. Are you kidding? A mage chose Blessing 5. Isn't this a blatant negative boost? An increase of 500 in attack power. Is the master planning to bash the boss to death with a staff? Not only the island players were confused, players from Xia country felt equally puzzled. Why would a mage boost physical attack? Moreover, it came with a negative effect. If health dropped below 90, they would instantly die? What use was high physical attack then? Upon learning that the master had chosen Blessing 5, Minister Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh. A 500 boost was indeed tempting, but that was for physical professions like theirs. What use did a mage have for this? It seems you are here just to deliver legendary skills to me. The Xia people are indeed generous. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to respond to them. They would soon understand why he chose this blessing. Once the blessings were selected, the world boss officially descended. In the originally white space, a collapse phenomenon suddenly appeared in front, accompanied by the sound of earth-shattering tremors, and a gigantic monster emerged. There were no fewer than 500 players present, but in front of this enormous monster they appeared as insignificant as ants. As soon as the ancient lizard of the wasteland appeared, it let out a deafening roar, serving both as a show of strength and a signal that the challenge had officially begun. Fortunately, the players were all top tier from their respective countries. Although they were shocked, they were not intimidated by this display and began their attacks. The melee players stood at the front not because they wanted to take damage for others, but because they couldn't deal damage if they didn't get close. Besides, the ancient lizard of the wasteland skills were all ranged, so hiding at the back wouldn't help. Damage numbers began to appear above the ancient lizard's head. The players who received blessings saw a significant boost in their overall power, able to deal nearly 1,000 points of high damage, even with 1,500 defense. Minister Wu Tian was the one dealing the highest damage among melee players, with each attack inflicting around 1,400 points of damage. It's important to note that the Shadow Ninja is not a profession known for high attack power. Its strength lies in agility. While other players managed to deal damage once his dagger had already slashed 3 times, inflicting over 4,000 in damage. As expected of Minister Wu Tian, truly impressive. 4,300 plus damage, leaving everyone in the dust. Haha. In terms of output capability, who can rival Wu Tian? What's there to be proud of? 4,300 plus is nothing, not even worthy to carry the master's shoes. Exactly, the master has dealt over 4,000 damage without any boosts. The island players scoffed. It's just a momentary burst. Minister Wu Tian can achieve it as well. This time that master is sure to lose. Yeah, he chose a blessing with no benefits. If his health drops below 90, he'll die instantly. Can he withstand a single angry roar? Players from Xia country felt somewhat unable to rebut, although some speculated that the master's damage might relate to physical attacks. However, no matter how you looked at it, the master was a magic-based profession, and they had never seen a mage focusing on physical attacks. Even for melee mages, though they engage in close combat, the damage dealt is still magical attack. Just as everyone was feeling somewhat perplexed, the first round of ranged output began. In terms of output, while the ranged players were slightly inferior, their attack speed was fast enough, dealing around 800 points of damage per round. Although the mage's skills had cooldowns, the damage output was high, with no attack lower than 1,000 points. Among these damages, an extremely terrifying number emerged. 13,820. This damage stood out among the crowd of four-digit numbers, making it hard for anyone to ignore. Many thought a player had unleashed their trump card at the very start, but the next moment the same number reappeared. 13,820. The crowd was so shocked that they nearly halted their output. Is this the damage a level 10 player can inflict? If it were a special move, they could barely accept it, but what was with these two consecutive big numbers? These two damages were naturally dealt by Lin Hao, whose attack power was already astonishing, and with a further increase of 500 his total attack had reached an astounding 9,180 points. Thus an ordinary fireball and flame burst could deal such outrageous damage. The atmosphere in the live stream was completely ignited with requests for the streamer to quickly open the damage leaderboard to see which player could inflict such terrifying damage. Brother Ji Long didn't dare to keep them in suspense and quickly opened the leaderboard. At the top was the Master. Master 27,640. Minister Wu Tian 4350. Today it might rain 3679. Upon seeing the Master's damage proudly displayed at the top, the island players were completely stunned. Although they had prepared themselves mentally beforehand, seeing this name still made their hearts skip a beat. Such terrifying damage, surely it can't be the Master playing the game for real. The damage dealt by the Celestial Master exceeded that of the second-place Minister Wu Tian by over 20,000, leaving even the players from Xia country in disbelief. They knew the Celestial Master's damage was terrifying, but it was beyond reason. Soon speculation arose that this was due to a blessing. With such horrifying damage laid bare before them, no matter how incredulous they felt, they could only reach one conclusion: the Celestial Master is a physical damage dealer. This is simply outrageous. How can a mage deal explosive physical damage? The players from the island nation have realized the situation is dire. It seems Minister Wushan's damage output is akin to a rocket. Flame burst and explosive flame are not unusual skills. Anyone with eyes can recognize them as ordinary green skills, easily maintaining continuous damage output. This is bad. It looks like Minister Wu Tian is about to lose. You islanders are quite conservative in your speech. What do you mean by looks like? This is 100% certain loss. Xia country players shouldn't be too arrogant. While the Celestial Master's damage is indeed high, what good is it? Don't forget he chose Blessing 5, and if his health drops below 90, he will instantly perish. You're right, only by surviving can one deal damage. Dying renders it meaningless. What use is a temporary lead? The Celestial Master is just like that, a show-off. If our Minister Wu Tian had chosen Blessing 5, he could also deal explosive damage. Though the island players seemed to be stubbornly holding their ground, there was some truth to their words: one must stay alive to deal damage. At that moment, the ancient lizard of the wasteland launched a counterattack, raising its forelimbs and stomping fiercely on the ground. The range of the stomp attack was incredibly exaggerated, equivalent to a full-screen attack. Everyone present could only endure the damage, unable to evade. Some players with slightly weaker defenses were immediately crippled. Three of the most exaggerated damage values appeared above Lin Hao's head. 750, 1,500, 2,250. Lin Hao, who absorbed the full damage, suffered a total of 4,500 points of damage, more than any other player in the arena. Even while taking hits, he remained the brightest star. However, to the disappointment of the island players, despite suffering such immense damage, Lin Hao's health did not decrease by a single point. Upon closer inspection, they found that he was surrounded by a layer of transparent shield with a terrifying shield value of 36720. This is ridiculous. The island players in the live stream were on the verge of collapse. Is this even human? A level 10 player with a shield value exceeding 30,000. Report. This Celestial Master must be cheating. Having such high damage is one thing, but a shield like that. How can others compete? The Xia country players were also shocked, but they steadfastly stood by the side of the Celestial Master. If you're weak, just practice more. Stop accusing others of cheating all the time. Exactly. Don't you know about intermediate barrier technique? Just because your attributes are poor, you claim others are cheating. Xia country players shouldn't be too proud. I know about intermediate barrier technique. Even if the Celestial Master maxes it out, it will only last for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, won't he still perish on the spot? Just as the players from Xia country and the island nation were at odds, the ancient lizard of the wasteland displayed its terrifying abilities. After using a stomp, it immediately unleashed an enraged roar with no delay. A group damage output of 3,000 points came crashing down again, but this time the area of effect was significantly reduced. Still, more than half of the players were engulfed. 1,463, 1,235, 2,843, 2,766, 2,865. The damage was the same, but when it hit the front line, it didn't hurt as much due to their high defenses. However, for those at the back, no one received less than 2,000 damage. When it struck Lin Hao, it perfectly dealt 3,000 points of damage, indeed the highest in the arena. Yet Lin Hao remained completely unharmed, while the fragile players standing next to him were instantly killed by dozens of people are ultimately different. After enduring 2 attack skills in a row, all players mustered every ounce of strength to begin their offensive. The boss's skills also have cooldowns, albeit invisible to players. Based on experiences gathered from multiple videos, they now had 8 seconds of output time. Although many ranged professions suffered significantly, lowering the overall output in those 8 seconds, everyone combined still dealt over 3 million damage. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's output remained terrifying. In just 8 seconds, he dealt over 1,000 damage using explosive flame and flame burst, with a total output exceeding 15,000. In contrast, Minister Wu Tian, despite exerting all his strength, barely managed to achieve a pitiful 5,000 damage. Realizing the gap between them, Minister Wuxian's expression turned sour. In just a few seconds, he lagged 1,000 damage behind. If this continued, there would be no chance to compete. If players could attack each other, he would have lost control and attacked long ago. Just then, the ancient lizard of the wasteland completed its skill cooldown, and the second round of combos began. A series of stomps instantly took away the lives of players without recovery methods, followed by the enraged roar activating the harvesting mode. After a series of combos, dozens more lives were taken, while Lin Hao's shield remained resilient. However, due to the blessing, although the shield value surged, its duration remained unchanged. At that moment, the ancient lizard of the wasteland's health reached the 75 mark, and a strange blood-red mist began to emanate from its massive body. Its enormous form seemed to grow even larger. Those who had seen previous videos knew this signaled the boss entering its second phase. Every time its health decreases by 25, the boss briefly enters an invincible state and gains a random skill. This time the skill it acquired was Summon forcefully opens a spatial passage to summon 50 powerful minions. This skill can be cast twice in a short period. As the blood-colored mist dissipated, the invincibility period of the ancient lizard in the desolate plain simultaneously came to an end. Suddenly it rammed its sharp horn into a fragile spot in space, causing cracks to instantly appear. Before long, 50 monsters less than 1 meter tall with wings on their backs, demonic faces, and wielding tridents flew out from within. Desolate Bat Demon. Level 10 Summon Creature. Health 1,000. Attack 1,000. Defense 1,000. Magic Resistance 1,000. Skill Blood Feast restores an equal amount of health when dealing damage. Upon seeing the attributes of the Desolate Bat Demon, everyone was taken aback. These creatures, if placed outside, would undoubtedly be considered top-tier level 10 bosses. Though they possess only one skill, its passive effect is extremely powerful. And such formidable monsters suddenly appeared in an instant. 50 of them. The moment the Desolate Bat Demon emerged, it launched its attack, leaving the melee players at the front crying out in despair. Their attack speed was incredibly fast, and the damage was particularly high. What was even more crucial was that these creatures did not fight individually. Instead, they locked onto a single target and charged in that direction, ignoring everything else. Players in their path were in dire straits. While they could withstand 1 or 2 attacks, they were overwhelmed when 7 or 8 small monsters attacked simultaneously. Even more importantly, all the other players merely watched the spectacle, with not a single one offering help. If the melee classes couldn't push through due to the crowd, then the ranged players were simply indifferent. Every spell and arrow rained down on the BOSS, and throughout the ordeal no one cared about their life or death, as if they had conspired together. And indeed, that was the case. Their relationships were not those of companions, but rather competitors. Each competitor eliminated only meant more benefit for the others helping. Why would they do that? What a joke. Now was the time to quickly seize the opportunity for damage output. However, soon the ranged players would reap the consequences. After the Desolate Bat Demon wiped out the warrior players in its path, it successfully reached the backline. The mages and archers present, however, showed no signs of panic, as they had anticipated this outcome long ago. Even as companions around them were being slaughtered, they continued to act as if they saw nothing, directing all their attacks toward the BOSS, displaying ironclad mental resilience. When asked why they acted this way, it was because this wisdom was gleaned from 2 years of experience battling world bosses. The life and death of others were of no concern. Killing summoned creatures was meaningless, as only damage dealt to the boss would be counted. With the time to strike small monsters, it was better to deal more damage to the BOSS, knowing that as the boss progressed, it would only become harder to defeat. No time could be wasted at the beginning. Indeed, as they expected, after the boss activated scale hardening, its defense increased by 100. What once could deal 1,000 points of damage instantly turned into a pitiful double-digit number, unable to break through the defenses. The duration of the scale hardening lasted a full minute. Watching the pitiful damage numbers above the boss's head, many players felt relieved that they had restrained themselves from attacking the small monsters earlier, or else they would have lost 90 of their output in this battle. They originally had no intention of surviving until the battles, and they would not last a minute. However, what left everyone dumbfounded was that the damage from the Celestial Master remained terrifying, showing no signs of decreasing despite the boss's heightened defenses. 13,820. 13,820. 13,820. What the hell is this? Is it really that absurd? We can only deal dozens to hundreds of damage, and some even can't break through defenses, yet the Celestial Master can still hit 5-digit numbers. What's going on? Did the Celestial Master forget to turn it off? This is a world boss. This makes me feel so inadequate. This damage is simply absurd. It's absurd to the extreme. Minister Takeda's expression grew increasingly grave after the boss activated scale, hardening it severely limited his output. Even he could only deal a meager 100 points of damage. This was clearly the output fatigue period for everyone, yet the Celestial Master's damage remained explosive. If this output continued, he would never catch up even if he rode a rocket. Fortunately, the Desolate Bat Demon was incredibly effective. The backline mages and archers were cut down as easily as chopping vegetables and soon would reach the Celestial Master. It wasn't that these mages and archers were too weak, but rather they had no intention of resisting. They understood they would not survive. Killing summoned creatures brought no rewards, so why lighten the burden for their competitors? If they were to die, they would die together. Thus the Desolate Bat Demons rampaged, through soon reaching Lin Hao. They did not care who stood in front of them. They charged at Lin Hao with reckless abandon. Lin Hao, however, paid them no mind. His shield still had 3 seconds of duration left, and it would be a waste not to use it up. Then everyone witnessed this scene. Damage numbers of 1,000 continuously floated above the Celestial Master's head, yet he remained calm and composed, fiercely outputting damage toward the boss. As more 13,820 damage numbers appeared above the BOSS, the players from the island nation felt as if they were struggling to breathe. What was being struck was not the boss, but their own faces. Fortunately, this was all about to end. Watching the Celestial Master's transparent shield becoming increasingly see-through, the players from the island nation were on the verge of tears. It has truly been a challenging battle. We finally reached the end. This shield is absurdly thick. Huh. Now the Celestial Master is done for. Once the shield breaks, he will be instantly killed. 3 seconds passed in an instant, and under the eager anticipation of the players from the island nation, Lin Hao's shield completely vanished. One by one, the Desolate Bat Demons seemed to grow excited, raising their tridents and lunging toward Lin Hao. Seeing no way to dodge, Lin Hao executed a Starshine Blink, instantly retreating 10 meters, leaving the players who had been hiding behind him to suffer. Oh, don't come near me. Humidity, I help. No, even if it's just a back rub, let me shoot 2 more arrows. The Desolate Bat Demons could not understand human speech. Even if they did, they would not stop. One by one, players turned into corpses at their hands. Lin Hao, however, used these players as a meat shield, and a red lotus, glowing with an enchanting aura, appeared out of nowhere. In the next moment, a devastating shockwave struck a group of monsters ahead. 28,040. 28,040. 28,040. After the shockwave completely dissipated, the previously dominating Desolate Bat Demons had been slaughtered to near extinction, leaving not a trace behind. The players in the live stream were left stunned by this terrifying area damage. My god, that skill just now seemed to be the Red Lotus Shockwave. Red Lotus Shockwave. What skill is that? Are you a newbie? You don't know the Red Lotus Shockwave. You must know the Red Destruction Beam. What? That was the Red Destruction Beam. No wonder the damage and range were so absurd, but I remember the Red Destruction Beam has a charging time. It seemed the Celestial Master used it as an instant cast. No need to speculate, it was indeed instant cast. I barely had time to see the Lotus before the shockwave was released, almost didn't recognize what skill it was. The hope of the players from the island nation has once again fallen flat, yet Minister Takeda remains undeterred. The cooldown of the intermediate barrier spell has just finished, and the Starshine has already been cast, but the cooldown for the Red Lotus Shockwave lasts a daunting 300 seconds. What will he use to defend against the next attack? Many players from the island nation have realized this. Their eyes are once again filled with hope. As long as the Master is defeated, there is still a chance to catch up. They have confidence in Minister Takeda. The players from Summer Nation, however, are worried. The boss's skills are about to cool down. Can the Master really withstand this? Just then, Brother Zhilong suddenly cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, don't worry, the Master is definitely not going to die." This statement caught everyone's attention. But Brother Zhilong did not elaborate further. He merely shook his head and said, "As I said, you all know nothing about the Master's power." He had previously participated in the battle at the Cliff Mountain range, so he knew that the Master possessed a formidable life-saving skill. As long as his mana was not depleted, he would not die. However, others were unaware of this, and players from the Island Nation mocked the Summer Nation folks, just love to act tough. A mage has lost all life-saving skills, how can he possibly survive? That's right, I admit the master is indeed quite powerful, but no matter how powerful he is still just a fragile mage. The players from Summer Nation wanted to retort, but just then the ancient lizard of the wasteland launched another attack. A full-screen stomp caused a barrage of damage to appear above everyone's heads. Lin Hao, as usual, took the full brunt of the damage. 750, 1,500, 2,250. A total of 4,500 points of damage. Under normal circumstances, it should be a piece of cake to eliminate a level 10 fragile mage. After all, the master had not chosen any blessings to increase his health. Yet before the players from the Island Nation could celebrate, they were left stunned. The reason being, despite the master enduring such high damage, his health showed no signs of decreasing. Holy crap, it's a health lock. It's confirmed the master is cheating. Isn't the official stance that there are absolutely no cheats in the heavenly domain? Then what is this? The players from Summer Nation were relatively fine, but the players from the Island Nation were in an uproar, and clearly no one could provide them with an accurate response. Brother Zhilong knew what was happening, but he kept silent. Whether it was a player's skills or talents, they were private matters and trump cards. Since the master hadn't revealed it himself, it meant he didn't want it to be disclosed. Even if someone would eventually deduce it, that didn't mean he could expose it early. After all, he did not dare to provoke the master, so let those people speculate. Indeed, among the audience, some keen-eyed players noticed that when the master took damage, although his health did not decrease, his mana bar seemed to shrink slightly. However, they were not certain, perhaps it was just an illusion. It should be noted that Lin Hao's attack power was increased by 500 under the effect of the blessing, and it wasn't just the intermediate barrier spell benefiting from it. His mana barrier also received the boost. Because the master's mana would increase in value based on his attack power, Lin Hao's mana at this point had already exceeded 1300 points. A mere 4,500 points of damage would only reduce his mana by 2250 points. If one did not closely observe the mana bar, they would hardly notice the decrease. It was not until the ancient lizard of the wasteland used its furious roar to deal damage and eliminate a group of low-health players that everyone realized the master's mana bar had indeed decreased. Although the mana barrier skill is extremely rare, experienced players could still deduce it based on the skill's characteristics. An audience member with the exaggerated nickname The Strongest Analyst declared in the live stream, "I know why the master did not take damage." The others, unable to contain their curiosity, eagerly asked, "Quick, tell us. Why is that? Is it true that the master is cheating?" The Strongest Analyst replied, "The master has a 90% chance of having learned the red passive skill mana barrier." Stop lying. I've heard of that trash skill as well. Aside from being rare, how can it be so powerful? The questioned individual, unfazed by the doubt, logically analyzed. Firstly, the master took damage without any reduction in health, but his mana decreased instead. Secondly, the damage the master took was the full amount. You must know that even if a mage's defense is low, even without any equipment, there is still some defense. Yet the damage dealt by the boss did not decrease at all. These characteristics are all possessed by the mana barrier. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of even rarer and higher level skills, but in any case, as long as the master's mana is not exhausted, he will not take any damage. Many people agreed with this hypothesis. Amazing. It indeed meets all the characteristics of the mana barrier skill. Then the master's mana is ridiculously high. Even if the mana barrier mitigates 2 points of damage per 1 point of mana, he should still have lost 2,250 points of mana. Yet the portion of the mana bar that had just decreased seemed to be less than 16. Could it be that the master's mana exceeds 1300 points? No way. A level 10 mage having 1300 mana. What's the difference between that and cheating? The crowd argued for quite some time, and the more they analyzed, the more they felt that the master was cheating. What made the players from the Island Nation even more despondent was that as the master dealt explosive damage, his mana was also fully restored. 13,820, 1,382, 13,820, 1,382, 13,820, 1,382. Looking at the master, who was fully healed and had full mana, the players from the Island Nation looked ashen. Everyone, this is outrageous. Even if I were to cheat, I wouldn't dare to be this ruthless. Minister Takeda's expression was even worse. He knew he was probably destined to lose. The gap between them was just too great. However, he had no intention of giving up. Even if the master had incredibly high damage and mana, was able to recover mana while fighting, had an extremely thick shield, could teleport, and possessed the Red Lotus Shockwave. Baka, the more he thought about it, the more despairing it became. But in any case, he would not give up. Whether it was the Starshine Boots or his own Divine Key, they were both extremely rare treasures. If he didn't give it a shot now, he would regret it and lose sleep over it. At that moment, the ancient lizard of the wasteland once again released its summoning skill without regard for martial ethics. 50 wasteland bat demons rushed out of the spatial rift, competing to emerge first. To the delight of the island players, these wasteland bat demons chose the same route as the master. This is fantastic. The master is definitely doomed now. The master's luck is truly terrible. 2 waves of monsters have chosen to prioritize killing him. High damage may not be a good thing. All the aggro of the boss is drawn to him. If not him, then who? Those players who were previously on the same route as the master are really unfortunate. If they were on another route, they might have been able to survive a bit longer. Unlike the excitement of the island players, the players from Xia country were genuinely worried. The players on the master's route had just been completely wiped out. If the monsters attacked again, it would be an unimpeded path. More importantly, the Red Lotus shockwave was already in cooldown. How would the master withstand 50 powerful wasteland bat demons? Minister Takeda watched the wasteland bat demons heading straight toward them, seemingly ignoring them, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What does an ancient saying from Xia country say?" Oh, this is called Tianzhu Weiyi. Whether it was the players present or the viewers in the live stream, all eyes were focused on the master. At this moment, he was the sole focus of the entire scene. Everyone wanted to see if he could turn the situation around. Meanwhile, Lin Hao remained calm, as if he hadn't seen the small monsters continuing to throw skills at the boss. This made the island players even more delighted. Anyone with eyes could see that he was desperately trying to maximize damage in the limited time left. Continue your futile struggle. No matter how much damage you deal now, it won't matter. Minister Takeda will catch up eventually. Minister Takeda wore a smile on his face. He didn't believe that the master could turn the tide in this dire situation. As the wasteland bat demons were about to pounce on Lin Hao's face, he merely glanced at them indifferently. These wasteland bat demons were indeed powerful. Even he couldn't withstand them when all his main skills were on cooldown. Even if he combined fire explosion with explosive flame technique, he could only kill half of them at most. The remaining half could still take him down. However, he had an ace up his sleeve specifically for this moment. Forbidden technique, taunt. Lin Hao glanced at Minister Takeda, who was crazily hacking at monsters, and generously applied the effect to him. In the next moment, the bat demons that had been menacingly approaching Lin Hao suddenly began to retreat, without warning, redirecting their aggression towards Minister Takeda. Minister Takeda was stunned as he received a system notification: Ding, player master has used forbidden technique taunt on you. The master actually learned the forbidden technique at level 10. Minister Takeda was shocked, looking at the swarm of wasteland bat demons rushing toward him, feeling the hair on his neck stand on end. The uninformed island players were completely bewildered. What is happening? Why are the wasteland bat demons not attacking the master, but instead going after Minister Takeda? This is too strange. It completely contradicts the game mechanics. I don't understand. Could it be that the master is actually the game's planner? Minister Takeda couldn't afford to explain. He hurriedly asked, "Is there anyone who has learned purification? I have been taunted." Everyone responded with confusion. Being taunted, what does that mean? Level 10 monsters don't have taunt skills. Even if you were taunted by a monster, what does that have to do with them charging at you? Minister Takeda felt a headache coming on, and he quickly explained, "The master learned the forbidden technique. He cast taunt on me, and the monsters will come after me." At this moment, everyone finally realized that it wasn't the monsters taunting Minister Takeda, but rather he who had taunted the monsters, albeit unwillingly. The strongest analyst looked astonished. If what Minister Takeda said is true, then the effect of this forbidden technique is simply outrageous. It's a skill that is completely comparable to legendary skills, perhaps even superior in terms of practicality. However, Minister Takeda had no time to marvel. Even though he was confident in his abilities, he didn't think he could handle 50 wasteland bat demons. Unfortunately, no one in the entire team knew purification. At least none of the surviving mages did. Facing 50 wasteland bat demons, Minister Takeda had no intention of confronting them head-on. Even if his maximum health was increased by 100, his total health would only be 8,000, not enough for each bat demon to land even a single blow. But it was impossible for him to hide. With the taunt effect on him, it was useless no matter where he tried to escape. Among the players in the same area, aside from the islanders, very few were willing to fight the small monsters without dealing damage to help him. The rest of the areas were even less likely to help. Minister Takeda felt utterly despondent. In terms of skill diversity and functionality, he was no match for the master. Although he had an enhanced stealth skill, he couldn't use it while under the taunt state. Now the only option before him was to fight desperately. Minister Takeda shouted, "Brothers, everyone focus on the small monsters first. Once the front line is down, it will be your turn." However, no one paid him any mind. The boss's armor hardening time had ended, and if they didn't seize the opportunity to deal damage now, who could guarantee they would survive to the next damage opportunity? During this time, many players who had selected Blessing I began to respawn one after another and were also rushing to deal damage without anyone glancing at him. Minister Takeda was furious, but he could do nothing. In no time at all, he was surrounded by 50 wasteland bat demons. At this point, even with his powerful skills, he seemed utterly helpless. Each strike he landed dealt over 2,000 points of damage, but in the next moment several damage numbers appeared above his head. 748, 748, 748. As he dealt damage, the health of the wasteland bat demons was simultaneously recovering. This was complete despair. Surrounded by monsters, Minister Takeda was unable to last even 3 seconds before his health was fully drained. Even activating the effect of Blessing 4 afterward was useless. After killing a few small monsters, he was completely finished. The island viewers in the live stream looked ashen, or just moments ago they were gleefully watching the master's misfortune, and now they discovered that the calamity had turned upon themselves. They fell silent, but the players from Xia country were delighted. Weren't you all laughing so happily before? Keep laughing. Yeah, why is everyone silent now? I still prefer the wild and unruly look you all had before. I have to say this Minister Takeda is quite impressive. He single-handedly killed 18 wasteland bat demons, but compared to our master, he's still falling far short. The island players were left speechless. Having hit 2 iron plates in a row, they were truly at a loss for tears. Even worse was Minister Takeda, who had inadvertently handed over the God of Law key. The number of revived players is increasing, and they have chosen the perfect moment to revive just as the boss's skills have all entered cooldown. After several rounds of output, they dealt considerable damage. It wasn't until the boss used Stomp and Furious Roar again that the scene began to calm down, and at that moment only Lin Hao was still standing on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the boss's health had reached the critical threshold of 50, officially entering the 3rd phase. Although Brother Zhilong was also killed by the BOSS, he had chosen Blessing 1, which granted him 1 revival opportunity. Therefore, even though he had already turned into a corpse, the system could not determine that he was out. As long as he did not choose to revive, he could still play the role of a corpse until all the players were dead. Thus, there were no issues in the live broadcast room, although the number of viewers had significantly decreased, mainly because the 3rd phase boss's overall strength would surge at least 2-fold. No one had ever survived for more than 10 seconds against a 3rd phase boss. This world challenge could be declared over here. After Minister Takeda's death, the Japanese players had already vanished without a trace, reducing the spectacle by a large margin. However, in the face of the 3rd phase BOSS, Lin Hao showed no sign of giving up. The real competition is just beginning, an invincible boss. I want to see what happens if I try to kill it. All eyes in the room were now on Lin Hao, and his words left many stunned. Killing a world boss. What kind of international joke is this? Since the launch of the Tianyu server, the world boss had never been killed. The best achievement was merely reducing the boss's health to 42. More importantly, the players challenging the world boss this time had nearly all died. Could a single Tian sure possibly solo the boss? Keep in mind that the ancient lizard's health was still at half a full 10 million. Can you headbutt that? Anyone who has ever played a game knows that bosses only become stronger as the battle progresses, and the various hidden mechanics are the most tormenting. Many felt that Tian Sure was getting cocky, let alone killing a world boss with 10 million health. Even a regular boss with 10 million health wasn't something a level 10 player could handle. At that moment, the blood mist surrounding the boss completely dissipated. As it exited its invincible state, it gained a new skill, Eternal Enhancement, permanently increases attack, defense, and magic resistance by 100. This simple description belied its extremely exaggerated effect. It was not an active skill, but a passive one that existed permanently. The 3 attributes of the ancient lizard sword from 1500 to 3000. The players participating in this challenge were relieved. Fortunately, they had the foresight to maximize their output early on, or they would now struggle to even break through the defenses. If the ancient lizard activates its scale hardening effect again, they wouldn't even qualify to scratch it. Those experts were right. The world boss is simply impossible to kill. Indeed, after so many attempts, every time the boss reached 50 health, it would gain an incredibly powerful passive. I would call this passive the simplest yet the most domineering one. I really want to see what skill the boss will activate when its health is reduced to 25. I haven't seen that in over 2 years. But I suppose that's a pipe dream. It's unlikely we'll ever witness it in our lifetime. As the barrage of comments continued to scroll, the boss surprisingly activated its scale hardening skill at the first opportunity. Its defense instantly reached a terrifying 6,000 points. Seeing this scene, even many players who had just been captivated by Tian sure couldn't help but shake their heads. A defense of 6,000 points is simply outrageous. The game designers probably never intended for players to overcome it. Yet at that moment, Lin Hao made his move. Indeed, 6,000 points of defense are exaggerated, but in the face of his talent, no matter how high the defense, it's all meaningless. A single fireburst spell dealt the highest damage of the battle. 69,100. A terrifying damage close to 70,000 almost made people think their vision was failing them. 69,100. What kind of damage is this? What's going on? The boss's dual resistance went from 1,500 to 6,000, so why did Tianshi's damage not only remain, but increase? This is too outrageous. Is this really Tianshi? While everyone was astonished by Tianshi's damage, Lin Hao still felt somewhat dissatisfied. Calculating this damage, even without considering other unexpected factors, he would need nearly 150 seconds to defeat the boss. By that time, the boss's summoning skill would probably have cooled down, but the Crimson Lotus shockwave hadn't. At that point, he would truly be unable to turn the tide. Thinking of this, Lin Hao immediately upgraded Fire Burst, using Dark Energy, to its maximum level. Fire Burst LV5 deals fixed 300 of attack power and damage. Not only is the damage doubled, but more importantly, the cooldown time has been reduced to 0.5 seconds. Thus, the spectators noticed that Tianshi's already explosive damage became even more explosive. One Fire Burst spell dealt a horrifying 139,200 points of damage. Moreover, the output frequency also increased. 139,200, 139,200, 139,200. Fire bursts seemed to be thrown out like there was no cost. As one fire burst struck the BOSS, another was launched, creating a continuous barrage. The live audience had become numb. They felt as if they were watching two world bosses fighting. Completely numb everyone. How on earth is this output achieved, suddenly skyrocketing like this? I just want to ask, is Tianyu really not down? Then what am I seeing now? While Lin Hao was outputting, the ancient lizard did not sit idly by. However, despite its damage increasing by 100, it still couldn't kill Lin Hao instantly. And if it couldn't kill Lin Hao, it meant that the damage would be ineffective, because every time Lin Hao dealt damage, his mana would instantly be replenished. Blue numbers of 13,920 floated above Tianshi's head, completely replenishing his mana with just one fire burst. Thus the crowd witnessed this scene. Tianshi held an unknown red staff, his emerald green robe fluttering in the explosions as he calmly exchanged blows with the world boss. This inevitably raised the question, who exactly was the world boss here? The boss's health was being rapidly depleted, dropping to 8 million, then 7 million, and finally 6 million. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned into silence. A level 10 mage dealt nearly 14000 damage with a single fireball. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Other than using the words "what the heck," I can hardly find any other words to express my current feelings. I really feel like the master might actually be able to kill the boss. Whether he can kill the BOSS, I don't know, but I must take back my earlier words. We are really witnessing 25 of the boss's skills. At that moment, under Lin Hao's overwhelming output, the ancient lizard's health was down to the last 25, and it had entered its final phase. Unlike before, it was now surrounded by thick black mist instead of blood-colored fog. The ancient lizard's body began to disintegrate in the black mist, appearing as if it were being engulfed by the darkness from the observer's perspective. Everyone's eyes widened. It was the first time they witnessed this skill of the boss. Suddenly, a flurry of calls to friends erupted across various forums and chat channels. Everyone hurry and take a look. The master has pushed the boss to its final phase. Quickly go to Brother Xylong's live stream. Don't be ridiculous, it's still the final phase. If anyone gets tricked, they'll laugh at them for life. What a low-level tactic for drawing traffic. Aren't you afraid of backlash? Why don't you say that the master single-handedly took down the world boss? People these days are so desperate for views they don't even think. That's a world BOSS with a total of 20 million health. Even if it just stood there and let you hit it, you wouldn't finish in a day. Though the news spread quickly, most people were skeptical. However, that didn't stop them from coming to watch the spectacle, showing their disdain while still being curious. The number of viewers in Brother Xylong's live stream reached a new high, hitting an unprecedented level. Seeing the viewer count exceed 10 million, Xylong was so excited he nearly disconnected, but when he saw the follower count, his heart sank. These viewers were drawn by the world boss and the master having nothing to do with him. What was even more disappointing was that he was currently in a death state, unable to speak or engage the audience before respawning. To enter a treasure mountain, yet leave empty-handed. What could be more tragic than this? If all went according to expectations, this was likely to be the pinnacle of his life. As more people filled the live stream, 90 of the audience entered with a skeptical attitude. They initially planned to insult this malicious traffic-drawing guy and leave immediately, but upon seeing the boss's health, they were left speechless in shock. The ancient lizard really only had 5 million health left, entering its final phase. At the same time, the black mist surrounding the ancient lizard continued to spread, and no matter how they searched, they couldn't find the massive figure at the center of the mist. When the black mist completely dissipated, dozens of monsters appeared ahead. At first, some thought the boss had used a summoning skill again, but soon realized these monsters were clearly not the desert bat demons, but rather smaller versions of the ancient lizard. The once massive boss had shrunk in size by half, with only 2.5 million health remaining, yet it was still cloaked in a faint mist. The well-informed players, even without checking the monster's detailed information, instantly recognized that the boss had split. And as they guessed, the ancient lizard had split into a total of 50 smaller versions of itself. Ancient lizard split body, level 10 health, 5-0 attack, 3-0 defense, 3-0 magic resistance, 3-0 skill, 1 stomp skill, 2 furious roar skill, 3 scale, hardening skill, 4 weakened summon desert bat demons, have low obedience to the split body, can only summon 5 powerful desert bat demons, skill 5, eternal enhancement. Upon seeing the attributes, players were stunned. What the heck? The developers can't be this ridiculous. Good heavens, aside from health and skill, for all other stats are copied from the peak boss. How are we supposed to deal with that? This is absurd. Who on earth designed this final phase? Fighting 50 peak bosses at once, are they insane? And it doesn't end there. If all 50 bosses use their summoning skills simultaneously to call forth 250 desert bat demons, I can hardly imagine that scene. Everyone gasped at this notion. Indeed, if skill 4 was also copied, it would certainly be usable. It's over, it's over. Even the King of Heaven would be defeated now. The developers are really heartless. They never intended for anyone to get through this final phase. I have a feeling this isn't the end. That boss still has 2.5 million health left, which means it could potentially split another 50 times. Wow. Truly, this is the world boss. Even a level 10 one deserves the description of terrifying. The audience in the live stream was excited, grateful to witness the world boss's trump card. The split bodies of the ancient lizard did not disappoint. They used their summoning skill the moment they appeared. The already unstable space became fragmented as a horde of desert bat demons surged in. A total of 250, without missing a single one, descended onto the battlefield, along with 50 split bodies of the ancient lizard and the main body, totaling 301 monsters. And on the opposite side of the monsters stood only the master. Faced with such an overwhelmingly desperate gap, everyone thought they would see a hint of panic on the master's face. However, Lin Hao remained as calm as ever, showing no signs of panic. The female players in the live stream felt their hearts racing, and a bunch of love-struck fans suddenly appeared. Wow, my husband is so handsome. This is a real man. Even when facing a mountain collapsing before him, he remains unfazed. So thrilling. I think I might be in love. Master, I want to marry you. Dowry of 1 billion, and if that's not enough, I'll add more. The male players were filled with envy and jealousy, as many of the female players were known little rich girls. Just one from the leaderboard could ensure a worry-free life for many lifetimes. Many jealous male players commented, "This is all an act. After all, we're all destined to die. It's better to go out with style." Lin Hao was oblivious to the happenings in the live stream. Looking at the swarm of monsters, he smiled lightly and said, "This is more like what a world boss should be." Lin Hao no longer held back his trump card. As he watched the countless demons and monsters drawing ever closer, Lin Hao decided to stop holding back and used his trump card. Scroll on the spot eruption. Quality special item exclusive to high-ranking members of the Abyss Church. The only acquisition method, gift from NPC usage, count 1. Effect temporarily increases 1 red or lower skill to its maximum level, resulting in an additional 200 damage when the skill inflicts damage lasting for 10 seconds. This was the reward given to him when the seal of the Abyss High Priest was broken. Lin Hao had saved it until now, and it was time for it to shine. After taking out the scroll and using it, an ominous blood-red light instantly enveloped Lin Hao's entire body. Ding, you have used the special scroll on the spot eruption. Please select the skill you want to enhance. Upgrade the Red Lotus Shockwave to max level. As soon as he finished speaking, the level of Red Lotus Shockwave began to rise rapidly. When he looked at the skill again, it had already reached level 5. Red Lotus Shockwave LV5 creates a light wave with a width of 10 meters and a length of 60 meters, dealing fixed damage of 3,000 plus 500 of attack power in a wide area. If the target has a shield, it deals triple damage to the shield. The Red Lotus Shockwave has a piercing effect, and its path cannot be obstructed by monsters or players. As expected of the strongest area skill beneath legendary skills, 500 area damage is already the highest tier of percentage damage. Whether in the celestial domain or the divine demon world, without any prerequisites, the highest percentage damage is indeed 500. The War God's talent bonus also adds 500 damage, which is no coincidence. The max level Red Lotus Shockwave indeed reached the legendary level, with the cooldown time reduced from 300 seconds to 120 seconds. With his current damage, he could easily one-shot all monsters present excluding the boss itself. However, Lin Hao suspected that the boss would likely split again after this, and he wouldn't be able to survive another 120 seconds, not to mention that the scroll's effect would disappear after 10 seconds. But it didn't matter, as long as he controlled the direction well, and left 1 or 2 monsters behind, he could wait for all his skills to cool down, and then take out the last 2. When the boss split again armed with all his cooled down skills, he was confident that his winning odds would exceed 90. Lin Hao pondered for a moment, and selected the plan with the highest probability of success. However, plans often cannot keep up with changes. After the Red Lotus shockwave reached level 5, the skill icon began to flicker and change unpredictably. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Don't mess up at such a crucial moment. At that moment, the skill icon stopped changing, transforming from a stunning Red Lotus into a rather eerie white skull. A system prompt then sounded. Ding, you are the first player to synthesize the special skill Reaper's Descent, and you have the opportunity for a global announcement. Do you wish to hide your name? Reaper's Descent. Hearing this familiar name, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. It was rumored that one had to collect 5 colors of shockwaves to synthesize it. He never expected that leveling one of them to max would suffice. More importantly, this skill's debut actually granted him the chance for a global announcement. Previously, he had completed the Novice Village dungeon at the fastest speed and crushed the competition to claim first place, and that only earned him a national announcement. This clearly illustrated just how exaggerated the difficulty of obtaining Reaper's Descent was. Lin Hao had no intention of hiding, so he selected no. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Tianshi for being the first to synthesize the special skill Reaper's Descent, rewarding 1,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. We hope all players will continue to strive. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Tianshi for being the first to synthesize the special skill Reaper's Descent, rewarding 1,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. We hope all players will continue to strive. The global announcement repeated 3 times, catching the attention of all players. Anything that received a global announcement was undoubtedly of utmost importance. Typically, players could only receive a global announcement upon reaching level 90, and in the Celestial Domain it had only occurred 3 times each for an individual player. Who is Tianshi? What is Reaper's Descent? That name sounds so familiar. Reaper's Descent. Did someone really collect all 5 colors of shockwaves? This is outrageous. This Tianshi is too impressive. Which country's big shot is he? I know. He seems to be a new player from the Xia country currently battling the world boss. What the heck? A new player obtained 5 super rare red skills. A single global announcement shook all players in the Celestial Domain, causing a massive influx of people into Zhilong's livestream. Zhilong looked at the rapidly rising viewer count, his heart racing and breath quickening, so he hurriedly closed his eyes to avoid looking or thinking. Otherwise, if the Celestial Domain detected his abnormal heart rate, fearing he might suffer a cardiac event in-game, they would kick him offline. The premise was that you could die, but not while playing the game, to avoid tarnishing the Celestial Domain's reputation. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in an uproar, as among the newly arrived audience were many prominent figures. 2 names familiar to everyone appeared: Long Ao Kun Xiong and Araki Masato. These 2 level 90 elites were widely known, and their appearance further intensified the heat in the live stream. Xiaoru Fan looked at the screen filled with monsters and couldn't help but shake his head. The world boss was just too absurdly difficult. Though from his perspective those monsters were mere fodder, he could stand there and let them strike without breaking through his defenses. He could single-handedly sweep the entire battlefield, but let's not forget he was a top-level player at level 90. Had he only been level 10, he would have long perished. Tianshi was far stronger than he had been back then. Compared to the legendary special skill Reaper's Descent, he was even more interested in the player Tianshi himself. Meanwhile, Araki Masato wore a look of complexity lost in his thoughts. Lin Hao, on the other hand, promptly checked the skill's effects. Reaper's Descent. Effect centered on oneself. It summons the descent of the Reaper, locking time and space, and swings a massive Reaper's scythe, dealing fixed damage of 5,000 plus 600 of attack power within a radius of 200 meters. What a formidable skill. The earlier rumors claimed that the might of Death's Descent surpassed even legendary skills, and Lin Hao had been skeptical. Yet to his astonishment, it turned out to be true. Upon checking the cooldown, he found it was merely 120 seconds, identical to a maxed-out Crimson Lotus shockwave. Without exaggeration, this was the most powerful area effect attack skill in the Celestial Domain, unrivaled by any other. At the same moment, hundreds of Wasteland Bat Fiends launched their assault in unison. They darted forward with incredible speed, closing in on Lin Hao in the blink of an eye, while the other 50 Wasteland Ancient Lizard Splits raised their forelimbs in unison, the prelude to a devastating stomp. Holy crap, if this scene were made into a single-player game, I can't even imagine the budget. Is this really the time to talk about that? The game designer is utterly merciless. Yeah, I bet my life the designer never intended for players to kill the world boss. All eyes in the live stream were fixed on Lin Hao. Could a level 10 mage work a miracle? Lin Hao answered with his strength, absolutely. Facing the charge of hundreds of monsters, Lin Hao advanced instead of retreating, plunging into the horde amid the stunned gazes of the crowd. The next instant, he activated Death's Descent. A colossal figure clad in a black robe wielding a scythe and exuding an ominous aura materialized in midair. A single glance at it instilled a primal dread of facing death itself. The area shrouded by Death's Descent sealed both time and space. Outsiders could not enter, and those within were frozen in stasis. In simpler terms, if a player were trapped inside, all active skills would be rendered useless, including spatial displacement abilities like blink. Moreover, movement and evasion were impossible. If a target was locked within, even using blink, half a second late would fail to breach the spatial barrier. What made it more despairing was that blink's range was a mere 10 meters while Death's Descent covered 200 meters. Even if you ran ahead of time, escape was utterly impossible. Once trapped inside, the only option was to endure the strike heat. Under normal game design, such an overpowered skill would have restrictions, and acquisition difficulty was just one of them. The second restriction was its immense mana cost. A maxed-out Crimson Lotus Shockwave required only 2,000 mana, but Death's Descent demanded 5,000. For any other level 10 mage, even if they had the skill, they would lack the mana to cast it. But for Lin Hao, while 5,000 mana was extravagant, it was not beyond his reach. The third restriction was the most critical. Like Crimson Lotus Shockwave, it required a 3-second channel, and any interruption from an attack or control effect would cancel it instantly. However, Lin Hao's wrathful Celestial Master class allowed him to ignore this limitation entirely, enabling an instant cast. All three restrictions were meaningless to Lin Hao, creating an utterly broken skill. The moment death appeared, the outcome was sealed. As it swung its scythe, 5-digit damage numbers erupted above every monster's head. 60,080. 60,080. 60,080. All monsters except the main body, including the 50 Wasteland Ancient Lizard splits, were instantly slain. The corpses of the fallen monsters emitted faint red light drawn into the scythe of death. Only after death had fully vanished did the crowd exclaim, "A full wipe. Holy moly, this is insane. Is this Death's Descent? The range and damage are absolutely ridiculous." The top analyst, visibly stunned, remarked, "Preliminary estimates suggest the damage radius is no less than 100 meters, and the actual range is likely even greater." For context, the widest range of any legendary skill before this was only 80 meters. Someone asked in confusion, how did the Celestial Master obtain such a powerful skill at level 10? The top analyst shook his head, suspecting it was linked to the mysterious scroll the Celestial Master had used earlier, but now was not the time to discuss it. The crisis was far from over. As expected, after all monsters on the field perished, the black mist enveloping the Wasteland Ancient Lizard dissipated completely. In the next instant, the Wasteland Ancient Lizard vanished, replaced by 50 brand new Wasteland Ancient Lizard splits. Upon closer inspection, these splits differed from the previous ones. Their bodies were encased in a translucent white shield. The shield boasted a staggering 5,000 health points. In the moment the boss main body dissolved, it had acquired a new skill, Primal Shield. Effect generates a shield equal to 100 of health. The livestream atmosphere was thick with regret. Sigh. I almost thought the Celestial Master could actually clear the world boss, but now I realize I was too naive. It's such a shame. We were so close. No help for it. This is what they call a miss by an inch a mile off. Even if the Celestial Master could cast Death's Descent again, the damage wouldn't be enough to wipe all the monsters, let alone that such a powerful skill must have at least a 5-minute cooldown, right? It was no wonder they were so pessimistic. No one in the entire celestial domain knew the true effect of Death's Descent except Lin Hao. Another dense swarm of 250 Wasteland Bat Fiends was summoned, yet Lin Hao's face still betrayed no trace of panic. A shield. That was like walking right into the line of fire. Having just killed 300 monsters with Death's Descent, the skill instantly refreshed. But the refreshed skill had transformed into Death's Return with even greater power. Thus the audience witnessed an unbelievable sight. The recently vanished Death appeared once more in midair. Unlike before, its massive gray scythe had turned into a terrifying blood red. The scythe swung down gently, and all monsters were reduced to ashes. Before the crowd could recover, the system notification chimed. Ding! Global announcement: this World Boss Challenge has concluded. Congratulations to players Celestial Master Takeda Minister and Green Island Glow for ranking in the top 3 damage dealers. Ding! Global announcement: this World Boss Challenge has concluded. Congratulations to players Celestial Master Takeda Minister and Green Island Glow for ranking in the top 3 damage dealers. Ding global announcement, this World Boss Challenge has concluded. Congratulations to players Celestial Master Takeda Minister and Green Island Glow for ranking in the top 3 damage dealers. Ding global announcement, this World Boss Challenge has concluded. Congratulations to players Celestial Master Takeda Minister and Green Island Glow for ranking in the top 3 damage dealers. After the 3 announcements concluded, everyone finally came to their senses. Wow, did we really succeed in the challenge? The Master is amazing. So strong. We accomplished something that 40 billion players could not. Now I doubt anyone will dare to question the Master's strength anymore. The title of the strongest newcomer is truly deserved. The players from Xia country were all very excited while the players from the island nation looked as if they had lost everything. If given another chance, they would definitely not enter this live broadcast room again. No, they should have never come to join in the fun from the very start. As for the players who participated in the challenge, they also felt honored the Master would be recorded in history, and they could serve as mere supporting characters. Not to mention that they had just defeated a world boss for the first time, and the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Perhaps they might even acquire a piece of legendary equipment. Many shared this sentiment, and Minister Takeda was also comforting himself with this thought. Although he lost the God of Law's key, he at least secured second place. Receiving 2 pieces of legendary equipment wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Even if it was just a level 10 legendary piece of equipment, it obviously wouldn't compare in value to the God of Law's key, but it would still help mitigate some losses. However, just as he was thinking this, the system prompt struck him like a bolt from the blue. Ding. The player team has defeated the world boss for the first time. Rewards are doubled. Ding. Detected player master. This output damage exceeded 50, claiming all rewards. Minister Takeda. Don't do this, you're making me look like a clown. The challenge against the world boss has ended, but the aftermath is just beginning. On the Tianyu forum, over 90% of the sections were discussing related events. The one with the most heat, without a doubt, was related to the Master. Why is the Master so strong at level 10? Can we replicate this? This post was the most lively, within just a few minutes it had thousands of replies. As players, everyone was naturally more interested in enhancing their own strength. I think the reason the Master was able to defeat the boss is that his overall strength is extremely high with no visible shortcomings. It's a fool's dream for an ordinary mage to replicate his path. I wholeheartedly agree, the Master is excessively strong. Just one character like him is enough. If a second one were to appear, would they want to ascend to heaven? I think you are right, wanting to replicate the Master's power is unrealistic, but replicating a part of it shouldn't be too difficult, right? To be honest, quite a few mage players held this mindset and attempted to analyze Lin Hao's skills. In the end, they concluded that the mana barrier was severely underestimated. Indeed, the Master's damage was quite outrageous, but without the mana barrier as support, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to output damage. The mana barrier is the fundamental reason the Master can output damage safely. 1 point of mana can negate 2 points of damage, meaning that the received damage is halved. Mana absorbing damage means no longer needing to worry about players' and monsters' true damage skills. This is a divine skill. Excited players began frantically purchasing the mana barrier, causing the price of the skill book to skyrocket by dozens of times, making it virtually unavailable. Previously, the mana barrier was scorned by everyone, but after this it became an object of desire for many. However, they conveniently forgot the most important fact: their mana was nowhere near Lin Hao's level. The duo of Quanzhan Tianxia and Lu Xiao, upon hearing this news, exchanged a glance and could see the shock in each other's eyes. After the shock came a sigh of relief. The stronger the Master, the more normal it seemed for them to lose to him, making it less embarrassing. Long before the Master fought the world boss, they had already left the novice village. Otherwise, with levels below 10, they wouldn't have been able to leave, and with the Master guarding outside, it would have been truly disastrous. Now they felt somewhat fortunate, as all the players who went to challenge the world boss had wasted their effort. The rewards belonged solely to the Master. At this moment, the communication device of Quanzhan Tianxiao rang. It was his older brother Quanzhan Bafang, the true leader of the Quanzhan Guild. In the novice village, guilds cannot be established. They were merely holding a title. After leaving the novice village, the players under him would form a new branch with him. As soon as the call connected, his older brother's somewhat frustrated voice came through. I heard you and the Master are in the same novice village, and you aren't getting along. Quanzhan Tianxiao felt a bit nervous. What was meant to come eventually did. He replied anxiously, Big brother, that Master is ridiculously strong. He can single-handedly take down the world boss. I'm really not his match. Quanzhan Bafang snorted coldly. I want to ask you, such a promising new player was right under your nose, and you didn't recruit him. Well, why did you offend him? Quanzhan Tianxiao was taken aback. Big brother, didn't you say our guild only recruits warrior players? Fool. Rules are dead, are you too? Yeah, I've died several times already. Huangzhan Tianxiao said with a face full of grievance. Big brother, I didn't want to either, but that master was too much. He didn't give our Huangzhan guild any face, stealing my boss as soon as we met and killing us all. Huangzhan Bafang became even angrier. Fool. Just because of a low-level wild boss you offended a deity. Huangzhan Tianxiao wanted to explain, but it was obviously too late to say. He hadn't known how powerful the master was at the start. He hesitantly asked then, what should we do now? Should I apologize to him? When Huangzhan Tianxiao said this, he found he wasn't as unwilling as he had imagined. Apologizing to a superior far beyond oneself isn't humiliating. But Huangzhan Bafang clearly became angrier upon hearing this. He apologize. Since the establishment of my Huangzhan guild, I haven't yet learned how to write the words apologize. Even if the master is strong, he is just a level 10 player, and without the 500 attack, blessing his damage isn't that terrifying. Hearing this, Huangzhan Tianxiao felt a surge of joy. This was the big brother he remembered, wild and arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid of him. Although he didn't find it humiliating to apologize to the master, it didn't mean he liked to bow down. He wasn't a masochist. So, big brother, what do you plan to do about the master? That's simple. The master has so many treasures, whether it's the Starshine boots or the God of Law's key, these are all coveted items. How could a mere level 10 mage want to keep them to himself? If no one knew, that would be one thing, but now that everyone knows, what difference is there from a child brandishing gold in the market? If he comes to his senses and is willing to join my Huangzhan guild, I might let him off. Otherwise, I'll hunt him down until he quits the game. In the novice village, there's a special mechanism. Players who leave cannot return. But once out of the novice village, there are no restrictions. As for whether high-level players targeting a level 10 novice would be looked down upon, Huangzhan Bafang didn't care. In the face of treasures, what is a little face? He believed that he was not the only one with such thoughts. As fate would have it, at this moment, Lu Xiao also received a call from his sister, who was even more interested in the items Lin Hao possessed, as her profession was a mage. The reason the master is so powerful, aside from the Starshine boots, must also include other, even more formidable items. These items the master would undoubtedly never hand over, so she had no intention of recruiting him. As soon as the master stepped out of the safety zone, she would strike with lightning speed to eliminate him. She didn't believe that the master could stay in the city forever without going out to level up. While everyone had their own thoughts, Lin Hao began to examine his own gains. The world boss had been disassembled by the black mist, akin to a mechanical monster dying from self-detonation, leaving the war god talent ineffective. Fortunately, the rewards from the world boss were abundant enough to compensate for his losses, providing him with a total of 12 legendary pieces of equipment. It is no exaggeration to say that over 80 of players in the Tianyu realm have never seen so many legendary pieces of equipment at once. Although the level 10 legendary equipment is not highly valued due to its low level, it does not mean that it is not rare. Lin Hao had previously defeated a fully grown Xuanwu cub and received only one piece of legendary equipment. This time he received 12 times that amount with the same cost of a scroll, making it a substantial profit. If he were to sell them, he could easily earn tens of millions, but Lin Hao clearly had no intention of doing so. After all, he had no debts, so maximizing his benefits was the priority. He knew that there was a hidden quest that required a significant number of legendary pieces of equipment. He initially thought it would be a task to complete in the mid to late game, but it seemed he could finish it soon. In high spirits, Lin Hao reviewed the attributes of all the equipment. The quality of the gear was quite impressive, as they were drops from the world boss, naturally not common items. The equipment suitable for mages totaled 5 pieces, nearly half, but 3 of them were shoes, which left Lin Hao quite speechless. He would never change his shoes in the face of such a powerful skill as Starshine Flash. Even a little attribute boost was insignificant. The other 2 pieces included a staff and a robe. The staff had strong base attributes, boasting an attack power 120 points higher than the legend staff, and its effect was formidable. Equipping it would grant an additional 400 points of attack, further enhancing his output. The problem was that what Lin Hao lacked the least at this moment was output. His damage to monsters was already overflowing, so why would he need more damage? Moreover, it had a fatal flaw: it did not provide lifesteal. Rather, it had mana recovery, so Lin Hao did not plan to replace his legend staff. As for the last piece, the robe, it was quite remarkable in terms of value. It was not much lower than the Starshine boots. Wildland robe. Quality orange. Equipment level 10. Class requirement Mage. Effect 1. Increases maximum mana by 500 points. Increases magic and physical defense by 200 points. Effect 2. When the wearer's health falls below 10, restores 1000 health instantly. This effect can be activated once every 30 seconds. Effect 3. triggers the God of Magic's protection effect, allowing spells to be used without consuming mana for 30 seconds, and reduces the cooldown time of one red or lower quality skill by half. In the God of Magic's protection state, the wearer is immune to all basic negative status effects such as blindness, bleeding, freezing, and dizziness. Note: God of Magic's protection can be used while under control. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this piece of equipment. A 30-second invulnerability period was simply outrageous. This was the longest invulnerability skill he knew of. 30 seconds was enough to dominate an entire battle, equivalent to being invulnerable for the entire duration. Moreover, it could be used even while controlled, eliminating worries about being ambushed, greatly increasing his margin for error. The only drawback was that the cooldown time was a bit long, requiring 500 seconds. In the novice village, there were no unpleasant monsters with controlling skills, but once he left the novice village, there would be plenty. More importantly, after level 10, players' skills would become more diverse, with each class having corresponding control abilities. His current weakest point was his resistance to abnormal states. Once controlled, no matter how high his damage or damage absorption ability was, there was still a risk of being defeated in an instant, but now he had nothing to worry about. In addition to these 12 legendary pieces of equipment, he also obtained nearly 100 blue pieces of equipment and over 20 red pieces. Although they weren't particularly valuable, selling them could still fetch 1 million or so. After organizing his items and tossing the unwanted ones into the auction house, Lin Hao was teleported back to his original location. With nothing else to do here, Lin Hao immediately returned to the novice village and used the teleportation array to head to the city. Wangyue City. The familiar scenery greeted his eyes as always. Wangyue City looked just as it did in his previous life. The towering mountains stretched endlessly, with the legendary highest peak in Tianyu Zheyue Mountain. Once on Zheyue Mountain, the moon was within arm's reach, demonstrating the height of the mountain. It was a must-visit spot for couples with no relevance to a single person like Lin Hao. He had also visited once in his previous life, but after less than 3 minutes of being fed dog food, he quickly left and never returned, though the scenery remained vividly etched in his memory, as it was indeed beautiful. No matter when he went, there were always couples enjoying their time there, and the scenic spots on the Tianyu side were even more plentiful than in the Shandemon realm. Shaking his head, Lin Hao stopped pondering these things. Women would only slow down his draw speed, although he was not playing as swordsman now. As soon as he arrived in the main city, the system began to chime incessantly, and the reason was simply the level up notification. Originally, the experience pool contained 131500 experience points, plus the 1000 from synthesizing Death God's Descent, totaling 141500. When the system notification stopped, Lin Hao leveled up 9 times. This leveling speed was like riding a rocket. The attributes of the Furious Mage were unsurprisingly added to strength, indicating he was moving further down the path of violent output. In the past, he would have found this somewhat troublesome, but after acquiring an extra 100 points in agility for free, he thought it was a good addition. At this moment, Lin Hao's attributes were as follows. Nickname Tian Shi. Class Furious Mage. Level 19. Current experience 155,001,9000. HP 1150. MP 4230. Strength 390. Constitution 7. Mentality 10. Agility 106. Attack 1280. Defense 14. With his attributes bolstered by talents and various blessings, he completely overshadowed other mages of the same level. Even players at level 30 would find him formidable. And this was just his panel attributes without any equipment worn. If the attributes provided by his weapon were included, his strength would further increase, with attack power reaching 1698 points and mana rising to 5148 points. After arriving at Wangyue City, Lin Hao successfully obtained the God of Law key. After all, it was a bet witnessed by players from around the world, and even if Minister Wu Tian was untrustworthy, he wouldn't dare to play tricks on this matter. From the outside, the God of Law key looked like an ordinary bronze key, though it was quite large, measuring a full 10 centimeters in length. The patterns on the key were very ancient, and a mysterious heavy aura emanated from it. Just holding it made one feel its extraordinary nature. After storing the God of Law key in his system backpack, Lin Hao had no intention of opening the treasury just yet. The reason was simple. He didn't know where the treasury was. Although someone had opened the God of Law treasury in his past life, that person did not reveal its location. Just like Lin Hao, he knew the exact location of the Sword Saint's treasury, but he didn't see the need to publicly disclose it online after opening it. However, it was no problem. Since he knew the precise location of the Sword Saint's treasury, he could naturally trade that information. Lin Hao edited a message on the forum. I know the specific location of the Sword Saint's treasury. Players who want to know can exchange for the location of the God of Law treasury. This was his first post, and the current buzz around the Tian Shi was at its peak, so it quickly attracted a large crowd of players. Wow, A big shot has appeared. Big shot. Do you need accessories for your legs? T-Onsure Big Shot, can you add me as a friend? I'm willing to offer 100,000 credit points. Get lost, where did this beggar come from? I'll offer 100,000. T-Onsure Big Shot, why are you so powerful? Can you teach a college student like me? There were indeed a lot of people, and in an instant hundreds of replies covered the thread, but unfortunately none of them were true experts, just onlookers. However, this was quite normal. Real experts wouldn't spend all their time on the forum. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. After closing the forum, Lin Hao looked around. There were many players in Wanhua City, including those who had just come from the novice village, and quite a few veteran players who had been here for some time. The monsters around Wanhua City were mostly between level 10 and 30, so the players here were generally within that level range. After all, once the level increases, grinding low-level monsters yields diminishing returns, so no one wants to linger in low-level cities. Watching the bustling players, Lin Hao quickly sensed something was off. In just a few minutes, he actually saw 7 players wearing equipment meant for level 40. It should be known that once you're more than 5 levels above a monster, you won't gain any experience from defeating it. What were the level 40 players doing here? And not just 1 or 2, but 7 of them. Looks like they are coming for me. Lin Hao snorted coldly. The greed of these individuals is truly blatant. I haven't even left the city, and they can't wait. He had already guessed that some would covet his opportunities, but he didn't expect someone would wait for him in the city. Lin Hao paid it no mind. The city was a safe zone, and anyone daring to act here would be apprehended in no time. But these people were clearly not all of them. There were certainly others outside the village, and as soon as he stepped out, he might be surrounded by a horde of high-level players. Some guilds would probably be unable to resist wanting to take action against him. However, Lin Hao had no worries at all. He had experienced similar situations dozens of times in his past life, and had long since become accustomed to it. Since he dared to stand out at the World Boss event, he certainly wouldn't worry about the ripples that might follow. Although players couldn't use Return to City to go to cities they hadn't visited, that didn't mean they couldn't teleport to cities they hadn't been to. It was just a bit more troublesome. With that thought, Lin Hao headed towards the office, but messages on his friend page kept flashing nonstop. Upon opening it, he found that I am the Brave King had been messaging him continuously. However, his attention had been elsewhere, so he hadn't noticed. After opening the message, the first half was asking him where he had bought the cheat, which was just too impressive, expressing joy for his brother in his words. But the latter half was expressing concern that he might be in danger. I am the Brave King. How, where are you now? Why haven't you replied? Have you run into trouble? 1 minute later. I am the Brave King. If you are in danger, quickly send me your location, and I'll bring people to help. Lin Hao read these messages and felt warmth in his heart, typing back, I'm fine. I'm just staying in Wanhua City and haven't gone out. I am the Brave King saw this and quickly replied, that's good. You'd best not leave the city now. I'll wait for me to bring people over. Your current situation is very dangerous. A level 10 mage holding the Starlight Mage boots and the God of Law key, such valuable treasures, are hard not to attract envy. Lin Hao nodded, I know, but there's no need to worry you, I can handle it. I am the Brave King looked anxious, you probably won't be able to handle this. The ones coming for you are no longer players of the same level 40 or 50, or even 60 players might take action. Those people, regardless of skills, attributes, or techniques, are in no way comparable to a level 10 novice. Facing his good brother's heartfelt concern, Lin Hao could only patiently explain, don't worry, I really don't need your concern. They definitely can't defeat me, but if I want to leave, they won't be able to stop me. More importantly, even if you can help me this time, can you help me for a lifetime? I am the Brave King fell silent. The Aolong Guild was indeed very strong and no one dared to disrespect them, but the problem was that it wasn't his guild. He was just a captain and couldn't represent the entire guild. He could stand up for his brothers, but he couldn't push the Aolong Guild out. Once or twice was fine, but if it happened too many times, it definitely wouldn't work. Thinking of this, I and the Brave King advised, why not just join the Aolong Guild? That way you won't have any worries. Even if those people are greedy, they wouldn't dare to act against a member of the #1 guild in Xia country. Our guild leader is very protective. Lin Hao shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He had been very clear he was not afraid of those people outside. Why couldn't they believe him? At that moment, he noticed that Xia Rufin had also sent him a message which conveniently blocked I and the Brave King's mouth, preventing him from continuing to speak. After finishing the conversation with I and the Brave King, Lin Hao checked the messages sent by Xia Rufin. Long Ao Kun Xiong. Would you trade the Starshine Law Boots and the Law God Key? I can exchange 3 legendary skills from mages along with 2 legendary skills from other professions. Xia Rufin's approach was always so decisive, getting straight to the point. I had just displayed my might by defeating a world boss. Shouldn't I compliment him to build rapport? Lin Hao pondered for a moment before replying, the Starshine Law Boots and the Law God Key are very important to me. I do not intend to exchange them. Although Xia Rufin was sincere offering 5 legendary skills for 2, if he wasn't mistaken 3 of those skills were still the previous attack skills usable by mages. And in terms of damage output, who could compare to the coming of death? Moreover, there are many attack-type skills while functional skills are far harder to obtain, not to mention the Starshine Blink, a spatial displacement skill, with only a 30-second cooldown. In the future, he was confident he could acquire plenty of legendary skills related to attack and output, but he couldn't guarantee he'd encounter a second Starshine Blink. As for the Law God key, it was the same. Although he didn't know what treasures lay within the Law God's treasury, the items would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The thrill of opening a mystery box was much more enticing than a guaranteed reward. Seeing Lin Hao refuse Xia Rufin was not surprised and did not press the issue while Lin Hao began to think of something. If memory served, when he had exchanged super healing for magic barrier, Xia Rufin had claimed he owed him a favor. Thinking of this, Lin Hao asked, "President Xia, you mentioned you owed me a favor. I am indeed encountering a bit of trouble right now. Are you referring to those high-level players, or even guilds being envious of your gains and ambushing you in the wild?" Xia Rufin, being the president of the AO Long Guild, was well aware of these matters. Lin Hao nodded. He had no intention of using a small favor to provoke countless enemies for the AO Long Guild. Moreover, regarding the previous exchange, technically speaking, he hadn't lost out. The magic barrier had become fundamental to his survival. In multiple crises and opportunities, the magic barrier had played a significant role. Lin Hao's bottom line was to spend a lingering favor plus the Law God key to have Xia Rufin stand by him in exchange for another legendary skill. What surprised him was that Xia Rufin readily nodded, saying, "No problem, I will warn those people to behave themselves." Lin Hao read the recently received message twice, his expression full of astonishment. Xia Rufin actually did not use this as a condition for him to trade the Starshine Law Boots or the Law God key. Normally one would use this as a condition, as long as they did not agree to the exchange they wouldn't help. After all, a small favor could offend several, or even dozens of guilds, clearly a huge loss. Lin Hao was at a loss for words. Should he say that President Xia was too overbearing, completely disregarding other guilds, or should he say he placed too much value on his own favor? But either way, it was good news for Lin Hao. He didn't have to give up the Law God key. Even if he could reach other cities through special channels, the subsequent troubles wouldn't decrease. It would just be a different group of envious people, and he would most likely have to avoid showing his face in the future. Being able to walk openly, he naturally didn't want to hide away. However, Xia Rufin was very generous, showing no intention of negotiating terms, and Lin Hao also didn't plan to take advantage of this. Although he was unwilling to trade the Law God key, he had some very valuable information for the guild. "Thank you, President Xia. I know a strategy that might help you. Would you like to hear it?" Upon hearing this, Xia Rufin became interested. He knew Lin Hao had just left the novice village, so the strategy must be related to it. The novice village was a very special place, even if its weight in the Tianyu was not significant. "Tell me about it," Xia Rufin replied. Lin Hao, seeing that he was indeed interested, said, "You know the Goblin King, the boss in the novice village, right?" Xia Rufin nodded with some disappointment. "Are you referring to that guy who has an extremely low chance of throwing attribute potions at players? That probability is too low, it's not worth spending time on it." Lin Hao smiled. "The chance is indeed low. Unless you're a lucky player, you won't encounter it. But I know a method to guarantee 100 drop of attribute potions." "What?" Xia Rufin's fingers trembled as he sent the message. 100 drop of attribute potions. How could that be possible? Doesn't that mean all players in their guild could gain some attributes for free? Even if it's not much, players know that the gap between players is widened little by little. Lin Hao dropped another bombshell. "In that dungeon, I obtained 3 attribute potions, increasing my strength by 10 points and my maximum health by 200 points. 3. Xia Rufin felt he was losing his composure. Before obtaining advanced professions, everyone could only increase their maximum health by 50 points and their attributes by 5 points during the early levels. This was equivalent to leading others by 2 or 3 levels. Was that novice village boss so generous? Xia Rufin wanted to ask, is this true? But he ultimately held back because there was no reason for a celestial master to lie to him. Meanwhile, Lin Hao continued, "I think my luck could have been better. 20 potions came raining down, and only 3 were special attribute potions. If I were luckier, there could have been 4 or 5, or even more." Xia Rufin felt his breathing quicken. 3 was already a lot, and it could get even better. He urged anxiously, "Celestial Master, please explain the specific operation. I owe you another favor this time." Lin Hao, "It didn't have to be so serious that might make others think your favor is cheap." However, judging from Xia Rufin's style, he clearly valued his favors, which was quite contradictory. Was there some hidden context that I didn't know? Lin Hao's mind raced as he considered many things in an instant, but he did not regret sharing this information. Because this strategy, even if kept to himself, would not create any value for him. Lin Hao continued, the method to trigger the 100-drop mechanism is quite simple. I dealt half of the boss health within 3 seconds. After that, the boss went berserk and smashed his entire backpack down, dropping a total of 20 potions, 3 of which were special attribute potions. Lin Hao spoke lightly, but Xiao Rufin shook his head with a bitter smile. Dealing half the boss health in 3 seconds was something very few players in the entire Xia country could achieve, otherwise everyone would clear the game in under a minute. Not to mention after that the boss would toss out 20 potions. If luck ran low and several were explosive potions, one could easily be killed. In short, the replicability is very low. He owed this favor too soon. However, Xiao Rufin naturally could not retract his promise and could only find ways to maximize the benefits. Before the conversation ended, Xiao Rufin reminded, Tian, sure you possess great potential. Do not waste your abilities. The Tianyu is not simple. It is far more important than you imagine. You should focus on enhancing your strength and set aside matters in reality for now. Isn't Tianyu just a game? How can it be more important than reality? Lin Hao inquired, somewhat puzzled by such a solemn reminder. Xiao Rufin shook his head and said nothing more. The fewer people who knew about that matter, the better. Even his own sister was not informed. Once that news spreads, it would cause widespread panic and no one could bear the consequences. After the conversation concluded, Lin Hao pondered the significance of Xiao Rufin's words. He did not believe someone like Xiao Rufin would joke with him for no reason. Although he could not understand why Xiao Rufin regarded Tianyu with such gravity, his goals remained unchanged. That is to stand atop the global pinnacle. Meanwhile, Xiao Rufin did not forget his promise to Lin Hao, but naturally he would not handle such trivial matters personally. He entrusted it to Bei Muxue, who could represent the Aolong Guild. He himself began to organize the strategies he had just heard. After receiving the instructions, Bei Muxue immediately set to work, choosing the simplest yet most effective method. After consuming a server-wide announcement, she declared, from now on Tian Shi is under the protection of our Aolong Guild. Anyone who wishes to deal with him must first obtain my consent. From now on, Tian Shi is under the protection of our Aolong Guild. Anyone who wishes to deal with him must first obtain my consent. The server-wide announcement rang out 3 times, capturing the attention of players throughout the Xia nation, especially those with ulterior motives. Huangzhan Bafang, Tian Shi has joined the Aolong Guild. Bei Muxue, no. Huangzhan Bafang furrowed his brow. Then your Aolong Guild is being too domineering. He is not one of yours. Bei Muxue, do I need your approval to do things? Listen up, from now on, I will protect Tian Shi. If you are dissatisfied, show me what you've got. Even if you have strong endurance, I will make sure you regret it. Huangzhan Bafang wore a frustrated expression but did not dare to openly challenge her. Although he was a level 60+ expert, any elite player from the Aolong Guild could easily overpower him. This illustrates the disparity between an ordinary guild and the nation's top guild, a gap wider than that between man and dog. However, his silence did not mean others were afraid. Miss Liu, it's fine for your Aolong Guild to protect others, but what if he starts killing and looting under your banner? Should we just tolerate it? Isn't your Aolong Guild being too domineering? Are ordinary players not human? Her words made many onlookers stop eating their popcorn and directly join the fray. Miss Liu is right. Are we ordinary players only meant to be slaughtered and robbed? Bah, I thought the Aolong Guild was very righteous, but it turns out to be like this. It must be said that Miss Liu's remarks were quite clever. What Bei Muxue meant was clearly for them not to take action against Tian Shi, yet it transformed into the Aolong Guild using their strength to bully the weak. However, voices calling for the Aolong Guild's defeat were minimal, only a few scattered individuals. After all, the influence of the Aolong Guild was immense, and countless ordinary players had received their selfless assistance. Xiao Rufin had just defeated the strongest player from the island nation, and it couldn't be tarnished by mere words. At this moment, Bei Muxue stated, Tian Shi is not like some who enjoy bullying the weak. He is already strong enough in the novice village and has never killed ordinary players for no reason. Once this was said, it garnered agreement from the majority of players. With such exaggerated strength, who could resist him if he went on a killing spree in the novice village? Sending players to their doom would be inevitable. However, Huangzhan Tiansha suddenly interjected, Tian Shi is not a good person. I was fighting a BOSS and he inexplicably stole it from me. As if that wasn't enough, he annihilated us. It's simply too much. Huh, is that true? Some onlookers began to question his credibility. I think it should be true. If it were false, wouldn't he be slapping his own face by lying? You are too naive. The Huangzhan Guild has embarrassed themselves more than once. I believe Tian Shi would not do such a thing, and if he really did, it wouldn't be without reason. That's right. We all know what kind of people the Huangzhan Guild consists of, don't we? Lin Hao was somewhat surprised to see so many people on his side. However, he did not intend to remain silent. I am merely echoing the sentiments of the players. Your Huangzhan Guild first backstabbed teammates, and then pursued lone players to the end. What is unjust about me killing you? The forum for the 10086 Novice Village still has your glorious deeds recorded. Even if you forget, the players you killed and betrayed will not forget. What the great Tianshi said is correct. A player with the nickname who dares to compete immediately chimed in. The Quanzhan Guild consists of a bunch of trash. While we were fighting monsters, they were fishing in troubled waters, and at the last moment they backstabbed teammates. They even dropped my only blue staff. When it comes to memories, you can sum it up with 2 words: memories. Who dares to compete had high combat power, and he had gained some fame for his outspokenness in the forum. Once he spoke, a multitude of victims began to curse the Quanzhan Guild. Quanzhan Tianshi was left doubting life, but since they were stating facts, he could only remain silent. At this moment, he felt quite frustrated. Were these guys being too ridiculous? It was just one death, why were they chasing him relentlessly? As he watched his ally falter, Miss Lu wanted to say something, but saw Bei Mushiwa say, "I do not care what grievances you have, just do not bully a level 10 newcomer." If Tianshi were killed by a player from the same map, it would be due to his lack of skill, and I would not interfere. In the map I am in, player and monster levels range from 10 to 30. As long as you are within this level range, you can bring as many people as you want. What an arrogant little brat. Miss Lu followed the conversation. You said it yourself, don't regret it when you get killed later. Lin Hao casually replied, let them show their true abilities, and I will not mind. Alright, since that is the case, we will give the Oolong Guild some face. Quanzhan Bafang nodded in agreement. They initially thought the matter had come to a close, only to find that many below had begun to curse. Did I hear wrong? A player over level 60 actually wants to kill a level 10 player. Do they have no shame? It's ridiculous that they would even say something like that. If it weren't for the Oolong Guild, would they be on their way right now? How disgusting. No wonder the Quanzhan Guild and Tianya Guild are just like this, using their strength to bully the weak and throwing the blame on Tianshi. Both guilds received another round of scolding, yet their leaders were unbothered, for to them only tangible benefits mattered. This matter can be considered completely resolved here. Even if the other guilds had the courage, they wouldn't dare to send players above level 30 to deal with Lin Hao. Part of the reason is that they believe sending level 30 players to eliminate a level 10 Celestial Master is not difficult. No matter how strong a Celestial Master is, they are only level 10. If a level 30 player cannot defeat them, then just send 10 or 20 level 20 players together. After exiting the chat channel, Lin Hao glanced around. The 7 level 40 players still had no intention of leaving. Interesting, this should be a group of independent players banding together. It's worth noting that the Starry Law Boots and the Divine Key combined are worth over 200 million. 200 million is an astronomical figure for the vast majority of players. Once it is dropped and sold, as long as they don't make reckless investments and put it in the bank to earn interest, it would be enough for them to live well for several lifetimes. As for the revenge of the Oolong Guild, with 2 small goals in hand, what's there to fear? Worst case, they can quit playing altogether. No matter how powerful the Oolong Guild is, can they retaliate offline? This is the mentality of independent players, or rather those who feel they can't earn 2 small goals in the game will be tempted. After all, the barefoot are not afraid of the shot. The guilds don't dare to ignore the Oolong Guild's reputation unless they are willing to abandon their guild, but that's clearly unrealistic. Lin Hao paid no mind to these players. Anyone with a piece of level 40 legendary equipment would never take such a risk. This means their equipment is quite average, and its attributes are predictable, not necessarily surpassing his own, who is only level 19. Moreover, all of his current equipment is only level 10. There are no hidden quests in Wangyue City, but there is a branch of the Church of Light, or rather, every city has their branch, and their influence has spread throughout the entire realm. Players need to complete a series of challenging tasks to have a chance to join. This is also something every new player must accomplish when leaving the Novice Village to find a faction to join. In addition to the Church of Light, there are various factions here, such as the Adventurers Association, the Archer Alliance, the Mage Alliance, the City Guards, and the Bodyguards. Each faction has its unique tasks offering unique rewards, and it also means that the higher the faction's level, the more one can obtain. Thus, as the world's foremost visible force, the number of players wanting to join the Church of Light is overwhelming, including his previous incarnation. In the Church of Light, he had once received 6 legendary skills, countless legendary equipment, and various rare and precious items, but he also experienced countless pursuits which he reminisces about fondly now. These items can be obtained in the Church of Light as long as one is powerful enough, but if one joins a smaller faction, the ceiling will drop significantly, and just getting red equipment would be a blessing. At this moment, the area outside the Church of Light was still crowded with players, creating a lively scene. Don't crowd, someone stepped on my foot. Which bastard is groping my ass? Do you believe I'll sit on you and crush you? I have a feeling that today I will definitely join the Church of Light. Alright, it's fine to fool others, but don't fool yourself. You said the same thing yesterday, the day before, and the day before that. Huh. I did it. I joined the Church of Light. A male player looking somewhat delirious held up a jar, grinning widely. It was the holy water given to new members by the Church of Light. He raised the jar and took a gulp, then excitedly said, "Lucky me, my strength attribute increased by 10 points. The other players looked on with envy. A 10-point strength attribute is equivalent to an ordinary player leveling up twice. The gap between people is widened little by little. This is not the key point. The key is that he joined the Church of Light, and his future prospects are limitless. Those who can join are all elites among elites. If they fail the trials, they can only settle for less and choose the Adventurers Association or their respective professions alliance. However, while these two factions are not lacking and are top-tier forces, they are still a tier below the Church of Light, and with so many members, the distribution of tasks and rewards naturally isn't as rich. As for the Abyss Church, that is even harder to join than the Church of Light, and the first obstacle is whether one can find them at all. Even if they find it, they still need to pass the trials. If they fail, they cannot join, and there will be no second chance. Unlike the Church of Light, as long as you are willing to join, you can take on tasks repeatedly, and even if you keep failing, it doesn't matter. Although joining the Abyss Church is extremely difficult, it is undeniably the faction with the best rewards. After all, players who can join the Abyss Church are exceedingly rare, and their foundation is extremely profound. They are the only force that can confront the Church of Light Hedon. However, this does not mean that a stronger faction is necessarily better. Each faction has its own allies, enemies, and positions. For players who are not strong enough, getting involved can hardly be considered a good thing. Lin Hao shook his head at the man's jubilant demeanor. It's just a mere 10 points of attributes. Is it worth being this happy? He remembered that when he joined the Abyss Church, the High Priest had granted him 100 attribute points along with forbidden techniques and ultra-rare scrolls. Lin Hao was not here to join the Church of Light. He already had his own faction. However, the problem is that while the main storyline of the Abyss Church has long been opened, his task list has not been updated. This was the first time Lin Hao encountered such a situation. He came to the Church of Light to see if he could trigger some plot. Because there is a high-ranking NPC from the Abyss Church here who in his previous life did not reveal his identity until the late game, the executor of the Abyss Church. At this moment, he was the leader of the Church of Light in Wangyue City. Back then, this old schemer assigned tasks to players, sending them to attack small squads of the Abyss Church, only for them to find themselves outnumbered 10-1, almost suffering a total wipeout. Looking at the bald man in a white robe ahead, Lin Hao realized that he had come at the wrong time. The members of the Bright Church outside were merely ordinary NPCs, not the person he was looking for. He couldn't delve deeper into the church to search for the person, so he could only wait for them to come out. However, it didn't matter. Lin Hao knew a place where they would go every day, estimating that he only needed to wait another half hour. Opening the forum, Lin Hao began to pass the time. In such a popular game as Tianyu, there were naturally some black markets and information dealers. Black markets were hard to find, at least not on the forum, but information dealers were everywhere. Among these information dealers, the most famous and well-regarded was a guy known as the Ultimate Analyst, who had a bit of a reputation both inside and outside the circle. Lin Hao navigated to a website he had built. The website was beautifully designed, free of cluttered advertisements, with color schemes and backgrounds that could be customized, clearly showing some thought was put into it. As for the products on the page, they consisted of strategies and insider news. He set the search range for products to Wangyue City. In the next moment, dozens of titles popped up on the page. Quick leveling methods, the most monsters and richest experience points, hidden locations in Wangyue City. A special hidden quest that might let you get a head start. The Bright Church of Wangyue City, their leader seems suspicious to me. All these messages were recent, and any outdated or distorted information had been marked. And this was just one section of Wangyue City. With such a massive workload being managed, it was likely that behind the Ultimate Analyst stood a team of no less than 1,000 people. The messages listed above were quite expensive, with none costing less than 100 credit points, indicating that the target audience was a select few elites. At this point, Lin Hao didn't care about the money anymore, and casually bought a few pieces of information he was interested in, finding that they were mostly in line with what he already knew. Although it was a bit of a waste of money, Lin Hao confirmed that the accuracy of the information on this website was quite high. He tried searching for information about the Divine Mage's treasury, but found nothing. There were plenty of people posting here, also offering bounties for information about various treasures. Next, Lin Hao searched for his own name here. As soon as the term Tianshi was entered, dozens of titles immediately popped up. The strongest new player in history. What secrets does he hold? Why did Tianshi choose to use attack-related blessings during the world boss battle? Is his explosive damage related to attack power? Speculations about the special skill Reaper's Descent. The view counts for these personal information pieces were quite high, with the most sold reaching 1,000 copies and the least selling around 100. This clearly indicated that after the battle with the world boss, he had gained a bit of fame across the entire Tianyu. Lin Hao felt a bit envious, as in such a short time, just from selling his personal information, these people had earned nearly 50 million. You guys are going too far, as selling my information is one thing, but not giving me a single cent is simply outrageous. I've been working my butt off and have only earned a few small goals. While complaining, Lin Hao clicked on the piece of information with the highest purchase volume. He wanted to see what kind of information this so-called ultimate analyst was selling. However, upon clicking in, he was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? You sell one piece of information for 1,000. Why don't you go rob someone? And 1,000 fools actually bought it. This is unbelievable. I clicked to see my own information, and I had to pay 1,000. Is there no law? Lin Hao felt that his resentment was reaching its peak. Inexplicably being exploited for free and now being asked to pay was simply ridiculous. Exiting the payment interface, Lin Hao searched for information about Xia Rufin. Soon he felt relieved, because there were tens of thousands of pieces of information about Xia Rufin, ranging from what he had for breakfast today to what his skills were. None of the pieces were priced below 1,000, and the one with the highest purchase volume was priced at 10 million, with 168 copies sold so far. Now looking back at his own, the highest was only sold for 1,000. Who do you look down on? Lin Hao's mindset underwent a complete transformation. This time, he did not hesitate and clicked to purchase after paying. As of now, the general information about the strongest new player Tianxi is as follows. All content is based on personal past experience and is estimated to be 80 accurate, hence the price of 1,000. Here are the main points. 1. It is known that although Tianxi is a mage, his damage is only related to physical attacks. 2. He can instantly cast super large spells, including Reaper's Descent. 3. He possesses a super rare legendary amplification skill that can quintuple damage, preliminarily identified as the coming of the Thunder God. 4. Tianxi's attacks can ignore the enemy's dual resistances, preliminarily assessed as an innate effect of his talent. It is unknown how much he can ignore, but it can at least ignore 6,000 points. 5. He is likely to have mastered a hidden class of 3 elements, specifics unknown, but the level should not be lower than SS rank. I suspect Tianxi's class has a high likelihood of being an SSS rank hidden class. Skills: Mana Barrier, Explosive Flame, Flame Burst, Intermediate Barrier, Swift Step, Starshine, Flash, Red Lotus, Impact. Holds a special item, Mysterious Scroll. Preliminary assessment suggests it can evolve skills, tentatively named Evolution Scroll. Evaluation: the title of the strongest newcomer is well-deserved. Recruitment level: SSS rank. Special skill: Reaper's Descent. Speculated effect: damage range between 100 meters and 200 meters, damage ratio unknown, but extremely terrifying. Can release twice in a short period and damage ignores shields. This is merely the currently speculated effect. The true power will undoubtedly be even stronger. Evaluation: undoubtedly the strongest area attack, divine skill. The comments below were filled with astonished voices. An SSS rank class? Are you kidding me? This is simply outrageous. Since the launch of Tianyu, there hasn't been an SSS rank class yet, but I think Tianxi is indeed strong enough to have that possibility. No matter the cost, I must recruit Tianxi. Don't fight with me, he is mine. No matter the cost, I must recruit Tianxi. Don't fight with me, he is mine. After reading through all this information, Lin Hao commented, this so-called ultimate analyst does have some skill. For someone to deduce so much at their first meeting with such accuracy was indeed impressive. Lin Hao, however, was unconcerned. He had posted his own information because what they knew was merely superficial. His true trump cards were never his skills or equipment. These were merely byproducts of his SS rank talent and class, like branches sprouting from a trunk. This ultimate analyst knew he had an SS rank hidden class, but did they know it was the Wrathful Celestial Master? Did they know its effects? These core secrets remained a complete mystery to them. They were also unaware that his talent was SS rank, and they had no clue about the specifics of Death's Descent. What irked Lin Hao was that these people sold his information without his consent and didn't even pay him. One day he'll teach you a lesson for freeloading off me. Though he said that, Lin Hao knew he could do little about them, at least for now. After all, even Xia Rufin's information was listed there starting 2 years ago, and the site was still thriving. To have done so many detestable things and remained unscathed, the force behind them must be formidable, perhaps some real-world financial conglomerate. Lin Hao glanced at the time and figured it was about right. Just as he was about to log off, a blood-red headline was pinned to the top of the page. The pristine, clean atmosphere of the page was shattered by this jarring blood-red headline. The Celestial Domain is a conspiracy. The in-game abilities can actually be brought into. The blood-red font was eerie, but the rest of the text was cut off by the page layout. Lin Hao was drawn to the headline, but when he tried to click it, the entire post was already deleted. He found it baffling. Did the admin have too much to drink? He quickly dismissed that thought. If they were drunk, the text wouldn't be so coherent. So what was the point of posting it and deleting it immediately? Could someone else have spotted it and used their authority to remove it? In that instant, many thoughts raced through Lin Hao's mind. Others might dismiss it like being told the world would end in 2024, a baseless claim only a fool would believe. But Lin Hao was different. He was a transmigrator. When something as incredible as transmigration had happened, what else was impossible? But what was the second half of that headline? Could it mean that abilities from the game could be brought into reality? Lin Hao shook his head. He hadn't felt anything unusual when he logged off before. With 4 billion players in the celestial domain, any anomaly would have been discovered long ago. Yet he knew the celestial domain was no simple matter. He hadn't forgotten Xiao Rufan's warning. Xiao Rufan must know something, but if you want, tell me. Pressing him is useless. Forget it. Whatever secrets the celestial domain holds, my path remains the same to keep growing stronger. After logging off the site, Lin Hao looked around. The sea of players was still as dense as before, and the 7 players who had been following him still hadn't left. Lin Hao thought for a moment, then turned and walked away. While I still have time, I might as well deal with those who can't read the room. Seeing Lin Hao head out of the city, a young man with dyed yellow hair chuckled. Boss, that celestial master is finally moving. Didn't expect him to be so quick. The warrior gripping a greatsword grinned. Pull this off and we'll be set for life. Haha, 2 billion. With that much money, no one can call me ugly anymore. The yellow-haired youth roared with laughter. Enough chatter, let's move. They thought they remained undetected, still skulking behind. Outside Wangyue City. Unlike the newbie village, the city gate was guarded by 2 NPCs in elite armor. But they didn't interfere in player disputes. As long as it didn't happen inside the city, no one cared if someone died. Just then, the 7 trailing players emerged. Still believing they were unnoticed, they pretended to mingle with other departing players, planning to get close to Lin Hao and strike. But Lin Hao had long seen through their ruse. The moment they separated from the crowd, he spun around and unleashed a lotus flame blast. A crimson shockwave brimming with destructive force struck the 7 would-be ambushers. 5,594. 5,594. 5594. 7 damage numbers floated up in the light wave. Lin Hao's sudden attack startled the surrounding players, who wouldn't panic when a red beam of destruction suddenly shot their way. Someone was about to curse in anger when they realized who they'd be cursing at. Curious about who dared provoke the celestial master, they were astonished to see that all 7 hit by the beam were still alive. Holy crap! What kind of experts are these? They have over 5,000 HP. No wonder they dared to mess with the celestial master. If I had that kind of power, I'd try to. Damn, there are so many big shots. My HP is barely over 2,000. Why can't I be one of them? As the crowd relished the spectacle, the lotus flame blast dissipated. The 7 players were indeed alive, as level 40 players with over 5,000 HP was normal. Lin Hao never expected to one-shot them. That would have been too boring. The 7 exchanged glances, deep shock in their eyes. The celestial master had spotted them all along. He had likely lured them out on purpose. Before this, they would have scoffed at a level 10 mage's audacity. But seeing their own health in the red, they had to admit they had underestimated him. He hadn't hesitated for a second before attacking. Wasn't he afraid of hitting the wrong target? The celestial master was stronger and more decisive than they had imagined. While they were shocked, their actions did not slow down, quickly widening the distance between them. Unfortunately, even so, they were still a step too late. Empowered by the wrathful talent of the celestial master, the fiery explosion struck them without any casting delay, hitting them immediately, with only the last 3 managing to escape by luck. 12,985. 8,490. 8,490. 8,490. The fiery explosion hit the leading player, and the shockwave impacted the other 3. Empowered by the war god talent, he instantaneously killed 4 people with a single strike. The Dark King's gift also began to activate at this moment. Killing I don't want to be assaulted, fish, dark value 101 points. Killing I want to get rich, dark value 103 points. Killing don't call me yellow hair, dark value 105 points. Looking at the suddenly soaring dark value, Lin Hao almost couldn't help but laugh. This dark value was way too easy to acquire. To have obtained over 400 points of dark value so effortlessly was truly beyond his expectations. Previously, killing a level 10 player would yield around 3 to 10 points, with very few exceeding 10. Based on normal game settings, killing a level 40 player should generally yield dark value between 20 and 40 points. However, these players were merely very ordinary level 40 free players, not even elite, yet they provided such generous dark value. It seems that the acquisition of dark value is not only based on the opponent's strength, but also relates to the level gap between them. In this moment, Lin Hao thought a lot, while the onlooking crowd was shocked by the Celestial Master's explosive damage. As expected of the Celestial Master, someone who can single-handedly take on world bosses is indeed formidable, This damage is truly outrageous. Who would disagree? I suspect that even when I reach level 40, I wouldn't be able to deal this kind of damage. Stop doubting. Unless you possess a powerful legendary skill, it's simply unrealistic, and the Celestial Master is only using the mundane fire explosion. While the crowd was still engrossed in their excitement, Lin Hao smiled disdainfully. With such strength, do you dare to sneak attack me? I truly don't understand. Who gave you the courage? A typical level 40 player without any fortuitous encounters should have around 3,000 health points. However, the attributes of level 40 equipment cannot be compared to those of level 10 or 20. As long as the equipment is strong enough, increasing health by 1 or 2,000 is not an issue. But these players had health bars that barely reached 7 or 8,000, pitifully weak. If he were to use a scroll for a sudden burst of power, he could easily eliminate these level 40 guys. But that was just a thought, not to mention he had no scrolls left. Even if he did, he wouldn't waste them here. The three players who had survived by luck showed a trace of deep apprehension in their eyes, but quickly launched a counterattack. Level 40 players are ultimately not comparable to level 10 novices. In addition to having thicker health, their fundamental attributes like attack, defense, and speed, as well as their operational awareness, are significantly stronger. Their speed was incredibly fast. The leading warrior player charged towards Lin Hao at an astonishing pace, opening his mouth wide and making a fierce roaring motion. Interesting, is this your confidence? Lin Hao naturally recognized this skill blood battle roar. This was a taunting skill stronger than the ordinary taunt, a higher tier existence. Ordinary taunts can only control one person, while this skill is an area effect. Anyone within 5 meters in front of him will be taunted. More importantly, the casting time of this skill is very short, making it hard for most people to react. Even if they do, it is difficult to dodge. However, if Lin Hao wanted to dodge, it wouldn't be too difficult, as he had the spatial displacement skill Starshine Blink at his disposal. Yet Lin Hao did not use the blink and simply stood there. In the next moment, a roar echoed. Ding, you have been taunted by the player. I only worship the god of wealth. For the next 10 seconds, you can only attack this player with normal attacks. Got it. Seeing that the Celestial Master was so easily controlled, I only worship the god of wealth shouted excitedly. What a ridiculous Celestial Master, being controlled so easily, they don't even need to use a second control skill. The other two players said disdainfully while raising their weapons to strike at Lin Hao. In their eyes, the controlled Celestial Master was just fish on the chopping board left for them to butcher at will. The onlooking crowd began to express their regrets. The Celestial Master has indeed lost. How could a mere level 10 player compete against a level 40 player? If you ask me, these people are truly shameless. 7 level 40 players ganging up on a single level 10 mage. They have no shame. What's there to say about the victors and the vanquished? What I'm curious about now is, aren't they afraid that the Owlong Guild will come after them? That's simple. If they obtain the Starshine Magic Boots or the God of Magic Key, they can easily sell them for over 1 billion credit points. At worst, they can just stop playing in the Celestial Realm. You make a good point, but what I'm curious about is how can they ensure that killing the Celestial Master will yield what they want? What if nothing drops? Then they would suffer a huge loss. This can only be said that these people's courage is truly remarkable. Even with low probabilities, they are willing to gamble. Although if I had the strength, I probably wouldn't be able to resist either. After all, that's 2 billion. Oh, it's worth gambling for a chance. However, just as everyone thought the Celestial Master was controlled, a beam of cold light completely enveloped Lin Hao. When the light dissipated, all abnormal statuses vanished without a trace. If one looked closely, there were still some starlight remnants on Lin Hao, indicating a special buff state. After activating God of Magic's protection for 30 seconds, all abnormal states are immune. Upon seeing this scene, the three players were nearly startled into exclamations. They naturally did not recognize God of Magic's protection, but anyone with eyes could see the effects of the purification spell. They were astonished not by the Celestial Master having a purification spell, but by the fact that he could use it even while being controlled. This effect could only be achieved with a legendary level purification spell. Is the Celestial Master truly a novice player? How could he appear to possess an entire set of legendary skills right after leaving the novice village? After regaining his mobility, Lin Hao unleashed a level 5 fire burst, dealing a terrifying damage of 26970 points, instantly killing the swordsman player at the front. Meanwhile, another player's normal attack also struck him. 2235. As expected of a level 40 player, even an ordinary attack could deal over 2000 damage. If Lin Hao were truly just an ordinary level 10 fragile mage, this would have been enough to take him down. But unfortunately for them, Lin Hao was no ordinary mage. This damage was merely a tickle to him. Another fire burst crashed down, killing this player, while simultaneously restoring 2697 points of mana, fully replenishing the over 110 points of mana he had just expended. I could only stare in disbelief. Within less than a minute, he had become a lone warrior, while the Tianqi's health and mana remained full. However, it was impossible to give up now. He had more than one control skill, and the Tianshi was still within his skill range. Take this. Mighty Brick Throw. Don't be fooled by the unappealing name of this skill. It is indeed a powerful control technique for warriors. Once hit by this skill, the target would be affected by both the knock-up and knockdown effects. If they collided with an obstacle while being knocked up, they would not only suffer significant damage, but also enter a state of stun. A single skill providing 3 negative effects, it would be an understatement to call it a powerful control technique. Although there were no obstacles behind the Tianshi, as long as he could execute the knock-up and knockdown effects to prevent the Tianshi from recovering mana through attacks, he was confident he could eliminate the Tianshi in a short time. However, as ideal as it was, reality proved to be harsh. After recognizing this skill, Lin Hao was surprised, but made no other moves, allowing the great sword to sweep across him. 3,496. Got it. I couldn't help but shout in excitement, but the next moment I was frozen in shock. Because the Tianshi before me still stood there steadily. Not only was he not knocked up, he hadn't even moved an inch. Failed. How could this be? I began to genuinely suspect the Tianshi was cheating. Since obtaining this skill, it had never missed, not even once. After all, the knock-up effect would occur instantaneously. Even if the opponent reacted extremely quickly and used Purify immediately, they would still be launched a few meters in the air. But the Tianshi truly stood utterly still, as if he had activated an invincibility state. Wait, invincibility. After regaining my composure, I noticed that the Tianshi was indeed surrounded by a faint starlight. I didn't know what skill this was, but I realized that the reason I hadn't knocked the Tianshi up must be related to this. This was likely an extremely rare skill that allowed for prolonged immunity to control effects. I was utterly despaired. As a level 40 player leading 7 others, I had used all means, including ambushes, yet I was still being dominated. The Tianqi's status was still full, showcasing the overwhelming disparity in strength between them. If given another chance, he would never make such a foolish decision. However, Lin Hao had no intention of letting his opponent off the hook for regretting it. A fireburst came crashing down, leading to the annihilation of the 7-member squad, all around level 40. Among the onlookers, a fan shouted excitedly, "Tianshi, you are my god. This is so cool." A level 10 mage obliterating 7 level 40 players, not only leaving them with no chance to fight back, but also ending the battle with full status. I know for a fact that the Tianshi must have held back. He hasn't even used Starshine Blink yet. Seeing that he still had many fans admiring his strength, Lin Hao humbly waved his hand. Strictly speaking, I am not a level 10 player, but rather a level 19 one. Upon saying this, another uproar erupted among the crowd. What? Did I hear that right? Level 19? I have to ask, did he level up with a rocket? I'm also a player from Newbie Village 10086. Why am I still only level 10? What else could it be? He must have accumulated experience in the Newbie Village. With his strength, he must be killing monsters instantly. How could it not be fast? Many people also posted recordings of this battle on the forum. Shocking. Tianshi single-handedly kills 7 level 40 players. Initially, many thought it was clickbait, but after clicking in, they found the title was still understated. Absurd. If there wasn't video evidence, I would never believe it. I just finished watching the video. Oh, I think their levels should be swapped to be reasonable. Even more absurd is that the Tianshi didn't even use his full power. Those 7 level 40 players couldn't even gauge his strength. It's no wonder everyone was so shocked. When players reach level 30, they must complete an advancement challenge. After that, the experience gained from leveling up would double, but so would the attribute points. Therefore, a level 40 player, even without equipment, would have higher base attributes than most level 10 players with equipment. However, while everyone was shocked, the discussions about Tianyu were numerous. Even the most delicious gossip can become tiresome. Just as this gossip was about to be over, new gossip arrived. Shocking. After the 7 players returned to Demon Dragon City, they were ambushed by I and the Brave King. Huh? What happened? A new onlooker asked, confused. Huh? I knew it would be like this. As soon as the Owlong Guild spoke up, they rushed over to get slapped in the face. This is what you call seeking death. Indeed, they deserve it. 7 level 40 players trying to bully a level 10 newcomer. Not only did they fail, but they were also dominated. They truly embarrassed themselves immensely. Poor kids, they brought this upon themselves. I didn't expect the Owlong Guild to act so quickly. If you think the Tianshi has no connection to them, I simply would not believe it. The forum players were gloating, while also rejoicing that they had refrained from intervening. Faced with a super player like I and the Brave King, they didn't even have the qualifications to run away. Lin Hao naturally did not know about the happenings on the forum, but he indeed had called for them. Since those people wanted to act against him, they had to bear the consequences that had been agreed upon. If failing only resulted in losing 1 level, it would mean his future days would be anything but peaceful. He He was very confident in leaving the matter to Liu Yong. He believed that any player over level 30 who wanted to act against him would have to think twice about whether they could bear the consequences. By killing those 7 players, Lin Hao received nearly 800 dark points along with the remaining dark points from the previous upgrade of Fire Burst, totaling 1006 points. In the past, Lin Hao might have considered upgrading Flame Explosion. However, ever since he grasped the power of Reaper's Descent, he was eager to turn it into a permanent skill. Thus, this time he used all the dark points to upgrade the Crimson Lotus Shockwave. With a dark value of 1006, it was sufficient for him to elevate the Red Lotus Shockwave to the next level. Red Lotus Shockwave LV2 creates a light wave with a width of 6 meters and a length of 35 meters, dealing fixed 1000 plus 350 area damage. If the target has a shield, it deals 2 times the damage to the shield. The Red Lotus Shockwave has a penetrating effect, which cannot be blocked by monsters or players. After glancing at the upgraded skill effects, Lin Hao was quite satisfied with this increase. It was undoubtedly much stronger than the Blazing Flame spell. The cooldown time was also reduced from the original 300 seconds to 250 seconds, shortening it by 50 seconds, which could only be described as mediocre. However, Lin Hao was still very pleased that he could upgrade so easily. This was 100 times simpler than acquiring a brand new skill book for the Red Lotus Shockwave. The Dark King's gift, the value of this special item far exceeded all the equipment he had on him. Even the Starshine Mage Boots and the Mage God Key, both extremely rare items, could not be compared to it, not even if he added the Wasteland Robe. This made him increasingly look forward to his next meeting with the Abyss High Priest. This NPC was exceptionally generous. After defeating those level 40 rogue players, he not only obtained a large amount of dark value, but also dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Both were level 40 green equipment, and their attributes were quite dismal. Apart from the basic values, none could compare to his level 10 equipment. This was the normal state of rogue players. Without a guild as support, they couldn't compete for resources. However, joining a guild was not necessarily a good thing. While the equipment worn by guild players looked impressive, the ownership of the equipment was often uncertain. If the equipment was dropped, there was even a risk of losing money. More importantly, the distribution of loot was affected. Even if you solo killed a monster after joining a guild, you might not receive all the loot since you borrowed the guild's equipment. The smaller the guild, the more restrictions there are. In short, it is a situation where one is restrained at every turn. This is why Lin Hao never considered joining a guild, even though the AO Long Guild had fewer restrictions. After casually tossing these useless items into the auction house, Lin Hao returned to Wangyue City. The auction house, no longer taking any commission, had effectively become his junk recycling station. How much he could sell them for was not important. What mattered was the speed and the fact that he didn't have to worry about it, focusing on convenience and peace of mind. Wangyue Inn. As the most popular inn in Wangyue City, no matter when one visited, there would always be seats fully occupied. However, there was one exception, which was the seat by the window in the far left corner. Only at 5 o'clock in the afternoon would this prime location in Wangyue Inn welcome its regular guest, the Pope of the Wangyue City Light Church. In addition to a large number of NPCs, there were also many players here. Naturally, players did not come here to drink tea, and most were attracted by the abundance of NPCs hoping to take on quests. However, Wangyue Inn was not a place that just anyone could enter. Without a certain identity, the servants inside would not pay attention to you. As for identity, it was related to the faction players joined. Generally speaking, the stronger the faction, the higher the player's identity and the fewer restrictions. But Lin Hao was an exception because he joined the Abyss Church. If this identity was exposed, being kicked out would be a minor issue. Who once discovered the Light Church would come immediately to apprehend him. Fighting NPCs in the city was akin to courting death. Although he could not rely on his identity to swagger in, Lin Hao still had countless ways to enter. Taking a glance at the time, Lin Hao felt it was about time. However, looking towards the second floor of the inn, he could not find the target he was looking for. What's going on? Did they change positions? Lin Hao felt puzzled in his impression that executive had never changed his seat. As long as it was 5 in the afternoon, he would surely be seen always punctual. Could something have happened? Lin Hao pondered while straightforwardly approaching the inn's entrance. There were evidently more players outside than inside. Watching the NPCs inside dressed elegantly and exuding an extraordinary aura, the players were almost drooling with envy. With such extravagant attire, triggering even a single quest would surely yield substantial rewards, right? This was the first impression all players had when they saw them, and the reality was quite similar. Any NPC taken out from inside had significant standing in Wangyue City. If they could trigger a quest, the minimum reward would be a piece of red equipment. Seeing Lin Hao confidently stride forward, the players displayed expressions of anticipation. Previously, a player had attempted to force their way in, but was immediately thrown out by a servant. That player felt humiliated. Even the servant serving tea dared to treat him that way, so he tried again, wanting to see how the servant would handle him. Now he was still stuck in the dungeon, unable to get out for at least 3 days. The time flow in the celestial domain was twice that of reality, but even so he would still have to stay in for a day and a half. More importantly, that servant had just issued a warning: if any of them dared to attempt to enter again, they would be locked up for 7 days. Many players displayed gloating smiles, but a few reminded brother you can't go in there. Seeing someone kindly warn him, Lin Hao turned and replied, it's fine, I have a way to get in. Upon hearing this, someone was about to say, you're overestimating yourself. Oh, everyone who was thrown out said the same thing. However, upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice and looking at his nickname above, everyone was astonished. Holy crap, it's the Celestial Master. Big shot. You are my idol, please sign my name. Getting to see the big shot up close, you're even more handsome than in the videos. Celestial Master, I have a daughter. Never mind, she's not worthy. Previously eager to watch the show, the crowd immediately changed their attitude, becoming very enthusiastic. Having seen such scenes many times in his past life, Lin Hao remained unfazed. After calmly returning a smile, he continued to walk inside. This time, very few were thinking of watching a joke. Instead, they wanted to see what means the Celestial Master would employ to pass through here. A new player just out of the novice village surely couldn't have any status right. So, does it mean he has to force his way in? Everyone felt a bit apprehensive, unable to comprehend what method the Celestial Master would use to enter. As for a very few others, they activated their recording function. If this rising star, the strongest new player, were to be thrown out by a mere servant, it would be too dramatic. However, Lin Hao ultimately disappointed them. A small and like the moonlit, and couldn't stop his steps. The servant before them was actually the executor sent by the Abyss Church. For him, the current leader of the Church of Light's branch, it was too easy to place someone. Since he wasn't even put in management, just a mere servant would the moonlit and dare to refuse. Clearly they wouldn't dare. After all, it didn't touch their core interests, and there was no need to provoke this great Buddha. This in turn facilitated Lin Hao. Seeing that some dared to swagger in the servant's face showed a trace of disdain. This is not a place for you. Get lost. Oh, is that so? Lin Hao said coldly. Are you saying that as a friend of the executor, I am not qualified? Lin Hao's tone was filled with an arrogant condescension, leaving the servant stunned, especially when he heard the words executor, which frightened him to the core. The servant's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn, and the previous arrogance vanished. He hurriedly apologized, saying, My lord, I was blind to not recognize the mountain. May I ask if you are here to see Lord Liu? Lin Hao glanced at him. You, a mere servant, don't even know your master's name. Is there anyone else here besides the executor Hui Yunwei? Upon hearing this, the servant completely dispelled his doubts and sincerely apologized, then began to lead the way. Seeing the servant leading the way ahead, the outside players were shocked. What the heck? What exactly did the Celestial Master say just now? Why did that servant suddenly start bowing and then personally lead the way? This is incredible. This is the great Celestial Master. We can't even enter the door, yet he can get an NPC to lead the way. Not just that, I've been observing here for so long, and I've never seen that servant lead an NPC before. As players from the same novice village number 10086, why is there such a huge gap? Following the servant leading the way, Lin Hao smoothly arrived at his destination, an extremely luxurious tea room. The walls of the tea room were adorned with calligraphy and paintings by famous figures. Although he didn't understand how to appreciate these things, he could guess their value was undoubtedly high. The space of the tea room was small. Besides the precious calligraphy and paintings, there was only a jade stone tea table and 2 chairs. On the table was an unknown incense whose fragrance brought a sense of tranquility, calming the day's irritations. Looking down from the window, the scenery below was fully visible. In case of any emergencies, one would be able to respond immediately. It was an excellent position. However, Lin Hao did not see the person he wanted to find. Just as he was about to ask, the servant spoke up. My lord, please wait a moment. My master has some matters to attend to today and will arrive shortly. Indeed, an unexpected situation. Lin Hao understood internally but outwardly maintained his composure, asking, What specific matter? The servant smiled and shook his head. My lord, please forgive me, but my master instructed me not to disclose anything outside. So I'm considered an outsider as well. Lin Hao looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. The servant, unable to discern Lin Hao's background or his relationship with the executor, could only apologize, saying, My lord, please forgive me. My master has a collection of various fine teas. Please wait a moment. After saying this, the servant hurriedly excused himself, not allowing Lin Hao to ask further. Lin Hao, seeing that he couldn't extract any information, had to give up. However, he was quite curious about what matters the Abyss Executor was personally handling. In his past life, he hadn't heard of any significant movements by the Abyss Church during this period. While Lin Hao was pondering, the servant re-entered, but different from before, he carried a tray with a cup of fragrant rich tea. Lin Hao couldn't discern its quality as he had never drunk tea before. He just found it very aromatic. My lord, this is the fine tea my master has treasured for many years, the Millennium Bodhi. The servant carefully placed the teacup on the table and slowly pushed it in front of Lin Hao, introducing. This tea is said to be made from leaves picked from the Bodhi tree combined with spring water from famous mountains, and then. The servant rambled on, seeming to have another 2,000 words to say, but Lin Hao hurriedly interrupted. All right, I got it. Just leave the tea here and you can go. Once the servant left, Lin Hao rubbed his head, finally enjoying some peace and quiet. After the tea was placed on the table, he couldn't be bothered to speak. After waiting for a while, feeling a bit restless, Lin Hao finally picked up the teacup and took a sip. To his surprise, the system prompt sounded at this moment. Ding. You have consumed Millennium Bodhi. This tea possesses special effects. Your mental attribute has permanently increased by 1. Lin Hao was taken aback. Wow, drinking tea can even increase attributes. He picked up the teacup he had just set down. Initially, he didn't plan to take another sip due to its slight bitterness, but now he felt, wow, it was really fragrant. Ding. You have consumed Millennium Bodhi. This tea possesses special effects. Your mental attribute has permanently increased by 1. Ding. You have consumed Millennium Bodhi. This tea possesses special effects. Your mental attribute has permanently increased by 1. Finishing the tea, Lin Hao's mental attribute increased by a whopping 22 points. Now looking back, the guys from the Church of Light were truly stingy. A whole jar of so-called holy water only added 10 random attribute points, which was less than this cup of tea. It's just a pity that it added to the mental attribute. If he were a conventional mage, he would feel excited about this, but the problem was he wasn't. Although he was a mage, he specialized in physical attacks. Sigh, this oblivious fellow, doesn't he even know to ask me what kind of tea I drink when treating me to tea? At this moment, the servant walked in, and seeing the tea was all gone, he smiled broadly, saying, My lord, are you satisfied? Lin Hao slowly shook his head, not satisfied. The servant. What the heck? If you're not satisfied, why did you drink it all? Is this what you call not satisfied? Lin Hao cleared his throat. The tea is indeed good, but it doesn't quite suit my taste. Usually your master serves me tea that strengthens the body. Bring me a pot of that. A pot? The servant was dumbfounded. Where did this robber come from? By the way, aren't you a mage? What do you need to strengthen your body for? When Lin Hao asked him to brew a pot of tea, the young servant appeared bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. As arrogant as he had been before, he now felt quite miserable. However, since the other party knew his master's full name, they must be an exceptionally distinguished guest, so his master likely wouldn't mind. With that thought in mind, he decisively agreed. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised that the other party would agree so quickly. He hadn't even applied any pressure yet. It seemed that knowing the executor's name made this guy mistakenly believe he was a close friend of his master. Lin Hao, while anticipating the effect of the tea, opened the information panel. Just moments ago, he had received a message from a friend on his phone. Through the synchronization function of the game pod, he could also check it in the Tianyu. To his surprise, the message was from someone he was almost about to forget. Cute and adorable Hao, I've thought about it, and you have been really good to me. I think I can give you a chance. Just send me a 520, and we can continue our relationship. After this message, there was an adorable shy emoji. After reading it, Lin Hao nearly spat out the tea he had just drunk. What a disaster. How desperate must I be to even open this message? Given the situation, it seemed this woman had been dumped by Liu Xiao and was now back looking for a backup. No wonder he hadn't seen this woman's figure despite encountering the Tianya Guild so many times before. Meanwhile, on the other end of the message, the woman was sighing. Sigh, I never expected to be in such a miserable situation again, having to go back to this simpering fool. Ever since she threw away the Starshine magic boots, Liu Xiao, who had always professed his love for her, had dumped her. Men are truly no good. Wang Yuyin was angrily cursing when suddenly her phone began to vibrate. It was a message from Lin Hao. If I knew this young lady would leave him spellbound. Although she was sure Lin Hao would continue to accept her, she didn't expect him to respond so quickly, without any struggle. However, when she opened her phone, she was stunned because the message wasn't a red envelope, but rather a kind reminder. Lin Hao, you seem to have a mental issue. I suggest you see a psychiatrist. She couldn't believe that the former simpering fool would actually insult her, and after reading it back and forth, her anger surged. However, when she tried to send a message, she discovered she had been completely deleted and blacklisted. Bastard. Wang Yuyin gritted her teeth, perplexed by how much he had changed in just a few days. After deleting and blacklisting this weirdo, Lin Hao felt much more at ease. The reason he hadn't done so earlier was that he wanted to see if he could recover the 100,000 yuan later. But now it was unnecessary. The other party had already paid for the Starshine magic boots. Just then the young servant walked into the tea room holding a tray with a beautifully crafted teacup and teapot. Lin Hao was somewhat pleased and gestured, you can put it down and no need for an introduction. The young servant smiled wryly and nodded before retreating. Seeing the full teapot, Lin Hao was curious about what effects it might have. He poured the tea into the cup and drank it all in one gulp. If a tea enthusiast had witnessed this behavior, they would undoubtedly curse him out. Is this how you drink tea? But Lin Hao clearly didn't care about the taste, or what mattered to him was the effect. Ding, you have consumed endless life. This tea possesses special effects. Your maximum life has been permanently increased by 100 points. Wow. Lin Hao was astonished by this effect. Just one cup had increased his maximum life by 100 points, and there was still a whole pot left. Even as a mage, he didn't place much importance on life points, but free benefits were always enticing. At this moment, he was slightly worried about what the upper limit of this endless life tea was. In the Tianyu, there were countless special items that could enhance attributes, but regardless of what they were, they all had limits. Exceeding that limit rendered further consumption useless. Generally speaking, normal attribute points were controlled around 30 points with a life total of 300 points. The special food he had consumed in his past life never exceeded this limit, including special potions. In professional terms, this should be referred to as resistance. If there were no such restrictions, those wealthy individuals would have their attributes stacked to the heavens, leaving no space for ordinary players. I hope this endless life tea has a higher limit. At the very least, I could drink another 7 or 8 cups. What a waste it would be to let it go to waste. Lin Hao picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup. Ding, you have consumed endless life. This tea possesses special effects. Your maximum life has been permanently increased by 100 points. Continuing. Ding, you have consumed endless life. This tea possesses special effects. Your maximum life has been permanently increased by 100 points. After drinking 3 cups, increasing his maximum life by 300 points, Lin Hao nervously poured himself a 4th cup and drank it down. It felt like a long wait, yet only a few seconds had passed when he heard that delightful notification sound again. Ding, you have consumed endless life. This tea possesses special effects. Your maximum life has been permanently increased by 100 points. It actually exceeded the 300-point limit. Lin Hao was overjoyed, or in fact, when he drank the 3rd cup, the system should have notified him if he reached the limit. However, there are always exceptions. Until he had obtained those attribute points, they weren't truly his. Now he was completely certain that the upper limit of the endless life tea was at least 500 points of life. Without hesitation, he poured himself another cup. Ding, you have consumed endless life. This tea possesses special effects. After this trip, he had gained 500 points of life for free, and to his surprise, he had not heard the notification indicating he had reached the limit. Only after Lin Hao drank cup after cup, emptying the entire pot, did the system start to notify him. Ding, the effects you gained from endless life tea have reached their limit. Further consumption of this tea will not produce special effects. Lin Hao, feeling somewhat satisfied, rubbed his belly. I almost stuffed myself to death here. Even if there was more tea, he couldn't drink anymore. Looking at the attribute panel, he saw that he had drunk a total of 10 cups of endless life, increasing his maximum life by 1,000 points. To be clear, his current life total, without wearing any gear that increased life points, was just 1150 points. Of that, 200 points were from 2 life potions he had received after defeating a goblin boss. Otherwise, his life total would only be 950 points. And today he had only drunk some tea, yet his life points had skyrocketed by 1,000 points. This is just too exhilarating. Even if I'm in a life point heavy profession under the same level, and without gear, my life total wouldn't compare to his. Will anyone believe me if I say I'm a mage from now on? Not only did he have high attack power, but he also moved quickly and had thick health. Lin Hao was quite satisfied with this trip. However, it was strange that he had been waiting for quite a while, at least half an hour, yet he had not seen a shadow of the executor. Just then, the system notification suddenly rang out. Ding, the main quest has changed. Please check it yourself, player. Lin Hao, the main quest can change. Lin Hao was utterly confused. When he was with the Order of Light, the main quest was to eliminate the Abyss Church. Conversely, now that he was in the Abyss Church, the main quest would be to eliminate the Order of Light. How could it change? Opening the system panel, Lin Hao curiously began to check. The former Abyss High Priest, Du Guting, was rescued by you. After returning to the Abyss Church, he thought he could regain power. However, the current High Priest of the Abyss, along with others, has injured him. As the player who assisted him in breaking the seal, please make a choice. Option 1, distancing yourself from Du Guting. You don't want to drag me down. Option 2, stand by him and help him regain his peak status. I can help you once, I can help you a second time. After opening this main quest information, a countdown appeared below, giving him 600 seconds to consider. Such a long contemplation time undoubtedly indicated a very important choice, one that would affect the main storyline in the future. No way does it have to be this realistic. The deceased ancestors enjoy the worship of thousands, while the living ancestors only affect the interests of the ruling powers. It was quite normal for Du Guting to be backstabbed by the current high priest and others, after all, who would willingly relinquish their power. But that was the logic of reality. Why would a game need to be this realistic, forcibly creating another faction? This was something that had never happened in his last life. After all, Du Guting was still imprisoned back then. As for the faction Du Guting belonged to other than himself, it was likely that only a handful of people would be willing to follow him. If you say it was a minor faction, that certainly wouldn't be the case. All the minor factions combined couldn't match Du Guting's strength. However, if you said it was a top-tier faction, it was lacking immensely in foundation, with its core strength not even matching a fraction of others. Let alone the fact that he had now offended both the Abyss Church and the Order of Light, two top-tier factions. It was quite absurd. Lin Hao found himself in a rare state of indecision. He had already experienced how generous Du Guting could be. If he joined the other side, he would definitely receive better treatment. Even if this faction's foundation couldn't compare with the top-tier factions, it didn't mean that this powerful being who could stand out in the entire realm wouldn't have valuable items. For someone of his level, even a tiny treasure from him could easily crush other players. Would other factions have the chance to confront the highest boss and interact with them to hand over tasks? But here he could. However, although the benefits were plentiful, one still needed to have their life intact to enjoy them. The pursuit from the Abyss Church and the Order of Light was not to be taken lightly. They could truly drive a person to despair. Just being enemies with one of these factions would turn the main quest into a hellish level. Being enemies with both was tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. After some contemplation, Lin Hao made his decision. Let's go for it. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Those who dare not take risks are merely mediocre. Deep down, he ultimately preferred adventure. If not, he wouldn't have been able to push the previous waves down and trample over all predecessors in his past life. After making his decision, Lin Hao chose the second option, and at that moment the main quest was refreshed. Main quest: within 60 minutes proceed to Jiayue Mountain to meet Du Guting. Reward: Du Guting has gone to Jiayue Mountain. Could he be hiding there to heal? If I arrive late, will he leave directly? Thinking of this, Lin Hao hurriedly stood up and said to the servant who had just entered, "Tell your master that I have an urgent matter to attend to and will visit another day." This? The servant felt quite awkward. This guy had just come in and consumed so much precious tea, and now he wanted to leave without any further ado. How was he supposed to explain this to his master? Looking at the teapot that had been drained clean in such a short time, he began to suspect that this guy might be a freeloader. If he didn't still have his doubts about Lin Hao's background, he might have already lost his temper. The servant pretended to be casual and blocked the doorway, speaking with a somewhat firm tone. "My lord, please wait a moment. My master will be here shortly." From his demeanor, it was clear that he did not intend to let Lin Hao leave directly. If Lin Hao forced his way past, he would not hold back. However, Lin Hao waved his hand as if to ignore him, and with a flash of starlight, he passed straight through. The servant was taken aback by this display, but instead of getting angry, his attitude became even more respectful as he felt reassured. Spatial displacement is a signature ability of top-tier experts. How could someone like that possibly crave for mere tea? Suddenly he thought of something and quickly asked, "My lord, what is your name?" "Tianshi." "Tianshi. What a powerful title." The servant was somewhat entranced while Lin Hao had already exited Wangyue City and was heading towards Jiayue Mountain in the east of the city. The reason he was in such a rush was that it would take at least half an hour to reach Jiayue Mountain from Wangyue City. If any unexpected events occurred on the way, it might cause delays. If the main quest failed, there would be no option to retry. To be safe, Lin Hao didn't even fight any monsters. However, Lin Hao didn't want to waste time killing monsters, yet there were always monsters eager to seek their own demise. For example, the silly snake that had just jumped out from the bushes. Rainbow snake, level 20 health, 5000 attack, 730 defense, 640 skills, constrict, venom, pounce. Description: its colorful body shows just how potent its venom is. Even an elephant would not withstand a bite, making it a presence that ordinary people would avoid. A presence that ordinary people would avoid. Sounds quite formidable, but the problem is I am not an ordinary person. As the rainbow snake was still roaring defiantly, Lin Hao directly struck it with an explosive flame spell. 5394. The level 5 explosive flame spell dealt considerable damage, instantly killing it. Ding killed a level 20 rainbow snake, gained 600 experience points. Gained an additional 60 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Leveling up is really easy. I just earned 660 experience points in an instant. Glancing at the experience points needed for the next level, he realized he was only 2,900 points away from leveling up again. Continuing towards the moon-picking mountain, Lin Hao did not actively seek out the monsters, but he couldn't resist as they jumped out to their demise. Thus, he could only reluctantly cast a fireball spell, sending them off to the west, while Lin Hao successfully reached level 20. After adding 10 points to his strength, his damage increased a bit. Lin Hao leveled up easily, but for ordinary players with inferior equipment, a single rainbow snake could take them several minutes to defeat with a chance of failure. After all, among the ordinary level 20 monsters, the rainbow snake was considered exceptional. Its 3 skills indicated that it was not to be trifled with. Of course, it also provided more experience points. Ordinary level 20 monsters generally offered between 200 to 400 experience points, depending on their type. At this moment, as they moved further away from Wangyue City, the monsters became increasingly powerful. Fireball Pig, level 25, health 8,000, attack 820, defense 740, skill 1 charge. Skill 2 Fire Enchantment concentrates the fire elements in the air, attaching them to its body, adding an additional 10 spell damage to each attack against enemies for 120 seconds. Skill 3 Self-Destruct. Upon death, it will unleash an explosion, dealing 300 of its attack power in a wide area. Description: a large fiery hedgehog over 2 meters long. It relies on its innate ability to gather fire elements when attacking. When dealing damage, it adds additional fire elemental burn damage, and upon death it self-destructs, making it a very troublesome foe. So it's this guy? Lin Hao was quite familiar with this monster, which had once become his nightmare. It wasn't that it was particularly hard to defeat, but rather that it had made him sick. The skill Fire Enchantment is an exceptionally excellent red enhancement skill, providing not only a noble percentage increase in damage, but also lasting for a full 120 seconds. More importantly, the additional damage dealt using this enhancement skill is spell damage. For physical classes, once learned, it is highly effective against monsters with high physical resistance. It is one of the few skills for physical melee classes that can deal spell damage. As a swordsman player in his past life, how could he not be tempted? Thus, he naturally could not give up on this skill, making this monster a recurring nightmare for him. He clearly remembered that at that time, as soon as the monster respawned, he would rush to the scene. After grinding for over a month, he dreamt of hunting monsters, yet after defeating hundreds of fireball pigs, he hadn't seen a single hare, which was truly infuriating. He had started hunting them at level 20 and continued until level 30, but still hadn't obtained one. The reason he stopped hunting later was not due to a lack of perseverance, but because if his level was just 1 higher than the monsters, he would not only receive 10 less experience, but the drop rate would also decrease. If he couldn't even get the normal drop rate before, he certainly wouldn't be able to expect any better later. Lin Hao chuckled lightly, saying, being a mage is so much better. I don't have to grind against you anymore. I almost got sick from it back then. If he had still chosen the swordsman class, even knowing the drop rate was extremely low, he probably still wouldn't have given up. Because the fire enchantment skill was simply too appealing, being a percentage-based enhancement skill that would only become more powerful as the game progressed. This skill book had long been driven up to sky-high prices, yet even so it remained a scarce commodity, with no melee classes able to possess one. In his past life, he only obtained it at level 60, illustrating just how rare this skill was. Lin Hao had no intention of getting entangled with this creature, as its 740 defense was among the best among ordinary monsters. Coupled with its 8,000 health, one could imagine just how tough this creature was. In his past life, there was no talent that could ignore defense, which was considered a bug. It took at least 2 minutes to defeat a fireball pig. Yet now, with just 1 fireball spell, he dealt damage that was previously unattainable. 5,454. In the blink of an eye, the fireball pig was already at low health, and it was just beginning to enchant itself. Before it could even attack, a fire explosion had already struck its forehead. 13,135. The fireball pig that was instantly killed did not disappear immediately. Its body suddenly began to swell, and then with a bang it exploded completely. The explosion was quite spectacular, yet Lin Hao was unfazed, having seen it countless times in his past life. Ding, you have killed a level 25 fireball pig, gaining 1,000 experience points. For defeating a monster 5 levels above, you gain an additional 500 experience points. The system's kill notification appeared, but the firelight from the explosion still lingered. Lin Hao habitually glanced over at the burning grass. This glance turned out to be shocking. The red light he had not seen, despite grinding hundreds of times in his past life, appeared here. Lin Hao hurried forward to pick up the skill book for confirmation, and sure enough, it was that existence he both loved and hated. In his past life, he had caused a lot of trouble to grind for this skill, taking many detours, yet in the end, he didn't obtain a single one. Now he had simply defeated a fireball pig and successfully obtained it. The ease of the process made Lin Hao feel as if he were dreaming. Enhancement skill Fire Enchantment. Quality red. Class requirement Swordsman, Warrior, Assassin, and other physical melee classes. Effect concentrates the fire elements in the air, attaching them to the body, adding an additional 10 spell damage to each attack against enemies for 120 seconds. Huh, I actually got it so easily. After carefully confirming it twice, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that my luck attribute has really maxed out? In the celestial domain, aside from the basic attributes displayed on the panel, there are also hidden attributes. For example, luck charm and resistance to abnormal states. These hidden attributes are only related to the player's hidden profession, and the initial starting profession does not possess them. However, he had also been an S-level Shadow Sword Saint in his past life with 6 points in luck, while ordinary professions only had 1 point. It shouldn't be too low, yet compared to the Rage Mage it felt like he had become the unluckiest. Just as Lin Hao was pondering that he must find a fortune teller to check his hidden attributes, 5 well-equipped players suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. As soon as the 5 appeared, their gaze locked onto Lin Hao's hand. They had just witnessed the fiery pig being slain from which a red skill book was dropped. That was very likely the flame enchantment they had all dreamed of obtaining. The warrior players, seemingly the leader, stepped out of the group, locking an aggressive gaze onto Lin Hao. Warrior is a rare class hidden profession boasting higher attack and defense capabilities than an ordinary warrior, not to mention a greater health pool. In addition to their stats, they can proficiently wield 3 types of weapons: sword, gun, and bow. This means they can master the skills of swordsmen, gunfighters, and archers, and can quickly switch between weapons. The warrior's professional talent is quick switch, allowing them to change weapons in an instant with the next attack's damage increased by 10% and a cooldown of only 1 second. With both melee and ranged capabilities, diverse output options, high attack, and solid defense, a well-played warrior is an advanced profession that can rival even S-class professions. Players who choose the warrior class often go by the nickname young and arrogant, but a nickname is just that. It doesn't necessarily mean they are truly arrogant. At least they wouldn't dare act that way in front of a celestial master. He initially intended to threaten the person before him into handing over the item, but upon seeing the other's nickname, his attitude softened considerably. Celestial brother, this fiery pig is on our territory. What you're doing is inappropriate. Your territory? Lin Hao chuckled. Is your name written here? In his past life, he had encountered similar situations. After all, it was an extremely important skill, and hordes of players came every day to farm it. Some guilds banded together to safeguard their interests, sealing off entire areas. Any solo players daring to enter would be mercilessly slaughtered, a truly tyrannical act. The world is inherently a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It is normal, especially in a game. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered an iron plate. In his previous life, he had unknowingly offended countless guilds, attracting relentless pursuers, but in the end he had fought his way through. The small team before him bore the nickname Sword Dance of the Winds, the guild they belonged to. Sword Dance of the Winds had quite a reputation in the celestial domain, but Lin Hao was not intimidated. Seeing Lin Hao show them no respect, young and arrogant grew a bit angry. This is indeed the area we've allocated with various guilds. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask. Lin Hao replied coldly, a joke. Did your allocated area pass my approval? Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in anger. Arrogant? Who do you think you are? You still need my approval? A mere solo player, and you think you can rise to the heavens just because I gave you some face? This is simply laughable. Considering you have some strength, we're giving you a bit of face, otherwise we wouldn't waste our breath, and would have long since cut you down. Young and arrogant managed to remain calm, suppressing his anger, as he said, Celestial brother, it's not easy for you to kill monsters either. How about this? I'll buy this skill book for 1 million. Before Lin Hao could respond, the nearby team members quickly interjected, Captain. Although we have plenty of funds, we can't waste it like this. Yeah, that's 1 million, not 10 or 20. If it were up to me, I'd say just give him a couple hundred as a token gesture. Ha, Captain, you're giving him too much face. I say we just take him down. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Lin Hao unusually felt anger rising within him. The faces of you so-called guild members are truly disgusting. You blatantly infringe upon the legitimate rights of other players, then act as if you've gained a great deal. It's truly nauseating. What did you say? Young and arrogant could no longer contain himself upon hearing this, pointing his great sword at Lin Hao, ready to attack at any moment. However, someone was faster. The dazzling red lotus, infused with a sense of annihilation, appeared and instantly released a crimson shockwave that resembled a blood-colored pillar. Caught off guard, everyone fell under the wave of light. 7,013. 7,013. 7,013. The LV2 red lotus shockwave dealt even greater damage. Under the blessing of the war god talent, it became a device of equality where no matter how high their defenses were, everyone suffered the same damage. For level 20 players were instantly obliterated. Only young and arrogant, quick on his feet, managed to dodge just in time as Lin Hao raised his staff, leaping to the side. Though somewhat awkward, he successfully avoided the attack. Seeing his team completely wiped out, his eyes burned with fury. Celestial Master, do you know what you are doing? We Sword Dance of the Winds are not a bunch of useless fools like the Mad War Guild and the Tianya Guild. Enough with the nonsense. To me, you all look the same. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao cast a fireball spell at him. This time, young and arrogant had no way to dodge, but his position as team leader meant he had some skills. After activating a skill, he not only nullified the incoming damage, but also charged toward Lin Hao amidst the fire explosion. Fearless charge. Interesting. Lin Hao immediately recognized this skill, one of the warrior's trump cards, allowing them to ignore damage while charging. The Mad War Guild had used it against him many times before. Since the attack was ineffective, Lin Hao ceased his assault, allowing the skill to cool down while casting an intermediate barrier spell on himself. Faced with this class warrior profession, Lin Hao also decided to show some of his true abilities. At this moment, his attack power reached 1718 points, and the LV3 intermediate barrier spell created a massive shield with a value of 6,872 points. However, to Lin Hao's surprise, Young and Arrogant's attack pierced right through his shield, 3,600. It was no wonder he was a leader from a major guild. Even at level 20, he was stronger than level 40 solo players. Although Lin Hao was surprised that he could penetrate his shield, his movements were swift, landing an LV5 fireball spell directly on Young and Arrogant's forehead. 5,454. 545. As he dealt damage, it also replenished his mana. Young and Arrogant, after enduring this blow, did not die. He knew that it was impossible to eliminate Lin Hao in one hit, so he immediately activated his next skill. In terms of rhythm, even the Mad War Guild and others were no match for him. With a great sword imbued with immense power, he struck down toward Lin Hao, who instantly recognized this skill. The warrior's hard control, divine skill, mighty brick throw. No wonder he is the leader of a major guild. Now, this is getting interesting. Without holding back, Lin Hao immediately cast divine protection on himself, reducing the cooldown of his fireball spell by half. 1,450. How is this possible? Seeing that the Celestial Master had clearly taken damage but was not knocked back, Young and Arrogant was somewhat astonished. It is well known that the knockback skill produces immediate effects. Regardless of whether the purification spell is cast quickly or slowly, it will be knocked back. Yet the Celestial Master managed to completely immune himself from the knockback effect with pinpoint precision. Such exquisite control, he had only witnessed it with his own guild leader, who was a level 89 top player. This Celestial Master, having just emerged from the novice village, was able to execute such peak-level maneuvers. The youth's arrogance turned into a grave expression, while Lin Hao felt a twinge of concern regarding his own bad habits. In his past life, with only the purification spell at his disposal, he had to time his skill perfectly, otherwise it would be a wasted effort. But now, with the protection of the Law God, he could have activated it early. Yet he still waited until the skill was about to hit before activating it. There was really no need for that. Although both had their own thoughts, their actions were swift. Lin Hao immediately cast the Fire Burst spell, followed closely by a fiery explosion. The instant cast talent was indeed quite audacious. The youthful Arrogance predicted this attack and did not rashly choose to counter, or else he would have already met his demise. After deploying a special shield, he not only successfully blocked the Fire Burst, but also restored 5,454 health points, leaving him in perfect condition. However, the subsequent fiery explosion successfully shattered the shield and struck him directly. The shield created by the youthful Arrogance had a value of up to 6,0 points, but Lin Hao's two attacks dealt a total of 8,081 points of damage. The remaining 2,081 points of damage had to be endured by his health bar. Had he not restored his health just now, he would have been instantaneously killed by the quintuple damage from the War God talent. Life Absorption Shield. The damage from the Fire Burst was precisely 5,454 points absorbed by this shield. This was also a red skill of the warrior class. It creates a shield equivalent to the player's health. For every point the shield decreases, the player regains 1 health point. After blocking the attack, the youthful Arrogance did not miss this excellent opportunity to output damage. He quickly switched to a spear, using his class talent Warrior, and unleashed a wide-range attack sweep the army. Lin Hao exclaimed, "What a guy." The skills displayed by this youthful Arrogance were all top-tier red skills. Such a big guild has a rich foundation. More importantly, this spear was actually a level 20 legendary weapon. The specific effects were unknown, but Lin Hao had no intention of just standing there and taking hits. He speculated that the opponent's ability to ignore his shield was likely due to a talent effect. If it were a skill effect, there would definitely be skill visuals which he could discern instantly from his past life experience. During this time, the youthful Arrogance did not use other skills, indicating a high likelihood of a permanent talent. While thinking, a starry flash passed in front of Lin Hao, moving behind him. Just as he dodged the attack, the cooldown-reduced Fire Burst was ready for normal use. With a bang, a fireball imbued with scorching heat struck the target's back of the head in an almost close-range encounter. 5,454. In the moment the damage appeared, the youthful Arrogance collapsed to the ground. Lin Hao retracted his arm. Not a bad opponent. Stronger than those who can only be instant killed by me. Although the battle was intense, lasting less than a minute, he emerged with full health and mana after it ended, but he had to admit that this guy posed a slight threat to him. S-class talent that can penetrate shields, and S-class warrior class loaded with a bunch of red skills and wielding a legendary spear. This showcases the gap between the elites of big guilds and solo players. Initially, he dodged the Phoenix's impact with the dart, which was not a simple maneuver, also a red skill. Dart is similar to roll, both are displacement skills. Unlike blink, they are merely standard displacement skills, not spatial displacement. The biggest difference is that as long as the timing is right, these two displacement skills can indeed evade damage, but can only dodge skills without locking effects. If locked by a skill, it's merely relocating, it doesn't matter where you run. Blink, however, is a spatial displacement skill that moves from one space to another and cannot be targeted during the blink. Even skills with locking effects will immediately lose their target, allowing for successful evasion. Another difference is that spatial displacement can ignore obstacles in front, including both living and inanimate objects. In contrast, displacement skills like dart and roll will collide with any large rocks in front of them. They cannot pass through. Nevertheless, dart and roll are still extremely practical skills, the first choice beneath blink. After eliminating all these opponents, Lin Hao began to count his spoils. These guys dropped a total of 5 pieces of equipment. Such a high drop rate indicated a significant sin value, suggesting they must have killed quite a few players before running into him. All 5 pieces of equipment were level 20 red gear, among which one was pants he could actually use. Cloud Ling's magic pants, quality red equipment, level 20 class requirement. Mage effect 1 increases spell defense by 260 points and physical defense by 140 points. Effect 2, when the wearer takes damage, movement speed increases by 10 for 30 seconds. Just an average item. Lin Hao somewhat disdainfully equipped the item. The increase in dual resistances was almost negligible to him. He certainly didn't think anyone could deplete all his mana and then hit him. If that day ever came, without mana, even the highest defense would lead to certain death. It was of little significance and could only be deemed a slight advantage. After killing these 5 individuals, Lin Hao also gained 125 dark points. He now had a total of 131 points. Although their strength surpassed that of those level 40 solo players, the lack of level difference meant they were calculated normally. On average, each provided him with 25 dark points. While not insignificant, it was still much more rewarding to challenge those of higher levels. Killing high-level solo players was far easier than dealing with these guys, with even greater rewards. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Hao pondered how to handle the skill book for flame enchantment. Despite being merely a red skill, its value was arguably unmatched by most legendary skills. If traded, it would easily exchange for a legendary skill for a mage. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Hao quickly opened the chat window with Lu Yong. "Yong, I have a great gift for you." Lin Hao was not one to take advantage of others. Had Lu Yong not provided him with an unconditional starting fund of 20,000 at the beginning, he might still be stuck grinding away. Moreover, Lu Yong had also unconditionally given him the intermediate barrier skill, helping him deal with a few level 40 players. Although the total value of these things couldn't compare to the skill book for flame enchantment in his hands. Yet Lu Yong had never intended to seek repayment from him, so Lin Hao naturally did not care about the equivalence of their exchanges. At that moment, Lu Yong replied, "What great gift. You can't send short videos in Tianyu." Lin Hao was taken aback. Without any intention of joking around, his time was tight, so he directly got to the point. "You'll know once you see it." After saying that, Lin Hao without any reluctance gifted the flame enchantment skill book. While Lu Yong was still curious about what it was, he suddenly caught sight of a flash of red, and his expression did not show much excitement. As the captain of the Aolong Guild's Dragon Battle team, he possessed a full set of red skills. However, upon seeing the name of the skill book, he was taken aback. After confirming it twice, his voice trembled slightly. This is actually a divine technique for enhancing damage for physical classes." Lu Yong took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Fortunately, it wasn't a video call, otherwise he would have been so excited that he might have stammered. He had been grinding the explosive flame pig since level 20, yet even after grinding until level 30, he had not seen a single shadow of the skill book. Flame enchantment had almost become an obsession for him. He had had a few opportunities to obtain it before, but they were all snatched away by others. After all, there were many physical melee classes in the Aolong Guild, and in terms of connections, he could only be considered average. As the captain of his kind, there were 26 like him in the Aolong Guild, and he ranked at the bottom, so there was no way it would fall to him. Yet now the situation had turned around, and he had obtained it. Lu Yong, puzzled, asked, "Brother, did you activate something? Your luck seems too incredible. First super self-healing, and now flame enchantment. These are all extremely hard to obtain skills. Not only did I grind for a month, but most of our Aolong Guild members also leveled up from 20 to 30, and guess what?" Lu Yong answered his own question. The result is that out of 10,000 players, only one lucky person managed to get it. Lin Hao chuckled. "Stop saying I've activated something. I just had a stroke of good luck. Perhaps my luck attribute really is maxed out." Lu Yong thought for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed, that seems to be the only possibility. It seems your hidden class is likely not as simple as SS rank." Lu Yong did not press further. Everyone had their secrets, and he was no exception. With that thought in mind, Lu Yong changed the subject. How this skill book of yours is too precious. Accepting it just like that makes me feel uneasy. It seems I can only take out the gift I prepared in advance. Gift? Prepared in advance. Lin Hao was somewhat puzzled about what circumstances would warrant giving his good brother a gift. Lin Hao felt a chill down his spine. His preferences were normal. Lu Yong was unaware of Lin Hao's thoughts. If he knew, he would have cursed. My preferences are normal too. After sending a page, he said, I originally planned to give this to you on your birthday, but now I have to give it earlier. He'll treat you to a big meal on your birthday. Birthday? So that's it. Lin Hao exhaled. Indeed, his birthday was in a few days. After thinking it over, he rejected the proposal. No need for a big meal. Two grown men celebrating a birthday together just feels off. Alright, I understand. Then I'll bring more beautiful ladies over when the time comes. There are many female players in our guild who want to get to know you. Lu Yong teased with a smile. Naturally, Lin Hao continued to refuse. Now that he knew Tianyu was not simple, he would not waste time celebrating any birthdays. Looking at the page Lu Yong sent over, it was actually the guild's merit exchange list. The items included everything from rare special items to a plethora of rare materials. As for skill books and equipment, they were countless. He even saw the 1,000-year spirit fruit inside, which would instantly increase his maximum health by 1,000 points just by consuming it. As expected of the #1 guild's warehouse in the Xia country, this foundation is truly solid. Looking at the dazzling array of items, Lin Hao felt his eyes were dazzled. At that moment, Lu Yong said, I have enough merit to exchange for a red skill book for you. I originally intended to give it as a gift, but now it seems I'm the one benefiting. Lin Hao waved his hand. Why separate it so clearly? He had no intention of asking for a return gift from the start. He casually flipped through the red skill book page and unexpectedly found a skill that piqued his interest. Skill books for Red Lotus Shockwave, White Lotus Shockwave, and Purple Lotus Shockwave. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. He actually saw 3 colors of shockwaves in a single guild. Among them, there were 2 books for Purple Lotus Shockwave, while the others had just 1. Suddenly, Lin Hao thought of something and asked, Did your guild leader want to create one after seeing the power of Reaper's Descent? Lu Yong nodded. You guessed correctly. The power of Reaper's Descent is indeed too appealing, so these skills are not sold individually and are not available to outsiders. However, since there are 2 books for Purple Lotus Shockwave, I think it should be fine for you to take one. No need, you should keep your merits for yourself. I don't have much need for skills right now. Lin Hao shook his head. Red Lotus Shockwave, Purple Lotus Shockwave. Although these 5 shockwaves were independent skills, their cooldowns were somewhat unique. Even if he learned 2 types of shockwaves, as long as he used one, the other skill would enter cooldown, rendering it useless to learn more. It was precisely because of the uniqueness of these 5 skills that rumors about synthesizing them into a super strong skill arose. It was just unexpected that these rumors turned out to be true. Besides these 5 skills, displacement skills like Pounce and Roll could all be learned by the same player, but they also could not be used simultaneously. Using Pounce would put Roll into cooldown, meaning 2 displacement skills could not be activated at the same time. However, Blink was different. After using it, another displacement could still be followed up. Thinking back, it was possible that combining Roll, Pounce, and other similar displacement skills might also synthesize a stronger skill. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Lu Yong understood that he wasn't interested in the items in the warehouse. Alright, I'll set them aside for you. Perhaps you'll find them useful when new items come out. Seeing that he couldn't convince Lu Yong, Lin Hao had no choice but to agree. After finishing the conversation, Lin Hao continued towards Jiua Mountain, but he hadn't walked far before encountering an unexpected situation. A player team was currently battling an elite-level black bear, and from their flustered expressions, it was clear they were being attacked by the monster. Oh no, how could there be elite monsters here? A warrior player holding his great sword trembled slightly. What should we do, Jingfeng? This is not something we can handle. Looking at the black bear with a health of 1800 points, the group immediately lost their fighting spirit. Jingfeng could only helplessly say, what else can we do? You all hurry and run. As a mage, I can't move fast, so I'll stay behind to buy you time. No way. We won't abandon our companions. Zheng Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Such a cliched dialogue had actually come to life. He cursed. Have you watched too many anime? Do you really think you're cool? Hurry and run. Every life counts. After saying this, he raised his staff and cast a fireball spell at the approaching black bear. 432. The damage wasn't high, but it successfully attracted the monster's hatred. However, the monster's speed was much faster than they had anticipated, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them, ready to claim their lives. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere and blocked the incoming attack. Joy filled Zheng Feng's heart. Upon seeing the newcomer clearly, he excitedly exclaimed, "You are the Great Master." The others also noticed Lin Hao's nickname above his head, and they all became as excited as if they had seen a celebrity. Wow, I can't believe I get to see a living legend here. I'm so touched that the Great Master would use his skills to save us noobs. After activating an intermediate barrier spell to block the black bear's attack, Lin Hao raised his hand and cast another fireball spell while saying to the others, "Enough with the admiration, you'd better get away quickly." Zheng Feng nodded. He knew that staying here would only be a burden for them. He wanted to remind Lin Hao about this level 20 elite monster, but seeing him effortlessly deal 5454 points of exaggerated damage, the words almost escaped his lips, but were swallowed back. At that moment, he had only one thought. Aren't we all just out of the newbie village 10,086? How can there be such a huge gap? Although it was also a fireball spell, the damage Lin Hao dealt was over 10 times his own. Watching these people retreat, Lin Hao finally focused on the black bear before him. Normally, Lin Hao wouldn't care about others' lives. Even if he had to kill monsters, he would wait until they were out of combat. Whether those players were killed by the monster or killed it was beyond his concern. But this team was different. They previously helped him confront the Frenzied Warrior Guild on the World Channel. Since they had run into each other, he might as well lend a hand. After all, he had no intention of letting this elite monster go. Elite Black Bear, level 20 health, 180 attack, 180 defense, 860 magic resistance, 779 skills, bite, intimidation, frenzy. This Black Bear as a level 20 elite monster should not be underestimated. Ordinary level 20 players would find it difficult to penetrate such high defense and deal significant damage. However, when facing Lin Hao, it was no different from a piece of thin paper. Another fireball spell crashed down, dealing explosive damage with ease. 5454. In just 3 seconds of battle, Lin Hao had unleashed 2 fireball spells, and the monster's health had fallen below half. However, at that moment, Lin Hao noticed a mysterious moon mark appearing above the elite monster's head. What skill is this? Lin Hao was puzzled. The black bear only had a few skills. He had seen bite, intimidation, and frenzy countless times, so there shouldn't have been such a mark. Despite his confusion, Lin Hao's movements did not slow. He raised his hand and sent another fireball spell flying. This time, however, it dealt damage that surprised even him. 40905. Such terrifying damage stunned the others behind him. 40,000 damage. Wow, this is just ridiculous. Even level 30 players can't do this. Not to mention level 30 players, my friend who started playing earlier is already level 40 and still can't deal such exaggerated damage. Not only were they shocked, but even Lin Hao did not anticipate this damage. Logically speaking, even with the enhancement from the God of War talent, the final damage from the fireball spell should have been 27270. How could it be higher by half? Lin Hao pondered carefully and immediately recalled the moon mark that had just appeared on the monster. It turned out that the mark was the effect of the Fable Staff, the Mark of Fable. As long as a skill is used to attack an enemy target, there is a 50 base chance to apply this mark, which increases the damage taken by the target by an additional 50 for 3 seconds. That makes sense now. After clarifying the situation, Lin Hao felt relieved. Even though the sudden increase in damage was good, he disliked the feeling of his own abilities suddenly exceeding control. Lin Hao didn't pay much attention to the Mark of Fable status. He had used the Fable Staff for so long that it had only triggered the special effect once, and the probability was pitifully low. Don't be fooled by its 50 base probability. As long as the target is a living thing, it must have some resistance to abnormal statuses. Even with a 200 base probability, there's no guarantee that the special effect would trigger every time, let alone with 50. When it comes to probability, everything is uncertain. Lin Hao knew that water element mages had a unique legendary skill that could make the probability of negative effects a guaranteed hit. This skill was something he had to acquire, but that was a topic for later. The level 10 Fable Staff definitely wouldn't last until then. In fact, if it weren't for the 10 mana restoration effect, Lin Hao would have changed his staff long ago. Seeing that the few people behind him had not left, Lin Hao reminded, "You better leave here quickly. Those guys from Sword Dance Storm are probably on their way here soon." Hearing this, Xie Yu Zhongfeng finally snapped back to reality from the shock. Right? I almost forgot this is the territory of Sword Dance Storm. We just ran into this black bear to avoid them. At this point, Xie Yu Zhongfeng scratched his head in confusion. Strange, I just saw them coming in this direction. Did I make a mistake? Lin Hao casually tossed the red equipment that had just dropped into the auction house, and then said, "No need to doubt, they indeed came here, but I happened to take them down. I estimated the time. They should have already respawned and are on their way here now." All killed. Xie Yu Zhongfeng swallowed hard. Those 5 were not ordinary players. Just one of them could easily defeat the members of the Crazy War Guild. Their skill levels were not on the same tier. Their captain, young and arrogant, was among the top tier among level 20 novices. One could only say he truly deserves the title of Tianshi. Even with level 10 equipment, he could easily crush these players. As Lin Hao was about to set off, Xie Yu Zhongfeng suddenly thought of something and called out, "Tianshi, be careful of that group from the Crazy War Guild. I just saw them bringing several level 30 players. They are likely coming for you." Hearing this, Lin Hao paused. They are coming quite fast. The Crazy War Guild is naturally not comparable to Sword Dance Storm, but those level 30 players won't be any weaker than Young and Arrogant at level 20. There is a gap between guilds, but it's not something that a level 40 lone player can mess with. Let them come if we run into them, we'll deal with them together. After leaving this remark, Lin Hao continued forward. A lot had happened along the way, and if he didn't hurry, time would soon run out. Lin Hao's calm demeanor, showing no regard for his opponents, only deepened the admiration of those following him. What does it mean to have the demeanor of a master? This is probably it. If someone told me that Tianshi was actually a level 90 player, I think I would believe it. Indeed, whether it's gameplay skills, mastery of abilities, or understanding of the game, he doesn't look like a novice player at all. As expected, playing games requires the greatest talent. I used to think I had a knack for gaming, but now I realize I might have misunderstood what talent truly means. After Lin Hao left, he smoothly arrived at Zimun Mountain. The Abyss High Priest was not at the peak, but in a hidden cave halfway up the mountain. Looking at the smooth cut of the cave entrance, Lin Hao speculated that it must have been carved by the man before him. His arrival also caught the attention of the High Priest. A powerful pressure emanated from all around, but upon seeing that the visitor was someone he recognized, the pressure was retracted. His face showed some surprise as he said, "I knew we would meet again, but I didn't expect it to be so soon." Lin Hao smiled and nodded. "Yes, this is quite a coincidence. I originally intended to come and observe the moon." The Abyss High Priest was not in good condition at the moment, sitting cross-legged to recover and heal his face devoid of color, evidently suffering from a heavy backstab. He weakly waved his hand, saying, "Don't speak of what happened here. You should leave quickly, and it's best to also withdraw from the Abyss Church to avoid entanglements with me. Ding, the Abyss High Priest wants to sever ties with you. Do you accept?" "No." After making his choice, Lin Hao firmly said, "Senior High Priest, I will not sever ties with you." "Oh." Duga Ting was somewhat surprised and suddenly thought of something. "You probably don't know, but I am no longer the High Priest of the Abyss Church, and I have become their enemy. If you stand with me now, you will not only face the pursuit of the Light Church, but even the Abyss Church will not spare you. Now are you still willing to stand with me?" Upon hearing this news, Lin Hao displayed a look of shock. Dugu Ting felt a tinge of disappointment rise within him upon seeing Lin Hao's expression. Once a figure who could command the wind and rain as the Abyss High Priest, he had countless disciples under him, numbering no less than 1,000,000. Even though he was sealed away after that battle, and everyone thought he was dead, he could still feel the continuous flow of faith power from the Abyss Church. To his astonishment, upon reappearing, he not only faced betrayal from his juniors, but even those once loyal subordinates had either aged or died. And among their children, there were very few willing to follow him, leading to a situation of being abandoned by all. Dugu Ting's originally gentle face twisted with anger. At this moment, Lin Hao, seeing that he had acted sufficiently, spoke in a calm, yet firm tone, "Senior High Priest, I am not afraid. Just as you said before, we have a significant connection. I believe following you is my opportunity. If I hadn't dared to come, I could only blame myself for being too weak." Hearing this, Dugu Ting's previously angry expression returned to calm, mixed with a hint of joy. "Huh. Little fellow, I knew I didn't misjudge you. The first time I saw you, I knew you were different from those common mortals outside. If they were here, they would have been too afraid to approach. In the future, you will definitely be grateful for this choice." As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Ting closed his eyes and then blossomed thrice. "Ding, the Abyss High Priest has bestowed you with eternal blessing, greatly enhancing your agility attribute by 100. Seeing his attributes skyrocketing again, Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim, as expected, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. These 100 attribute points, if he had joined the Light Church, would have required completing a super complicated series of large tasks to obtain. Even with the strategies from his previous life in mind, he couldn't have accomplished it in less than half a month. It would have been particularly troublesome. But following Dugu Ting, in just a moment, he had successfully obtained them. This is the benefit of facing top-tier NPCs. They casually give out things that are far better than what one would earn through hard work. Looking at his attribute panel, his agility attribute had now reached an astonishing 206 points. Previously, when at 106 points, activating the skill Swift as the Wind only made him slightly faster than a level 20 assassin, and he still faced the risk of being caught up. He couldn't compare to a level 30 assassin. Now even a level 20 assassin couldn't catch up to his speed. Even a level 30 assassin could only eat dust behind him. After all, as an ordinary profession, one can only gain 5 random attribute points with each level up. Even if all of them are allocated to agility by level 30, including the initial agility attribute, it still won't reach 170 points. One can imagine how generous the rewards given by the previous High Priest of the Abyss were. If those assassin players knew that they had obtained 200 points in agility from this person, they would all be driven mad with jealousy. More importantly, he still hadn't heard the system notification indicating that the attribute increase had reached its limit. This meant he still had a chance to receive blessings for increasing his agility attribute again. At that moment, Dugu Ting suddenly coughed weakly, his complexion becoming even paler, beads of sweat appearing densely on his forehead. It should be noted that previously in the dungeon he had completed all of this without even taking a breath, so one can imagine how severely he was injured this time. Lin Hao asked with concern, "High Priest, are you alright?" His concern was heartfelt because he was truly worried that Dugu Ting might die. If he died, how would he continue to gain attributes in the future? Fortunately, Dugu Ting's condition recovered quickly, and his complexion soon returned to normal. He waved his hand and said, "I'm not dead yet. You have improved quite a bit since I last saw you, but your weapon is still too poor." The attributes of the mythical staff are not bad, but they naturally don't catch his eye. With a casual wave, a staff emanating an orange aura appeared in his hand. The staff was completely black, embedded with a large black gemstone exuding an ominous aura, as if it were darkness itself, clearly not an ordinary object. "This is the staff I once used during my days as a magic apprentice while following my master. I no longer have use for it, so I will give it to you." Dugu Ting looked at the staff with a hint of nostalgia, as it held special significance for him. If it weren't for the young man in front of him who had exceptional talent, rescued him from the dungeon, and steadfastly stood by his side, he would never have given it away. When Lin Hao received the staff, he fell into a long state of shock. Dark Devourer quality orange equipment, level 20, class requirement, Mage. Effect 1, increases spell attack power by 1,000 points. Effect 2, 50 of the effective damage dealt is converted into temporary mana stored in the mana gem, which can hold a maximum of 100 mana and lasts for 600 seconds. The mana in the mana gem can be used to restore one's own mana or provide it for skill use. So powerful. Just by looking at the first two effects of the staff, Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Just the basic attribute of 1,000 points in spell attack power is 832 points higher than the mythical staff he had. Such an outrageous spell attack power is comparable to a level 40 legendary staff. Effect 2 is even more incredible. Lin Hao counted 3 times before daring to confirm that the converted mana is not 100 points, but 100 points. One should know that even with the support of the Fury Mage and War God talents, his total mana was still less than 100 points. Or rather, even a level 90 player in the entire domain would not be able to exceed 100 points in mana. Even if he wore a complete set of equipment specifically designed to increase mana with all other attributes not increasing, it would still be impossible to exceed 100. Although the converted mana is stored in the staff's mana gem, he can use it freely without any restrictions. Combined with the passive effect of the mana barrier, he dares to say that anyone who cannot kill him will eventually be ground to death by him. This is simply a divine artifact. Lin Hao eagerly looked towards the third effect. Effect 3. When the mana in the mana gem reaches its limit, the holder can shatter the gem, consuming all mana at once to deal a fixed damage of 100 to all hostile beings within a radius of 300 meters. This damage is true damage, ignoring all defenses, and can bypass invincibility effects. The slain cannot use revive or rebirth to instantly return. Note: after shattering the gem, effect 2 and effect 3 automatically become invalid. 1 million fixed damage. Lin Hao took a deep breath. Is this really a level 20 piece of equipment? Such an incredible effect could easily be considered a fully leveled legendary equipment. If one were to shatter this gem, which player in the Tianyu could withstand 1 million damage? Not only does it ignore invincibility effects, but it also prevents resurrection effects. It's simply explosive. However, Lin Hao hopes that he will never have to use this skill, because that would mean he truly has been driven to a dead end. However, if that day does come, he will definitely not hold back and will give those people a shocking finale. Lin Hao calmed his shocked emotions and then looked at the staff's description, which contained only a short line of text: a gift handcrafted by the Dark King for his disciple. This man before me is actually the disciple of the Dark King. Lin Hao was greatly surprised. He knew that Dugu Ting's identity was certainly high, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. The Dark King could be said to be one of the most prestigious figures in the entire Tianyu, with only the Light God worshipped by the Church of Light being comparable. As for whether these two legendary figures truly existed, Lin Hao had always questioned it, because in his past life, until just before crossing over, he had never seen them. Though they were prestigious, they had always appeared as mere background figures. Yet now he had actually met the Dark King's disciple and even received his staff. If I encounter the Dark King, can I present myself as the disciple of his disciple? Lin Hao merely thought about it, not to mention he is not Dugu Ting's disciple, but the existence of the Dark King, a legendary figure being alive, is still an unknown. If he is still alive, who would dare to disrespect his disciple? Is one looking to lose their life? While Lin Hao was pondering these thoughts, Dugu Ting spoke. You already have a weapon. Next, I will pass on to you a forbidden technique. There's even more. Dugu Ting's generosity always brings joy. Is there another leader in this world as charming as he is? If he hadn't been locked in the dungeon for thousands of years, even if the Dark King returned, his prestige in the Abyss Church would probably not surpass Dugating's. One can only say that fate plays tricks, but if it weren't for this, Lin Hao would not have encountered him. Ding, the Abyss Grand Priest Dugating is teaching you the forbidden technique, healing art. Do you accept? Healing art. Lin Hao was taken aback. What kind of forbidden technique is this? Although a bit puzzled, Lin Hao still silently thought in his heart, accept. Ding, you have mastered the forbidden technique, healing art. Please note, when using a forbidden technique, if there are members of the Church of Light nearby, they will immediately attack you. After finishing the skill learning, Lin Hao opened the skill information, curious to see how a healing art could be classified as a forbidden technique. The people from the Church of Light, are they just looking for trouble? Forbidden technique, healing art. Quality special skill, a forbidden technique, strictly prohibited by the Church of Light. Professional requirement must be in S-level or higher, hidden magic profession in the Abyss Church. Effect applies healing art to any target, restoring a fixed amount of health equal to 20 of the target's total health up to a maximum of 500 of your own attack. A proportionally fixed recovery, healing art. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. Normal healing arts usually restore a fixed amount of health, for example, 300 points, 500 points, or 1000 points. Although healing art is just an ordinary green skill, even the highest level healing art still restores a fixed amount of health. The forbidden technique healing art is indeed unique, but if it is just like this, it merely has exaggerated recovery amounts, and it shouldn't be classified as a forbidden technique. Soon Lin Hao realized where the problem lay. He had been focusing on the latter part of the statement. In fact, the uniqueness of this skill lies in the first part. It can apply healing art to any target. Doesn't this mean I can not only heal my teammates and myself, but also heal enemies? Can I heal monsters and bosses too? If that's really the case, then the operational capacity of this skill is immense. At that moment, Dugating's voice was somewhat weak as he said, "Next, I need to give you a task. I hope you can help me find a tool that can seal the energy of light. Although my injuries are severe, I can fully cope with them using my self-healing ability, but I cannot expel the light energy within me. Ding, the Abyss Grand Priest Dugating has issued you a task. Find a tool to seal the energy of light. Specific clues can be found at the Church of Light." Lin Hao accepted the task and said to Dugating, "Grand Priest, you can rest assured I will definitely bring back the item." Dugating nodded and took out another item. Sound transmission, token subtoken. Quality special item. Description: this token can bypass any restrictions and communicate with the holder of the main token. This item cannot be dropped bound to Tianshi. After receiving the token, Lin Hao suddenly asked, "Grand Priest, do you know Hui Yunwu?" Dugating pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I do not know." "It's just as I thought." Lin Hao nodded and then left the cave. At this time, he had already equipped the Dark Devourer and replaced the mythical staff. Under the influence of the talent of the Angry Mage, all stats related to spell attack had transformed into physical attack. His attack power had increased from the original 1718 points to the current 2550 points. This increase cannot be described as anything but exaggerated, akin to upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. Next, he needed to head to the Church of Light in Wanhua City. He knew there was a light pearl there that could perfectly fulfill the requirements of this task. However, the current problem was that he was unclear about the relationship between himself and that executor. Logically, they should have been teammates from the same faction, yet he was currently following the former Abyss Grand Priest. Not only had the other party left the Abyss Church, but they had also become an opposing force. It was highly likely that he and that executor had also turned into adversaries, because that executor did not go for tea today, but left instead. However, it was evident that the other party had not met with Dugating, otherwise the light pearl would have been easily obtained with just a request. What was that executor up to today? Lin Hao speculated that they received a mission from above to hunt down Dugating, but the probability of not finding him was very high. Without knowing whether the other party was friend or foe, Lin Hao could only act cautiously. After all, that guy was a level 60 super expert and not an ordinary level 60. Such high-tier NPCs often held important positions in their factions, corresponding to the most elite players of the same level. In terms of difficulty, they could be even more troublesome. If a fight broke out, it would be a problem for him to escape, being only level 20. As soon as he exited the cave and had not gone far, Lin Hao encountered a monster. Vine Bear, level 30, health 12,000, attack 1,000, defense 1,000, skills Vine Bind Whip Strike Pounce. Details: an intelligent black bear that can skillfully use the vines wrapped around its body to attack. A level 30 monster. Lin Hao was a bit surprised. He had encountered the highest level monster in this map. Its attributes were not inferior to those of elite monsters over level 20. It was a full 10 levels higher than him. Ordinary level 20 players would have turned and fled long ago, but Lin Hao showed no panic and instead smiled. Perfect timing, just right to test the abilities of the Dark Devourer. The Vine Bear's attack speed was rapid, swinging its vines like a long whip ready to strike. However, Lin Hao's speed was even faster. As soon as the LV5 Fire Blast was unleashed, it struck directly on its forehead. 7,950. Such explosive damage left Lin Hao somewhat shocked. After all this damage was dealt by an ordinary Fire Blast, without triggering the War God's talent. The Vine Bear had only 12,000 points of total health. He just needed 2 Fire Blasts to take it down. Glancing at the mana gem on his staff, it displayed the number 3,975, which indeed was half of the damage. At the same time, the Vine Bear's attack also hit him. Lin Hao did not use Starry Flash, nor did he employ intermediate barrier technique, and took the hit directly. 2,000. Hiss, this damage is quite high. Should I say it's not surprising for a level 30 monster. Lin Hao said this casually, but he didn't take it to heart. His health did not decrease, instead, he lost 1,000 points of mana. Lin Hao activated the mana gem, instantly replenishing it, and the number on the mana gem changed to 2,925. Lin Hao nodded. LV5 Fire Blast requires 50 points of mana to activate. The numbers match up. Just as he was immersed in his research, the Vines Bear launched its second attack. This time Lin Hao activated the intermediate barrier technique, effortlessly blocking the assault. He then raised his hand and cast the forbidden technique healing spell targeting the Vines Bear. 2,400. Indeed it works. Seeing that the monster had recovered 20 of its health, Lin Hao felt a tinge of joy. Since it can be used on monsters, it should also work on BOSSES, right? The bosses in the later stages had health exceeding 1,000,000, each one tougher than the last. At that point, a healing spell would surely bring despair to those battling the boss. Lin Hao shook his head, realizing he was not a good person. Instead of using the healing spell on himself, he was thinking of using it on a monster. Alright, little bear, your task ends here. After grasping the general purpose of the skill, Lin Hao casually cast an explosive flame technique. 7,950. Having just increased the monster's health by 2,000 points, its remaining health was over half, thus not triggering the War God's 5-fold talent. Even so, the Vines Bear was still killed instantly. Ding killed a level 30 Vines Bear, gained 1,200 experience points. Killing above 10 levels grants an additional 1,200 experience points. In an instant, Lin Hao received 2,400 experience. This place was simply his leveling sanctuary. However, Lin Hao's immediate priority was not to grind monsters, but to complete the quest first. Checking the mana stone, it indeed increased by 3,225 points, not the expected 3,975. This was easy to understand, as the monster's health had only 6,450 points left. Once the health was depleted, subsequent damage became ineffective. Though he understood, Lin Hao still felt somewhat disappointed. If ineffective damage could also be converted into mana, he could simply go to the training ground and hit training scarecrows. Currently, the mana stone's mana value was at 6,150 points, which could sustain for 600 seconds. On his way back, Lin Hao found a few more monsters to experiment on. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion: this 600 seconds of duration could be refreshed. As long as the mana value in the mana stone increased by even 1 point, its duration would reset to 600 seconds. In other words, as long as he could casually defeat a monster within 600 seconds, each time the mana value would never disappear. No wonder the Dark King personally crafted this staff. With the effect of this mana stone, I would believe it to be a max-level legendary item. Moreover, the Dark King managed to embed such a powerful mana stone into a level 20 staff, replacing the original staff's effect. It's simply outrageous. This could only be achieved by a divine craftsman. Along the way, Lin Hao killed numerous oblivious monsters, and his level had already risen to level 21. The speed of leveling was akin to riding a rocket, presenting no difficulty whatsoever. However, this time his attribute points were not allocated to strength, but entirely to agility. It seems the designer also realized that the Fury Mage's agility is too low, which would hinder him later on. But the current issue is my agility is already fast enough. Glancing at his attribute panel, his base agility, plus the 10 points from leveling, only amounted to 16 points. However, the Abyssal High Priest's 2 blessings had given him a total of 200 points. This was an attribute even assassins would weep over. Forget it, adding a bit more agility isn't a loss. After all, I'm not lacking in damage right now as long as I don't add to Constitution and Spirit. Those 2 attributes could enhance dual resistances, but for him the likelihood of them being beneficial was nearly zero. Investing in them would lead to a blood loss. In addition, he also stored the Mana Stone's mana value to the limit of full 100,000 points. Continuing along the path back, just as he was about to exit the Moonjaku Mountain, Lin Hao discovered a large boss blocking his way. Iron Hoof Bull King, level 25 health, 50,000 attack, 3,000 defense, 2,200 magic resistance, 2,200 skills, Iron Hoof Stomp, Roar Frenzy. At this moment, a group of players was engaged in a fierce battle. Everyone give it your all. This boss's health is almost down a half. Almost they're finally seeing hope. This boss's defense and health are truly exaggerated. Haha, I dealt 20 of the damage. Ooh, I might be able to receive a level 25 red gear. Wow, I'm so envious. Hearing the players' conversations, Lin Hao surprisingly recognized several familiar figures among them. Huangzhan Tian and their guild members. As the boss's health continued to decrease, Lin Hao noticed these people starting to become restless. Watching them slowly retreat and then blend into the rear, Lin Hao's expression turned peculiar. Goodness, are they planning to backstab again? Just as Lin Hao was pondering this, the members of the Huangzhan Guild did not disappoint him. As soon as they blended into the back row, they raised their large swords and struck at the scattered players. One by one, damage exceeding 1,000 floated above the heads of the players in the back row. The boss's defense was as high as 2,200 points, making it quite tough to hit, but against the fragile ones it was a one-hit kill. In the brief span of 2 to 3 seconds, the back row was sliced down by more than half, with only a few players managing to escape unscathed. The players who had just escaped from battle ran, while angrily cursing the crazy battle guild. You are simply inhuman. This is outrageous. They are using backstabbing again. I curse you all to be killed by the boss and lose all your equipment. Facing the players' curses, crazy battle Tianxiao remained indifferent, as their reputation was already in tatters, so it didn't matter. He sneered, the wails of a stray dog. A life is just a game, and the game is survival of the fittest. If you are useless, don't blame the world for being unkind. Speaking of uselessness, who can compare to you, crazy battle Tianxia? A whole group was wiped out by a single Tianxia. Exactly. I heard you were wiped out several times too. This bunch of trash only had good luck with reincarnation. If the circumstances were the same, no one would want you for farming. Crazy battle Tianxia originally didn't care about the insults, but upon hearing the term Tianxia, he immediately exploded with anger. What is a Tianxia? Just a lucky fool from the novice village who stumbled upon some powerful gear. Once he leaves the novice village, who does he think he is? As he spoke, Crazy Battle Tianxia patted the armor on his body, a precious gift from Crazy Battle Bafang, a level 15 legendary equipment. With his Xuanwu shield, he had already obtained 2 pieces of legendary equipment at level 15. None of the pieces in his set were below level 15 red gear. There were indeed higher level items, but his level wasn't high enough to meet the wearing conditions. This is the foundation of the guild. What can a mere casual player compare? That Tianxia is probably still wearing level 10 novice gear. His subordinates chimed in. Yeah, that Tianxia only got some luck in the novice village. If he ran into us now, he wouldn't even be able to last a single hand. One must admit that powerful equipment does indeed bring confidence. Following Crazy Battle Tianxia, their gear was all provided by the guild, and they could change sets with each level up, making it incredibly enjoyable. Casual players couldn't refute this, and many forumgoers knew that the Tianxia was already level 19, but even then he was still wearing level 10 gear. In terms of foundation, an ordinary casual player could not compare to a guild. All the equipment had to be obtained by themselves. Anything with decent attributes wouldn't be thrown into the auction house. They could only barter or trade privately. Yet even so, they didn't believe these players could match the Tianxia. Haven't you seen players at level 40 being bullied by the Tianxia? Although Crazy Battle Tianxia was arrogant, he wasn't that foolish to truly believe they could defeat the Tianxia. Yet Crazy Battle Tianxia seemed to have truly convinced himself, confidently declaring, if you don't believe me, just watch. As long as he dares to show up, I'll make sure he returns empty-handed. Oh really? A slightly mocking voice came from behind the crowd. Lin Hao slowly walked down the slope. You all look like a bunch of clowns. All right, those hiding in the bushes, come out now. He said, you 30-level players trying to ambush someone just out of the novice village, don't you feel ashamed? Upon hearing this, Crazy Battle Tianxia was instantly stunned. It was within his expectations that the Tianxia would come down from here. If he didn't come down this way, he could only take another route to the next city. But the monsters over there were all level 3,150. Don't be fooled by the seemingly small difference in levels. Once they surpass level 30, monster stats double. The Tianxia might be able to handle monsters, but could he handle players? He himself said that as long as the players' levels didn't exceed the map's level, it would be fine. But if you ran into a level 50 map, you can't blame the level 50 players for coming after you. So the Tianxia could only come down this way. He even brought a boss over, attracting a crowd of players and blocking the path. Although the plain was vast, there was only this one path down. Even if he tried to change direction, he would inevitably come into view. To his surprise, the Tianxia actually knew there were people hiding in the bushes behind him. But the problem was, even the casual players who had been fighting the boss here from the beginning didn't know how the Tianxia found out. Crazy Battle Tianxia immediately guessed that the Tianxia must be trying to trick him. The players in the bushes clearly thought the same and did not reveal themselves. Seeing this, Lin Hao turned to leave, saying, "If you won't come out, then continue hiding." Crazy Battle Tianxia, seeing that Lin Hao had no intention of coming over to steal the BOSS, instantly panicked. Did I not say it right? The Tianxia only got a bit of luck in the novice village. Once he sees me after leaving, he can only flee in embarrassment. Upon hearing this, the casual players couldn't help but roll their eyes. Are you trying to fool us? Fooling others is one thing, but don't deceive yourself. It's ridiculous. If there's no one behind those bushes, I'll take this boss for myself. I laughed. I wondered how Crazy Battle Tianxia suddenly became so bold. It turns out someone was hiding behind him. Crazy Battle Tianxia ignored their taunts, but seeing Lin Hao leave so decisively, he instantly realized that they had actually been exposed. The players in the bushes couldn't sit still any longer and jumped out, but they were cautious, with only two revealing themselves while the others remained hidden. One of the warrior players, looking puzzled, asked, "How did you find us?" Lin Hao lazily replied, "Do you want to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving." "Today's youth have no sense of politeness at all," said a silent swordsman player, criticizing them as he spoke. Yet they still had no intention of advancing further, because if they moved a bit closer, they would enter the mage's attack range. Seeing their cowardice, Lin Hao laughed. "So this is what the guild's level 30 players are like. It's truly an eye-opener for me." The casual players began to mock them as well. "Just now you said you weren't afraid of the Tianxia, but now you're getting slapped in the face instantly." I'm dying of laughter. 2 level 30 players are frightened by a single Tianxia. What's so funny about that for you all? A series of backstabbing operations by the Crazy Battle Guild had completely ruined their reputation. Now, whenever there was an opportunity, the casual players would go all out. Thus, Lin Hao found that in the battle of public opinion, he had never been at a disadvantage. And the 2 level 30 players, despite having thick skins, still couldn't compare to Crazy Battle Tianxia. After being scolded, they felt utterly humiliated, having been intimidated by a mage at a lower level than them. The two exchanged glances and suddenly launched an attack. Their speed was extremely fast. With a single dash, they closed more than half the distance. Lin Hao, not holding back, immediately cast an explosive flame spell. At such a close distance, the warrior had no way to dodge it. 7,950. This terrifying damage instantly killed the swordsman player on the spot. The other player was left in a daze. Before the battle, someone had told him that the Tianxi's damage was very high, but they never said it could outright kill them. Is this really a player just out of the novice village? Just as he was in a daze, another explosive flame spell came crashing down. 7,950. The two who had just poked their heads out were now completely wiped out. Crazy Battle Tianxia, seeing such terrifying damage, was instead delighted. The Tianxia has changed his staff. He no longer had the mana recovery effect. The original staff was red, but now it had turned black. Anyone with eyes could see that. When he dealt damage, he would recover mana, but now that he didn't, it was easy to guess. Although the damage has increased significantly, he lost his survivability. This is completely a reverse optimization. Brothers, spread out and charge, wear him down. Crazy Battle Tianxia couldn't help but shout. Without sustainability, no matter how high the damage, he wouldn't be afraid. Faced with the enemy's scattered charge, Lin Hao indeed found it impossible to maximize the benefits of his area skills. However, the LV5 Fireburst spell was not slow in terms of killing efficiency. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he had killed 6 people. At this moment, the likes of Mad Warrior were just arriving in front of him. Brothers, charge. The team members looked as if they had been injected with adrenaline, each displaying excited expressions, showing not a trace of fear despite the loss of 6 comrades. Because this time, they were well prepared, not to mention that the master had lost his sustaining capability. Seeing the distance closing rapidly, Lin Hao immediately activated his swift movement skill, saying, "Let me show you what speed really is." With an agility attribute of 216 points, he had already crushed these warrior players. When he ran, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. However, just as Lin Hao turned to enter the moon-picking mountain, intending to utilize his speed advantage for kiting, a faint yet familiar sound of something piercing the air reached his ears. At the moment he heard the sound, Lin Hao immediately activated his shield. The LV3 intermediate barrier spell became extremely reliable with the boost to its attack power, instantly creating a transparent shield with a value of 10200 points. In the next instant, a black dagger exuding a deathly aura pierced through the air. 12600. Such terrifying damage instantly shattered the shield, and the remaining damage successfully struck Lin Hao. His mana points instantly decreased by 1200. Moreover, he was afflicted with 3 negative statuses: bleeding, poisoning, and blindness. The attacker revealed his form after launching the attack. The casual players gasped in shock. "My god, he seems to be the level 30 master of the Phantom Guild Shadow. I know this person too. He is simply the god of assassin players, having successfully assassinated a level 50 player when he was only level 20. Although he is a casual player, he is impressive enough." 12600 points of damage. Is this the world of experts? I feel like he is even stronger than the master. Not only that, but look, the master has also acquired 3 negative statuses. How outrageous. It's over. The Mad Warrior Guild has really spent a fortune this time actually bringing in this master. Yes, it's said that he has never failed in battle, not to mention his level is even higher than the master's. The casual players watched in excitement as the gods battled. Lin Hao also recognized the man's profession, assassin. This is in class hidden profession for assassins. Talent passive assassin's insight. While in stealth, the next shadow-breaking attack deals 100 increased damage. If the target has a shield, it inflicts triple damage to the shield. Ordinary assassins can also benefit from agility attribute bonuses, increasing their attack power by 10 of their agility. Meanwhile, an assassin can increase their attack power equal to their agility, making it a character that can fully utilize agility. In terms of explosive damage, the assassin profession is extremely terrifying. No squishy target can withstand a blow from him, even those with shields would perish. Lin Hao is the exception. Moreover, it was evident that the opponent's prowess was not limited to this. Lin Hao also recognized that black dagger, a level 30 legendary weapon, Dance of Death. This weapon can easily rank among the top 10 in the level 30 dagger rankings. Not only does it possess an exceptionally high base damage of 782 points, but it also triggers 3 random negative effects whenever it deals damage. Furthermore, attacking enemies afflicted with negative effects increases damage by an additional 100. Such a powerful player actually targeted him. The Mad Warrior Guild had indeed invested heavily. Yet Lin Hao felt no fear whatsoever. The thrill of mercilessly slaughtering in the novice village had grown far too tedious. Only battling with these experts was truly interesting. The moment the assassin revealed his figure, Lin Hao activated Divine Protection, cleansing all negative statuses. He could overlook the bleeding and poisoning effects, but the blindness was quite bothersome. Subsequently, he applied the cooldown reduction effect to the intermediate barrier spell. This guy's damage indeed posed some threat to him. Having completed all this in an instant, he simultaneously unleashed the Fire Burst spell. Had he been an ordinary mage, the 0.3 seconds of charging time for Fire Burst would have been ample for the assassin to kill him several times over. But unfortunately, he was not. The instant casting Fire Burst unleashed at such close range was something even a highly agile assassin could not evade. And the assassin nicknamed Shadow showed not an ounce of fear on his face, even revealing a hint of a mad smile at the corner of his mouth. No wonder you are called the Master. There is indeed no falsehood beneath your fame. You can see through my attack in advance. Quite impressive. Just as he was about to be struck by Fire Burst, he casually waved his hand, and a twisted black portal suddenly appeared in front of him. The Fire Burst shot into it, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, his figure disappeared again, entering a state of stealth. Seeing this, Lin Hao's expression became serious for the first time. Spatial distortion. This is a red spatial skill that creates a black hole in front of him, absorbing all ranged attacks. As long as the black hole exists, no one behind it would suffer even the slightest damage. The spatial black hole can last for 3 seconds, making it an extremely domineering skill. One attack without a kill, immediately stealthy, showing no desire to fight. He is indeed a formidable opponent. If it were any other player, they would undoubtedly take advantage of the 3 seconds of the spatial black hole to launch their assault, allowing him to counterattack immediately. Ranged attacks ineffective. With the damage from my staff, you surely won't be able to withstand it either. Unfortunately, the opponent did not take the bait. At this moment, members of the Mad Warrior Guild had already rushed into the attack range, with Mad Warrior himself excitedly shouting, "He's finished. The shield of over 1000 points has been wiped out. Oh, let's see how you can survive." Saying this, he swung down his blade. The guild members behind him were also not idle, each unleashing their signature skills. If they successfully hit this time, what could the master do? He would still be instantly killed. The casual players now completely lost hope. It's over if the legend of the master will fall here. This group of Mad Warriors has truly prepared well. Not only have they significantly increased their own strength, but they also brought in such a master. I now think the master is nothing special. In an unknown confrontation, he probably isn't Shadow's opponent. You're just stating the obvious. How can a mage defeat an assassin? This is a matter of class restraint, not to mention this is not an ordinary assassin, but the Master Shadow. That's right, no matter how strong the master is, he is just a mage. Losing is perfectly normal, winning would be absurd. None of the onlookers held any hope for the Celestial Master. It was not only a matter of numbers, more importantly, the Shadow was still alive, lurking in the darkness. Lin Hao merely snorted, "Unwise fools." In the next moment, he executed the Starshine Blink, retreating 10 meters while evading the melee attacks. A dazzling red lotus flower appeared simultaneously, unleashing a massive shockwave like a pillar of light sweeping through the crowd of players. 9,925. 9,925. 99-25. The weaknesses of melee players were particularly fatal. They had to approach their enemies to attack. Thus, even if they deliberately tried to maintain distance, they could not escape the onslaught of the Red Lotus shockwave. In an instant, 7 players were completely vaporized. Kongzhan Tianxiao was well prepared, activating the fearless charge at the first opportunity, enduring the damage from the Red Lotus shockwave to successfully reach Lin Hao's side. He dared not use a strengthened attack. The memory of being killed in an instant was still fresh in his mind, so this time, he only employed a basic attack. 1640. Seeing the Celestial Master's blue bar shrink again, Kongzhan Tianxia couldn't help but laugh. Celestial Master, look at you today. He was now certain that the Celestial Master could no longer recover mana by dealing damage. This wave was a complete reverse optimization. What use was high damage? Without sustain, it was all for naught. Just then the lurking shadow also launched an attack, having chosen the perfect moment. As Lin Hao launched his attack, the shadow crept up from behind and struck down with a knife. 4,200. His mana had dropped another 2,100 points, nearly hitting rock bottom. At that moment, 4 level 30 players jumped out from the bushes. To everyone present, it seemed the Celestial Master was truly beyond salvation. Most of his main skills were in cooldown, and he had lost the ability to regenerate mana. Otherwise, he could recover over 700 mana with each attack, allowing him to last a bit longer. Even if he ultimately still perished, he could take down a few more opponents. It was inconceivable that the battle could turn so lopsided with no hope of victory in sight. Lin Hao glanced at his mana, which was now below 2,000, yet he remained calm and continued to output damage. He turned his spearhead, first launching the blazing flame spell at the shadow, the greatest threat to him. This tricky opponent managed to roll away at close range. One had to admit that his actions were decisive. As soon as Lin Hao turned, he began to anticipate. Kongzhan Tianxiao naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity to output damage. As Lin Hao attacked, he also unleashed his newly learned strongest skill, Savage Cleave. 632. 948. 1,422. 3 consecutive strikes, each dealing 50 more damage than the base, totaling a massive 3,002 points of damage. In that moment, Lin Hao's mana was completely depleted. The 4 level 30 players had just begun their attacks. As the Celestial Master was on the verge of being slain, the onlooking players lamented. In the end, solo players can't compete with guilds. Even a formidable figure like the Celestial Master is no exception. One person's strength is ultimately limited. These members of the Kongzhan Guild are truly shameless. Not only do they have the advantage in numbers, but they also have a level advantage, even bringing in the killer who specializes in taking down mages. Indeed, it's absolutely absurd. Only the Celestial Master could hold out this long. If it were me, I would have been killed in one exchange. I'm not saying this, brother, but you really overestimate yourself. Do you think you're worthy of facing them? One had to say that these level 30 players chose their moment well. They launched their ambush right after he used the Red Lotus shockwave, clearly having studied his skills. Those players in their teens had been treated as cannon fodder and sacrifices. These level 30 players were the real killers. If he still had his previous gear configuration, the rate at which he could recover mana would not even match their attacks. Now Lin Hao merely focused his mind, and the mana stored in the mana gem filled his mana to the brim. Watching the Celestial Master's mana bar, which had been on the verge of empty, suddenly fill up again, everyone present was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Absurd. What kind of skill is this? It replenished his mana in an instant. You guessed wrong. It definitely isn't a skill, because there are many mana recovery skills, but the amount restored is always small. To refill all at once, it must be an ultra-rare special item. That makes sense. That looks like a precious one-time use item. Meanwhile, the 4 level 30 players also launched their attacks, simultaneously unleashing their strongest skills. 3,145, 3,012, 3,453, 3,009. These 4 players were clearly not something ordinary solo players could compare to, dealing over 12,000 points of terrifying damage. At this point, Lin Hao's mana was only 6,050 points fully restored, but was instantly emptied. His mana absorbed a total of 12,100 points of damage, with the remaining 519 points striking him. However, before they could take pride in their success, Lin Hao coldly remarked, "If this is all you've got, you should bring more people next time." Kongzhan Tianxia instantly became furious. Facing death, you still dare to boast. No matter how one looked at it, this round was a resounding victory for them. Yet no sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt as if he was hallucinating. The Celestial Master's mana bar, which had just been emptied, was refilled again. What the hell? Absurd. How is this possible? The Celestial Master's mana must be conservatively estimated at 6,000 points. What kind of item can instantly restore 6,000 points of mana? And it's not just that it combined with the mana recovered earlier, at least 12,000 points have been restored. This is insane. Such a defiant special item is not one-time use, but can be used twice. Too outrageous. Let's just say, is it possible for him to use it a third time? Because the uses of special items are often 1 or 3. Kongzhan Tianxiao and others fell into a slight despair after launching their attacks, but quickly adjusted their mindset. After all, the advantage still lay with them. Despite the loss of many, those were merely cannon fodder. The players on the field were the real threat. 4 level 30 players, the super expert Shadow Master, and with himself wielding 2 legendary items, he was hardly inferior to the level 30 players. If Lin Hao knew their thoughts, he would undoubtedly laugh. After all, despite their numerous lethal moves and revealing all their trump cards, they had only managed to deplete a little over 12,000 of his mana. Yet his mana stone still contained over 80,000. Naturally, he could not reveal this. The more unknown a trump card is, the greater its deterrent effect, leaving others to speculate on how many times he could recover his mana. Then he unleashed a fire explosion, instantly hitting the Berserker of the World. 3,875. The shockwave also affected the 4 people beside him. 2,550. 2,550. 2,550. The LV1 fire explosion was simply too weak to instantly kill these people, but Lin Hao did not mind, as the mana value of his mana stone was rapidly increasing. 1937. 1,275. 1,275. In just a moment, his mana increased by over 5,700 points. How could he possibly lose? Lin Hao couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, the Berserker of the World and others regained confidence, believing that the usage of that special item would eventually be exhausted. One by one, they began attacking with enthusiasm. They firmly believed that with so many people they could kill the unprotected Heavenly Master. 3,145. 3,012. 3,453. 3,009. His mana was once again completely consumed, and this time Shadow did not evade, but unleashed his trump card, the legendary skill Shadow Follows. It creates a puppet that copies an attack and agility equivalent to itself, unable to be selected, and immune to all damage. When the player launches an attack, the puppet replicates this attack, causing equal damage. The puppet can survive on the battlefield for 10 seconds when summoned. This is a very powerful legendary skill equivalent to dealing double damage with each attack, and it can even replicate legendary skills. Seeing this skill, Lin Hao's expression became somewhat serious. Connecting with the mana stone, he immediately replenished his mana. At the same time, Shadow's attack also arrived. 3,658. 3,658. Even without the enhancement from the shadow-breaking attack, he still dealt considerable damage with his other skills. Not only did it drain Lin Hao's mana, but it also inflicted over 1,000 points of damage on him. If he hadn't previously drunk the Endless Life tea combined with the damage he had already taken, he would likely have perished. However, there are no ifs in this world. The final outcome was that he survived while the assassin before him could not. You are a formidable opponent, but with just this you are far from being able to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, a fire explosion swiftly shot out, leaving him no chance to evade. 7,950. Even a powerful assassin like Shadow could not withstand this fire explosion and was instantly killed. What the hell? The nearby casual players couldn't believe their eyes. The assassin player, who was a god in their minds, capable of killing level 50 players at level 20, was gone just like that. One of the casual players who played as an assassin, feeling somewhat dejected, said, "Shadow was too hasty. He shouldn't have revealed himself just now, or he wouldn't have died." You can't blame him. Mainly the Heavenly Master is too overpowered. How does a mage have such thick health? Indeed, that damage had clearly drained his mana, yet it still inflicted over 1,000 points of damage. How did he not get killed? Incredible. These big shots are on a completely different level from us ordinary players. I suspect we are playing two different games. The fall of Shadow brought such a significant shock to the onlookers, not to mention the Berserker of the World and others. If the Heavenly Master's mana hadn't been exhausted and his health was nearing its end, they would have genuinely doubted whether this guy before them was invincible. But in the next instant, they were horrified to find that the Heavenly Master's mana bar was full again. What the hell? Is this absurd? It has already recovered 4 times. What kind of special item is this so overpowered? It recovers over 6,000 mana in one go and has continuously recovered 4 times. I just want to know which genius designed this item. I don't understand, but this item seriously disrupts game balance. Can't those planners see this? The Berserker of the World was utterly despairing this time, as the Heavenly Master's skills had cooled down, and he had now activated the intermediate barrier technique. In reality, this skill had long cooled down due to the cooldown reduction from Divine Protection. The reason it was used now was that Shadow had not yet died. Using it would have been pointless. But these guys before him had no way to inflict significant damage on the shield. A fire explosion fell, causing another casualty. When they finally shattered the shield with great difficulty, another fire explosion instantly killed one more person. At this point, the outcome was already determined, and the berserker of the world and others were powerless to turn the tide. After defeating them all, Lin Hao began to loot the spoils. Meanwhile, the casual players excitedly uploaded everything they witnessed to the forum. Shocking. Shadow God's first defeat. This title was very attention-grabbing. Although Shadow's fame among the player base was not as high as the Heavenly Master, he was quite renowned among new assassin players. Many people didn't even read the content and speculated, did Shadow God fail? Was the opponent a level 60 player? I guess that must be it, there is no other possibility. After all, Shadow God could kill level 50 players at level 20, and now that he's level 30, only level 60 players could pose a threat to him. But more people finished reading the content and then criticized your Shadow God. Seems to be nothing special. He couldn't defeat the Heavenly Master even with so many people allied. Heavenly Master. Someone said in confusion, didn't he just leave the novice village? His level doesn't seem to be higher than Shadow. How could he be Shadow God's opponent? Many assassin players couldn't accept this outcome, but after watching the video they could only exclaim in disbelief. The Heavenly Master single-handedly slaughtered more than 20 people, including 7 level 30 players. Even Shadow God had made a move, yet he was still obliterated. Many assassin players wept quietly as their faith seemed to collapse at this moment. A god capable of hunting level 50 players at level 20, even when teaming up with so many others, was still no match for the Heavenly Master. This blow was somewhat significant for them. Players who played as mages laughed uncontrollably. The Heavenly Master is the god of us mage players. The one true god. Shadow is just mediocre. He claims to be able to kill with one strike, but after stabbing so many times the Heavenly Master is still perfectly fine. But that can't be said. A Shadow is still quite powerful as he was able to survive so long after attacking the Heavenly Master. He seems to be the first one to do so. That's true, others were obliterated by the fire explosion at the first moment, and only he could endure for so long and still deal so much damage. He indeed has skills. The forum was bustling with excitement, while Lin Hao began collecting his spoils of war. This was the most critical moment of the team battle. If one did not gather loot after a victory, what was the difference from losing? The ground was littered with equipment overwhelming to the eyes, and more importantly, the quality of the gear was not bad. The least valuable were blue items. More importantly, he found 2 pieces of legendary equipment radiating an orange glow. The casual players could hardly believe their eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Wow, it really is legendary equipment, and 2 pieces at that. The luck of the master is incredible. After this battle, he must have earned at least 5 to 6 million. I'm just curious which 2 unlucky souls dropped the legendary gear. They must be crying themselves to sleep tonight. Stop guessing. I know both of these pieces. They're all from the player Quanzhan Tianxia. That's just great. Those who act unjustly will meet their end. They deserve it for constantly backstabbing their teammates. You can say that again. They indeed faced retribution. Just a moment ago, he was having a blast killing the backline. His sin value skyrocketed, and now it's too late to cry. The casual players began to gloat, delighted to see Quanzhan Tianxia in trouble, finding more joy in that than in obtaining legendary equipment themselves. Lin Hao looked at the 2 pieces of legendary equipment in his hands and couldn't help but sigh. That poor kid just bought the Xuanwu shield not long ago, and now it's back in my hands. Not only that, but he also gifted me a piece of legendary armor. What a good person. The level 15 legendary armor was meant for warriors, which he could not wear, and the Xuanwu shield was also unusable for him. But this time Lin Hao had no intention of selling them. With these 2 pieces of legendary equipment, plus the 12 he obtained from defeating the world boss, he now had a total of 14 pieces. Including the Dark Devourer in his possession, that made 15. It's safe to say that no ordinary guild had as many legendary items as he did. He tossed all the unusable gear onto the auction house and strode towards the boss. With the fall of the Quanzhan Guild, the scattered guild players who had been toying with the boss earlier scattered like wild horses, disappearing without a trace. Lin Hao glanced at the boss health, which was down to just over 21,000. Even if he killed it now, he couldn't deal 50 decisive damage and would miss out on all the loot. After a moment of thought, Lin Hao used the forbidden spell healing technique on the boss. In the next instant, the boss health indeed began to rise. 10,000. What the hell? The casual players, stunned, could not comprehend how the boss suddenly regained 10,000 health. They had just spent so long and so many people only managing to deal over 20,000 damage. How could it recover almost half in the blink of an eye? By the way, this boss didn't have any healing skills. Could it be a bug? Just when everyone looked confused, Lin Hao struck. The unremarkable fire burst spell exploded on the boss' forehead. 7,950. In less than a second, another fire burst struck again. 39,750. As the 5-digit damage number appeared, the boss collapsed, dropping a pile of equipment. The casual players were completely stunned. Oh, was this really the boss they had been struggling with for so long? With its high defense of 2,200 points, could it be made of paper? Why is there such a vast difference between people? Although top players say that skills and talents that ignore a certain amount of defense are quite lackluster and become useless in the later stages, in the early game, they are practically divine skills. While 2,200 points of defense might not mean much later on, it was quite exaggerated in the early stages. They had been battling for so long, while the master only used 2 fire bursts. This early stage leveling is bound to be too easy. Meanwhile, Lin Hao received a system notification: ding, defeated the level 25 Iron Hoofbull King, gained 2,500 experience points. Defeating an enemy 4 levels higher grants an additional 1,000 experience points. Ding, the War God talent is activated. You have absorbed the primal power of the Iron Hoofbull King, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. Ding, player master dealt over 50 damage to the boss, claiming all rewards. It actually works. Lin Hao was a bit surprised. The healing technique restored the boss health, and then striking it down still counted as effective damage. Then he could infinitely exploit this, madly abusing the bug to claim all rewards. The healing technique truly brought him a pleasant surprise. It's just a pity that while the boss dropped many items, none were particularly valuable. 7 pieces of equipment dropped, 5 of which were blue, and only 2 were red. One was a dagger for assassins, and the other was a necklace for mages. Bullhorn necklace, quality red equipment, level 25, class requirement, Mage. Effect 1, increases maximum mana by 500 points. Effect 2, reduces spell cooldown time by 5. This is still a decent item, a rare piece that can reduce cooldowns. While the effect isn't massive, it can still be somewhat useful, and he can wear it once he reaches level 25. After defeating this boss, he was not far from reaching level 22. Since he wasn't a launch player, and this wasn't a beginner village, there was no first kill announcement. However, Lin Hao did not mind, as he found leveling up to be very easy now. The monsters in the Tianyu region were quite generous with experience points. The difficulty in leveling up was primarily due to the high strength of the monsters. Typical players of the same level were no match and constantly faced the risk of being killed. But if a few more people came, the experience would be divided, greatly slowing down the players' leveling speed. On the other hand, if players were strong enough to hunt monsters alone, their leveling speed would skyrocket. This is why among the first batch of players entering Tianyu, only 3 have reached level 90, while the vast majority are barely above level 80, showcasing a significant gap. After defeating all the guild players, Lin Hao gained 606 points of dark value. It was only those 7 level 30 players that gave a relatively high amount of dark value. The cannon fodder were of lower level than him, and were completely crushed by his strength, adding up to less than 100 points. Now Lin Hao had a total of 737 points of dark value, just 263 points away from upgrading the Red Lotus Shockwave again. He was in a hurry to complete his tasks, otherwise he would have blocked the city gate, refusing to relent until they crumbled. Wanhua City. Racing back, it took Lin Hao only 10 minutes to return to the town. Along the way, he encountered many monsters that blocked his path, all of which he dispatched effortlessly, allowing him to reach level 22, not far from level 23. His rapid leveling was greatly aided by his God of War talent, which ignored all defensive effects, combined with a 5-fold damage increase, making him incredibly formidable. Otherwise, his leveling speed would have been reduced by at least half. The attributes he gained this time were still allocated to agility. Lin Hao estimated that this would continue until level 30. His agility attribute had already reached an impressive 226 points, which would still be sufficient even up to level 35. I hope after obtaining the light orb that High Priest won't give me agility points again. After returning to Wanhua City, Lin Hao headed straight for the Church of Light. To obtain the light orb, it was a hurdle he couldn't bypass. Fortunately, drawing from his past life experiences, Lin Hao had plenty of ways to proceed. It was nighttime in the Tianyu realm, and the Church of Light was no longer open to the public, so there were no players gathered here. Compared to the daytime bustle, the Church of Light was eerily quiet at this hour. Outside the church, 2 heavily armored NPCs stood guard, looking quite formidable. Upon seeing Lin Hao approach, they assessed him, and then said indifferently, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Facing their condescending tone, Lin Hao replied coldly, "I am a Celestial Master, a distinguished guest of the leader. Hurry up and report." Celestial Master. The 2 guards looked puzzled, evidently having never heard that title before. Just then a cold voice came from within the church, "Let him in." The guards immediately stepped aside, fearing to offend Lin Hao and provoke a complaint. Humph. Now it was Lin Hao's turn to look down on them. With a detached glance at the guards, he continued forward while the church was dimly lit at night. Although candles were lit around, their flickering flames could not illuminate the entire cathedral. The flickering candlelight seemed ready to be extinguished at any moment, creating a psychological thrill akin to entering a haunted house. At that moment, a slightly thin figure appeared in front of him, which had previously been empty. The man looked indifferent, his voice extremely cold. "How did you know my identity?" Only a few high-ranking officials in the Abyss Church knew of his identity, and among the high ranks he had never heard of a celestial master. However, the other party clearly had his background figured out, seemingly not like someone from the Church of Light, which puzzled him greatly. Hearing this, Lin Hao immediately understood that Hui Yunwu had learned about the Wang Yuan incident. With this in mind, Lin Hao retorted, "Is your identity really such a great secret?" "Humph." The man snorted coldly, "My identity is indeed not a major secret, but it's not something every ant can know." His gaze was fixed intensely on Lin Hao, clearly indicating that if Lin Hao's answer did not satisfy him, he would act immediately. Seeing this, Lin Hao showed no sign of fear on his face. Instead, he casually assessed the man before him. The man's skin was very pale, even whiter than most women, and he wore a white robe of the Church of Light. If it weren't known that he was male, one would certainly mistake him for female. "It's normal that you don't know me. Given your current level, you are not worthy of knowing my existence." "Oh." The man's originally indifferent expression shifted to one of annoyance. This rookie, who was barely over level 20, could be easily killed with a single slap, yet dared to claim he was unworthy of knowing him. This was truly the funniest joke he had heard in years. "You better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise no matter how many times you can revive, I can keep killing you indefinitely." Players' ability to revive was known to NPCs in Tianyu. At the time, the official explanation was that it was to make the game more realistic. However, after experiencing so much, Lin Hao no longer viewed Tianyu as an ordinary game. Yet he was not intimidated by this statement. "Hui Yunwu, I have already said that you are not worthy of knowing my identity yet." Hui Yunwu was completely angered by this, no longer suppressing his aura. His white robe billowed without wind, and just as he was about to act, Lin Hao slowly said, "It's been 10 years. You haven't forgotten your mission, have you?" Hui Yunwu was taken aback upon hearing this, knowing that only his direct superior would know he was carrying out a mission here. And although they hadn't seen each other for 10 years, they still had contact every few months. How could he have never heard of a celestial master? More importantly, from his tone, it seemed he had quite a background. Hui Yunwu was even more confused, but lowered his arms, saying in a deep voice, "If you truly know about this matter, then please elaborate." "All right, let me help you recall." Lin Hao slowly said, 10 years ago, you were commanded by Protector Wu to come to the Church of Light in Wanyue City, starting from the most basic instructor. The reason for choosing this place was that you received the latest news that there were remnants of the Light God Cauldron here. Now 10 years have passed, and you have reached the position of leader, but what about the Light God Cauldron? Have you perhaps betrayed the Abyss Church and forgotten Protector Wu's kindness to you? Lin Hao's demeanor was filled with scrutiny, and Hui Yunwu's heart sank upon hearing it. This person could actually know such a confidential matter, so clearly could he be someone not to be offended even by Elder Wu. Otherwise, Elder Wu would have notified him before he arrived. The only possibility was that this young man had more power than Elder Wu, preventing him from leaking any information. Thinking of this, Hui Yunwu's attitude became respectful. "This celestial master, I was disrespectful earlier. These past 10 years, I have never forgotten my mission, and through my diligent efforts, I have ultimately become the leader of this branch of the Church of Light. Over the years, I have not forgotten to investigate the whereabouts of the Light God Cauldron remnants, but regrettably, I have found nothing." "Enough." Lin Hao waved his hand, interrupting him. "I know your loyalty to Protector Wu. I know you won't betray him." "Then, my lord, why have you come this time?" "Of course it is for the whereabouts of the Light God Cauldron. Do you think I would willingly come to this small town? I have already learned the whereabouts of the Light God Cauldron remnants." Before Lin Hao could finish his sentence, Hui Yunwu could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Where?" As soon as he said it, he laughed apologetically. "Celestial Master, I was just out of line." Lin Hao smiled and shook his head, indicating that he did not mind. Mainly, he was just leveraging his past lives' experiences to bluff. He could not truly treat Hui Yunwu as his subordinate. Lin Hao began to recount his premeditated words. "As for the whereabouts of the Light God Cauldron remnants, they are indeed far in the sky, yet close at hand. You may not believe it, but the thing we have longed for is located right beneath this church." "What?" Hui Yunwu exclaimed in shock, realizing it was so close, yet why had he never noticed it all these years? How did this master know? Lin Hao could naturally guess what the other party was thinking, but he had no intention of explaining, as this location was merely a fabrication. The Light God Cauldron is a legendary grade artifact that transcends even legends, a weapon worshipped by the God of Light of the Church of Light. During the battle with the Dark King, the Light God Cauldron was shattered into pieces and scattered everywhere, with one piece flying toward Wanyue City. Even as fragments, the Light God Cauldron holds immense value, far surpassing that of legendary weapons. Yet no matter how much people searched, they could not find its whereabouts. And Lin Hao, of course, did not know that until he traversed into this world, the whereabouts of the Light God Cauldron remained an unsolved mystery. After all, such a powerful artifact, even as fragments, could very well shatter space and no longer exist in this dimension. Otherwise, if there were even a hint of possibility to find it, players would never give up. Additionally, regarding the legend of the Light God Cauldron, current players were still unaware, and it would take another 2 years before it would be known to the public. You don't need to know how I got this information. What you need to do now is retrieve the shards of the bright divine cauldron. Lin Hao had no intention of explaining, and after filling in the blanks about Lin Hao's identity, Hui Yunwu no longer doubted him. Whether the shards were underground or not, he could find out with a single probe. Thinking of this, Hui Yunwu nodded, saying, "Now is the perfect time, my lord. I will be back shortly." Lin Hao advised, "The power of the bright divine cauldron is too strong. There may be exceptionally fierce luminous beings underground. Are you fully prepared?" "Do not worry, my lord. I have some confidence in my strength," Hui Yunwu replied. "More importantly, I carry treasures given by the church. If the divine cauldron truly exists below, I will surely obtain it." "Very well," Lin Hao nodded with a smile. "Then I will wait for you here. By the way, those tea leaves you collected were quite good. Send me a few more boxes." "A few boxes?" Hui Yunwu's mouth twitched. "What do you take the Millennium Spiritual Tea for? Is it just some street tea?" He had collected for so long, and he only had 6 boxes in total. Over the years, he had been reluctant to drink them, and just now he had already given away 1 box. "Master Tianshi, I currently only have 3 boxes left. If you like them, I can send them all to you," Hui Yunwu said, feeling quite pained. "All right, thank you very much," Lin Hao said, satisfied to have extracted 3 boxes of tea, knowing when to stop. "It's my pleasure," Hui Yunwu replied, his mouth twisting with bitterness as he hurriedly left the church, fearing he might be further extorted. Lin Hao watched him leave without taking any further action, wary of a potential ambush. It wasn't until the servant brought over the 3 boxes of tea that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hui Yunwu truly went underground. As for how he descended, Lin Hao did not know, but he understood that if he did not act quickly, he would not have a good outcome when Hui Yunwu returned. After collecting the 3 boxes of rare tea, Lin Hao wasted no time glancing at it. After sending the sycophantic servant away, he immediately began to act. The bright pearl was enshrined at the innermost part of the church on an offering table in a room. Having previously joined the bright church of Wanhua City, Lin Hao was naturally familiar with the place and soon found the bright pearl. The bright pearl was not large, about the size of an adult's fist, emanating a faint yellowish golden light. Bathed in its glow, Lin Hao felt an indescribable sense of tranquility. Lin Hao had no time to linger there. After storing the bright pearl in his system backpack, he immediately walked out of the church. Once outside, he still did not feel completely at ease and quickened his pace towards the city gate. But at that moment, he was stopped by someone. The 2 guards at the entrance, seeing Lin Hao attempting to leave the city at night, quickly intervened, saying, "Halt. You cannot leave the city at night." Lin Hao was not surprised by this. All cities in the Tianyu domain closed their gates at night, preventing outsiders from entering and insiders from exiting. Officially, this is to prevent monsters from attacking the city. Nighttime monsters are far more ferocious than those during the day. Lin Hao naturally could not stop. Wanhua City was merely a low-level map with a maximum level of 30, so its defensive strength was not strong. With the people in the tower, there were only about 11 or 12 in total. If he wanted to kill them, it would be quite easy, but Lin Hao did not want to be hunted down by the entire city. Killing NPCs would yield no benefits, but if an NPC killed him, he would be unable to log into the game for 3 days. Moreover, upon logging back in, he would still be in a wanted status, resulting in severe penalties. Seeing that Lin Hao had no intention of stopping, the 2 guards took up combat stances, and one of them pulled out a horn ready to blow it. At that moment, Lin Hao cast a forbidden technique, provocation. Soon the 2 guards were locked in a struggle. The skill forbidden technique provocation was something he had used very rarely lately. The reason was simple. Players who had left the novice village generally had purification-related skills or items, so it was not as useful as before. However, apart from magic-type NPCs, ordinary NPCs had few means to counter it, making it highly effective against them. Taking advantage of the 2 struggling, Lin Hao made his way to the city gate. The city gate was quite heavy, but it wasn't exaggeratedly thick, like 10 meters. Utilizing the power of Starshine Flash, Lin Hao easily reached outside the city. But just then a sudden beam of golden light shot up into the sky from the direction of the church within the city. The originally dim city was illuminated on one side. After the golden light ascended, it streaked towards the east. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the sky chasing after it. But his speed had noticeably decreased, and Lin Hao looked up to find that it was actually Hui Yunwu. Seeing that familiar figure, and recalling the golden light that had just shot towards him, Lin Hao was somewhat dumbfounded. "I was just speaking casually, yet it turns out there really was something below." Lin Hao felt a bit dazed. Had he known earlier, he should have waited until his strength improved before seeking it out himself. After all, this was a fragment of a divine artifact. Lin Hao immediately felt as if he had lost a billion, but suddenly reconsidered, and realized something was off. In his previous life, many players at level 80 to 90 had come searching for it, claiming to have dug 3 feet deep. The entire Wanhua city had been turned upside down, yet they still found nothing. How could it suddenly appear just because Hui Yunwu was looking for it? That's right, he seemed to have mentioned that the church gave him some treasure. Could it be related to that? Lin Hao shook his head. Now was not the time to ponder this, for he was horrified to discover that the golden light was actually shooting towards Zhiyue Mountain. After all, Dugu Ting was still there recuperating. If he were to be struck Heaton, could the heavily injured Dugu Ting stand a chance against Hui Yunwu? This is outrageous. Lin Hao felt truly dazed. After finally obtaining the quest item, the one who issued the quest might be in trouble. What kind of situation was this? Thinking of this, Lin Hao hurriedly took out the communication token. Elder High Priest, a level 60 expert, is heading your way. You need to leave Wanhua Mountain immediately. However, after waiting for a while, there was no response. Seeing this, Lin Hao became anxious and quickly activated his sprinting skill. With an agility attribute of 226, he ran at an incredible speed. Although the monsters at night had become much more ferocious, the players grinding at night had not decreased. It's impossible to work by day and rest by night. We players won't stop until we've ground for 48 hours straight. Naturally, the players not far from Zhiyue Mountain also noticed that dazzling golden light. Even without looking up, one could be blinded by it. It was obvious that it must be an incredible treasure. Big brother, did you see that? There's a treasure radiating golden light flying in the sky. Stop shouting, I'm not blind. Everyone hurry up and catch up. This must be an invaluable treasure. Charge, charge, charge. The treasure is mine. Don't you dare steal it from me. Scenes like this were happening all over Wanhua City. Even though everyone knew that as novices their chances of obtaining the treasure were very low, what if they were the lucky ones? Holding on to this thought, a large group of casual players headed towards Zhiyue Mountain. Just when they thought their speed was already quite fast, a figure like a specter overtook them from behind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That seemed to be a mage. That's absurd. Am I hallucinating? How can that mage run faster than me, a thief? What the hell? Even though we're both mages, why is his speed a world apart from mine? Stop being surprised. Take a closer look at the nickname. What about the nickname? Oh snap, it turns out to be Tian. Sure, then it's no big deal. As he hurried towards Zhiyue Mountain, without stopping, Lin Hao ran into quite a few acquaintances. Lu Xiao looked at his nemesis and made a slicing gesture across his throat. Tian, sure. The treasure is ours. If you dare ascend the mountain, I will make sure you can't come down. The other members also threatened boastfully. What Lu Xiao said is right. As a casual player, how can you get opportunities every time? Yes, this treasure must belong to us. The rest can only run for nothing. A bunch of fools. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to deal with them, and soon left them far behind. How is his speed so fast? Lu Xiao and the others were dumbfounded. Oh, with such speed, who could keep up if they were flying a kite? Looking at a nearby level 30 thief player, the latter surprisingly shook his head. I can't keep up with that speed. What? Lu Xiao looked shocked. A level 30 thief couldn't outrun a mage who had just come out of the novice village. Is this person really not cheating? Watching Lin Hao run farther and farther away, Lu Xiao suddenly grinned sinisterly. Heaven has a way, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you seek self-destruction. Once you're on the mountain, let's see where else you can escape to. Lin Hao's speed was astonishing. Along the way, he encountered members of the Mad Warrior Guild and those from Sword Dance Wind Cloud. They were naturally hostile towards him, but with the treasure ahead, they did not attack for now. However, once the matter concluded, he would likely be in trouble. At this moment, Lin Hao couldn't afford to think about that much. A Dugu Ting must not die no matter what. In an ordinary game, such an important NPC would never die just like that, but Lin Hao knew this was far from an ordinary game. Anything could happen. I hope the two of them haven't met yet, otherwise if they really start fighting, I certainly won't stand a chance against a top-level NPC at level 60. As Lin Hao worried, he followed the route from his memory. After confirming no one was following him, he walked straight into the cave. The cave was as dark as ever and Dugu Ting had not left. However, the worst thing he feared ultimately happened. Hui Yunwu had arrived in the cave before him and was already standing in front of Dugu Ting. He formed a strange black energy in his left hand, pressing it fiercely against Dugu Ting's chest. Dugu Ting, seemingly too injured, was closing his eyes to heal and was completely unaware of this. Stop! Lin Hao shouted, launching an explosive fire spell instantly. Hui Yunwu's expression changed. He could actually sense a hint of danger from this seemingly ordinary explosive fire spell. While in doubt, he hurriedly withdrew and constructed a transparent protective shield in front of him. Boom! The explosive fire spell struck the shield with a loud bang, causing fine cracks to appear on the shield, yet it remained remarkably sturdy. Lin Hao looked at the shield's durability and found it still had over 60,000 points, immediately causing his scalp to go numb. This was the top-level NPC at level 60. It was absurd. It seems he'll have to do it this way. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and raised his staff. Though destroying the mana gem would be a great loss, if Dugu Ting died, the loss would be even greater. Seeing the Tianshi burst into the cave and suddenly raise his staff, seemingly making a difficult decision, Hui Yunwu was nearly scared out of his wits. For he sensed a sense of catastrophic danger from that staff. Even if he used his invincible skill, he would still be killed. What kind of treasure is this that can make me feel such a lethal threat? Hui Yunwu's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, Elder Tian, sure it's me. You have the wrong person. You killed the wrong person. Lin Hao said expressionlessly, indeed it's you I'm going to kill. Hui Yunwu. As Lin Hao was about to crush the staff, Hui Yunwu could no longer care about anything else and terrifiedly shouted, Elder High Priest, save me. As soon as those words were spoken, Dugu Ting behind him suddenly opened his eyes. A pressure akin to 1,000 pounds locked onto Lin Hao, rendering him immobile. Lin Hao had a premonition that as soon as the other party exerted force, he would be crushed to pieces. What level of NPC is this? Could he be a level 99 existence? He had just been worried about Dugu Ting's safety, and thinking back he realized he had let his worries cloud his judgment. Even a severely injured Dugu Ting was not someone Hui Yunwu could threaten. Lin Hao's heart sank, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Senior Priest, don't make a move. It's me, the Celestial Master. Hearing that familiar voice and sensing that familiar aura, Dugu Ting finally relaxed, and asked in confusion, You two, how did you end up fighting? Hui Yunwu, filled with resentment, replied, I want to ask him too. He just came in and wanted to kill me. Did I dig up your ancestral grave? Senior Priest, do you know each other? Lin Hao was also quite confused, but didn't you say you didn't know Hui Yunwu before? So that's how it is. This was indeed my mistake. Dugu Ting, unusually embarrassed, said, After all, it's been over 2,000 years. I can't possibly remember the names of all my subordinates, and I truly didn't know him before this. Upon hearing this, Hui Yunwu instantly understood why Lin Hao had attacked him. It was because he was worried that he would kill Dugu Ting. Does that mean they both have known each other for a long time? Thinking of this, Hui Yunwu felt as if he had been played, his expression darkening as he said, Who exactly are you? Lin Hao felt a bit helpless. He had initially planned to just take advantage of the situation and never return to Moonlight City. He never expected that after going around in circles they were actually on the same side. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lin Hao said, Well, how about I return the tea leaves to you? Hearing this, Hui Yunwu finally realized that this guy was not a high-ranking member of the Abyss Church, and he had been treated as a fool all along. You bastard. Hui Yunwu roared in anger. It was the first time he had been taken in so badly. Losing the tea leaves was trivial, but being treated like a monkey was unacceptable. Fortunately, at that moment, someone who could calm both of them appeared, or else this matter would have been difficult to resolve. Dugu Ting interjected at this moment, We are all family here, it was just a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, let's all be a bit more amicable. Celestial Master, since you've returned, does that mean the task I entrusted to you has been completed? Lin Hao nodded and took out the bright pearl from his system backpack. Upon seeing the bright pearl, the previously calm expression of Hui Yunwu instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, Dugu Ting smiled and said, Celestial Master, I knew you would never disappoint me. Let's consider the tea leaves as a reward for you. As for Yunwu, I have other gifts for you. Ding, main quest completed, reward 3 boxes of Millennium Spirit Tea. Lin Hao sighed, feeling like he had lost out. These 3 boxes of Millennium Spirit Tea were clearly obtained before completing the task, but nonetheless, it was still better than shattering a magic stone. At that moment, Dugu Ting suddenly tossed a token over. This is the Divine Craftsman token. It is of no use to me, so consider it a reward as well. Divine Craftsman token. Lin Hao received the token, his face filled with confusion. Although this item seemed prestigious by name, he had never heard of it in all his years in his past life. Hui Yunwu, however, had a drastic change in expression. I didn't expect the Grand Priest to value this kid so much, even giving him the Divine Craftsman token. Divine Craftsman token quality, special item, bound player, Celestial Master. This item cannot be dropped. Description: the only item in the entire realm that allows you to command a Divine Craftsman to create a piece of equipment for you. Such a simple description left Lin Hao in a daze for a long time. A Divine Craftsman. That was someone capable of crafting max-level legendary equipment. What's more, it could be customized. If he wanted any special effects, he just needed to find the corresponding materials and let the Divine Craftsman forge it. Theoretically, he could create equipment that perfectly matched him, greatly boosting his strength. Once the news about this Divine Craftsman token spread, even players at levels 80 or 90 would be unable to remain calm, as it possessed a fatal allure for them. Lin Hao carefully stored the token. Crafting equipment right now would undoubtedly be an extreme waste of resources. After all, even if he crafted a level 100 piece of equipment, he couldn't equip it. Crafting a level 20 piece would be akin to being kicked in the head by a donkey. Lin Hao had felt like he was at a loss before, but now he suddenly felt like he had struck gold. Dugu Ting's generosity had never failed to impress. After putting his things away, Lin Hao noticed that Dugu Ting had already begun healing. His injuries were likely much more severe than he had imagined. So the black energy Hui Yunwu used earlier was to suppress that bright power within him. You should have said that earlier, you made me so nervous. Exorcising that bright power was expected to take about 10 minutes. He could only ask about the bright divine cauldron later. Lin Hao simply opened the forum to see if there were any new developments. The hottest posts were still about Xia Rufan. He was a walking hotspot in Xia country, and his presence could be seen in over half of the sections. Important strategy for the novice village dungeon boss. Latest news from the Celestial Master speculation about the Goblin King throwing special potions. As long as over 50 damage was dealt within 3 seconds, a hidden mechanism would be triggered. The Goblin King would throw out 20 potions. According to the Celestial Master, he had obtained 3 special potions that everyone could try. Posted by Xia Rufan. A post of just over 100 words broke 10 million views within an hour. The comments section was filled with cheers. Celestial Master is amazing. I just tried it, and it actually works. You are amazing too. How did you do it in just 3 seconds? That's right, even if I used my ultimate move, I could only deal 10 of the health. It's simply impossible. That's not it. The Celestial Master might have said something wrong, not really wrong, but mainly because he is too strong, so he didn't notice. Alright, stop keeping us in suspense. Oh, quickly tell us how you did it. Don't rush, since the Celestial Master and Fanshin have been so selfless in sharing this crucial information, I will share as well. Actually, as long as you deal 50 of the health within 10 seconds, it's fine. It doesn't have to be in 3 seconds. That's simply impossible for a person except for the Celestial Master. So that's how it is. I think I can try that too. So it turns out that dealing 50 damage within 10 seconds is sufficient. This was indeed something Lin Hao was unaware of, but what surprised him even more was that Xia Rufan had actually made this information public. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. The novice village dungeons can only be entered by beginners. The Aolong Guild just needed to spread this information and cast a wide net. Those who could take away half of the boss's health within 10 seconds were certainly very promising players. Having benefited from the Aolong Guild's news, they would inevitably feel some goodwill, making future recruitment easier. Below the forum, in addition to players from Xia country, there were also many overseas players, and their mood was somewhat displeased. Damn it, why doesn't our island have such a boss? Yeah, our beautiful country doesn't have a goblin boss, but a pirate, and so on. Perhaps the mechanics are the same. Oh, praise the Heavenly Master, I feel like I've discovered a blind spot. The news spread wider and wider, and was soon confirmed. Although the boss in each country's novice village was different, the mechanics were the same. As long as one dealt 50 of the boss's health within 10 seconds, there was a chance to gain attribute points. However, very few players ultimately succeeded in obtaining attribute points. After all, not everyone possesses such terrifying explosive power to inflict half of the boss's health in just 10 seconds. Currently, the luckiest was a rogue player from Xia country who received 20 potions dropped by the boss, 5 of which were special potions. The most unfortunate was a samurai player from the island nation who was directly killed by the 20 potions dropped by the boss. This mechanic could only be triggered once, so it was useless when he attempted the challenge again. After browsing the forum for about 10 minutes, Dugu Ting and others had also finished healing. On the surface, Dugu Ting's condition had indeed improved significantly. His originally pale complexion had regained color, and his aura had become much stronger. Lin Hao closed the forum and approached Dugu Ting, asking, "Have you recovered from your injuries, senior priest?" Dugu Ting had not yet spoken when Hui Yunwu coldly snorted, "It's not that easy. The great priest has been sealed in the exiled land for 2,000 years and is already weak. Moreover, he was ambushed by that group of beasts. It's impressive that he has held on until now." Hui Yunwu harbored hostility toward Lin Hao and did not forget what had happened before despite Dugu Ting's mediation. If it weren't for the concern over the staff in Lin Hao's hand, he might have acted on his anger. Seeing the other party's indifference, Lin Hao was not polite either. How was I to know you were one of us? By the way, what is your relationship with senior priest? Hui Yunwu was unwilling to explain, but thinking of the great priest's regard for him, he reluctantly recounted, "My great-great-great-grandfather was a trusted subordinate of the great priest 2,000 years ago. After the great priest went missing, he left behind family instructions telling future generations that the great priest was not dead. And we have been loyal to the great priest Dugu Ting for generations, not the Abyss Church. As for why we know the great priest is not dead, that's a long story, and it goes back 2,000 years. Stop. Lin Hao hurriedly interrupted. He was not interested in the background story from 2,000 years ago, he just needed to clarify his relationship with Dugu Ting. If what you say is true, then there must be quite a few people who only worship the great priest, right? For instance, your superior protector Wu. You guessed it right. Although he had just been interrupted and was a bit displeased, this was exactly what he wanted to say. In addition to Protector Wu, there are indeed many who only worship the Great Priest, but how to inform them that the Great Priest has returned is a problem. Leave this to me. Lin Hao volunteered. Give me a list, and I'll contact them. As a competent player, one must learn to find tasks on their own. Hui Yunwu then looked at Du Guting, and seeing the other party nod, he said, then I'll leave it to you. Our current situation is quite awkward. It can be said that we are under siege. Even if you expose yourself, do not drag me and the Great Priest into it. After saying that, he listed a name. Ding main quest updated, find like-minded comrades. This list included about 10 names, clearly indicating a large chain quest. However, once completed, Du Guting's influence could truly contend with top-tier forces, and he would undoubtedly receive very enticing rewards. But now was not the time to find people. Lin Hao thought for a moment and asked, you have the fragments of the bright god cauldron, right? Not with me. Hui Yunwu shook his head, his expression showing no resentment. Is that true? Lin Hao's face was filled with disbelief. This guy had previously seemed determined to obtain the fragments. How could he be so calm now that he hadn't acquired the treasure? I have no reason to lie to you, Hui Yunwu explained. The reason I wanted to obtain the fragments of the bright god cauldron is that this artifact can shatter space and take one to the exiled land. But now, since the Great Priest has emerged, it doesn't matter if I have the fragments or not. What? It can take one to the exiled land. Lin Hao was somewhat shocked. The exiled land they referred to was the novice village. He had not expected that obtaining this item would allow access to and from the novice village. But if that was the only effect, it was rather disappointing. Then where have the fragments of the bright god cauldron gone? Shattered space and ran away. Hui Yunwu said, suddenly looking puzzled. I was following the fragments and crossed into another space, which was a very unique world. There I saw a large moving iron box with someone sitting inside chatting and laughing. That iron box could actually move by itself, though it was really strange. Moreover, the people there wore very strange clothes, and each was holding a small iron box looking at it while walking. More importantly, after I got there, I was actually constrained by the power of the laws, and my strength was reduced to less than 1/10, and I almost couldn't return. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a chill run down his spine. A moving iron box with someone inside chatting and laughing. Could it be a car? That small iron box must be a mobile phone. This NPC actually went to the real world. Lin Hao was extremely shocked, but recalling the various oddities of the Tianyu, he knew that what Hui Yunwu said was true. NPCs in the game could actually go to the real world. Lin Hao was extremely shocked, but recalling the various oddities of the Tianyu, he knew that what Hui Yunwu said was true. NPCs in the game could actually go to the real world. Lin Hao could hardly imagine the stir this news would cause if it were to spread. It seems that the half sentence I didn't finish reading on the web page should be the abilities in the game can carry over to reality. The reason he didn't feel himself becoming stronger was certainly because his current strength was still insufficient. When limited, he was no different from an ordinary person. After all, even the exceptionally powerful level 60 NPC, Hui Yunwu, nearly turned into an ordinary person, not to mention him, who was only in his 20s. Doesn't this mean that those level 80 or 90 players must already know about this? After all, even if their strength was limited, it would still far surpass Hui Yunwu. Lin Hao immediately felt that the water here was deep. He had to develop cautiously and not get caught up in it too soon, or otherwise he might not even guarantee his own freedom. Hui Yunwu did not notice Lin Hao's expression and continued, however, I can sense that the limiting force in that world is gradually decreasing. Perhaps we can later find a way to use that place as a hidden development location. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt an overwhelming chill sweep over him. If the limiting force was gradually decreasing, didn't that mean that these NPCs would no longer be restrained after they left? If a conflict arose, then which ordinary person could withstand a single blow from them? If these individuals blended into the crowd, the firepower suppression would be utterly unrealistic. Ordinary bullets would likely have no effect on them. Surely they wouldn't deploy nuclear weapons to kill a few NPCs mixed in with the crowd, blowing up the entire city and burying countless people with them. Lin Hao felt some worry, but quickly let it go. The sky could fall, but there would be tall people to hold it up. This was not something a newcomer, just out of the novice village, should be concerned about. However, Lin Hao was now even more eager to become stronger. The urgent task at hand was to ensure his own safety. Dying in the game meant he could respawn, but dying in reality would mean he was truly finished. At that moment, Du Guting spoke up. The most important thing now is to restore my strength. Afterwards, I will stay at the Bright Church in Wanhua City. Master, please take care of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Guting waved his hand, and a spatial passage appeared before them. Hui Yunwu, seeing this, hurriedly stepped inside. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished without a trace, leaving Lin Hao alone in the cave. Damn it, so heartless. These two left, but what was he supposed to do? With so many enemies outside, once they couldn't find the fragments, they would definitely come looking for him. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Voices of players echoed from outside the cave. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I just saw a flash of light here. Strange, didn't the treasure fly towards the mountain top? What's the point of talking about treasures? It just disappeared into the sky. So what should we do now? Are you stupid? Of course we need to find the master. With so many of us now, and he has gone up the mountain, it's the perfect opportunity for revenge. That makes sense. As they searched and chatted, they quickly discovered Lin Hao in the cave. At this moment, Lin Hao did not look at them because Duga Ting had surprisingly thrown out a scroll before leaving. It was the special scroll. He was incredibly familiar with emergency eruption. Haha, I knew Duga Ting was generous. I truly picked the right person to follow. The people outside the cave had no idea why Lin Hao was laughing alone, finding it baffling. Lu Xiao even mocked, "What's wrong? Has he gone mad?" Guangzhan Tianxiao laughed, "Master, this time you have no way to escape." "Is that so?" Lin Hao retorted, "Since you're so confident, why don't you come in?" Guangzhan Tianxiao immediately wilted. He still remembered how he had been counter-killed in the cave of the novice village. Even though the situation was different this time, and they had a greater advantage in terms of overall strength and numbers, he dared not act rashly. He knew that the Red Lotus Shockwave was an area effect damage ability. With such a small cave, whoever dared to enter would be skewered like candied haws. It would be suicide for any number of them to enter at once, as the attack from the Red Lotus Shockwave could not be blocked. As long as one was within range, hiding at the back would be useless. Thinking of this, Guangzhan Tianxia turned to the assassin beside him and said, "Shadow God, your spatial distortion can devour all ranged attacks. Why don't you lead the way?" Shadow gave him a sideways glance, saying nothing, but his expression clearly indicated he thought he was foolish. The spatial distortion skill could indeed deal with the Red Lotus Shockwave, but the problem was that the master had more than just this one skill. With such explosive damage, a single fireball spell could take him out. In such a narrow cave, he would have nowhere to dodge and could only use spatial distortion. Once that skill was used up, he wouldn't be able to withstand a second fireball spell. In other words, if he dared to go in, the best outcome would be to force out 2 fireball spells. That would be too cheap a death, wouldn't it? It seemed that Guangzhan Tianxiao also realized this issue and awkwardly scratched his head. But this left them in a bit of a dilemma. The master wielding the Red Lotus Shockwave was intimidating in such a narrow cave. Unless they leveled the cave, no one would dare to enter. But clearly with their current strength, they couldn't do that. Yet with so many of them just walking away, they would really be losing face. A large group of casual players gathered outside the cave. Although they had not seen any trace of treasure, it was certainly worth witnessing such a grand spectacle. Among them were several streamer players who had come to explore for treasure, pointing their cameras at Guangzhan Tianxia and the others. No way the Guangzhan Guild and the Tianya Guild together have more than 40 people, including players level 30, yet they are scared to enter against the master. I don't understand, what kind of useless people are these? That's not what you should say. If the master is just too strong. If it were someone else, they would have been killed hundreds of times by now. Sigh, so disappointing. The shadow god I admired so much, yet he doesn't even have the courage to face the enemy directly. Who says that's not the case? There were plenty of people saying that every time the master met the shadow god, it was a one-shot kill. Oh, what happened now? Why is no one saying that anymore? Guangzhan Tianxiao and the others were used to being pointed at, but the previously revered shadow could no longer tolerate it. He had come here to clear his name, but with the master in the cave, he didn't want to rush in and die. Just as they were in a bit of a predicament, a sudden voice came through. "Make way." The speaker was a player from the Sword Dance Wind and Cloud Guild, previously killed in a burst by Lin Hao, named Youthful Recklessness. He took out a red scroll emanating a mysterious aura from his system backpack. The patterns on the scroll resembled a red flower with a small figure being sucked into it. Lin Hao was startled. He actually had a pulling scroll in his hand. The effect of the pull scroll was simple. It designated a target within 500 meters, ignoring terrain, and instantly brought them before the user. It was a spatial scroll, but one that targeted others, not oneself. Whether used to pursue an enemy or rescue an ally, it proved remarkably effective. This scroll was not exceptionally rare, nor was it commonplace. Anything associated with the words space or time was inherently difficult to acquire. Looks like it came from a guild, Lin Hao mused. Indeed, with a large guild backing you, nothing was out of reach. Shadow too recognized the scroll. His previously indifferent expression brightened with delight. Once the Celestial Master was pulled from that cave, they could drown him with their combined efforts. Young and Reckless commanded, "All of you prepare your powerful skills that require charging. Start charging now. The moment he appears, unleash everything right here." He pointed to the spot in front of him, indicating where the Celestial Master would be pulled. Though Rampage Conqueror and Lu Xiao resented being ordered around, they complied for the sake of killing the Celestial Master. Behind them, the mages and archers readied their most potent abilities, poised to focus fire and annihilate the Celestial Master the instant he materialized. Lin Hao observed this with some surprise. "I didn't expect you to be so well prepared." "Heh, scared now." Too late. Rampage Conqueror exclaimed with glee. The name Celestial Master had haunted his nightmares for days. No matter the situation, he was always countered like a child being toyed with by an adult. This time, even he couldn't fathom how the Celestial Master could turn the tables. The others clearly thought the same, each beginning to charge their skills. Suddenly Young and Reckless recalled something, and hastily warned, "My pull is instantaneous, so you need to use your skills 1 second early. Otherwise hell use Starlight Flash to escape the moment he arrives. Preempt him understand." His tone was grating, but he had a point. They had nearly forgotten that trick. For an ordinary player, timing such a perfect dodge of all attacks would be impossible. But for the Celestial Master, nothing was beyond possibility. This time, they were willing to waste skills and overkill, giving it their all. Seeing their meticulous preparations, Lin Hao couldn't help but applaud. Impressive, but your luck is poor. Poor luck. As Lu Xiao looked puzzled, Lin Hao produced a scroll radiating an eerie aura. The Moment of Eruption scroll appeared, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. Could this scroll overturn their certain defeat? Everyone present shook their heads in disbelief. Impossible. Yet some sharp-eyed players recognized the scroll and began backing away frantically. Run. That's the mysterious scroll the Celestial Master used against the world boss. What a... Holy shit. Wait for me. Seriously. That's the Death's Descent scroll. Believe what you want, but I'm out. Am not losing my hard-earned levels for a show. Good point. Watching from afar is safer. A swarm of independent players scrambled backward, terrified that a single second's delay would wipe out an entire day's worth of grinding. The guild members, however, looked to their leaders. One word from them, and they would flee without a backward glance. They had all seen the power of Death's Descent in videos. If even a world boss couldn't withstand it, what chance did they have? Young and Reckless sneered at Lu Xiao and Rampage Conqueror's wavering. No wonder your every siege ends in failure. Such stupidity explains everything. What did you say? Rampage Conqueror clenched his fists, glaring furiously. Even if this guy was from Sword Dance Wind and Cloud, one of the top 10 guilds in the country, he wouldn't tolerate such insults. What? Am I wrong? Young and Reckless scoffed. Use your brain. If the Celestial Master really had another mysterious scroll, would he be standing here listening to our nonsense? Rampage Conqueror paused, then slowly nodded. Good point. In their previous encounters, the Celestial Master never wasted words. He always seized the initiative, acting without hesitation. Why was he different now? There was only one explanation: the scroll in his hand was not the mysterious one, merely a lookalike. The celestial domain contained thousands of scroll varieties, similar patterns, and auras were common. Damn, almost fooled again. Rampage Conqueror cursed, convinced by Young and Reckless reasoning. Lu Xiao's expression turned awkward. He had been planning to slip away while the two were talking. Many independent players were also swayed by this argument, tentatively inching closer. The only ones who remained utterly unmoved were the streamers. They feared losing levels far less. Instead, they craved a close-up recording of Death's Descent. It was pure popularity. But now disappointment crept in. The scroll likely wasn't the real deal. The atmosphere in the live streams turned strange. No, my Celestial Master, you can't die, a mage cried out. Haha, the tables have turned. Assassin players whose faith had been shattered burst into manic laughter. Others retorted, so what if he dies here? Surrounded by 3 guilds, it's a glorious end. Exactly. Far better than that shadow you worship. Remember when the Rampage Guild's horde tried to kill the Celestial Master and got slaughtered? Embarrassing. Sigh. It's a shame we won't see Death's Descent again. Otherwise everyone here would be dead. Just as everyone assumed the scroll was a fake, Lin Hao shook his head. I give you a chance and you can't even seize it. What if the reason I haven't used it yet is that I don't think you're worthy? His tone was flat, as if stating a simple fact. Yet every guild member present felt deeply insulted. Arrogant. You say we're unworthy. I think you're just stubborn to the very end. Truly the Heavenly Master, even your tongue is sharp, but in the end fists will decide the victor. Just then the brash youngster commanded loudly, everyone prepare yourselves. He'll count down from 3, and when I reach 1 we attack together. Do you all understand? Huangzhan Tianxia suppressed his fury and nodded. This fellow's contemptuous arrogance, treating them like fools, was even more detestable than the Heavenly Master. The others, though equally displeased, endured it for the sake of dealing with the Heavenly Master. Seeing everyone nod, the brash youngster began his countdown, his voice deliberately loud. 3, 2, attack. Having barely reached 2, the brash youngster, disregarding honor, activated the teleportation scroll on Lin Hao. During the preparation phase, he had already pulled Huangzhan Tianxia, Lu Xiao, and Shadow into a temporary group chat. The deliberately loud countdown was merely a ruse to mislead the Heavenly Master. The true killing move was to be launched upon reaching 2. Huangzhan Tianxia and Lu Xiao had also discussed this in the guild chat. All prior actions were a performance. The surrounding solo players were stunned. Damn, That coordination, no wonder they're a guild able to suppress so many of us solo players. It's not without reason. Yeah, I've seen solo players clash with guilds before. The solo players outnumbered them 3-1, yet they were still routed. And that guild wasn't particularly strong, not even ranking in Tianyu. I have to say the Heavenly Masters' loss this time isn't unjust. 3 major guilds going all out, even stooping to deception. Who wouldn't be confused? However, Lin Hao was not confused at all. Having endured countless ambushes in his past life, what tricks hadn't he seen? This petty scheme they'd concocted had witnessed dozens of times, and was naturally not fooled. The moment they began their count, Lin Hao activated the instant burst scroll. After maxing out Crimson Lotus Shockwave and transforming it into Death's Descent, Lin Hao had already activated Fleetfoot. But just as he was about to charge out, the teleportation scroll's effect locked onto him. Lin Hao's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, as he was about to be teleported, he immediately unleashed Death's Descent. Then a bizarre scene unfolded. Though Lin Hao's body was in the midst of teleportation, no longer in this space, he abruptly halted midair. The crowd was baffled, but Lin Hao knew his skills intimately. The moment Death appeared, the concepts of time and space were completely sealed off. Thus, his teleportation state was forcibly interrupted, leaving him suspended in the air. However, he had originally been 260 meters from the group, now less than 100. Death's Descent's attack range was 200 meters centered on himself, so they were all enveloped. The brash youngster Liu Xiao and the others were terrified, but unable to move. They could see Death hovering above their heads, their minds racing, but they couldn't lift a finger, let alone use skills. So that was a real mysterious scroll. The solo players who had retreated beyond 200 meters were utterly astonished. Players shrouded by Death were petrified, unable to stir, while those outside were unaffected. Some thrill-seeking players tried to rush in to see what would happen. But no matter how they charged, they hit an invisible barrier, unable to enter. This was the effect of spatial isolation. Within Death's spatial domain, countless fireballs, water spheres, and arrows hung midair, defying Newton's law of gravity. If Newton saw this, he'd likely kick his coffin lid 10 meters away in fury. And then Death moved. With a gentle swing of its scythe, everyone except Lin Hao suffered a terrifying 20900 damage. When Death vanished, the world fell silent, leaving only scattered equipment. True victory often comes in an instant. Thus, this sudden ambush ended in a way no one had anticipated. The livestream audience was ecstatic, frantically typing in the black screen to vent their excitement. Witnessing Death's Descent once more. The special effects are incredible. 3 major guilds besieged the Heavenly Master only to be wiped out. Heavenly Master, you are my god. Is there anyone still saying the Heavenly Master's scroll was fake? Haha, I knew the Heavenly Master wouldn't lose. Where did those assassin players go? Why are they silent? Your shadow, I didn't even see him. He vanished. Yeah, he activated stealth right away, and when it ended, only a piece of gear was left. While everyone was still immersed in the shock of Death's Descent, Lin Hao began cleaning up the battlefield. The 3 guilds had sent over 60 people, dropping 23 pieces of equipment. Though the drop rate wasn't high, the quality was excellent, none below blue. Among them, he found a level 20 red piece for mages. Spiritual ring. Quality red. Class requirement mage. Level requirement 20. Effect 1, increases maximum mana by 200 and magic attack by 100. Effect 2, when equipped, provides an additional 30 magic power boost based on the wearer's magic attack, capped at 500 points. Note, this effect activates only when equipped, switching users refreshes it. Not bad at all. Among red gear that boosts magic power, this is top tier. The moment he held the equipment, the Raging Law Heavenly Master's passive activated, converting all magic attack-related stats to physical attack. Lin Hao glanced at his attack, 2650 points. Enough to fully benefit from all boosts. The ring's previous owner had only gained an extra 268 points, 232 less than Lin Hao. Though the gap seemed small, Lin Hao's boost was capped at 500 points, and he achieved it fully, while the previous owner could only reach 268. After equipping the ring, he overwrote the previous owner's bonus. A mere level 20 red ring providing 600 attack points filled Lin Hao with delight. The original attack ring, even when triggering its full health effect, only increased his attack by 200 points. This time he gained a total of 400 points in attack and 200 points in mana, which is quite a significant improvement. Now even a mundane fireball spell could unleash an exaggerated damage of 9450 points. Besides the equipment, Lin Hao also gained a considerable amount of dark value from defeating these players. Thanks to the presence of level 30 players, he unexpectedly received 168 points of dark value in one go. Coupled with what he had accumulated earlier, he now had a total of 1905 points. He was just 95 points short of upgrading the Crimson Lotus Shockwave by 2 levels. Without hesitation, Lin Hao decisively spent 100 points of dark value to elevate the Crimson Lotus Shockwave to level 3. Crimson Lotus Shockwave LV3 creates a light wave with a width of 7 meters and a length of 40 meters, dealing a fixed 1500 plus 400 of attack power and area damage. If the target has a shield, it deals 4 times the damage to the shield. The Crimson Lotus Shockwave has a penetrating effect, and its path cannot be blocked by monsters or players. Not bad, the damage has increased quite a bit. Lin Hao glanced at the surrounding casual players, but ultimately restrained himself from making a move. These casual players were quite weak, only just above level 10, not even matching his level. Killing one would probably yield only single-digit dark value. For such a meager amount of dark value, it wasn't worth being criticized like a madman on the forum. The bulk of dark value still relies on those guilds. As Lin Hao pondered these thoughts, discussions about the outcome of this battle were fervently unfolding across the world. The Alone Guild. The effect of the Death God's descent is truly beyond our imagination. Orphan thought, elevating the importance of this skill in his mind. He had initially thought that the wide attack range combined with extremely high damage, the ability to ignore shields, and the potential to activate it twice in a short time was the limit of this skill. To his surprise, the insights he deduced from the video were merely the surface. Indeed, it is absurd. It is a large-scale skill that possesses the characteristics of blocking time and space. Bei Muxue was also astonished by the effects of this skill. As the strongest mage in the guild, obtaining Death God's descent would significantly boost her overall strength. Not to mention, in guild battles, this skill would be akin to a nuclear explosion. Holding Death God's descent, even without using this skill, others would have to retreat. Aside from the Water Elementalist's revival skill and the rare invincibility skill, she couldn't think of anyone who could withstand a blow from the Death God and survive. Revival is relatively straightforward, but the invincibility skill requires precise timing for activation. Once Death God's descent is unleashed, it will block time and space, and it would be too late to activate invincibility then. However, if she activated invincibility in advance, she could simply wait for the invincibility duration to pass, and then unleash her attack. This skill is truly too powerful beyond imagination. Bei Muxue eagerly asked, "Brother Fan, have those two guilds agreed?" Orphan, understanding her meaning, nodded. Currently, the Alone Guild had obtained 3 colors of shockwaves, just 2 more away from synthesizing Death God's descent, and those 2 were indeed available in other guilds. However, those individuals were asking for an outrageous price. Even for the most top-tier red skill, trading for a legendary skill would be the maximum, yet they were foolishly attempting to trade for 2. Orphan relayed this matter truthfully, and Bei Muxue was infuriated. Why don't those 2 go rob someone? 2 red skills, and they dare to trade for 4 legendary skills. They are not afraid of being crushed. Although furious, they had no means to force a trade. They could only continue collecting slowly, but fortunately there had been no guild battles recently. The popularity of the Tianyu forum regarding the Tian Master was rapidly climbing due to this battle. The Tian Master's calm demeanor in the face of crisis and his ability to stage comebacks deeply attracted numerous players. More importantly, from the beginning until now, regardless of how powerful he became, the Tian Master had never bullied the weak. Unlike Shadow, who despite having a good reputation among assassin players, it was limited to them, others were indifferent towards him. The reason was simple: many casual players had been inexplicably slaughtered by him, and there were plenty of black histories about him on the forum, leading to a very ordinary reputation among passersby. In contrast, the Tian Master was completely different. Mages of the same period naturally revered him, and many players from other professions also became his fans. Although many female players became fans simply because the Tian Master was handsome. Once the number of fans reached a certain threshold, fan clubs naturally formed. One of the fan clubs was created by Who Can Compete, and he was captivated during the first encounter when the Tian Master annihilated the Mad Warrior Guild. After being saved by the Tian Master last time, he created a fan group. To his astonishment, in just a few hours the group members skyrocketed to an astounding 10,000. And this 10,000 was not the limit of the Tian Master's popularity, but rather the limit of group capacity. The Tian Master is truly impressive. He always stages a comeback. Indeed, this is far more exciting than any movie. I have a feeling that when the Tian Master reaches level 90, he may not be any weaker than Fan Shan. Such words should not be spoken. If Fan Shan's fans hear this, it will spark another conflict. True, it's still early to say this. By the time the Tian Master reaches level 90, it will take at least 3 years, right? Lin Hao was unaware of the happenings on the forum. However, even if he knew about the fan club, he wouldn't care too much. In his past life, as the #1 player in the game, he had millions of fans long before. Now, it was just the beginning. Moreover, his reputation among casual players was quite average. At that time, although he didn't intentionally slaughter casual players to grow faster, he had committed acts of killing for loot. Otherwise, if he had genuinely climbed step by step, he wouldn't have risen to become the #1 player so quickly with the help of others. If players were divided into three factions, chaotic, evil, lawful, good, and neutral observers, he would have been neutral, leaning towards chaos in his past life. The reason he no longer acted this way wasn't because he suddenly wanted to be a good person, but mainly because killing casual players yielded no benefits. After broadening his perspective, he found those so-called treasures utterly worthless. More importantly, he now understood that this Tianyu was not an ordinary game. The power within the game could very likely transfer to reality, so as long as others didn't provoke him, he had no intention of killing intentionally. As for the Mad Warrior Guild and those reckless youths, he planned to confront them later. Until those people were frightened enough, they would continue to think he was easy to bully. Lin Hao assured that he was definitely not interested in the dark value those individuals had. After spending some time, Lin Hao returned to Wangyue City once again. At this moment, his level had risen to level 23. If one were to ask how he leveled up so quickly, it was indeed due to the abundance of deadly monsters. After leveling up, his agility attribute increased by another 10 points, reaching a total of 236 points. Upon returning to Wangyue City, Lin Hao did not rush to complete the main quest. This was because the individuals he needed to find were still far away, all of them located outside this city. Lin Hao first made his way to the Wangyue Inn. Upon seeing him, the inn's servant greeted him with a broad smile, noticeably more enthusiastic than during their first meeting. "Honorable master, please come inside." Lin Hao nodded, took out 2 boxes of tea leaves, and handed them to the servant, saying, "Please brew these using your famous mountain spring water." Lin Hao wasn't sure if it was necessary to use that spring water for the best effect, but since it was free, he saw no reason not to take advantage of it. The servant smiled as he accepted the tea leaves and led Lin Hao to the previous tea seating area before departing to brew the tea. Once seated, Lin Hao took out a 3rd box of tea leaves. The reason he didn't bring it to brew was that this tea, known as the everlasting tea, had already maximized its effect, and drinking more would be pointless. The everlasting tea, when fully consumed, could increase one's life force by 1,000 points. If he remembered correctly, the Oolong Guild possessed a Millennium Spirit Fruit that could also increase life force by 1,000 points. Drinking the everlasting tea would not further increase life force, but that didn't mean consuming the Millennium Spirit Fruit wouldn't. Although both had the same effect, different items wouldn't trigger the limit. Thinking of this, Lin Hao opened Lu Yong's communication and easily exchanged for a Millennium Spirit Fruit after conveying his intentions. This is the benefit of having people in major guilds, Lin Hao thought with satisfaction as he glanced at the spirit fruit. From its appearance, it resembled the legendary ginseng fruit often portrayed on television. The entire fruit emanated a delightful fragrance. After consuming the fruit, the system's notification sounded. "Ding, you have consumed the Millennium Spirit Fruit. This fruit possesses special effects, permanently increasing your maximum life by 1,000 points. Ding, the effects gained from the Millennium Spirit Fruit have reached their limit. Consuming this fruit again will not produce special effects. Not bad, my life force has surged by another 1,000 points." Even though he was already aware of this effect, Lin Hao still felt a rush of excitement, because the attribute increase was simply too easy. This is the strength of the strong, he mused. The more powerful individuals became, the stronger things they could acquire through their own strength, and with those stronger items, their power would further amplify, creating a positive cycle. Glancing at his life force, he was astonished to find it had already reached 3,400 points. It was worth noting that he was a mage, and none of his equipment increased maximum life force. This meant that, disregarding equipment attributes and focusing solely on initial properties, his life force surpassed that of tank classes. Just then, the servant returned with the 2 pots of brewed tea. He didn't understand why the master wanted to brew 2 large pots at once, but he did as instructed. After all, even Lord Huiyun treated him with such courtesy, specifically arranging for him to deliver 3 boxes of tea, indicating his exceptional status. The servant was about to introduce the origins and extraordinary qualities of the 2 types of tea to build rapport, but Lin Hao waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave now. I prefer not to be watched while drinking tea." Upon hearing this, the servant had no choice but to swallow the words that were about to leave his mouth, thinking to himself, 1 cup of tea can be drunk down in the blink of an eye. No wonder he doesn't want anyone watching. This isn't drinking tea. Even plain water isn't consumed like this. The servant silently complained a bit, but still wore a smile as he nodded and left the tea seating area. Lin Hao then turned his attention to the 2 pots of tea on the table. One type of tea increased mental attributes, while the other enhanced physical attack attributes. Logically, as an angry mage, his class did not rely on mental attributes, making it more cost-effective to use them for exchanging other items. However, Lin Hao felt that the angry mage could learn skills from all magic-type classes, and in the future, he might find the mental attribute useful. For instance, he knew of a skill called transformation that could convert one's mental attributes into strength attributes, and vice versa, could also convert strength attributes into mental attributes. There were many similar skills. In summary, investing in one's initial attributes would only yield benefits with no downsides. Investing in one's initial attributes may not be the highest value investment, but it certainly wouldn't result in a loss. Lin Hao first poured himself a cup of Millennium Bodhi. After gulping it down, he indeed heard the familiar notification sound. Ding, you have consumed Millennium Bodhi. This tea possesses special effects. Your mental attributes receive a permanent increase of 21. Drinking cup after cup, Lin Hao pushed his mental attributes to their limit. This time he increased a total of 78 mental points, as he had previously consumed 1 cup, which had already added 22 points. At this point, his mental attributes combined with the original 10 points reached 110 points. As a level 23 mage, having just over 100 mental attributes was barely passable, right on the threshold of qualification. This was alright, as the angry mage did not deal damage based on mental attributes. Next, Lin Hao poured himself a cup of tea called Hero's Tea. It was said that this tea was favored by a man named Mo Ruoyun. This individual had once slain a demon god and saved numerous ordinary citizens, which is why his unnamed tea was named Hero's Tea. As for the demon god, Lin Hao had never heard of him, but that was normal. After all, he hadn't delved deeply into the game's background story. However, he presumed that this character wasn't particularly significant, otherwise he would have at least heard some stories about him. For instance, figures like the Dark King and the God of Light, who were the highest-ranking entities in their respective backgrounds, always had their names mentioned during major events. While Demon God sounded impressive, it was likely just a common character he had never heard of. After finishing the tea, he indeed increased his strength attribute by 22 points. After finishing all the tea in the pot, his strength attribute surged by 100 points, reaching its limit. At this point, even if he only calculated his strength attribute, it astonishingly reached 500 points, equivalent to 1,000 points of attack power. If combined with the attack provided by the God of War talent, Lin Hao's own attack power would reach 1,600 points. Moreover, this does not account for equipment. If the attack power provided by the equipment is included, his current attack power could make even level 40 warrior players gasp in amazement. Looking at his total attack power of 3,250 points, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. Now, with a single cast of his LV5 Fire Explosion spell, he could unleash an exaggerated damage of 10050 points. Not only that, but he easily stepped into the realm of damage exceeding 10,000. Such terrifying damage could be unleashed every 0.5 seconds. After leaving the Moonlight Inn, Lin Hao arrived at the dungeon of Moonlight City. This is a dungeon suitable for levels 10 to 30, corresponding to the level of this map. Although Lin Hao was only level 23, leveling up was no longer that important to him. Even if he reached level 30, he wouldn't specifically seek out powerful level 30 gear. That would be a waste of time. With that time, it would be better to grind more monsters. Who knows, he might just level up to 40, by which time level 30 gear would be outdated. And Lin Hao's current strength was already enough to speedrun this dungeon. After achieving first place, he could also obtain a red skill book. However, this time it might not even be an attack skill. Lin Hao actually hoped it would be a functional type instead. At the entrance of the dungeon, there were many players, all of whom Lin Hao did not recognize, which was quite normal. After all, those in the same batch as him, such as Guangzhan Tianxia and Lu Xiao, were still below level 20, coming to the dungeon would only lead to getting beaten up and wasting the bonuses from the first challenge. The players gathered in front of the dungeon had peculiar expressions upon seeing Lin Hao arrive. They naturally knew Tian Shi and understood he was powerful, but the level cap for this dungeon was 30. Are you sure you want to challenge it now? Tian Shi, you might want to wait until you reach level 30 before challenging the dungeon, someone kindly reminded. Even if you must complete the dungeon at this time, it would be better to choose another one. Yes, this dungeon can be described as a nightmare for mages. A master like you should be aiming for a speed run, wasting the opportunity here would be too regrettable. However, once out of the novice village, although there are many dungeons, once a dungeon is selected, the results will be fixed within that dungeon. Any subsequent challenges in other dungeons will render the results invalid. Thus, before challenging a dungeon, everyone will do their homework to choose one that is favorable to their profession. For instance, the dungeon in front of them, called the Gate of Stasis, is quite friendly to archers. This is because the monsters inside do not deal high damage. Their primary means of restriction is the stasis skill, which significantly prolongs the cooldown time of the targeted skills. Therefore, for mage players who rely heavily on skills to deal damage, this presents a particularly tricky challenge. However, for archers who rely on normal attacks, the difficulty of this dungeon is considerably lower than that of others. As a result, more than 80% of the players at the entrance of this dungeon rely on normal attacks to deal damage, and among them only Lin Hao is a mage. They assumed Lin Hao chose this dungeon because he was unfamiliar with it. In reality, Lin Hao was quite knowledgeable about this dungeon. In his previous life, he had farmed this very dungeon. However, back then his profession was the Shadow Sword Saint, and he only ventured in when he was at level 30. He had numerous enhancement skills, and since his cooldown times were already long, a little extension didn't matter. Now, however, as a mage, the difficulty indeed increased for him. Nevertheless, Lin Hao remained unconcerned. Since he dared to come, he naturally had confidence. It wasn't simply because this dungeon was the closest to him, making the journey to other dungeons much longer. Thank you for the reminder. I am confident, Lin Hao replied with assurance while the players at the dungeon entrance looked at him in shock. If the mage in front of them was not nicknamed Heavenly Master, they would have thought he was out of his mind for attempting to challenge the Gate of Stasis. However, if he was indeed the Heavenly Master, then the final outcome would truly be a question mark. After all, the strength of the Heavenly Master is not something an ordinary mage can compare to. Even many level 30 players are no match for him. Watching Lin Hao boldly enter the dungeon, without a hint of hesitation, a player commented, "Do you think the Heavenly Master can clear this dungeon?" I think it's quite unlikely. The Heavenly Master's damage is indeed explosive, but the stasis skill is even more annoying. Exactly. No matter how explosive the skill damage is, it still needs to be used. I have a skill that cools down in 1 second, but after being hit by stasis it turns into a 30-second cooldown. I was completely dumbfounded at that time. Who says otherwise? The most troublesome aspect of that skill is not just the cooldown extension, the time can even stack. Theoretically, it's possible to extend the cooldown to 10 minutes. Many players couldn't quite understand Lin Hao's actions, though a mage going to challenge a stasis dungeon seemed absurd. Clearly, with such exaggerated damage, 1 or 2 fireballs could probably take down the small monsters. Switching to any other dungeon could ensure a speedy completion. Why would he choose to increase the difficulty for himself? Once hit by the stasis skill, the cooldown of fireball could escalate to several tens of seconds. At that point, he would be left crying. Inside the dungeon, Lin Hao was fully aware of the information that ordinary players outside knew. Still, the same statement holds true: this dungeon does not pose a threat to him. The stasis skill, while annoying, requires those small monsters to have the life to cast it. Just then a system notification sounded. Ding detected that the player is entering a level 1030 dungeon for the first time, activating the leaderboard. This run's performance will be recorded for time and process. Would you like to disable external recording? Lin Hao had heard this notification countless times in his previous life and was already accustomed to it. The time taken to clear the dungeon corresponds to the player's score, which cannot be hidden and will appear on the speedrun leaderboard. The shorter the clearing time, the higher the ranking. Players can choose to upload their clearing process or not. After Lin Hao selected no, an astonished player outside exclaimed, "The Celestial Master actually did not disable the synchronization feature. Is the Celestial Master afraid that others will find weaknesses through the video?" "The Celestial Master has weaknesses? Brother, I feel like you are joking. Indeed, I can't think of any weaknesses the Celestial Master might have. Clearly a fragile mage, yet he can withstand at least 5 times the damage I can. Not only that, it is well known that mages and archers are both short on agility, but that guy the Celestial Master runs so fast that even assassins can't catch up." Exactly, and let's not even mention his overwhelming damage output. He is simply all-round with not a single apparent flaw. I am now quite curious whether the Celestial Master can truly conquer this nightmare dungeon for mages. The players outside, no longer rushing to the dungeon, were completely ignited by their curiosity, eagerly awaiting the final outcome. Could someone as powerful as the Celestial Master truly clear the Gate of Delay? At that moment, Lin Hao had already entered the first level. Before him appeared 3 sluggish beasts, dark yellow, all over resembling giant caterpillars. Unicorn Sluggish Beast. Level 30. Health 12,000. Attack 980. Defense 1,130. Magic Resistance 1,430. Skill 1 Delay Bubble emits a large number of bubbles ahead. Enemies hit by the bubbles experience an increase in cooldown time of all skills by 1 second. And this effect can stack. Skill 2 Gravity Field. An innate field of the Unicorn Sluggish Beast, when entering within 5 meters of the beast's speed, is reduced by 100 points, and this effect can stack. Skill 3 Entangle. The Unicorn Sluggish Beast extends its massive tongue, pulling entangled enemies towards itself. A troublesome enemy. Seeing the sluggish beast again, Lin Hao still gave this evaluation. Although its health is not high among level 30 monsters, and its basic attributes are quite ordinary, these 3 skills are truly disgusting. The Delay Bubble skill has an exceptionally wide range, capable of spitting out dozens of bubbles at once. Getting hit by a single bubble increases the cooldown time by 1 second. More importantly, the bubbles do not disappear immediately after being released, but remain in play for up to 5 seconds. If you are a melee character, you either have to endure the bubbles and fight hard, or wait for 5 seconds, which means speed running will be out of the question. Coupled with the Entangle and Gravity Field skills, it becomes exceedingly troublesome. 1 sluggish beast can reduce speed by 100 points, and with 3 of them, that's a total of 300 points. It can be said that aside from agile classes like assassins, most regular classes only have around 120 agility at level 30. This means that once you step into the field, you can't even run. Additionally, the delay bubbles can prolong cooldown times, preventing mages from casting their spells, which is truly despairing. On the self-made Most Annoying Monsters leaderboard created by Mage players, the Unicorn Sluggish Beast has consistently maintained a position in the top 50 without faltering. In this dungeon, the 3 Unicorn Sluggish Beasts appeared together, which was intended by the game developers to increase the difficulty. After all, this way their fields would combine, and they could also block distant arrow damage, preventing being taken down individually. However, this made things easier for Lin Hao. As soon as he stepped into the attack range, he unleashed a fire blast. 4,925. 3,250. 3,250. The level 1 fire blast seemed somewhat underwhelming in Lin Hao's eyes. But that was okay, as this time the focus was on attrition. All 3 Unicorn Sluggish Beasts had their health reduced to below 100, reaching the killing line of the Explosive Flame spell. Lin Hao was not polite and immediately cast Explosive Flame. 10,050. The high damage instantly killed 1 Sluggish Beast. Ding! You have killed a level 30 Unicorn Sluggish Beast, gaining 1,200 experience points. Killing an enemy 7 levels above you grants an additional 840 experience points. Ding! First time entering a level 1030 dungeon, experience is doubled, total experience gained 2040 points. It was only at this moment that the Sluggish Beasts began to activate their skills. It was not that they wanted to stand there and take hits, but rather Lin Hao's skill releases were simply too swift with no cast time. As they were chanting spells, they took a hit, and some unfortunate ones had already fallen. A large number of bubbles were spewed out towards Lin Hao. Although the movement speed of this skill is slow, the distance is sufficiently far, and with no escape route behind, players could only face the skill hidden. Lin Hao chose to use a Starshine Flash to dodge directly past them. Unfortunately, the delay bubbles are a continuous skill. He dodged a large number of bubbles, but still collided with a few at the back. All of Lin Hao's skills had their cooldowns increased by 10 seconds. However, the Explosive Flame spell had just cooled down, so he could still use it. With another Explosive Flame, he took down another Sluggish Beast, which immediately fell into a cooldown of 10.5 seconds, while the Fire Blast was still on cooldown. Facing this last monster, Lin Hao certainly would not reveal his trump card. He raised his staff and struck twice. 3,250. 16,250. Lin Hao had long anticipated this damage, while the players outside were left stunned. What the heck? Are you telling me this is a mage? That's outrageous, everyone. This mage's basic attack deals over 10,000 damage. Indeed, outrageous. I have a friend who managed to get a super strong red skill, and the damage he deals is just over 5,000. Such a travesty. I feel so inadequate just watching this. Let's not even mention the damage. I'm curious just how high the Celestial Master's agility is. He swings his staff with such speed that it leaves after images. How does it feel like his attack speed is faster than mine as an archer? The players outside the dungeon were struck with a heavy blow and began to regret watching this video. They previously thought the Celestial Master could not clear this dungeon, but now it seems like a matter of time. However, the Celestial Master's blink is now on cooldown. How will he deal with the monsters in the second level? You should know that the second level has 5 Unicorn Sluggish Beasts. Is he really going to just swing his staff and hit them? It seems feasible. With the Celestial Master's survivability, he won't be killed by monsters, just a bit slower. At that moment, Lin Hao successfully reached the second level. 5 Unicorn Sluggish Beasts were indeed a bit difficult to deal with. So Lin Hao decided to use his trump card. As the enchanting Red Lotus appeared, a blood-red beam shot towards the 5 monsters. 14,500. 14,500. 14,500. The 5 monsters had hardly appeared, probably not even having a chance to see the road clearly before they collectively met their demise. Outside the dungeon, players were at a loss for words except to exclaim, outrageous. The second level, which had caused them immense headaches, was so easily cleared by the Celestial Master. Dual Horn Slow Beast. Level 30. Health, 30,000. Attack, 1,458. Defense, 1,600. Magic Resistance, 1,800. Skill 1 Slow Bubble. Skill 2 Heavy Pressure Field, a domain innate to the Dual Horn Slow Beast. When within 5 meters of the beast, agility is reduced by 100 points, and this effect can accumulate. Skill 3 Entangle. Skill 4 Life Absorption applies a special effect to itself. Normal attacks can penetrate shields, and each time it reduces the target's health, it recovers that amount for 60 seconds. We meet again. Looking at the even larger caterpillar before him, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel nostalgic. In his past life, this creature had caused him no small amount of trouble. The Dual Horn Slow Beast is a variant of the Unicorn Slow Beast, and its heavy pressure field is incredibly powerful. At that time, he had only 180 points of agility, and this creature had directly reduced it by more than half. What was even more disgusting was the ability of life absorption, and after his agility was lowered, his output drastically diminished, nearly unable to keep up with its recovery speed. However, this time Lin Hao was no longer worried. As soon as they met, the dual-horned slow beast used the slow bubble. Lin Hao, on the other hand, made no move. There was nothing he could do, as all his output skills were still on cooldown. At that moment, the dual-horned slow beast used Entangle, and Lin Hao still showed no intention of dodging, allowing himself to be pulled closer. As he was being pulled, Lin Hao shattered dozens of bubbles, extending the cooldown of all his skills by several dozen seconds. Meanwhile, the heavy pressure field also descended upon him, instantly reducing his agility by 100 points. Seeing the powerful Celestial Master being bewildered by this flurry of attacks, the players outside felt a sense of balance in their hearts. Do we really need such a disgusting monster? Even the Celestial Master couldn't withstand it. I feel much better now. This monster is indeed disgusting. Once entangled, it follows with a series of combos, and all the Celestial Master's skills are conservatively estimated to have their cooldowns extended by a minute. Yeah, that bubble-spitting skill has a cooldown of only 30 seconds. The Celestial Master probably won't be able to use his skills. This was a miscalculation. The Starshine Flash shouldn't have been used prematurely. If it had been saved, I would have had some means of countering. At this moment, Lin Hao's state was indeed not great. Although he had not taken significant damage, the cooldown of all his skills had increased by 73 seconds. More importantly, the extension of skill cooldowns did not count as an abnormal state, so Divine Protection couldn't do anything about it. Even activating an effect that reduces skill cooldowns by half wouldn't be of much use. However, the agility reduction effect caused by the heavy pressure field could be purified. But for other players, the significance of purification was minimal. Because once purification was activated, just as the negative effects were lifted, they would be covered again by the heavy pressure field. This is the insurmountable aspect of domain skills, which can continuously impose various states on the target. But facing this troublesome skill, Lin Hao was not worried. After activating Divine Protection, his agility instantly returned to normal. And for the next 30 seconds, he would not be affected by any abnormal states. Thus, everyone witnessed this scene. The Celestial Master raised his staff, striking the boss on the head repeatedly, the speed so fast that it left the eyes bewildered. 3,250. 3,250. 3,250. The dual-horned slow beast did attempt to resist, but its attacks were neither painful nor itchy against Lin Hao. Once the health dropped below 50, the boss activated life absorption, but it had no effect whatsoever. Because under the effect of mana barrier, all damage Lin Hao took was absorbed by his mana. Thus, Lin Hao's health did not decrease at all, so the boss could not absorb any health. 16,250. When the War God talent was triggered, it also meant that this boss was thoroughly finished. You have killed the dual-horned slow beast, a boss in the 1030 level dungeon, and gained 10,000 experience points. Killing it at level 7 grants an additional 7,000 experience points. Upon first entering the dungeon, your experience points double, gaining an additional 17,000 experience points. In a mere instant, Lin Hao received 34,000 experience points, and with the experience he gained previously, he instantly leveled up twice. At this moment, his level had become 25, and his agility attribute reached 256 points. You have killed the dual-horned slow beast, a boss in the 1030 level dungeon. The War God talent is activated. You have absorbed the primal power of the dual-horned slow beast, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. You are the first player to clear the dungeon in under a minute with a final completion time of 38 seconds. You have created an unprecedented achievement, and there will be a nationwide announcement opportunity. Would you like to hide your name? No. The incessant system notification echoed in Lin Hao's ears, making him feel almost neurotic. Nationwide announcement. Congratulations to player Celestial Master for achieving an excellent time of 38 seconds, ranking first in the 1030 level novice dungeon, rewarded with 10,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a red random skill book for his profession, hoping all players will continue to strive. Nationwide announcement. Congratulations to player Celestial Master for achieving an excellent time of 38 seconds, ranking first in the 1030 level novice dungeon, rewarded with 10,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a red random skill book for his profession, hoping all players will continue to strive. What? 38 seconds to clear the dungeon. The players who were grinding monsters stopped in disbelief, unable to believe it, as they opened the leaderboard. After looking at the leaderboard, their eyes were filled with confusion. Although they didn't know which 30-level dungeon the Celestial Master had cleared, no one had been able to complete a 30-level dungeon in under 3 minutes, let alone 1 minute. What kind of divine being is this who has consecutively brought the national record down to under a minute? How could others continue to play? Players outside the dungeon were utterly dumbfounded. They knew that Lin Hao had cleared the gate of Delay Dungeon. It wasn't that this dungeon was particularly special, but for a mage it was akin to a hellish difficulty. What shocked them even more was that the master had actually killed the boss with his staff. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. No, even seeing it with their own eyes, they doubted that their vision was functioning properly. Are you sure this is a mage? Even a berserker wouldn't be this fierce. Soon news of the master swiftly clearing the gate of Delay spread to the forums. Are you joking? Isn't the master a mage? How did he clear the gate of Delay? Yes, the master's damage is incredibly explosive, but if he can't cast spells, he must have just stood there right. Don't tell me he dodged all the bubbles. That's not the case. During the boss fight, he even filled himself with bubbles. You might not believe it, but the boss was ultimately killed by the master. The forum was flooded with question marks. What the hell? A mage killed a boss with a staff. What kind of physical attack and agility would that require? However, when the video was uploaded, they had no choice but to believe. This is outrageous. The master's attack speed is so high that even I as an assassin wouldn't be worthy of carrying his shoes. What's even scarier is that the master cleared this dungeon without even reaching level 30, and all his gear was over 20 levels old, some even as low as level 10. Unbelievable. I can think of no other words to describe it. It's alright, the master is a great boon for our country, and the chances of winning in the upcoming national wars have increased significantly. That's true, but it's a pity for the players who entered the game at the same time as the master. They won't receive the rewards related to rankings. Yeah, it's really pitiful. Most players on the forum were expressing their feelings as they had little personal stake in Lin Hao and held no animosity. However, the young and reckless were in a state of panic like ants on a hot pan upon seeing this video. Previously, they could at least exchange a few blows with the master, but now they couldn't even see his back. Huang Zhan Tianxia and Lu Xiao were able to accept this as they had already witnessed the master's terrifying growth rate back in the novice village. But the young and reckless felt somewhat depressed. He remembered their first encounter where, although he was killed by the master, they at least had a few exchanges and could be said to have had a back and forth. The second encounter saw him being instantly killed by Death's arrival, which could be attributed to the special scroll. However, now seeing the master clear the gate of Delay Dungeon in under a minute, he could no longer deceive himself. If he were to challenge a level 30 dungeon, he wouldn't even make it past the second stage. The master's growth rate was simply terrifying. He had come from the novice village number 10085 and entered the game earlier, yet he was ruthlessly crushed. I always thought I was a genius, but now I suddenly recall a saying: genius is merely a threshold. The young and reckless eyes were somewhat despondent as he was ruthlessly crushed by players who entered the game later, shattering his pride. Inside the dungeon, Lin Hao had just gained another 100 experience points, and he was not far from leveling up. In addition, when the boss died, it dropped 2 items, both radiating a captivating red glow. One was a staff, and the other was an extremely rare skill book. Among all the skills of the double-horned sluggish beast, the most useful to players was life absorption. It wasn't slow bubbles, because the limitations of that skill were quite deadly. Although this skill has a wide range, the bubbles moved very slowly, and anything with eyes would avoid them. Without pairing it with skills like bind to pull enemies closer, it was essentially useless. After all, the outside world isn't as confined as the dungeon with nowhere to run, and one must hurry. Lin Hao prioritized picking up the skill book and eagerly began to examine it. To his delight, the skill book in his hands was indeed the one he desired the most. Life absorption. Quality red. Class requirement none. All classes can learn. Effect applies a special effect to the user, allowing normal attacks to penetrate shields, restoring health equal to the damage dealt to the target for a duration of 60 seconds. My luck is off the charts. Lin Hao was very pleased as he looked at the skill effect. Even if life absorption only has one effect that allows normal attacks to penetrate shields for 60 seconds, it's already very valuable. Not to mention, it also had a lifesteal effect. If sold, it would undoubtedly fetch a very good price. Characters that relied on normal attacks for damage would surely fight over it. It not only ignored shields, but also provided a considerable sustain. However, for mages who rely on skills for damage, it was less enticing. But that was only for ordinary mages. The Furious Master was clearly not ordinary. In terms of physical attack power, Lin Hao could be considered the strongest among level 25 players. The second place couldn't even see his shadow, creating a significant gap. As for attack speed, the speed at which he waved his staff left even assassins confused. Not to mention his health. Even without wearing any health-boosting gear, he wasn't something fragile like assassins and archers could provoke. This skill was a significant enhancement for Lin Hao in melee combat. Lin Hao was not focused on the lifesteal effect, as he had rarely lost health since entering the game. One could only say that the mana barrier was too overpowering. As long as his mana was sufficient, he was invincible and could even restrict enemy lifesteal skills. What Lin Hao valued was the shield-breaking effect, and it was a sustained shield-breaking effect. Unlike the Crimson Lotus Shockwave, which could deal significant damage to shields, but was a one-time use, it couldn't be sustained. Later on, many monsters would have shields, and some boss shields could even exceed their own health, which was particularly troublesome. Now, when encountering such monsters, he wouldn't have to worry how a few strikes with his staff would take them down. After learning the skill, Lin Hao turned to the side to look at the red staff. Initially, he was somewhat expectant since this was a level 30 red staff. However, after seeing its attributes, he disdainfully remarked, "Trash." The base attributes of this staff only increased attack by 674 points. Although it was considered above average among level 30 red equipment, it couldn't compare to the Dark Devourer in his hands. Not to mention its effects, it was on a completely different level. One could only say that the Dark Devourer was indeed crafted by the Dark King himself, even though it was only a level 20 item. Not just any staff could compare. After casually tossing the red staff to the auction house, Lin Hao opened his backpack to check the red skill book given by the system. Hopefully it won't give me another attack skill, the damage is truly enough. Feeling a bit anxious, Lin Hao opened the skill book, and to his surprise it turned out to be an extremely rare and valuable invincible skill. Spiritual Energy Shield. Quality Red. Class Requirement Mage. Effect: activate a continuous spiritual energy shield lasting 1 second by consuming 1000 mana points. While the shield exists, the user is in an invincible state. When the shield is about to dissipate, an additional 1000 mana points can be injected to extend the invincibility for another second. It's actually the Spiritual Energy Shield. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Among the many invincible skills of mages, this skill ranks among the top 20. Do not underestimate being in the top 20. The 19 invincible skills that precede it are all legendary. In other words, this is the only red skill that ranks in the top 20 despite being a red skill. Invincible skills do not have many flashy effects. They only emphasize two things: how long the invincibility lasts and whether it is flexible enough. Take the mage's general invincible skill, Invincible Body, as an example. The invincibility duration of Invincible Body is 3 seconds, and logically, it should be more valuable than the Spiritual Energy Shield. However, the problem is that after activating Invincible Body, while one does not take any damage, they are also immobilized and cannot act. The Spiritual Energy Shield is different. It has no restrictions upon release, allowing for both damage output and movement just like usual. More importantly, even if Invincible Body is obtained in a second skill book and upgraded, it only reduces some cooldown time and mana consumption before it runs out. It is essential to know that the cooldown time for invincible skills is generally at least 3 minutes. Reducing it by a few seconds is not meaningless, but offers extremely low value for cost. The Spiritual Energy Shield, on the other hand, can extend the invincibility time when upgraded. If not, it wouldn't be the only red invincible skill in the top 20. As for the downside, the mana consumption is a bit high. Even though mage players have more mana than average players, spending 2000 points all at once can still be quite painful. However, this means nothing to Lin Hao. 2000 points is insignificant. His mana gem constantly holds 100 mana points, so he doesn't need to worry about mana consumption. Moreover, for others, upgrading the Spiritual Energy Shield is extremely difficult. Getting one book is a stroke of luck, let alone the second or third. But Lin Hao, holding the special item gift of the Dark King, finds it quite easy to upgrade given the generous dark value provided. However, it must come after the Red Lotus Shockwave because the temptation of God of Death's descent is greater for Lin Hao. After obtaining 2 rare red skills in a row, Lin Hao's mood was excellent. Meanwhile, a young and reckless player was leveling up with his team outside. Suddenly, he received a message from Guangzhan Tianxia. Be careful of the Heavenly Master. If you don't know his whereabouts, it's best not to go out. What do you mean? The young and reckless player asked, puzzled. Does it mean he is specifically lying in wait to ambush me? As he pondered these things, a familiar red beam shot in from behind in an instant. By the time he realized it, he had already perished. Ding, you have been killed by player Heavenly Master. Level 1, revival in 3 minutes. Young and reckless. What the hell, I'm already dead. Not even assassins are this sneaky. Soon he discovered that not only had he perished, but the entire team that came out with him had also met the same fate. Captain, this Heavenly Master is too despicable. He actually ambushed us. I'm really speechless. Can a great being like Heavenly Master have a bit of decorum? This isn't how you play. I've already dropped 2 levels before, and after finally gaining 1 level now I've dropped again. Captain, let's fight him. This is simply too much. The expressions of the team members were filled with anger. They had always bullied others, but never expected to be ambushed today. Only the young and reckless player sighed helplessly. He understood that no matter how prepared they were merely delivering their heads. Their strength was not on the same level as the Heavenly Master. Unless a stronger player from the guild stepped in, it was better to hide and be safe. Meanwhile, after killing these players, Lin Hao also gained quite a bit. Although the dark value obtained was slightly less due to their levels being lower than his, he still received 132 points. Adding the previous 905 dark value, a total of 1037 points was sufficient to upgrade the Red Lotus Shockwave by another level. Red Lotus Shockwave LV4 creates a light wave 8 meters wide and 45 meters long, dealing fixed damage of 2000 plus 450 of attack power in a wide area. If the target has a shield, it deals 6 times the damage to the shield. The Red Lotus Shockwave has a penetrating effect and cannot be blocked by monsters or players on its path. The upgraded Red Lotus Shockwave received further enhancements, but that is not the most important part. The most crucial aspect is that it is just one level away from permanently upgrading to the God of Death's Descent, a bug-level skill. Lin Hao glanced at the dark value, still having 37 points left, meaning he only needed to accumulate another 963 points. It's a pity that the group from Quanzhan Tianxia has become smart and doesn't come out anymore. Lin Hao did not intend to continue waiting, his time was precious. Next, he needed to obtain an extremely important special item for all players, the Extraction Conversion Sphere. The effect of this special item is straightforward. It allows the extraction of an active effect from a piece of equipment by consuming 3 unused legendary items, turning it into an active skill. The effect is incredibly domineering. If it weren't for only 3 uses in terms of value alone, it wouldn't be much inferior to the gift of the Dark King. With the Extraction Conversion Sphere, he could extract Starshine Flash and Divine Protection from his equipment. He wouldn't have to equip these 2 useless items anymore. The Wilderness Robe aside, the Starshine Boots attributes had already become outdated due to their low level. Without the Extraction Conversion Sphere, even if he reached max level, he would still have to wear these 2 low-level items. Unless he obtained higher-level alternatives that no longer required these 2 active effects, but that probability is low and would depend on luck. This demonstrates the value of the Extraction Conversion Sphere, not to mention it is the only item of its kind across the entire domain. He didn't acquire it before, but he absolutely cannot miss it this time. The Extraction Conversion Orb is currently in the hands of a black market dealer and will only be obtainable in a year, so Lin Hao is not in a hurry. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, it is best to secure it as soon as possible. The black market dealer has no fixed route of appearance, and ordinary players can only rely on luck to encounter him. But Lin Hao is not an ordinary player. He has powerful backing, namely the leader of the Church of Light. The Church of Light, being the largest church in the entire domain, has branch leaders who wield power comparable to that of city lords. Finding a black market dealer is incredibly easy. 10 minutes later, after exiting the Church of Light, Lin Hao successfully obtained the location of the black market dealer from Hui Yunwu. The last time they met, Hui Yunwu held a grudge against Lin Hao for tricking him out of 3 boxes of tea leaves. However, upon their next encounter, his attitude had softened considerably. Perhaps Du Guting had instructed him otherwise. Lin Hao was too lazy to think too much from now on. He just needed to find the black market dealer. At that moment, the Blackstone dealer was located in a slum of Wanyue City. One couldn't help but wonder why this guy was setting up shop here. Could he really sell anything? When the black market dealer saw Lin Hao, his eyes gleamed with golden light, and a false smile spread across his face. In such a slum, the appearance of a well-dressed person is undoubtedly a prime target. While Lin Hao wasn't overly extravagant in his attire, the unique effects of his legendary equipment were exceptionally eye-catching. The black market dealer did not dare to be negligent and warmly greeted, "What does this esteemed guest desire? As long as the price is right, there is nothing I cannot procure." Heh, Lin Hao chuckled coldly. Countless people in his past life had been deceived by this very line. If the black market dealer were trustworthy, would he still be called a black market dealer? If he were to entrust this guy with procuring rare equipment, he might just run off with the deposit. Lin Hao glanced at the items on the stall. Although it was referred to as a stall, in reality, it was just a small piece of black cloth, albeit one with patches. Various oddly shaped equipment were displayed on it, most of which were quite ordinary, but there were 3 pieces of legendary equipment. One pair of shoes for mages caught his attention. Boots of spellcasting quality, orange. Equipment level 30. Equipment requirement: Mage effect 1, increases movement speed by 20. Effect 2, boosts spell attack power by 150. Effect 3, triggers spell resonance effect, causing the next skill to deal an additional 100 damage. That's a remarkable piece of equipment. It even has a 100 amplification skill. The LV4 Scarlet Lotus Wave can already deal 17075 points of damage. If it were to double from that base, it would be 34150 points. If the War God's talent were triggered, that damage would exceed 15000. And this is merely the LV4 Scarlet Lotus Wave. If it were to reach level 5 and transform into God of Death's Descent, the damage would increase even further. This is the terrifying power of amplification skills. the accumulated damage can reach unimaginable levels capable of even one-shotting a boss. Seeing that Lin Hao was interested in the equipment at his stall, the black market dealer narrowed his eyes and said flatteringly, "If you like this piece of equipment, feel free to trade it for 5 pieces of legendary equipment." 5 pieces? Why don't you go rob someone? The black market dealer was taken aback by the retort, but remained unfazed, still smiling. That statement is quite misguided, dear guest. You only need to give me any 5 pieces of legendary equipment regardless of their level. 5 pieces of useless legendary equipment can be exchanged for a powerful piece. You stand to gain. You make a valid point, but I want trade. Lin Hao was indeed interested in that equipment, but he intended to get it for free. Once he completes the task and acquires the extraction conversion orb, he would wait for the right moment to take down this guy, and everything on the stall would be his. When killing an NPC, as long as the opponent's items are on their person, they will not drop. Conversely, if the items are not on their person, they can be killed for free. The black market dealer was unaware of Lin Hao's intent to kill him and continued smiling. "All right, how about we change the terms of the transaction? If you help me retrieve the Mechanical King's life core, I will gift you this equipment." "Okay." Lin Hao nodded decisively. "Ding. You have accepted the hidden quest: eliminate the Mechanical King and obtain the Mechanical King's life core. Reward. Looks like a quest has definitely been triggered. As long as one displays the intent to purchase legendary equipment and ultimately does not buy, this quest will be activated." However, after obtaining the life core, this guy would not fulfill his promise, but rather escape on the spot, driving players from the past life nearly insane. After relocating, the black market dealer began collecting legendary equipment again, and after gathering 10 pieces, he activated the extraction conversion orb. However, at that moment, he was ambushed and killed by players he had previously scammed, causing the extraction conversion orb to drop. Thus, the prerequisites to obtain this item are twofold: first, to obtain the life core, and second, to hand over a large amount of legendary equipment. He already had 10 pieces of legendary equipment, he just needed the life core. Located at the far left of Zheyu Mountain is the Mechanical Ruins. According to the game's background introduction, this place was the Mechanical Science Institute 10 years ago, but was ultimately abandoned for unknown reasons, leaving behind a multitude of mechanical creatures. Since the monsters were generated postnatally, this area essentially still qualifies as a safe zone where players cannot attack one another. Logically, with so many dense monsters here and being a safe zone, there should be many players farming. However, in reality, this place is the least recommended farming area in all strategies. When Lin Hao arrived here, he indeed did not see a single soul. The reason was simple: the monsters here are quite troublesome. It's not that they are particularly difficult to deal with. The main issue is that these creatures will self-destruct. They do not explode upon death, but will actively self-destruct when their health drops below 20, creating a shield equal to 20 of their maximum health, preventing instant kills. The explosion's power is not only terrifyingly high, but more importantly, self-destructing does not count as a player kill, meaning no experience points can be gained. If the burst damage isn't sufficient, it would be a pure waste of effort. Moreover, the monsters are densely packed such that by the time you've dealt with the first monster, the others might already be charging at you. All these factors are the main reasons players avoid this area. It was at this moment that Lin Hao encountered his first monster. One-eyed mechanic, level 25 health, 1/0 attack, 1/0 defense, 800 magic resistance, 800 skill 1, deals damage 3 times in succession, equal to 50, 100, and 150 of its own attack power. Skill 2, self-destruct, when health drops below 20. Extracts energy core, creates a shield equal to 20 of maximum health, and upon crushing the energy core deals area explosion damage equal to 300 of attack power. The moment the one-eyed mechanic spotted Lin Hao, its remaining left eye began flashing with a crimson glow. After locking onto its target, it drew its lightsaber and charged forward. Detecting enemy intrusion. Elimination protocol. Initiating. Lin Hao took a battle stance upon seeing the situation. Just then, red lights illuminated from all around. A large group of robots rushed in from the corners. Some were left with only one arm, some with half a leg, and others were completely headless. Enemy intrusion detected. Extermination program activated. Enemy intrusion detected. Extermination program activated. The mechanical voice emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Thankfully, Lin Hao did not come at night, otherwise it would have been quite eerie. A total of 10 mechanical monsters launched an attack simultaneously. Not to mention, an ordinary level 25 player, even a level 30 player, would have to flee. However, Lin Hao showed no signs of panic. After activating the intermediate barrier technique, a transparent shield with a value of 13400 points instantly appeared. Immediately after, Lin Hao cast a fire blast. 10350. The monster with a health of 1000 points fell to the ground. One hit kill. This also meant the battle had officially begun. The mechanical monsters retaliated. 500. 1000. 1500. A total of 4 mechanical monsters slashed at Lin Hao's shield, dealing an exaggerated damage of 12000 points. This is why everyone is afraid of fighting a group of monsters. Chaotic attacks can easily kill experienced players, and the damage is simply outrageous. Lin Hao seized the opportunity and used Fire Blast to eliminate another mechanical monster. The 6 slower mechanical monsters behind it also began their attack. This time Lin Hao did not stand still to let them hit him. He used Stellar Flash to leap back 10 meters, and a stunning red lotus began to materialize. In the next instant, a blood-red shockwave arrived as expected. 17075. 17075. 17075. All 8 remaining mechanical monsters were instantly annihilated. Poor creatures, they didn't even get a chance to self-destruct. At the same time, Lin Hao leveled up. His level officially reached 26, and his agility attribute increased by another 10 points, becoming 266 points. After resolving the monsters in the hall, Lin Hao continued deeper into the ruins. Along the way, he encountered several scattered mechanical monsters which were easy to handle. A single fire blast was enough to take them down. Although the experience gained was reduced by 10 due to the monsters being 1 level lower than him, the overall experience was still quite substantial. He only needed a little over 10,000 more points to reach level 27. Lin Hao sighed. With the Rage Mage and the Ward God talent, leveling up is truly effortless. Using a Fire Blast casually earns me 1,000 experience points. It's just too fast. Soon Lin Hao arrived at the end of the mechanical ruins, the lair of the Mechanical King. To Lin Hao's surprise, there were actually players fighting the boss. In front of him was a 5-member team, all of whom were strong with levels above 30 and equipped with top-notch gear. The lowest tier was red gear, and a few even wore legendary equipment. Looking at their names above, Lin Hao realized that they were from the Stellar Guild, which was even stronger than Sword Dance and Wind. Unlike Sword Dance and Wind, the Stellar Guild had a branch in Moonlight City, so they were not lacking level 30 players, making them the strongest guild force in Moonlight City. Moreover, their team had a balanced distribution of classes, unlike Sword Dance and Wind, which was predominantly sword-wielding classes, with very few other players making them easy targets. Lin Hao turned his gaze toward the boss. Mechanical Ruins Mechanical King, level 30 health, 500 attack, 200 defense, 150 magic resistance, 150 skill, 1/skill, 2 backup, hidden energy. When health drops below 20, extract the life core to create a shield equal to 50 of maximum health. This shield cannot be penetrated. After activating the core, it causes an area explosion damage of 1000 of attack power. This damage ignores shields and invincibility effects and is true damage. If the shield is broken, the Mechanical King's dual resistance increases by 100. Skill 3 Eternal Life, a passive skill exclusive to the Mechanical King. After activating backup hidden energy, he will not die and refresh all skill cooldowns. Skill 4 Energy Shield. The Mechanical King can skillfully harness the power of the life core to generate a shield equal to 20 of maximum health. That skill hasn't appeared. Lin Hao felt a bit disappointed after reviewing the skills. The Mechanical King has a very low chance of dropping a legendary skill called Shield Counterattack. Shield Counterattack applies a special effect to the shield, making it impervious to penetration and returning the damage taken by the shield back to the attacker intact. The reflected damage ignores shields and is true damage lasting for 30 seconds. This skill is the core ability of Shield Warriors. Once obtained, Shield Warriors become the object of pursuit by all guilds. However, the probability of obtaining this skill from the Mechanical King is extremely low, even less likely than winning the lottery. Very few players have ever seen the Mechanical King drop this skill, let alone drop the legendary skill book. While Lin Hao was observing them, the players from the Stellar Guild also noticed him. One man with a scarred face and a fierce look warned, "Mage, we were the first to engage the monster. If you dare to steal it, don't blame us for being rude." Lin Hao replied, his expression displeased, "If you don't know how to speak nicely, I'd like to see how you would be rude to me." Seeing that the mage seemed to be angered, a female player quickly spoke softly, "Please don't take offense, Mage. This guy never thinks before he speaks. I know that a mage of your caliber would never stoop to stealing monsters." The female player's tone became much more polite, but Lin Hao was unimpressed. "Stop flattering me. Ooh, I'm not falling for that. I won't steal your monster, but if you get killed by it, that's not my problem." The female player smiled. "If we really fail, then do as you wish." The fierce-looking man snorted dismissively, and the others no longer looked at Lin Hao with the same intensity. A mage player whispered, "What kind of mage is he? Isn't he afraid of us, Stellar Guild?" "Yeah, this mage is just like that, saying we would be killed by the boss. Isn't he just looking for an excuse to back out?" The others glanced at the boss. At this point, the boss's health had dropped below half, and all their statuses were full under the healing spell of the Water Element Mage. Each of them still had their most powerful attack skills ready. Could they not defeat the boss? Lin Hao overheard their conversation. Although their voices were lowered, they still made sure he could hear. The female players showed no intention of stopping them. If it weren't for the fact that this was a safe zone where players couldn't attack each other based on those few words, he would have already taught them a lesson with a Red Lotus shockwave. Moreover, to obtain the Mechanical King's heart, one must kill it solo. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't mind taking them down along with the boss. However, despite the various restrictions, Lin Hao did not plan to just stand by and watch. Because if the boss was killed, the next refresh would be in 3 days, and he didn't have the time to wait around. As time passed, the boss's health quickly dropped to 20, and at that moment it activated its backup hidden energy. A shield with a staggering 2500 points suddenly appeared. The players of the Xingqian Guild were already prepared and began to operate calmly. A lightning element mage player unleashed a very rare area-wide enhancement skill, boosting both himself and the 4 accompanying players, increasing their damage by 10 for 3 seconds. Although the enhancement was not substantial, with 5 people receiving the boost, it amounted to a total of 50 increased damage. The enhancement lasted for 3 seconds, theoretically allowing for a 150 increase in damage, making it a powerful team enhancement skill. The others also held nothing back, unleashing their strongest skills. If they did not break the shield and defeat the boss in those 3 seconds, the 5 of them would suffer 1 points of true damage, a blow no one could withstand, not even with invincibility skills. Huge numbers repeatedly slammed against the Mechanical King's shield as everyone exerted their utmost strength. 4,960. 4,798. 5125. The first round of attacks from the 5, aided by the enhancement skill, successfully shattered the Mechanical King's shield. The second effect of the backup hidden energy activated, and the Mechanical King's dual defenses became 3,000 points. However, the 5 were not worried. Only a second had passed, and the second round of attacks quickly followed. 1,066. 1,328. 1,125. In this round of attacks, the damage decreased significantly, not only due to the Mechanical King's enhanced defenses, but also because the powerful skills used in the first round had entered cooldown. Yet even so, the 5 still dealt nearly 6,000 points of damage. At this moment, the boss's health was already below 4,000. This round was secure. The fierce-looking man provocatively glanced at Lin Hao, conveying a simple message: "Do you think we'll still fail now?" Lin Hao looked at the man and smiled meaningfully. The man felt somewhat bewildered, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed a soft and sacred light appearing above the boss's head. This effect was all too familiar to everyone. Is that a healing spell? As soon as the words left his mouth, the boss's health instantly increased by 1,000 points. At the same time, their third wave of attacks hit. 1,022. 1,231. 1,015. The 5 dealt over 5,000 points of damage in total, yet the BOSS, which should have been finished off, persisted due to the additional 1,000 health. The members of the Xingqian Guild were all dumbfounded at this sight. What the hell is this? Where did the boss get a healing skill? I don't know, could it be a hidden mechanism? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This boss hasn't appeared for the first time, and there's never been any mention of a hidden mechanism. Then what is going on? This is absurd. It just healed 1,000 health, more than my total health. The Xingqian Guild fell into chaos. They had prepared thoroughly before coming, only to encounter such a fatal surprise. The fierce-looking man was very unwilling to give up and wanted to salvage the situation, but it was already too late. The Mechanical King suddenly raised its life core, and its cold mechanical voice seemed to carry some anger. Backup hidden energy activate. As soon as the words were spoken, the life core emitted a dazzling light, and damage numbers in the 5 digits appeared above everyone's heads. 10,000. 10,000. 10,000. When the light faded, the 5 were completely doomed. Lin Hao walked to the spot where they had just died and picked up 2 pieces of red equipment, then tossed them into the auction house. Not bad, I just picked up over 1,000 credit points. The reason the boss had just restored health was naturally Lin Hao's doing. The forbidden spell healing played a crucial role, otherwise he might have had to wait another 3 days. After using backup hidden energy, the boss did not die, but entered a disengaged state, rapidly recovering its health. Lin Hao made no move to ambush and quietly waited for it to restore full health. In less than 30 seconds, the boss's health returned to 5,000. Only then did Lin Hao approach, and as he entered the attack range, he unleashed an explosive flame spell. 10,350. The LV5 explosive flame spell dealt devastating damage, taking away 1/5 of the boss's health in an instant. At this point, the Mechanical King finally locked onto its target, drawing out its light sword from behind and charging toward Lin Hao. This Mechanical King was quite a challenge for other players, but for Lin Hao, this big, clumsy creature that only attacked in melee posed no threat whatsoever. Another 2 explosive flame spells struck down. 10,350. 10,350. The Mechanical King moved quickly, reaching Lin Hao in less than 2 seconds, raising its light sword to strike. Lin Hao completely ignored the attack and unleashed the Crimson Lotus Shockwave. 85,375. The LV4 Crimson Lotus Shockwave combined with the effects of the War God talent dealt astonishing damage. Throughout the entire encounter, the Mechanical King never touched a single finger of Lin Hao. The light sword raised high suddenly vanished, and then the entire body of the Mechanical King began to collapse. The extremely high execution threshold did not give it a chance to activate the backup hidden energy. The entire battle ended in 3 seconds, hardly more challenging than dealing with a minion. Ding defeated the level 30 Mechanical King, earning 100 experience points. Defeating it 4 levels higher grants an additional 400 experience points. Ding, the War God talent is activating. You have absorbed the origin power of the Mechanical King, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. Lin Hao checked his level and found he had indeed leveled up again. At this moment his level had become 27, and at this rate of leveling up, reaching the maximum level did not seem so far away. He might even become the first player to reach max level before Orphan and the others. After the body of the Mechanical King vanished, a significant number of equipment dropped, totaling 6 pieces. Among them 4 were blue items while the other 2 were red, but they were of no use to Lin Hao, both in attributes and effects. This is how wild bosses are in terms of rewards. They can never compare to hidden bosses. Fortunately, he had achieved his purpose in this venture, throwing all unwanted equipment into the auction house, and then he picked up the Mechanical King's Life Core. Mechanical King's Life Core. Quality special item. Description: a rare core containing life energy. Lin Hao stored the life core in his system backpack and then retraced his steps. The slums. From a distance, upon seeing Lin Hao, the black market merchant enthusiastically called out, "Dear customer, it seems you have retrieved the item I asked for." "That's right." Lin Hao nodded and took out the life core. The black market merchant, seeing this, reached out to snatch it. Lin Hao quickly pulled it back. "What about the item you owe me?" "I won't fall for the tricks of this unscrupulous merchant. I only take advantage of others." The black market merchant rubbed his hands. It's my fault for being too excited and forgetting something so important. However, the equipment you wanted has already been bought by someone else. Oh, why not take a look at something else?" "Bought by someone else?" Lin Hao was quite surprised. "Yes." The black market merchant nodded and then led Lin Hao back to the stall. Lin Hao glanced over the stall again, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. The cursed boots were truly no longer on display. What bad luck, they were just here and now they're gone. I should have decisively exchanged them earlier instead of thinking I could get them for free. Lin Hao sighed. The 100 enhancement effect of the cursed boots was incredibly valuable. It's a pity to have lost them. This incident also taught Lin Hao a lesson when it comes to useful items. Even if it costs a bit more, one must secure them in advance for peace of mind, rather than always thinking about getting something for nothing. Seeing that Lin Hao seemed uninterested in the items at the stall, the black market merchant grew anxious and frantically promoted the other 2 legendary items. But Lin Hao naturally looked down on them. Their base attributes were decent, but their effects were average, and they weren't even suitable for a mage, rendering them of little use. Suddenly, he thought of something and feigned great interest as he said, "I actually have some knowledge about the life core. Typically, only very ancient machines that consume a lot of energy would use them, and those machines are often masterpieces by masters. You want the life core? Could it be that you possess a masterwork?" Seeing that Lin Hao truly understood, the black market merchant was somewhat taken aback. "You're right, I do have a masterwork, but it's my treasure, and I can't show it to you. Not even a glance. It must be the extraction conversion sphere." With this thought, Lin Hao already knew what to do next. "Oh, what a shame, I won't get to see a master's work." After saying this, Lin Hao turned to leave. The black market merchant watched Lin Hao leave without looking back, slightly stunned. He still hadn't secured the life core. He hurriedly stepped forward to block Lin Hao, saying anxiously, "Customer, don't be in such a rush. I wouldn't show it to just anyone, but you clearly are not an ordinary person. However, this is certainly not without compensation," the black market merchant said, while closely watching the life core in Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao saw that the other party was genuinely falling for it, and said directly, "As long as you let me see the master's work, this life core will be yours." "All right." Seeing Lin Hao agree so readily, the black market merchant was quite excited, saving himself the legendary equipment. He rummaged in his pocket and quickly pulled out a completely black sphere. The sphere was only the size of an adult's fist, and apart from being black, it had nothing particularly special about it. However, upon seeing this seemingly ordinary black sphere, Lin Hao nearly couldn't contain his joy. At this moment, the black market merchant smiled. "I've shown you the item. Hurry up and give me the life core." From the beginning, this unscrupulous merchant has kept the extraction conversion sphere in his hand, Lin Hao said, unpleased. "It seems you lack sincerity." Lin Hao didn't waste words, turning away to leave. The black market merchant, seeing this, panicked. He had to obtain the life core, and could only compromise. What kind of sincerity do you want? I want to hold it in my hand and take a look. No way. The black market merchant immediately vetoed as soon as Lin Hao finished speaking. This was his treasure more important than his life. Everything he did was for this sphere. What are you worried about? Though this is the black market, it's also part of the safety zone of Wangyue City. Are you really afraid that I would steal it and run away? The black market merchant forced a smile, but said nothing. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt a bit of a headache. He quickly decided to take a risk. He didn't believe Huiyuan Marshall Town couldn't handle those city guards. Since you're worried about this, let's go to the city guards and have them witness it. That should put your mind at ease, right? The black market merchant nodded. That works for me, but let's find someone from the Church of Light instead. I don't trust those city guards. Hearing this, Lin Hao was quite delighted. What do you call this? This is what you get for not taking the road to heaven, but instead breaking into hell. Wait a minute. Why do I feel a bit like a villain? The influence of the Church of Light across the entire realm is so significant that a black market merchant trusts the church more than the city guards. Lin Hao accepted cheerfully. All right, since I proposed the condition to see the item, then I will follow your lead. The black market merchant also sighed in relief. He had done plenty of sneaky things, and dealing with those city guards would be like walking into a trap. The Church of Light wouldn't pry so deeply. Soon the black market merchant brought 2 representatives from the Church of Light to act as witnesses. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had put on a black robe to avoid being recognized, ensuring that his plans would not be thwarted. Lin Hao was somewhat curious. He couldn't fathom what benefits this guy had offered to convince the Church of Light to come to the slums, but it clearly served his own interests. The 2 representatives from the Church of Light were not dressed in the usual robes, but rather in heavy armor. Upon seeing them, Lin Hao felt a strange unease, for these were the very guards who had prevented him from entering the church that night. Fortunately, I had the foresight to wear this black robe. Otherwise, if they recognized me on the spot, this unscrupulous merchant would probably have become anxious. Lin Hao sighed in relief while the 3 men approached him. The 2 guards did not find it strange to see someone in a black robe, as this was the black market. The black market merchant was somewhat puzzled. He hadn't seen Lin Hao in a black robe before, but soon it dawned on him. This fellow must have offended someone from the Church of Light before. With this thought, he felt even more assured. Calling the Church of Light representatives was indeed a very wise decision. The black market merchant smiled and said, "Dear guest, these 2 guards are highly respected figures within the Church of Light. You can rest assured now, right?" Lin Hao nodded. Naturally, I feel assured. Let's get started. Saying this, he handed over the core of life while gripping the extraction conversion orb in his hand. The black market merchant was very pleased, finally having obtained the goods, and Lin Hao was even happier than he was. He touched the black orb in his hand, but the system's item description was all question marks. Because this black orb did not yet belong to him according to the previous agreement, he only had 3 minutes to view it before it had to be returned. However, since Lin Hao had it in his hands, there was no way he would return it. Just as the black market merchant was still foolishly grinning, thinking he had made a great deal, a fireball spell suddenly struck him on the head. 10,650. Suffering an inexplicable heavy blow, the black market merchant wore a bewildered expression mixed with immense rage. "Kid, what are you doing?" "What?" In response, a second fireball spell followed. 53,250. Instant kill. The black market merchant couldn't even let out a scream before he perished, unable to believe that Lin Hao dared to attack him here. After all, this was not only within the city of Wangyue, but also in the presence of the Church of Light representatives. The 2 representatives from the Church of Light were equally shocked by this scene. They could only imagine the worst possible scenario, thinking that this black-robed individual would snatch something away. They never expected him to dare to kill right under their noses. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's mind was bombarded with the system's incessant warning sounds. "Warning! Warning! You have killed the black market merchant and have been wanted by Wangyue City. The city guards are on their way. Warning! Warning! You have killed the black market merchant and have been wanted by Wangyue City. The city guards are on their way. Warning! Warning! You have violated the witness of the Church of Light and have been blacklisted by the church. The light guards are coming. Warning! Warning! You have violated the witness of the Church of Light and have been blacklisted by the church. The light guards are coming." Just as the system was frantically issuing warnings, the 2 light guards began to take action. "You reckless rogue! How dare you provoke the Church of Light? Are you seeking death?" As the attacks were about to land, Lin Hao took off the black robe. One of the guards saw Lin Hao's appearance and quickly stopped his actions. Seeing his teammates still attacking, he delivered a flying kick, sending him flying. After doing all this, he respectfully, yet perplexedly, said, "Master Celestial, what brings you here?" Lin Hao stood with his hands behind his back. "I am here under the orders of your leader to punish this unscrupulous merchant. Everything is fine now." After Lin Hao finished speaking, he ignored the 2 guards and began to collect the spoils for himself. Watching Lin Hao clean out the black market merchant's stall, the expressions of the 2 guards were filled with confusion. The leader's orders. Why were we not informed? Watching Lin Hao's relaxed demeanor, they were unsure how to respond. What they could confirm was that Lin Hao was indeed a distinguished guest of the leader. That night, the leader even gifted him treasured spirit tea that had been collected for many years. It should be noted that those spirit teas were extremely valuable to the leader, even they found it difficult to get a single cup. The leader gifted him 3 large boxes at once. Could he not be considered a distinguished guest? The two exchanged glances, and finally the taller guard steeled himself to approach Lin Hao. Master Celestial, you claim to be under the leader's orders, but do you have any proof? Proof? Do I need such things? Lin Hao replied coldly, if you think I'm lying, feel free to take me back. No. The guard waved his hands repeatedly, not daring to offend Lin Hao. However, another guard took out a communication stone and contacted Hui Yunwu. Killing someone in the city was equivalent to disregarding the city regulations and disrespecting the city lord. If pursued, it was no small matter. They had to consider how to face the city guards that would arrive soon. Whether the Celestial Master would be protected or not was beyond their decision. Leader, did you assign any tasks to the Celestial Master? Tasks? Hui Yunwu was somewhat confused. He hadn't asked the Celestial Master to do any work. But being in a high position, he quickly guessed that the Celestial Master was in trouble. He could help, but he absolutely could not get himself involved. With this thought, he decided to probe. I did ask him to complete a task. How did that go? The Celestial Master just killed a black market merchant and is wanted by the city guards, the guard said, truthfully, breathing a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Hui Yunwu also sighed in relief. He thought it was a much bigger deal needing to report his name. Well, he killed him, so let it be. That black market merchant was not a good person to begin with. Moreover, tell the Celestial Master that he doesn't need to get involved in such trivial matters. Prioritize completing my task, find the Biming grass. Understood, leader. I will certainly convey that. After ending the communication, the guard approached Lin Hao and relayed this information. After listening, Lin Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Come on, was it just borrowing your name? Now you're asking me to find Biming grass. Biming grass is a legendary herb. It's not that easy to obtain. He understood Hui Yunwu's intention. He had already settled this matter, but he wanted Biming grass as a reward. If he wasn't given it, don't expect him to help in the future. Between colleagues, why should it be so clear-cut? Lin Hao inwardly complained a couple of times, but could only agree. After all, he only promised to help find it, and hadn't specified when. If he happened to encounter it during future adventures, he'd give it to him. If not, then, so be it. At worst, he just wouldn't use his name again. Just then, a large group of city guards and light guards rushed over. Reckless rogue, how dare you act so brazenly in Wanhua City? Quickly surrender. Lin Hao ignored them as someone would help him resolve this. Sure enough, the 2 guards immediately stood up and declared, the ones being reckless are you. How dare you speak to the Celestial Master like that? The Celestial Master is a distinguished guest of the leader and just helped to punish a villain. Oh, the city guards and light guards who rushed over were dumbfounded. After realizing what was happening, they hurriedly bowed and said, Celestial Master, we were the ones being rude. After sending all these people away, Lin Hao finally began to inspect his gains. Extraction conversion sphere quality, unique item. Effect by using 3 pieces of legendary equipment of any level as a medium. 1 active effect from a piece of equipment can be extracted and transformed into an active skill. Note, when the active effect is extracted, the equipment will be destroyed. Current status: inactive, requires life core for activation. Current uses remaining 10 times. 10 times. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised it wasn't just 3 times. That made sense. In his past life, it was only obtained by players a year later. NPCs also used items, and the black market merchant had already consumed most of its uses. Haha, this is a massive score. Lin Hao was extremely excited. Not only did he have 7 extra uses, but he hadn't even spent a single legendary item, and he even got 2 for free. And the only cost was helping Hui Yunwu find a northern dark grass. He wished for more deals like this. He currently had a total of 17 legendary items on him. Even excluding Dark Devourer and Wild's Robe, he still had 15, meaning he could extract 5 active effects. Afterward, Lin Hao curiously looked at the description of the extraction conversion sphere, a small trinket casually made by the Dark King. Lin Hao. After reading the introduction, he felt a bit unsettled. This was made by the Dark King, and casually at that. As expected of the man who was the epitome of background prestige, truly formidable. The Dark King was not only immensely powerful, but also undoubtedly a divine artificer. After activation with the life core, the originally black sphere had turned into a ball of light, its dazzling radiance illuminating half of the slums. Fortunately, no players were nearby, or a large crowd would have gathered. Being a player himself, he knew how insatiable their curiosity could be. Luckily, at that moment, the piercing white light completely dissipated, and the sphere began to dim again, only this time its status had changed to activated. Upon closer inspection, the originally black sphere now seemed to contain tiny star-like specks of light, 10 in total. Putting away the extraction conversion sphere, Lin Hao left the slums. He didn't plan to extract Starlight Flash just yet, as he didn't have any particularly powerful boots on hand. After leaving the slums, Lin Hao arrived at a tea house. His current priority was to level up to 30. Level was the most crucial factor. The reason he came here was to pick up a hidden quest. To be precise, this place held the preliminary clue to triggering a hidden boss. At the moment on the stage, a somewhat downcast storyteller was narrating a tale. Legend has it that a long time ago, a terrible plague struck Wanyu City, causing countless deaths. Those people were all buried in the mass grave behind Jiashan Mountain. Every night, ghosts would appear there. Before he could finish his story, a wave of boos erupted. Get off the stage. Why is it this old, worn-out story again? Yeah, the ghosts in the mass grave are total nonsense. Aside from a bunch of skeleton monsters, there isn't a single ghost there. Yeah, tell a different story. It was fresh the first time, but hearing it so many times, why is it still the same one? Seeing the unappreciative audience, the storyteller said firmly, I say there are ghosts, so there are. If you can't see them, it's because you're not capable. At these words, someone immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready for a fight. The man, sensing trouble, slipped away in a flash. Seeing that the moment was right, Lin Hao quickly followed. The man was about to get angry upon noticing he was being followed when Lin Hao said, I believe the story you told. Really? The man was pleasantly surprised, then sized up Lin Hao, his face beaming with smiles. The legendary equipment almost blinded him. Young hero, you followed me because you want to know how to see the ghost, right? Exactly. Lin Hao nodded. State your conditions. As long as they're reasonable, I'll meet them. The man shook his head and let out a long sigh. I don't need anything. To be honest, the ghostly man I speak of is my great-great-great-grandfather. He was a martial arts fanatic who didn't die on the battlefield, but from the plague. His soul has never found peace. I want you to defeat him so he can leave with satisfaction. Ding, you have triggered a hidden quest. Liberate the soul of the martial fanatic. Reward: random red skill book. Conditions for the martial fanatic soul to appear: kill 20 skeleton monsters solo within half an hour to prove your strength. After successfully accepting the quest, Lin Hao left Wanyu City and headed towards the mass grave. The mass grave was some distance from Wanyu City, and along the way, Lin Hao casually dispatched some monsters. By the time he reached the mass grave, he had already leveled up to 28, gaining another 10 points of agility. The mass grave was a level 30 grinding spot. All the monsters here were level 30. Players above level 30 had long left this map, so those farming here were level 20-somethings teaming up with friends. At that moment, a team of 4 was struggling to kill a skeleton monster. Haha, this monster is about to die. Great, after 10 minutes of grinding, we're finally going to finish it. Sigh, I shouldn't have come here with you guys. 4 of us took 10 minutes to kill just one monster. Would be better off outside killing level 20 mobs. Alright, we're here now. Let's make the best of it. Lin Hao glanced at the rookies and initially planned to ignore them, but upon seeing their usernames, a mischievous thought occurred to him. Forbidden Art Healing activate. The skeleton monster, which was on its last legs and about to die, suddenly surged by 2,400 health points. The 4 members of the Tianya Guild were stunned by the sight. What the hell? Skeletons can use healing magic. Ridiculous, what kind of bug is this? Are you kidding me? We've been grinding for so long, about to succeed, don't mess this up. Just as they suspected, a game bug, a red shockwave brimming with destructive energy shot over. 17,525. 17,525. 87,625. 17,525. The terrifying damage not only instantly killed the 4 players, but also slaughtered the monster they had been fighting for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the 4 of them also heard the same system notification sound. Ding, you have been killed by the player Tianshi level 1, 3 minutes until resurrection. What the hell? How did Tianshi end up at the mass grave? This is just too unfortunate. After fighting monsters for so long without killing any, I've lost a level 2. Which genius dragged me to the mass grave? I want to punch him. Tianshi is too arrogant. I need to tell Lu Xiao. If he can't handle this, I'm quitting this guild. Exactly, joining this lousy guild has brought me no benefits. Encountering Tianshi just means death. It's so frustrating. Soon Lu Xiao learned about Tianshi's appearance in the mass grave. To be honest, he didn't want to go. He had already realized the gap between him and Tianshi. If he encountered Tianshi on the road, he planned to take a detour. However, he knew that if he didn't turn the tide, soon the morale of the entire branch would crumble. It seems the Xingqian Guild is looking for Tianshi. Perhaps I can leverage their strength. Lu Xiao's mind raced, and he suddenly had an idea. Lin Hao had no idea that the few low-level players he killed were going to find help. If he knew, he would definitely say, well done, better bring more people. Right now what I need the most is dark value. If more people come, I might be able to permanently synthesize Death's arrival. Skeleton Soldier, level 30 health, 12,000 attack, 1450 defense, 1230 magic resistance, 1198 skills, / Dance of Chaos. A level 30 skeleton monster with a health pool of 12,000 and considerable defense at 1230, significantly stronger than the average level 30 monster. However, for Lin Hao, the defense attribute was practically non-existent. How long it could hold up in his hands depended on how high its health was. With 2 casts of Fireball, he could easily dispose of the skeleton monster. The time spent finding monsters was longer than the time spent fighting them. To encounter that hidden BOSS, he had to kill 20 skeleton monsters within half an hour. This prerequisite would not be simple for any player under level 30. However, Lin Hao completed it in less than 5 minutes. When he finished off the 20 skeletons, his level had already reached 29, just 1 level short of the maximum for this map. And among the players from his starting village, very few had reached level 20. His leveling speed was terrifying. More importantly, Lin Hao had never deliberately farmed monsters for levels. He had been doing quests all along. If he had spent all his time farming monsters, his leveling speed would have skyrocketed even more, but that would mean losing out on many things. Upon reaching level 30, the system would automatically unlock the advancement quest. The attribute points gained and experience required for leveling would double from then on. Thus, after level 30, the game truly began. Everything before that was merely a familiarization process. Just as Lin Hao was pondering these things, it suddenly began to rain lightly in the mass grave, and the gray sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning and thunder. In the intermittent illumination of the lightning, a figure clad in red heavy armor appeared before him. His figure flickered in and out, resembling a ghost. Relentless Martial Madman's Phantom, level 30 health, 60,000 attack, 3,400 defense, 3,200 magic resistance, 2980 skill 1, Shattering Sword LV 3, swinging the longsword with full force, dealing 300 attack damage to enemies, with 200 additional damage to shields and metals. Skill 2, Duel of Warriors, a special skill created by the Martial Madman. Let's have a fair duel. It pulls a target into a special barrier that lasts for 60 seconds, with the barrier's shield value being 5,000 of its own attack power. Skill 3, Parry, a true strongman can retaliate even at the brink of disaster. When the enemy attacks, it can reflect all damage except for area attacks lasting for 10 seconds. Description: a renowned powerhouse from 300 years ago, rumored to have fought countless battles without a single defeat, yet ultimately did not die on the battlefield, but from a plague. Unwilling to accept such an ending, he has been searching for strong opponents after his death. Unfortunately, as a ghostly entity, he cannot leave this mass grave until you appear. So powerful. This hidden boss's attributes are significantly higher than those of the Mechanical King. The effect of Shattering Sword is even more terrifying. This boss was an NPC in life, so he can cultivate skills. This is also the first enemy Lin Hao has seen that has leveled a skill to LV3. Among monsters of the same level, humanoid monsters are always stronger than ordinary monsters, and NPCs crush them. After the man appeared, he wasted no words and pointed his longsword at Lin Hao. You have great skill. How about a duel? Without waiting for Lin Hao's consent, he swung his longsword and attacked. The distance between them was not far, so with a flash he entered the range of the longsword's attack. As the attack was about to land, Lin Hao unleashed his LV3 intermediate barrier technique. With an attack power of 3,450, a shield totaling 13,800 points was instantly generated. The ghostly man's attack was formidable, dealing 3,400 points of damage with a single strike. Just as Lin Hao was about to retaliate, he suddenly saw the ghostly man's sword turn crimson. This was the effect of the impending Shattering Sword. The ghostly man's attack power was shockingly high at 3,400 points, just 50 points lower than his own. The damage from Shattering Sword was 300, plus the special attack against shields totaling over 200 damage. The shield couldn't withstand it. At the last possible moment, Lin Hao used Stellar Flash to evade the blow. Subsequently, he cast Fireball in response. But at that moment, the ghostly man activated Parry. With a swing of his sword, the fireball that flew out was returned with even greater speed. 10,650. After the shield absorbed this blow, it shattered, and the remaining damage of over 200 points struck him. Lin Hao truly experienced how powerful his attacks were. What a troublesome guy. This ghostly man was the strongest boss he had encountered since entering the game. The Mechanical King couldn't last 3 seconds against him, but this guy could last at least 10 seconds, because Parry was too effective against his ranged skills. Lin Hao did not dare to pull the distance too far lest he find himself in trouble if he lost the fight. But just then the ghostly figure suddenly stopped pursuing him and shouted, "Let's have a fair duel." In the next moment, Lin Hao found himself in a special space. To be precise, it was a transparent shield that isolated him from the outside world. The diameter of the shield was only about 100 meters, and even with his speed, he could not run far in such a limited space. The battle had only lasted 7 seconds so far, and the ghostly figure was charging straight at him. Realizing he couldn't escape from here, Lin Hao showed no fear, saying, "Since you like to chase, let me give you a little gift." In the next moment, a dazzling red lotus flower appeared, and the red shockwave struck the ghostly figure. 17,525. The red lotus shockwave was an area attack, and it couldn't be reflected back. However, the ghostly figure's health was simply too high. After taking one shockwave, his health still remained above 50. He even charged through the baptism of the red light beam, standing right in front of Lin Hao while raising his long sword. "Damn, are you really a ghost?" Lin Hao was shocked by the strength of this boss. In his past life, he had never fought this boss. The reason this hidden boss was revealed was that no one could defeat him. At first, people were even selling information as the details about hidden boss were valuable. However, as the news spread, more and more people learned about it, yet no one could succeed. Many simply uploaded the prerequisite tasks to the forum, hoping to see if any expert could pass. However, by the time Lin Hao had traversed here, this boss was still alive, indicating how powerful he was. Lin Hao had not believed in such tales, and had specifically returned to Wanyu City to give it a try. Unfortunately, he had already surpassed level 30, and could not trigger the task. Now he had compensated for this regret. Just as Lin Hao was pondering these things, the ghostly figure's attack had arrived. Lin Hao had no intention of taking it hidden. He spent 1,000 mana points to activate the psychic shield. After withstanding the blow with an invincibility skill, the duration of Reflect also ended, and Lin Hao began to unleash a flurry of attacks. 10,650. 10,650. The ghostly figure's attack speed was very fast. After withstanding 2 strikes, he swung his sword again. 3,400. Lin Hao's mana points instantly decreased by 1,700, but it didn't matter because he had plenty of mana in the Mana Stone. With a thought, his mana was instantly replenished, and at that moment the figure's health had reached Lin Hao's kill threshold. The LV5 Fire Blast was unleashed. 53,250. A massive damage number floated above the figure's head, and soon he stopped his attack. As his figure became increasingly illusory, about to dissipate, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face that was beautiful. With that, the figure completely vanished, leaving behind only a red skill book and a letter. Not bad for a guy. No wonder so many people couldn't defeat him in my past life. With 600 health points, along with extraordinary attack and defense, and absurdly powerful skills, he had virtually no weaknesses. If it weren't for the God of War talent allowing Lin Hao to ignore the boss's defensive attributes along with a 5-fold damage bonus, it would have truly been a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the system notification rang out. "Ding, you have killed the level 30 hidden BOSS Wu Qi, earning 200 experience points. Killing at level 1 awarded an additional 2,000 experience points." Wu Qi as a hidden BOSS indeed granted double the experience compared to the level 30 Mechanical King. Ding, the God of War talent is activating. You have absorbed Wu Kai's source power, permanently increasing your attack power by 100 points. Ding, as the first player to kill Wu Qi, you will receive a nationwide announcement opportunity. Do you want to hide your name? No. With that, 3 announcements echoed throughout the Xia country. Nationwide announcement: congratulations to player Tian Shi for achieving the first kill of Wu Qi, rewarded with 100 experience points and 10 gold coins. Let's encourage all players to keep up the good work. Nationwide announcement: congratulations to player Tian Shi for achieving the first kill of Wu Qi, rewarded with 100 experience points and 10 gold coins. Let's encourage all players to keep up the good work. What? A man dressed as a swordsman exclaimed in shock that Wu Qi was actually killed by someone. The man was none other than the president of the Sword Dance Guild, Jian Wing, a level 89 super powerhouse. The hidden boss Wu Qi was something they had discovered not long ago. However, none of the players below level 30 under his command could last 3 minutes against the BOSS, let alone defeat him. The stronger the BOSS, the better the rewards for defeating him. Not to mention, this was a hidden boss that wielded a sword, and the background information about him was quite impressive. If there were follow-up tasks, there was a great possibility of obtaining a legendary skill usable by swordsmen. With this thought, Jian Wuying could no longer sit still. Although he didn't have a branch in Wanyu City, many people had visited due to the Wu Qi incident, so they had activated the teleportation array of Wanyu City and could go there at any time. After defeating this BOSS, Lin Hao began to check the drops. First, there was the red skill book. He originally thought it would be Shattered Sword, but to his surprise, it was actually a unique skill created by Wu Qi, Duel of Warriors. Duel of Warriors Quality Red Special, a skill created by a very talented NPC. Its effects might rival those of legendary skills. Class requirement: none effect. Pull a target into a special barrier for 60 seconds, with the barrier's shield value being 5,000 of one's own attack power. One wonders if this Wu Qi fellow is often ganged up on, which is why he created this skill, but it must be said that the practicality of this skill is truly strong. The diameter of this isolation barrier is 100 meters. Once trapped inside, there's no escape, and it works wonders against enemies with exceptionally high agility who love to jump around. As a life-saving skill, its effects are surprisingly good, equivalent to immediately creating a super strong shield worth 5,000 of one's attack power, far better than the intermediate barrier technique. His current attack power is 3,550 points, which means he can create a shield with nearly 1800 shield value instantly. Simply incredible. More importantly, this shield lasts for 60 seconds, far surpassing the intermediate barrier technique. Moreover, this skill can not only pull enemies in to kill them, it can also pull allies in the other direction for protection. The only drawback is that this barrier is like a transparent bowl covering the ground. As long as the barrier remains intact, those outside cannot hit him, but he also cannot hit those outside. In an instant, Lin Hao thought of the many marvelous uses of this skill. He was quite satisfied with it. A shield that grants 5,000 attack power was simply outrageous. Even legendary level strongest shield skills could not provide such absurd values. After learning the skill, Lin Hao picked up the letter from the ground. As expected, this was indeed a special item that triggered a hidden quest. The content of the letter was lengthy, but Lin Hao read it with great seriousness. After all, this item dropped from such a formidable hidden boss was likely related to a legendary skill. The first half of the letter spoke of the life of the ghostly man. It roughly mentioned that the ghostly man's surname was Su, and his name was Su Long. The Su family was a prominent household over 300 years ago, known for their scholarly lineage. He was the eldest son of the Su family, but from a young age he disliked reading and loved wielding weapons. Fortunately, his family was indeed wealthy and hired a renowned master to teach him. After many years of training, he had achieved some accomplishments. However, one night, disregarding his family's advice, he left the Su family in pursuit of martial arts, never to return. The latter half of the letter urged Lin Hao to unearth the treasures he had hidden in his early years. Su Long was aware that he had many enemies and would eventually meet his demise, so he had a habit of collecting treasures and hiding them in life. When asked why he didn't simply return the treasures to the Su family, it was, of course, because he feared his enemies would wipe out his entire family. Yet he thought he might die from revenge, only to unexpectedly perish from a plague, dying far from home. The letter concluded with the location of the treasure and requested that he return it to the Su family. After finishing the letter, the familiar system notification sound indeed rang out at that moment. Ding! Hidden quest triggered. The Wanderer's treasure. Introduction. Su Long left behind a substantial treasure during his lifetime, located in the Panlong mountain range. Find the treasure and return it to the Su family. Reward. Legendary skill book for this profession. Lin Hao was quite surprised. He knew that subsequent quests might award legendary skills, but they were mostly related to physical melee professions like swordsmen and warriors. He never expected it to actually grant a legendary skill for his own profession. Although Lin Hao was a mage, mage was merely a broad term. His true profession was actually the Fury Mage Master. Thinking of potentially acquiring the exclusive legendary skill of the Fury Mage Master, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel excited. After putting away the letter, Lin Hao checked his status panel. He had officially reached level 30. Nickname Master. Profession Fury Mage Master. Level 30. HP 3,750. MP 5,400. Strength 500. Constitution 7. Spirit 110. Agility 306. Attack 1900. Defense 14. This was just Lin Hao's current panel attributes. Of the 1900 attack points, 900 came from his divine talent. If he equipped gear, his attack would reach 3,550 points, while his mana would reach 8,300 points. Such terrifying attributes meant that ordinary level 50 players couldn't compete. Against players of the same level, a single cast of his Fire Blast could instantly kill, dealing ample damage. At this moment, the advancement quest was also initiated. The level 30 advancement quests typically wouldn't be too difficult. Normally, they involved defeating a specific boss or achieving a certain milestone. The difficulty was linked to the profession. The rarer and more powerful the profession, the harder the advancement quest would be. Lin Hao felt a bit anxious, hoping his advancement quest wouldn't be too hellish. Fortunately, the system didn't let him down. The task assigned was standard, or it had its challenges, but it was not overly difficult. Advancement trial: individually challenge at least 20 level 30 players and achieve victory. This task would be extremely difficult for ordinary players. Taking on 20 players of the same level alone was practically hellish difficulty. However, for Lin Hao, the biggest challenge was finding 20 players. While Lin Hao was mulling over this, a familiar voice called out, "Master is indeed still here." Lu Xiao sounded pleasantly surprised this time. He had brought 10 big shots from the Xingqian Guild. It would be a pity if they couldn't find the master. "You guys again?" Lin Hao glanced at the 10 or so people ahead. Among them, 4 were the novices from the Tianya Guild he had casually dispatched before. He immediately understood what was going on. They had been bullied outside, so they returned to find their parents. One must say that the guild was quite united in this aspect. At least they didn't ignore their own young ones being bullied. Few people from the Tianya guild came. Besides those 4 novices, only Liu Xiao had a bit of strength. The others were all level 30 players from the Xingqian guild, totaling 10, many of whom were familiar faces. At this moment, numerous silhouettes appeared behind them, a massive crowd with at least 100 people. Quick, quick, quick. The show is about to begin. No wonder it's the master. He dares to offend even the Xingqian guild. Now I think the master might really be in trouble. The Xingqian guild has profound roots in Wangyue City, you know. No, I have more faith in the master. He will definitely turn the tables. At first, Lin Hao thought these were guild members, and he indeed felt a bit of pressure. To his surprise, these were all casual players who came to watch the excitement. The curiosity of players was truly strong. Wherever there was excitement, there they would be. However, most players play games simply for fun. Oh, why wouldn't they watch the excitement? In the Xingqian guild, a fierce-looking scar-faced man couldn't contain himself. First, master, were you the one who healed the boss during the Mechanical King fight? This was not baseless speculation on their part. The master had previously used this skill in front of many people, and the 4 novices nearby also said that the skeleton monster suddenly regained a large amount of health, and the master was present. Previously, he had also fought against the Iron Hoofbull King with a similar operation. If it weren't for so much evidence, they would never dare to believe that players could heal bosses in the game. Since you have all guessed it, why ask? Lin Hao had no intention of denying it, as since these people had come, it was clear they wouldn't let things go easily. The female player from the Xingqian guild was furious. Celestial Master, didn't you say you wouldn't steal our monsters? I indeed did not steal. Lin Hao shrugged. You. The female player was somewhat exasperated, but she didn't know how to counter him. Oh, Lin Hao indeed hadn't stolen any monsters. One of the mage players, unable to watch any longer, pointed at Lin Hao. Celestial Master, you probably have no idea about the foundations of top guilds, because everything has been going too smoothly for you. Offending our Xingqian guild means you, a mere lone player, can only wait for death. His words displeased many lone players as well. What's wrong with lone players? Have lone players eaten your rice? Although they were unhappy, they had to admit that the gap between lone players and guild players was indeed significant, especially considering such a top-tier guild. Yet Lin Hao still took it lightly. What about you guys? Of course I know the foundations of top guilds, but I fear no one within the same level. If you want to kill me, you'll need at least 100 or 80 of you. A mere 10 level 30 guys dare to come and seek death. His words drew cheers from the lone players. As expected of the Celestial Master, still as domineering as ever. I'm a fan now. What of the Xingqian guild? Even with so few people, they're just seeking death. Arrogant. The mage player stepped out from the team, and everyone's gaze focused on him, including Lin Hao. It wasn't that he looked particularly handsome, but rather that this guy was fully equipped in level 30 legendary gear. Wow, this is the foundation of a top guild. The onlooking lone players couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was their first time seeing so many legendary pieces of equipment, and all worn by one person. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this guy alone could beat all of them. Someone in the crowd recognized him. This mage seems to be the president of the Xingqian guild branch in Wangyue City, gazing at the stars. So it's him. No wonder he's so arrogant, daring to challenge the Celestial Master. Indeed, he has the confidence to be so arrogant. Damn, if I had so many legendary items, I could be even more arrogant. Looks like the Celestial Master has met his match. Gazing at the stars isn't just any mage who I heard. He also has a hidden profession, and it's an S-level hidden profession. I also know this, although I'm not sure what hidden profession it is. It must be very strong, otherwise the Xingqian guild wouldn't invest so much effort into cultivating him. While everyone whispered among themselves, Lin Hao also discovered the details of this mage. He was indeed a hidden profession mage, and a very formidable one at that. The Star Element Mage. The Star Element Mage is a highly sought-after figure among all guilds, as their profession effect can double the effectiveness of enhancement skills. This doubling applies to all aspects. Not only does the damage of enhanced skills double, but the duration of the skills also doubles, and even the targets benefiting from the skills can double. For example, if he uses a single target enhancement skill, he can additionally apply the same enhancement to another person. If it starts as a group enhancement skill that can be used on 5 people, it will then become usable on 10 people. More importantly, he can also double the effects of equipment skills. With such a talent, the guild will surely cultivate him with utmost priority. No wonder this guy is decked out in legendary gear. On him, Lin Hao also spotted a familiar piece of equipment, the boots of spellcasting that had been snatched up by someone else at the black market merchant earlier. Gazing at the stars, stepped out from the team. Then let me show you the strength of our Xingqian guild. Since we dared to come, we naturally have a way to deal with you. If this were before, Lin Hao would have found this statement laughable, but now seeing the opponent's profession, his expression grew solemn. This was the first player he had encountered with an S-level hidden profession. Just then, gazing at the stars began casting enhancement skills on his teammates' magical focus. This is a multiplicative enhancement skill that can be used on 5 teammates, but with the boost of the star element mage's talent, the entire team of 10 received enhancements. This was also the reason why he only brought 10 people. It wasn't that their guild lacked more level 30 players, but bringing more wouldn't matter much. Magical focus can enhance a player's skills by 15 for 5 seconds, which after doubling becomes a 30 enhancement for 10 seconds. This increase cannot be considered trivial. And it wasn't over yet. Gazing at the stars cast another enhancement skill, Swift Wind Technique. Swift Wind Technique is a speed enhancement skill that, unlike Lin Hao's Fleet Foot, is a multiplicative enhancement skill that can be used on 5 people. After the speed and damage increased, gazing at the stars did not stop casting Weakness Extension. He actually has the skill. Hearing the name Weakness Extension, Lin Hao took a deep breath. This guy said he had a way to deal with him, and he was not joking. After hearing the first 2 enhancement skills, Lin Hao could still brush it off. It was merely an increase in speed and damage. But Weakness Extension could have his damage. To be precise, Weakness Extension allows the blessed target to have all their range damage halved. But Lin Hao is a mage, all his skills are ranged, so having his damage makes no difference. Only then did gazing at the stars finally stop casting, but he activated the equipment skill, which was the resonance of spellcasting effect from the boots of spellcasting. This can allow the next skill to have its damage increased by 100. Under the influence of the star element mage's profession, the enhancement becomes 200, and he can even apply it to another person. Gazing at the stars then transferred this effect to the waiting swordsman nearby. Swordsman is an advanced class of swordsman, not a hidden profession, but still significantly stronger than an ordinary swordsman. With a 30 damage increase and a 200 attack enhancement, his current damage was terrifyingly high. In the Tianyu, the same enhancement skills cannot stack. For example, if magical focus enhances damage by 30, the next similar enhancement skill cannot stack. This is to prevent players from overlapping states. You add 30, I add 20, until the last strike can take down a boss. However, resonance of spellcasting is different because it increases the damage of the next attack, so it is not the same category of enhancement skill as magical focus, thus they can stack. There is also another type of enhancement skill that increases the damage of a player's second attack, so using them simultaneously counts as effective enhancement. Only at this moment did gazing at the stars completely stop his actions. His casting speed was rapid because the S-level star element mage had 2 talent effects. The first talent effect is a comprehensive enhancement of skills without reason. The second talent effect is also straightforward. It allows enhancement skills to be activated instantly. Compared to Lin Hao's Fury Mage, this is a significant difference. Lin Hao's Fury Mage can instantaneously cast all skills without any restrictions. But as an S-level hidden profession, the star element mage's effects are already explosive. The onlooking casual players were stunned by this series of actions. Although they were not fully familiar with the skills used by the Gazing at the Stars team, given that the Heavenly Domain had existed for over 2 years, they could still make some guesses. Wow, it seems that all those were red enhancement skills. This is outrageous. Is this how rich the top guilds are? Even a level 30 player is this wealthy. I feel that the master is truly in trouble now. With so many enhancement skills, I suspect their damage might not be lower than that of the master. And that's not all. It seems that Gazing at the Stars also used Weakness Extension, causing all 10 of them to have their ranged damage halved. It's over. It was already dangerous, and now the damage is halved. How can we even fight back? Indeed, casual players cannot compete with guilds except for the trash from the Tianya Guild and the Berserk Guild. What? Did I provoke you? Why belittle me at a time like this? Lu Xiao, who had been smiling, immediately changed his expression upon hearing someone insult him. At this moment, Lin Hao's situation was indeed not optimistic. These people were extremely well prepared. After activating Fleetfoot, Lin Hao chose to take the initiative once again. As soon as he entered the attack range, the LV5 Fire Explosion spell was unleashed instantaneously. The people from the Star Guild were evidently prepared, always on guard against Lin Hao's sudden attack. The shield warrior immediately blocked in front of Gazing at the Stars, summoning a shield to absorb the damage. 5,475. The LV5 Fire Explosion spell should have dealt 10950 points of damage, but due to Weakness Extension, it only dealt half damage. This shield warrior was no rookie. All his equipment was red. After absorbing this damage, his shield value still remained over 7,000. The shield warrior is a starting class in Heavenly Domain with a talent effect that doubles the value of the shield created and renders it impervious. Seeing Lin Hao's attack easily blocked, Gazing at the Stars couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Master, do you now understand the gap between us? I can give you a chance to join our Star Guild, erasing all previous matters and guaranteeing you a top priority as my subordinate." Everyone was well aware of the master's strength. Bringing such a potentially powerful figure into their ranks could allow them to compete with the AO Long Guild in the future. As for whether the master would be more valued by the guild and steal his resources, that was impossible. While ordinary people might worry about finding a resource-stealing rival, he did not. After all, he was the younger brother of the president of the Star Guild. Moreover, he and the master were not even on the same track. He was focusing on full team enhancements while the master was about individual combat prowess. Even if in the later stages the master could indeed learn enhancement skills, it wouldn't matter. Who would complain about having more enhancement skills among their subordinates? During late-game team battles, or even national wars where conflicts involve thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of players, he alone could not provide enough enhancements. Thus, when he said he would cultivate the master as a top priority, he was not trying to deceive anyone. He genuinely intended to do so. The casual players nearby also turned their gazes toward Lin Hao. They were curious whether the master could resist such temptation. Joining the Star Guild would be akin to rising to the top, where everything would be at one's disposal, while he wouldn't dare to say more red equipment would not be lacking. Unfortunately, Lin Hao was destined not to appreciate it. He had rejected even the personal invitation from the president of the AO Long Guild, let alone a vice president of the Star Guild. You don't think that by limiting my damage output you can control me, do you? Of course not. Gazing at the stars did not underestimate Lin Hao, but he still confidently said, I know you are a great player with many tricks up your sleeve, but I've seen many great players. You won't stir up any storms here. After finishing his words, he locked a skill onto Lin Hao. Take this binding chains. The effect resembling chains instantly bound Lin Hao, yet his speed did not diminish. Those who did not understand the situation thought the skill had no effect, but Lin Hao's expression changed dramatically. Binding chains, despite its seemingly ordinary name, was a genuine legendary skill and a troublesome one that restricted an enemy's abilities. Enemies hit by binding chains cannot recover their mana through any means for 120 seconds, and this state cannot be purified. After all, this was a legendary skill. It would be quite ridiculous if a green quality purification could dispel it. Even though the effect of Mage's protection was extremely strong, it merely extended the duration of purification. Essentially, it remained purification, thus unable to dispel this state. To completely resolve this state, one could only wait for the time to pass, or use a higher tier dispel skill. For example, Erasure, Cleansing, Annihilation. But the skills containing those terms were also all legendary skills which Lin Hao did not possess at this time. With his mana-restricted, Lin Hao's sustainability was entirely cut off, and his survival ability suffered a severe blow. This was the greatest crisis he had ever faced. First you limit my damage output, then restrict my mana recovery. This is truly ruthless. Unfortunately, your timing is off. Lin Hao halted his movements and used Warrior's Duel. He locked the skill onto Gazing at the Stars and shouted, Let's have an honorable duel. Upon hearing this, Gazing at the Stars laughed. An honorable duel. I never expected you, Master, to be so naive. Why should I give up my advantage? Others nodded, about to say something, when they saw a transparent shield suddenly unfold. However, this shield only enclosed Gazing at the Stars, while those standing with him were instead knocked away. They flew nearly 100 meters. A mage player looked at the shield warrior and said, When did you learn such a strong shield skill? Yes, Shaoli, this skill is amazing. It sent me flying 100 meters. Oh, why didn't you protect us too? Wow, look at the shield's health. 177500. I can't be mistaken, this shield has almost 18000 health. What the heck? It's really over 177000. I initially thought it was only 17000. What a powerful skill. Shaoli, you're impressive. You quietly developed such a powerful skill. With this skill you will definitely have a place among shield warriors. Shaoli, you're impressive. You quietly developed such a powerful skill. With this skill you will definitely have a place among shield warriors. The members of the Xingqian Guild were all thrilled to have such a powerful teammate. Once the shield was deployed, a sense of security surged. With nearly 18000 hit points, it was simply astonishing. And Shaoli was only level 30 right now. He could still grow further. After all, the shield skill has never had a fixed value. It has always been based on a multiplier. The shield of a shield warrior is often related to defense and health. As these two attributes increase, the shield's value will continue to rise. Thinking of this, everyone became even more excited. The onlooking casual players all gaped in awe. It was the first time they had seen such an incredible skill, with shield with 18000 hit points. Was this even possible? Who could break this shield at level 30? Even the peak period of the Celestial Master would have to retreat. Only the shield warrior named Xiao Li looked confused, saying, Huh? But I didn't activate any skills. Alright, enough with the modesty. Excessive humility is just arrogance. A nearby sword master patted him on the shoulder. The meaning was simple: you should take advantage of your good fortune and stop showing off. With such a powerful skill in hand, you'll have countless opportunities to flaunt it later. There's no need to show off repeatedly among your companions. Seeing that no one believed him, Xiao Li immediately sensed that the situation was dire. He shook off the swordmaster's hand and said earnestly, "I really didn't activate any skills. This must be the celestial master's doing." Everyone was a bit surprised by his serious demeanor, but soon shifted their gaze to the protective barrier. Sure enough, the celestial master was inside. "This is bad." The mage player felt a sense of urgency and quickly called out, "Everyone attack together and break this shield." The others shared the same thought and immediately launched their attacks. 5,900, 6,318, 5,846, 14368. A total of 9 attacks landed squarely on the shield of the barrier. Under the enhanced attack bonus, the swordmaster even dealt a terrifying damage of over 14,000. Yet even so, the shield remained steadfast. Their enhancement effects, however, were not limitless. They could only attack frantically while the enhancement lasted, while the onlooking casual players were left dumbfounded. Have they gone crazy? Why are they attacking the shield created by their own people? I don't know, could it be that they were turned against us by the Celestial Master? Fools! Look at that shield, the Celestial Master is inside. The Celestial Master is really inside. Wang Xiang is actually going to challenge him directly. Forget it, it's hopeless. Even if he survives, he will be drooling. This is clearly a shield created by the Celestial Master, and he needs to deal with Wang Xiang first. So that's how it is. This skill is just too outrageous. Indeed, I just saw many people blocking in front of Wang Xiang, but Wang Xiang got pulled in while the others were flung away. This skill can actually ignore obstacles. This is insane. The Celestial Master is a mage, but how did he create a shield that even makes a shield warrior feel ashamed? In the midst of Wang Xiang's horrified expression, Lin Hao rushed towards him. Seeing the Celestial Master charging at him, Wang Xiang knew he couldn't escape death. After all, he was just a support-oriented mage. Although he had some damage output, it was minimal. Faced with the Celestial Master, his fate was sealed. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Xiang quickly regained his composure. He didn't need to kill the Celestial Master. He just needed to restrict him and drain his mana. The duration of the binding spell was 120 seconds, and his teammates had more than enough firepower to eliminate the Celestial Master. Thinking of this, Wang Xiang cast a high-level barrier spell on himself. A transparent shield with over 9,000 points instantly formed. He knew this wouldn't stop the Celestial Master, but it would suffice to drain a bit of his mana. Next, he cast Slowing Water Ball at Lin Hao. This skill would significantly reduce the target's movement speed upon hitting. Unfortunately, this skill wasn't instantaneous. No matter how quickly it was launched, Lin Hao could easily evade it. With a flash of starlight, he effortlessly dodged the skill and closed the distance. After activating Life Drain, Lin Hao raised his staff and began to smash down. 3,550, 17,750. The effect of Life Drain allowed Lin Hao's basic attacks to ignore the shield, while Weakening Extension only worked on range damage and did not affect his basic attacks. Wang Xiang was ultimately just a fragile mage taken down in 2 hits. Meanwhile, the 9 individuals outside the barrier were still frantically pounding on the shield. With nearly 18,000 shield points, it was utterly despairing. The ones they were trying to save were already dead, and the shield still hadn't been broken. The Scarface strongman shouted, "Everyone quickly scatter. Beware of his Red Lotus shockwave." Wang Xiang was already dead. Wasting all major skills on the shield would lead to a hefty loss. If all skills went on cooldown, what would be the difference from being a lamb to slaughter? It would be better to wait for the shield to disappear on its own. They didn't believe the shield could last indefinitely. At this moment, Lin Hao was also feeling quite troubled. The binding spell was truly annoying. The mana in the mana gem was inaccessible for replenishment. But fortunately, he could still use the mana within to cast skills without consuming his own mana. Even so, without any sustain, he couldn't withstand their damage. Lin Hao was contemplating whether to turn and flee. His agility had reached 306 points. When he ran, those people wouldn't even see his shadow. If they dared to chase, they would learn what it meant to kite. After killing Wang Xiang, he realized he could cancel the barrier at any time without waiting for the duration to end. However, just then many more figures appeared around him. Lin Hao keenly noticed that they were all level 30 players. Their equipment was quite refined, with at least 40 of them. They were encircling from all directions, surrounding the shield of the barrier. Looking at their nicknames above, he was shocked to find they were all from the Sword Dance Wind Cloud Guild. The leader was someone he was familiar with, a young and reckless individual he had dealt with before. He never expected this guy to hold such a high position. A player under level 30 could command so many people. One could only say that as in Shrank Warrior class, he had a place in a major guild far beyond what an ordinary class player could compare. After surrounding Lin Hao, the young and arrogant player loudly declared, "Tian, sure, once the task is completed, hand over the legendary skill book, and I can spare your life." Lin Hao chuckled. "You guild members sure have a big mouth. If you think you can kill me, then come at me." Faced with about 40 level 30 players, it would be impossible for Lin Hao to claim he was confident. These individuals were not ordinary players, their equipment revealed them to be elite members of the guild. In optimal condition, he could not guarantee victory, let alone now when his mana was suppressed. In the worst-case scenario, he could be instantly killed. But at that moment Lin Hao suddenly thought of something. He first checked his dark value. After killing the player named Gazing at the Starry Sky, he had gained 38 points of dark value, and previously, he had killed 4 novices earning 42 points. Adding the remaining points, he now had a total of 117 dark value, though it was still far from leveling up his Red Lotus Shockwave. However, it was alright, because he remembered that the AO Long Guild had a Red Lotus Shockwave available. With this thought, Lin Hao quickly contacted Lu Yong. How, what's up? You rarely message me. Yong, it's urgent, there's no time for idle chatter, help me exchange for the Red Lotus Shockwave. Red Lotus Shockwave. Lu Yong's expression was somewhat troubled. The guild leader had just said they would synthesize Reaper's Descent for their own members, and now they were sending out skills. Lin Hao would not have made it difficult if he wanted the Purple Lotus Shockwave, as they had 2 copies. With countless thoughts racing in his mind, he eventually agreed. After exchanging the Red Lotus Shockwave with his merit points, he promptly gifted it to Lin Hao. Thank you. Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the skill book for Red Lotus Shockwave. What need is there for formality between us? If you're in trouble, it'll definitely help you, Lu Yong said, waving his hand nonchalantly. However, he felt a bit bitter inside. If someone were to ask where the Red Lotus Shockwave had gone later, how would he respond? Lin Hao also thought of this point, and was about to say something when the young and arrogant player raised his weapon. Tian, sure. We gave you a chance, but since you didn't take it, let's settle the score. With that, all 40 or so players launched their attack simultaneously. The remaining 9 members of the Xingqian Guild did not idle either. Although they were not on good terms with Sword Dance and Wind Cloud, their current targets were the same. In total, over 50 elite level 30 players launched their attack at the same time, creating an extremely shocking scene. 4,600, 4,825, 46, 38. Each dealt over 4,000 damage, striking continuously against the barrier's shield. Not even a second passed before the shield shattered completely upon contact with the attacks. The nearby casual players quickly retreated, fearing they would be caught in the aftermath and instantly killed. Such a powerful attack, the shield shattered in an instant. Is this what a guild battle looks like? They actually brought so many elites to take down a Tian Shi. The reputation of the Tian Shi is truly impressive. Indeed, with such a formidable lineup, they could easily take down a boss. I wonder if the Tian Shi can turn the tables this time. Are you dreaming? With over 50 experts, how could they possibly lose? Yes, I see the Tian Shi's aura right now as fragile as a candle in the wind. His time is running out. Just then, Lin Hao successfully learned the Red Lotus Shockwave, and the system notification sounded. Ding, you have officially leveled up Red Lotus Shockwave to level 5, and it can be permanently synthesized into Reaper's Descent. Would you like to proceed? Please note, after synthesizing a higher level skill, the base skill will disappear. Is that even a question? Upgraded immediately. Ding, request confirmed. Congratulations, you have successfully synthesized Reaper's Descent. Haha. Finally transformed into a permanent skill, no longer just a one-time experience card. Lin Hao was quite excited. Meanwhile, the young and arrogant player saw Lin Hao almost on the verge of death, and still laughing, and he suddenly felt something was amiss. He suddenly recalled what had happened at Jiayue Mountain. Could it be? He has a mysterious scroll. It couldn't be. Such a powerful, mysterious scroll wouldn't be something that can be casually taken out, would it? Pretending. Tian, sure, even a celestial being couldn't save you this time, the young and arrogant player said loudly, as if to encourage himself. Regardless of whether the Tian Shi had a mysterious scroll, he had no choice but to charge forward. A celestial being can't save me. Are you sure? The young and arrogant player did not respond, but led the charge. Fortunately for him, Lin Hao had not produced anything resembling a scroll until now. Huh, you're just trying to scare me with your pretense. But I didn't grow up eating soft food. You think you can intimidate me? Everyone felt victory was in their grasp, and smiles unconsciously appeared on their faces. They were certain of the Tian Shi's first kill. However, the next moment their smiles froze uncontrollably on their faces. Because when the Reaper appeared, all time and space were sealed, and everyone enveloped in the Reaper's domain found themselves unable to move a single finger. A fear arising from the depths of their souls made it feel like this was not a game at all. The young and arrogant player was horrified. How is this possible? He had never taken his eyes off the Tian Shi, being absolutely sure he had not brought out a scroll. But how could the Reaper's Descent be explained? Could it be? The Tian Shi has permanently synthesized this skill. The young and arrogant player felt somewhat numb. After so many years, something that no one had ever accomplished was so easily achieved by the Tian Shi. The members of the guild, also encompassed by the Reaper's domain, felt like crying without tears. They did not think much of it, only regretting why they had run away so quickly. Meanwhile, the casual players looked even more distressed. They had come to watch the excitement, but ended up losing their lives. Oh, what kind of situation was this? However, the Reaper showed no mercy. His attack merely passed over Lin Hao while the rest all received equal punishment. 26,300. 26,300. 26300. Such high damage, there was not a single person in the crowd who could withstand it. When the Reaper vanished, only a pile of equipment remained on the ground. Lin Hao was the first to check his skills and found that Reaper's descent had indeed not disappeared. He let out a sigh of relief. This time he had truly obtained this super bug skill permanently. In the future, no matter how many people came, none would survive a single strike from the Reaper. Looking at his dark value again, he was astonished to find it had skyrocketed by 1886 points in just an instant. This was the most he had ever gained in the shortest time. Adding the previously saved dark value, the total had reached 2003 points. This meant he could level up a red skill by 2 levels. These guild players are really good people. They know my dark value is insufficient and rush to send me nearly 2,000 points. Lin Hao glanced around the battlefield. Apart from him, the only ones still alive were the players positioned further back. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, not only at the power of the arrival of the Grim Reaper, but also at the sight of the equipment scattered all over the ground. So many pieces of equipment were emitting red light, and keen players noticed that there were even 2 legendary items among them. Didn't everyone say that red gear and legendary items were particularly difficult to obtain? Why is it that among so many pieces of equipment, not even a single blue item can be found? If it weren't for the green rags he was wearing, they might even doubt whether the weakest equipment in this game is red gear. At this moment, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Guild players are amazing. All their equipment is of at least red quality." It's so tempting that I'm starting to think about joining a guild. Are you stupid? These people are not just ordinary guild players, they belong to the strong ones. If each of them were to have a set of red gear, which guild could withstand such a burden? Indeed, it's just that the master is too powerful. These people didn't even have a chance to show off before being eliminated. I think since they are all being eliminated anyway, I could do it too. The scattered players looked at the equipment strewn across the ground. It would be impossible not to feel a stir of desire. But even the most arrogant players wouldn't dare to snatch his belongings under the watchful eyes of the master. That would be akin to seeking death. Lin Hao also began to clean up the battlefield. This was always the most tiring part. Because in Tianyu there is no one-click pickup function, equipment must be collected piece by piece. But tiring as it was genuinely enjoyable. The sight of the red glow all around lifted one's spirits, not to mention the 2 legendary items in the mix. The equipment of these guild players was quite good, ranking above average in quality among the level 30 red gear. Unfortunately, although this red gear included equipment for mages and was of decent quality, it still couldn't compare to what Lin Hao was wearing. Therefore, Lin Hao turned his attention to the 2 legendary items. One was equipment for swordsmen, and the other was something he could use. Starlight Mage Pants, quality orange, equipment level 30, class requirement Mage. Effect 1, increases spell defense by 520 points and physical defense by 230 points. Effect 2, increases maximum health by 500 points, maximum mana by 500 points, and casting speed by 15. Effect 3, triggers Starlight Eruption, dealing 200 of attack power as area damage to enemies and increasing maximum health by 100 for 30 seconds. This is quite a decent piece of equipment. It's very versatile. Not only does it significantly boost dual resistances, but it also increases health and mana, and even enhances casting speed. For an ordinary mage, this equipment could greatly enhance their survivability. However, for Lin Hao, the dual resistance attribute could be entirely disregarded, and as for casting speed, he could instantly cast Grim Reaper's Arrival. Thus, this equipment is somewhat of a mixed blessing for Lin Hao. The truly useful aspect is its third effect, which is an active skill. 200 area damage, although a bit low, is still quite good for finishing off or dealing damage over time, not to mention it can temporarily boost health. Lin Hao checked the cooldown time, 180 seconds. Well, that doesn't seem as appealing anymore. However, despite this, Lin Hao still equipped it, as it would somewhat enhance his overall strength. Grim Reaper's Arrival had already become a permanent skill, but Lin Hao wasn't naive enough to think he was invincible. Although this skill was indeed powerful based on his experiences from his past life, he had hundreds of ways to counter it. Besides, Grim Reaper's Arrival wouldn't be effective in all situations, for instance when tasked with protecting or rescuing an NPC. If he were to use Grim Reaper's Arrival, it would indiscriminately eliminate everyone, NPCs included. In such specific circumstances, having a broad area effect isn't necessarily a good thing. So Lin Hao thought of the Crimson Lotus Shockwave. This skill's practicality is truly top-notch, capable of playing a crucial role in most situations. It's just a pity that all Shockwave series skills share a cooldown. Wait a minute. Grim Reaper's Arrival shouldn't belong to the Shockwave series, right? If that's the case, will they still share a cooldown? Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement. If they don't share a cooldown, then the benefits could be maximized. Even if it comes to sharing a cooldown, it would still allow him to flexibly use the shockwave in situations where Grim Reaper's arrival is restricted. Lin Hao wanted to try it out, but unfortunately he had no skill books on hand. It's all these guild guys' fault. Why couldn't they let me kill them and let me upgrade my dark value instead? They wasted a skill book for nothing. Fortunately, they couldn't hear Lin Hao's words, otherwise they would probably be infuriated. Is this something a person would say? Why not just let us stand there for you to kill us? After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Hao contacted Lu Yong. Yong, let me tell you something. Grim Reaper's arrival can be synthesized using only one color of shockwave provided it is leveled up to maximum. Also, Xiao Rufin said he owes me a favor for the dungeon strategy, so just tell him to give me the Crimson Lotus shockwave. Lin Hao didn't want Lu Yong to be held accountable for helping him. On the other side, Lu Yong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this message, otherwise this matter could have escalated. If one didn't want to pursue the matter, they could say he is loyal. If one did want to pursue it, they could easily claim he was being disloyal. Although Lu Yong felt that Xiao Rufin wouldn't be that petty, the other party had that kind of temperament. But the problem was that Xiao Rufin had just said that Shockwave series skills couldn't be given to anyone outside the guild, and then he turned around and gave it to Lin Hao, which was akin to slapping himself in the face. But now it was fine. After all, the president had already owed a favor, and Lin Hao had provided another piece of related information as compensation, making it impossible for others to find fault. After finishing the wrap-up work, Lin Hao opened the system panel. As expected, the advancement task had been completed. In addition, after completing the advancement tasks, players can unlock a secondary profession. Each player in the heavenly domain can choose one secondary profession, which must be a lifestyle profession unrelated to combat. For example, a blacksmith, alchemist, chef, or fisherman. Among these, blacksmiths and alchemists are the most favored by those who prioritize strength. If mastered, these two secondary professions can greatly benefit one's main profession. Many players play games primarily to earn money, and these two professions are among the most lucrative. If one chooses the blacksmith profession, they can even forge legendary equipment. Whether for personal use or for selling, the rewards are significant. However, in his past life, over the years, players had only managed to forge around 100 pieces of legendary equipment, and their attributes were often disappointing. As for the alchemist profession, it is even more promising. Theoretically, this profession can create special potions that permanently enhance attributes. But this is merely theoretical. He had never seen a player successfully refine such potions. Both professions have extremely high ceilings, but very low floors. This is because they are not professions with zero investment, they require materials, and there is always a failure rate in crafting items. One might engage in a flurry of activity only to find they have lost a significant amount of money. Unlike those fishermen who only need a fishing rod. There are many players in the heavenly domain who love fishing. It is the most popular profession after blacksmithing and alchemy. The fish caught can be exchanged with NPCs for some rare items, including some unique skills. However, those fishermen generally do not care for combat skills in the game and tend to sell them instead. They have their own circle, so ordinary players generally do not offend them for fear of being ostracized by the entire fishing community, but once that happens, acquiring special skills becomes impossible. Lin Hao did not pay much attention to these ordinary secondary professions. Since both secondary and main professions require leveling up, they all start at the lowest level of 1A, demanding a significant investment of time and effort to improve. Only at a certain level can they provide benefits to the main profession. However, Lin Hao felt that investing so much time and effort was not worthwhile. If he had spent that time on monster hunting, he would have leveled up significantly. Lin Hao was so clear about this because he had been an ordinary blacksmith apprentice in his past life. Even at maximum level, he still could not forge many critical pieces of equipment. Unless he could attain a master-level secondary profession, he had no desire to waste time on this. Whether it was alchemist master or blacksmith master, professions with the title master were extraordinarily rare. Lin Hao did not know where to obtain a master-level secondary profession, as these were unique tasks that disappeared once claimed. In his past life, those who completed the tasks and successfully became masters did not disclose the locations of the tasks, leaving him unable to find them. Thinking of this, Lin Hao had to give up on the idea of a secondary profession. He planned to resolve the ghost's task first. He was very curious about the legendary skill of the Rage Mage. The letter mentioned the Panlong mountain range, which is not located in Wanghua City, but rather in the more distant Longji City. The NPC there referred to the continuous mountains as the spine of a dragon, hence the name. Initially, many players were deceived by this name and the city's background, genuinely believing that there was a significant treasure there, as everyone knows that dragons in games love to hoard treasures. However, by the time Lin Hao transmigrated, no one had found even a single hair there. Moreover, Longji City was filled with mountains, and the players there were notoriously treacherous. Unlike Wangyue City, which was primarily endless plains making ambushes nearly impossible, only Jiayue Mountain offered a somewhat complex terrain. Lin Hao had already decided on his next destination and set off toward Longji City. The map of Longji City was designed for levels 3050, so there were many cities in between. Naturally, Lin Hao did not plan to run there on foot, as that would be too inefficient. Soon he returned to Wangyue City and headed to the Radiant Church. Old Deng, activate the teleportation array. I want to go to Longji City. Hui Yunwu shot him a glance. Where is my North Ming grass? I couldn't find it. Lin Hao shrugged. I won't do anything for you until I find it. Hui Yunwu was quite indifferent. What did this guy think he was? Did he think he could just take advantage of him? Lin Hao was somewhat surprised that Hui Yunwu actually had a way to send him across several cities. Although Lin Hao could also undertake tasks related to the teleportation array to go to cities he had not visited, he could not skip the map's level restrictions. Lin Hao was very pleased. Having a connection made things easier. I was just about to go look for the North Ming grass. I'll be there soon. After exiting the Radiant Church, Lin Hao began to recall the quickest way to obtain North Ming grass. Generally speaking, North Ming grass grows on steep cliffs, and there might be some on Jiayue Mountain. However, he had never been an alchemist in his past life, so he had never paid attention to herbs. If he were to search for it, he would have to do a thorough search. What a hassle. Why does it feel like it would be better to activate the teleportation array to go to the farthest city and then spend some time heading to Longji City? Just as Lin Hao was about to change his mind, he suddenly remembered something. There's a hidden herbalist NPC in Wangyue City. Perhaps she has North Ming grass. Upon thinking of this, he acted immediately. Lin Hao headed to the slums based on his memory. After spending about 10 minutes, he finally found the NPC at an alley entrance. This herbalist was an old woman estimated to be around 90 years old. She wore a coarse linen robe and leaned on a worn-out cane. Her face was full of wrinkles with only a few lonely teeth remaining. Although the old woman had a head of white hair, her spirit was quite good, giving Lin Hao the overall impression of a kind-hearted grandmother next door. Seeing Lin Hao approach, the old woman greeted him with a smile. Young man, what do you need? Lin Hao nodded and looked at the herbs on the stall. While it was called a stall, in reality, it was similar to a black market trader, just a tattered cloth spread out with various herbs placed upon it. The prices for the herbs were quite high, often in the hundreds of gold coins, or through barter. Lin Hao did not have much in terms of gold coins. He couldn't acquire them from monster hunting. Only specific tasks provided gold coins. Previously, Lin Hao had never considered the matter of gold coins when taking on tasks, as gold coins were never his priority. Skill books and rare equipment were what he sought. However, it didn't matter if he lacked gold coins, because even the worst legendary equipment could easily fetch several hundred gold coins. The good news is that the northern underworld grass he needed was laid out on the tattered cloth. The bad news is that this herb was unpriced. This meant that it couldn't be obtained with ordinary gold coins. As expected, after Lin Hao inquired about the price, the old woman shook her head and said, if you want the northern underworld grass, you must exchange it for moonlight grass. Well, that was a wasted trip. Lin Hao felt somewhat disappointed. The moonlight grass was also a legendary herb, and acquiring it was no easier than the northern underworld grass. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, the old woman suddenly smiled and said, young man, I know where to find moonlight grass. Would you fetch it for me? Ding side quest triggered. Obtain moonlight grass. I didn't expect this to trigger a side quest. Lin Hao was a bit surprised, but accepted the task. The old woman continued. The Apothecary Association is holding a competition for new apothecaries, and the first prize is the moonlight grass. So that's how it is. Lin Hao nodded, finally understanding why the side quest was triggered. It turned out that this NPC was also a mentor for apothecaries, and one could become an apprentice apothecary here. Lin Hao followed her words, saying, but I'm not an apothecary. No worries, young man. Oh, I can help you become an apothecary, and you just need to pay a small price. What price? Lin Hao asked curiously. Generally, the prerequisite tasks for secondary professions only involved completing a series of trivial errands. Although it was a bit troublesome, there was usually no so-called price to pay. The old woman raised 2 fingers and gestured 10 legendary items. What the hell? Lin Hao instinctively exclaimed, why don't you go rob them? 10 legendary items? I can't believe you would even say that. Young man, don't be in such a hurry. Let me finish, the old woman continued with a smile. I'm not asking you to become an ordinary apprentice apothecary, but a master apothecary. Master apothecary? Lin Hao was quite surprised. Are you serious? If he could trade just 10 ordinary legendary items for the master apothecary profession, it would be an absolute steal. Among the players of the entire realm, the known master apothecaries could be counted on 10 fingers. Master apothecaries could already create potions that permanently enhance attributes. Just based on that, the trade was definitely worth it. The old woman nodded. Of course, it's true, I never lie. Lin Hao remained silent, not easily believing her. In the realm, there were plenty of NPCs like black market merchants who could deceive. You see, the profession of Master Apothecary isn't something just anyone can claim. They are important NPCs within the game. And this NPC before him, he had never encountered in his past life, and she rarely appeared in forums. Seeing Lin Hao's disbelief, the old woman took out something resembling a scroll. After Lin Hao looked at it, his vigilance was completely dispelled, as it was indeed the scroll for the Master Apothecary profession. Are you reassured now? I never lie. Lin Hao nodded, then looked at his space bag. Along with the 2 legendary items he had obtained earlier, he now had a total of 19 legendary items. Among them, 3 were equipped, and the other 16 were of no use. Taking out 10 was completely unproblematic. Lin Hao took out the 10 legendary items he had obtained from defeating the world boss. All were level 10 equipment. The old woman didn't mind either. As long as they were legendary items, it didn't matter if they were of a lower level. Soon their transaction was completed. Looking at the profession scroll in his hand, Lin Hao still couldn't believe he had obtained something he had longed for in his past life so easily. Master Apothecary Profession Scroll Quality Special Description: this scroll gathers the lifetime experiences of a Master Apothecary. Upon use, you too can become a Master Apothecary. Lin Hao eagerly used the scroll. In the next moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding, you have used the Master Apothecary Profession Scroll. Your secondary profession is now set as Apothecary. Please strive to improve yourself and create powerful potions as soon as possible. After using the scroll, Lin Hao looked at his secondary profession panel. Nickname Celestial Master Profession Master Apothecary, able to create most special potions. Level 1, 100 experience points needed for the next level. Effect 1. When creating potions, the strength attribute can also take effect, and double experience points will be awarded upon successful creation. Effect 2. Triggers the Divine Assistance effect, increasing the success rate of the next high-level potion by 50. If it is a medium or low-level potion, the success rate is 100, and the final success rate will not fluctuate. Not bad. The effects are just as described on the forum. The success rate for ordinary apothecaries to create potions is only linked to the spirit attribute. The higher the spirit attribute, the higher the success rate. However, the Master Apothecary can also utilize the strength attribute, which can similarly improve the success rate. And Lin Hao's current attack power was frighteningly high. Not to mention the second effect of this profession, which not only allowed for perfect creation of medium and low-level potions, but could significantly increase the success rate of high-level potions. The only downside was that the cooldown was a bit too long, a full 12-hour cooldown. As for the level of the apothecary, it only had one effect: the higher the level, the more potions one could create. If the level was insufficient, many potions could not be crafted. At the beginning, newcomers could only use beginner potions to practice, and only after leveling up could they unlock more potions. Other professions were similar. For example, a blacksmith could only forge the most basic wooden sword at first, but later could even forge legendary weapons. A fisherman could only catch small fish at first, but later could even catch deep-sea whales. After successfully becoming a Master Apothecary, Lin Hao felt that he needed to change his future plans. First, he needed to participate in the newcomer competition held by the Apothecary Association. He was clear on the rules. As long as he went to the Apothecary Association within 3 days of becoming an apothecary, he could participate. Furthermore, the first prize was quite enticing. It was a level 30 legendary item. Moreover, it was the kind that could be selected. The moonlight grass was merely a supplementary reward. Even if he hadn't become a Master Apothecary, he wouldn't waste time on uncertain endeavors. Now that he had become a Master Apothecary with absolute confidence, it was only logical not to miss out. Emerging from the slums, Lin Hao made his way directly to the Alchemist Association. At this moment, there were quite a few players present. After all, everyone was at the same starting line, having just acquired their secondary profession not long ago. Who wouldn't want to try their luck at obtaining a level 30 legendary equipment? To Lin Hao's surprise, he discovered an acquaintance here. Yang Wang Xingkong, the defeated opponent from the Star Guild, accompanied by a refined-looking man. The moment Lin Hao saw him, Yang Wang Xingkong also noticed Lin Hao. I didn't expect you to dare show up in front of me. Yang Wang Xingkong's expression was filled with rage. Had this not been a safe zone, he would have been unable to resist taking action. Having brought so many people to seek revenge only to be humiliated again, he had become the laughingstock of many in the guild. He had marked this grudge down. What? Is this your home? Lin Hao didn't even bother looking at him. Had it not been for the rules against fighting here, he would have sent him back to the fountain long ago. Seeing Lin Hao's indifferent demeanor only infuriated Yang Wang Xingkong further. He had never been so looked down upon in his life. At that moment, the refined man interjected. Master, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Since you also came to the Alchemist Association, I assume you are here to participate in the competition. Are you daring enough to compete with me? Not interested, Lin Hao replied, turning to leave. He had no time to play house with children. Are you afraid? The refined man used provocation, but Lin Hao remained unmoved. Just then, Yang Wang Xingkong suddenly thought of something and shouted, I bet my cursed boots against you. If you win, I will give them to you. Is that for real? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao paused his steps. The amplification effect of the cursed boots was extremely tempting. 100 damage increase, which when paired with the Reaper's descent wide area damage was simply a perfect match. After killing Yang Wang Xingkong previously, he felt a bit regretful for not obtaining this equipment. He didn't expect it to come to him so easily now. Yang Wang Xingkong nodded. Since it's a bet you must put something up too, oh, I think the godly key would be a great choice. You want to trade a legendary equipment for my godly key? Lin Hao waved his hand. They'll only bet the wasteland robe, and you have to put up another legendary equipment as well. What? Yang Wang Xingkong exclaimed, why don't you go and rob it? If you're unwilling, then that's that. Lin Hao had no intention of discussing it further and turned to leave. To the refined man, it was clear that Yang Wang Xingkong was afraid. They had already put up the cursed boots which they had exchanged for 5 legendary items. Adding another one shouldn't be a problem. He had also seen the effect of the wasteland robe. It was a good item that could be very useful to them. Soon the refined man replied, I agree, but let's add one more legendary equipment. However, we need to present the items first at the notary office to prevent anyone from cheating. Sure, that works for me. Seeing Lin Hao agree so decisively, the refined man didn't mind, but Yang Wang Xingkong suddenly felt a bit uneasy. The refined man knew what he was worried about, and said with some displeasure, do you think I will lose? No, Uncle Wu, I just think that master is such a cunning person who never engages in a gamble he isn't confident about. The refined man sneered. That's because he has never encountered me before, and now he has underestimated his own strength. In terms of combat power, he knew he couldn't compare to the master. However, when it came to alchemical ability, the master couldn't match him. He had just acquired an extremely rare secondary profession, alchemy master. When refining potions, the success rate would increase based on his mental attributes up to a maximum of 100. And his mental attributes weren't just average. He had once spent a fortune to buy a spiritual fruit that had increased his mental attribute by 100 points. What could a physical attack player like the master possibly compete with him on? More importantly, he had a trump card. Yang Wang Xingkong clearly understood this point, and his expression became much more relaxed. Yes, although the master is a mage, his type of mage is very special. He focuses on physical attacks rather than spell attacks. How high could his mental attributes possibly be? Uncle Wu's mental attribute, however, was as high as 283 points. Soon the three of them arrived at the notary office. As long as they placed their items inside and formulated the conditions, they could claim the others' items upon victory. There were still quite a few people at the notary office. After spending some time, Lin Hao and the others finally returned to the Alchemist Association. Yang Wang Xingkong then sneered, Master, it's too late for you to back out now. That should be what I say to you. Thank you for your trouble in bringing 2 legendary items to me. Hee, Master, you can only gloat now. After the refined man finished speaking, he walked straight into the examination room. Lin Hao saw that the time was about right and lost interest in bickering with Yang Wang Xingkong, turning to enter the examination room as well. The examination room was quite large, capable of accommodating 50 people for testing at the same time. The room was already filled with people, each standing in front of a simple workstation laden with various herbs. No. 23. Lin Hao quickly found his position according to the prompt. Soon the examination officially began. The content of the examination was quite simple and consisted of only one stage using the herbs on the table within half an hour to produce 5 bottles of beginner life potions. There were a total of 6 portions of herbs on the table, meaning he could fail only once at most. As long as he successfully refined 5 potions, he would receive the lowest level reward, a participation prize. However, if he failed to complete it, he would have to pay for the herbs in gold coins, as well as venue fees, registration fees, and so on. It wasn't much, just 10 gold coins, which even a level 30 player could afford. At the very moment the examination began, Lin Hao started refining. Although it was his first time refining potions after transitioning to the alchemy master, he felt completely at ease. Having blended all the herbs, it was now time for the crucial refining stage, which would also test the player's mental attributes. For refining a common level beginner life potion, 100 points of mental attributes could convert to a 100 success rate. However, the final success rate would have a fluctuation of around 10. In other words, as long as your mental attributes reached 110 points, you would definitely succeed. For mage players, this was essentially no difficulty. However, everyone came to compete naturally, not just for the participation prize. Therefore, they needed to enhance the quality of the potions. A good quality beginner life potion with 100 points of mental attributes would only convert to a 50 success rate. As for an excellent quality beginner life potion with 100 points of mental attributes, it would only convert to a 10 success rate. As for a perfect quality beginner life potion, 100 points of mental attributes could merely convert to a 1 success rate. Fortunately, there were only 6 portions of herbs. If they were supplied indefinitely, one couldn't imagine how many would gamble on that one chance. With only one opportunity for failure, even the most confident people dared only take one risk. Because even if they successfully refined a perfect potion, they still had to ensure they had 5 potions on their workstation. Additionally, producing 6 potions would be pointless, the scores wouldn't add up, and only the 5 highest scoring potions would count towards the competition. It was clear that the Alchemist Association hoped newcomers would be bold in their attempts and willing to take risks. Obtaining the basic reward is quite simple, but to claim the first place one must rely on both skill and luck. After all, probabilities can be quite mystical. For certain lucky individuals, a 1 chance feels like 100. If you encounter one in the competition, you can only consider yourself unfortunate. There's even a lucky one known as Rising with the Wind on the forum, who initially had only 120 points in mental attributes, yet managed to consecutively refine 6 bottles of perfect grade beginner life potions. Isn't that outrageous? This record has never been broken since then. Lin Hao glanced at his own attributes. He had 110 points in mental attributes, 100 of which were gained from drinking tea. Drinking all that tea without exchanging it for anything else was indeed a wise decision. It's proving useful now. Though his mental attributes are somewhat low, it doesn't matter because his strength attribute is extraordinarily high, reaching a total of 500 points, surpassing even pure physical professions. When crafting potions or equipment, the success rate is solely influenced by one's own attributes. The attributes of the equipment and items do not play a role. However, the innate talent effects of a player's profession also count as part of their panel attributes. The War God talent additionally grants Lin Hao a boost of 900 points in attack power, equivalent to 450 points in strength attributes, totaling 950 points. Adding his own 110 points in mental attributes brings the total to 1060 points. With such outrageous attributes, if he crafted a normal grade beginner potion, he would have a success rate of 1060. With such a high success rate, even if luck goes awry, this potion is bound to be successfully crafted. But naturally, Lin Hao wouldn't settle for crafting a normal potion. If he aimed for a good grade beginner life potion, the success rate would be 530. Crafting an excellent grade beginner life potion would yield a success rate of 106, but the final success rate could fluctuate by 10. This means that in the worst-case scenario, it would still be 96. Lin Hao felt the need to play it safe and avoid the risk of attempting a perfect potion, as the success rate would be merely 10.6. If he failed once, he would also fail the excellent potion, which would cost him 4 legendary pieces of equipment. Lin Hao considered himself an adventurous person, but he never took risks without absolute certainty. Choosing the excellent potion guarantees victory, why risk it? Just as Lin Hao made his decision, the refined gentleman on the other side was simultaneously making his own. His mental attributes reached as high as 283 points, undoubtedly the highest in the competition. Moreover, as a potion master, his success rate for crafting these beginner potions would be significantly higher. For crafting a good grade life potion, he had a success rate of around 150, ensuring that he would succeed. He was confident that no one else in the arena could match his success rate, let alone that fellow with the toy attack. With that thought, the refined gentleman began crafting his potion. 3 minutes flashed by. The scores of the evaluators appeared on the leaderboard outside. 3 minutes was just the time it took to craft a good grade potion. Among the 50 names on the leaderboard, 46 had scores displayed. Wu Zhongxing, the refined gentleman, currently held the highest score. Together with him were 3 other players. They were the only 4 who successfully crafted good potions. The rest of the players, over half of whom had scores of 0, undoubtedly failed due to trying potions with no confidence. The goddess of luck does not smile upon gamblers every time. The remaining players were all crafting ordinary potions, merely participating with the main goal of obtaining a participation prize, which was hardly noteworthy. Gazing up at the leaderboard, he analyzed the results and felt increasingly pleased. Only 4 individuals had crafted good potions, and it was uncertain if any of them were lucky gamblers. The remaining 4, including the War God, had not yet shown their scores. This indicated that their chances of failure were significantly high. Crafting a good potion typically takes around 3 minutes. Exceeding this time decreases the success rate. Sure enough, after waiting a few more seconds, the scores of the other 3 were revealed, all at 0 points. Gazing up at the sky, he couldn't help but laugh. Not only would he obtain the Starshine magic boots, but he would also extinguish the arrogant demeanor of the War God and claim the first place along with another legendary piece of equipment. This trip was truly worth it. Outside, several participants' family and friends noticed their friends scoring 0, and their expressions were not pleasant. Sai Xiaofeng was too reckless. I told him long ago not to gamble on probabilities, but to honestly craft ordinary potions. Wouldn't it be better to snag a participation prize? Yes, I told my boyfriend the same thing, but he refused to listen. Now it seems he won't even get the participation prize. That may not be the case. After all, failing once isn't a big deal. As long as he doesn't fail again, he should be fine. I hope they can come to their senses and not get too carried away, or after all, the participation prize could still yield quite a few coins. Meanwhile, many noticed the war god's name. No way, the war god is actually participating in the competition. Yes, I thought he was a toy attacker. I don't know, could he be dual cultivating physical and magical skills? That shouldn't be the case. If his profession evenly distributed attribute points, how could he be so strong? I'm not sure about that, but I'm more curious as to why his score hasn't been revealed yet. Everyone was puzzled. They wouldn't be surprised even if the war god participated in a blacksmithing competition. However, the success rate of potion crafting is only related to mental attributes. Are you curious why the war god's score hasn't been announced? Gazing up at the sky ridiculed, isn't it obvious? He must know he's failed and is deliberately holding back on the last step, not activating the potion. I bet he'll claim he was in poor condition today. Just as he finished speaking, the war god's score was revealed, the highest of the arena, 10 points. How is this possible? Gazing up at the sky widened his eyes, suspecting he might be hallucinating. Only excellent grade potions can yield 10 points, but typically crafting an excellent potion takes around 4 minutes. The war god, a mere toy attacker, not only succeeded in crafting an excellent potion, but did so well ahead of time. This is simply outrageous. The others shared the same reaction. They could even accept that the war god crafted a good potion. After all, he was a person known for creating miracles. But to craft an excellent potion in under 4 minutes is no longer about creating a miracle. It's as if he has redefined miracles. This is absurd. Did the war god truly not cheat? Stop thinking about it. The celestial domain cannot have cheats. Probably. I believe the war god must be a dual cultivation profession. I also think this possibility is the greatest. It's truly unbelievable. He was already so powerful with toy attack, and now his mental attributes are equally explosive. Not necessarily. Gazing up at the sky after recovering from his initial shock, he crossed his arms and said perhaps the war god just had a stroke of luck and got lucky. Many agreed with this speculation. That seems plausible. Oh, everything linked to probabilities is indeed mystical. The war god can always turn the tide. If there's no element of luck involved, I won't believe it. His luck attribute must be exceedingly high. Indeed, but if luck becomes a norm, doesn't that turn into part of one's strength? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, if one could be this lucky every time, that would be strength. However, gazing up at the sky remained unconvinced. He did not believe the war god could succeed again next time. The goddess of luck does not favor gamblers indefinitely, especially not the same gambler. Otherwise, what could it be attributed to just because he looks handsome? Things obtained through luck will eventually need to be returned through strength. Clearly, Wu Zhongxing shared the same thoughts. He simply could not believe that the Heavenly Master would succeed again next time. This is the Heavenly Master's tactic, attempting to pressure me and then throw himself into chaos. But I refuse. I will steadfastly create high-quality potions and will not be tempted to become a gambler. A high-quality potion is worth 5 points while an excellent potion is worth 10 points. He is only 5 points behind. As long as the Heavenly Master fails once, he can immediately catch up. Wu Zhongxing encouraged himself and continued to make potions. Lin Hao was unaware of the mental struggles of these individuals. For him, the success rate of creating an excellent potion was as high as 106. Even if he encountered a minor setback and the success rate dropped to 96, he would not fail due to the 4 chance. It could be said that he was very stable. Soon 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The leaderboard outside refreshed once again. Seeing that Wu Zhongxing had once again produced a high-quality potion, his score rose to 10 points, and he let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Uncle Wu would lose his composure and attempt to make an excellent potion, leading to failure, which would be disastrous. Failing once was not terrifying. The real fear was a collapse of mentality. This was the strategy of the Heavenly Master. As long as we can remain steady and not waver, victory will surely belong to us. He glanced at the leaderboard again and noticed that only one other player had successfully crafted a second high-quality potion. The other 2 players were now both at 0. Haha, I told you the goddess of fortune does not favor gamblers forever. Even though I say this, my heart is still suspended as long as the Heavenly Master's results are not announced. This feeling is uncomfortable and anxious. Fortunately, the Heavenly Master did not keep him waiting long and quickly crushed his hopes. Another 10 points. Upon seeing that the Heavenly Master had once again produced an excellent potion, he could no longer sit still. What on earth is happening? Is the Heavenly Master truly proficient in both combat and spiritual arts? Is his mental attribute absurdly high? This is absolutely impossible. A mental attribute must reach 1,000 points to have a 100 chance of creating an excellent potion. How could anyone achieve 1,000 points in mental attribute at level 30? Even the losers aren't this outrageous. Wu Zhongxing truly began to doubt life itself. Meanwhile, the players beside him had a much higher tolerance for this. After all, it wasn't them placing bets, they wouldn't lose legendary equipment, so they were naturally enjoying the spectacle. The Heavenly Master is truly a man who creates miracles. Yes, he had been focusing on physical attacks, I didn't expect him to be so impressive at potion crafting too. I think the Heavenly Master just has good luck. Wasn't there a peculiar person on the forum who had only a little over 100 points in mental attribute, yet managed to create 6 perfect potions? What you say makes sense. The Heavenly Master might just be lucky his mental attribute might not be high at all. Wu Zhongxing no longer cared whether the mental attribute was high or if it was all luck. The fact remained that the Heavenly Master had successfully crafted 2 excellent potions and his score had risen to 20 points. His own mentality was beginning to falter, let alone Wu Zhongxing, who was participating in the assessment. As expected, Wu Zhongxing could no longer remain steady, and his mentality truly collapsed. His score had only reached 10 points, which meant that the Heavenly Master was ahead of him by 2 high-quality potions. After that, the Heavenly Master would not need to make excellent potions. Just by producing high-quality potions honestly, he could maintain the lead. Thinking of this, Wu Zhongxing also began to attempt creating excellent potions. His success rate was 28.3, and being a master alchemist provided him with an additional success rate. But overall, the success rate was only about 35. Wu Zhongxing dared not gamble on this probability, because if he failed this time, there would be no need for further competition, the outcome would be set. With this in mind, he took out the trump card he had prepared from his system backpack, which was a special herb. As long as he added it to the potion he was about to create, it would significantly increase the success rate. However, this herb was extremely rare. He only had 2 on him, and he needed to refine 3 more potions afterward. But at this moment, he could no longer worry about that. After adding this special herb, the original 35 probability skyrocketed to 85. With an 85 probability, if I still fail, I might as well just crash my head against a wall. Wu Zhongxing's heart was racing. Probability is such a mysterious thing. Even a 99 chance does not guarantee success, let alone 85. On the other hand, Lin Hao was much more relaxed. Even in the worst-case scenario, he had a 96 success rate. Even if he were to encounter extreme bad luck and fail once, it wouldn't matter. He still had 1 opportunity to try again, not to mention he was currently leading by 10 points. Soon it was time to refresh the scores. This time there were only 40 names on the leaderboard. This was because 10 gamblers had consecutively failed twice and lost their qualification for the competition. Now only 2 players' scores had not been announced. They were Wu Zhongxing and the Heavenly Master. Wu Zhongxing was very nervous. He knew Wu Zhongxing must be crafting an excellent potion. Please don't fail, please don't fail. Whether it was his prayers that worked or not, Wu Zhongxing's score soon came out, and it had reached 20 points. It worked. Wu Zhongxing let out a sigh of relief and looked at the leaderboard again, and even more exciting news unfolded. The Heavenly Master had indeed failed. His score remained at 20 points. Looking up at the starry sky, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, I knew it was all a bluff ahead. How could a guy who specializes in toys possibly focus on building his mental attributes? He was quite pleased, already able to see victory beckoning him. The other players had no idea about their bets, they just felt a bit regretful. It seems luck really doesn't favor one person forever. What did you say? It's a pity for the Heavenly Master. When it comes to luck, he is indeed quite behind Rising Wind. After all, they had consecutively refined 6 perfect potions. Lin Hao had no idea what the others were thinking, he only knew that his luck was terribly bad. No way, a 106 probability. Even if it shifted down by 10, there would still be 96. How could this fail? Lin Hao felt this was a bit too surreal. He had never had such bad luck before. He had managed to find several copies of the extremely rare Red Skill book. Could it really be that luck is conserved? The more luck one had in the front, the more misfortune would follow. Lin Hao fell into deep thought. Fortunately, he had played it safe before and hadn't tried to create a perfect potion, otherwise he might have already been eliminated. Just then he noticed a slightly provocative gaze from the corner. The owner of that gaze was Wuzong Shengia, who was currently wearing a smug expression. Heavenly Master, you can't hold on to things that are gained by luck. Not only had he successfully turned the tide, but Wuzong Shengia was also in an advantageous position, a broad smile plastered on his face. Although he and the Heavenly Master both had 20 points now, he still had 1 chance to fail, while the Heavenly Master. Would he dare to continue betting? Regardless of whether he dared, the pressure was on him. Lin Hao indeed felt a bit of pressure. If he made another potion of excellent quality and failed again, he would truly be out. Although the probability of failing twice in a row was extremely low, Lin Hao still felt a bit uneasy. This probability really is a mystery. Why does it feel more thrilling than stock trading? If he failed, he would not only gain nothing, but also lose the Wild's robe. Altogether, that amounted to 3 powerful legendary pieces of equipment and a bonus. The total value had long exceeded 100 million. Don't mention how thrilling it was. To be safe, Lin Hao chose to create a potion of good quality. With a 530 success rate, how could he possibly fail? He didn't believe that a meteor would suddenly fall and crush the Alchemist Association, killing him in the process. But if that really happened, then they would all die together. While Lin Hao was thinking about all this, Wuzong Shengjia had also made his decision. He still had a special herb on him, so he chose to continue making an excellent potion. Even if he failed once, he still had another chance. But if he succeeded directly, his chances of winning would be very high. He had considered making a perfect potion, but the final success rate was less than 10/85, felt more reliable. 3 minutes later, the current leaderboard was still updating and only 17 people remained. The rest had been eliminated after failing twice. At this moment, the Heavenly Master's score had been revealed, 25 points. Looking up at the starry sky, he chuckled softly, having guessed that the Heavenly Master would choose the fine potion. After all, if he failed again, he would be out, so he had to play it safe. Wuzong Shengjia choosing the excellent potion was also within his expectations. He could only hope that luck was on their side. He was well aware of his team's situation. A 15 failure probability was not too high or too low. Anything was possible. After waiting a while longer, the results came out. Wuzong Shengjia successfully created another excellent potion, raising his score to 30 points. Ha ha ha. Looking up at the starry sky, he could no longer contain his wild laughter. It's secured. It was completely secured. Not only did he overtake leading by 5 points, but they also had another chance to fail. The nearby players did not quite understand why he was so happy, each expressing their confusion. What's going on? Isn't the Star Council a very powerful guild? Even if they come in first, it's just a level 30 legendary equipment. While it's a treasure for us, it shouldn't be that exciting for a major guild. Who knows? Maybe he's just overly excited about finally being able to defeat the Heavenly Master. What's the use of that? The Heavenly Master's real strength lies in his power. Even if he fails in the potion competition, he won't lose much. Lose much? Hearing this, looking up at the starry sky, laughed. Do you know about the Wild's Robe? It possesses a very powerful active skill that can make one invincible for 30 seconds. In terms of value, even if you sold all the equipment on you, it wouldn't amount to a fraction of it. What looking up at the starry sky said was still quite irritating, but everyone finally understood why he was so happy. Who wouldn't be delighted with a skill that makes one invincible for 30 seconds? Then the Heavenly Master has suffered a huge loss this time. Who can say otherwise? It's likely that it will be very difficult to obtain such a powerful piece of equipment in the future. Seeing that he had once again widened the lead by 5 points, Wuzong Shengjia felt refreshed. Ha ha ha. This time victory was assured. Although he no longer had any herbs to increase his success rate, he still had one opportunity to fail. Thus he decided to choose the excellent potion for his last potion as well. Even if he failed once, he could still opt for a potion of good quality. Thinking this, he immediately began to refine. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had only successfully produced 3 potions with no chances left to fail. He was currently trailing by 5 points and needed to employ some psychological tactics. Using the Alchemist Master's skill could create a perfect level beginner potion, but that would only yield 20 points. Wuzong Shengjia still had 2 chances left. If he succeeded once, then Lin Hao would be the one to fail. Although he suspected that the opponent's success rate for creating a perfect potion was less than 5, probability truly was a mystery. In the past, he had been pushed to the brink, but each time he had relied on his strength and trump cards to turn the tables. He knew he would win for sure. But this time was different. Once probability was involved, even with a 99 win rate, there was still a 1 chance of losing. This feeling of being out of control made him feel quite insecure. Finally, I understand those who often talk about survivalist ways of thinking. A 98 probability, how is that any different from asking for death? 3 minutes passed, and this time Lady Luck did not favor Wuzong Shengjia. His score remained at 30 points. Only then did he notice that Lin Hao had not even started refining his potions. Is he trying to play psychological warfare with me? The gap between them was not large, only 5 points. He had already refined 5 potions, failing 1. He only needed to complete 1 more potion to finish the assessment. The Heavenly Master had refined 4 potions, failed 1, and still had 2 more to go. Although he was leading by 5 points, the Heavenly Master only needed to create 1 more fine potion to catch up to him. However, he was certain of victory in this round. Because in the case of identical scores, whoever finished refining their potions first would be the winner. In other words, even if their scores tied later, as long as he refined his potion first, victory would still belong to him. With that thought in mind, Wuzong Shengjia sneered, trying to put pressure on me. Let me put some pressure on you instead. After coming to a realization, Wu Zhongxing began to refine potions of good quality. This way his score would be 35 points. The only path left for the master was to refine a good quality potion and then refine an excellent potion to achieve 40 points and surpass himself. But is this possible? As a master alchemist, his success rate for excellent potions is only 35. For the master who is more of a tinkerer, it would likely be even lower, so he did not plan to take the risk of crafting an excellent potion, because if he failed, he would be directly eliminated. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, seeing him start to refine potions, also decided not to wait any longer. After activating Divine Assistance, Lin Hao felt that even a basic potion was no longer a challenge. Even a perfect quality basic life potion would have a 100 success rate as long as it was still a basic potion and the final success rate would not fluctuate. 3 minutes had passed. Wu Zhongxing successfully refined a good quality potion. Seeing his score fixed at 35 points, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Uncle Wu would choose an excellent potion and then fail, thus losing the victory that was almost in his grasp. This time I wonder how you, master, will turn the situation around. You cannot fail even once with the 2 potions, and one of them must be an excellent potion. The onlookers shook their heads. Many had already waited long enough for their desired individuals, and they did not wish to see a small fry gaining glory. Even though they were not familiar with the master, Yang Wang Xingkang's behavior had not left them with a good impression. An air of disdain for casual players made it hard for them to feel any favoritism towards him. After all, ordinary people were still more numerous. If one had to choose a winner, they certainly did not want it to be Yang Wang Xingkang. Unfortunately, it seemed the master was indeed in a difficult position to turn things around. However, they had not walked far when they heard a shocking exclamation from behind. How is this possible? Everyone turned to look, and they saw Yang Wang Xingkang, who had been so proud just moments ago, now frozen in place, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he had suffered a significant mental blow. While everyone was puzzled and somewhat confused, a player exclaimed, "Look, the master's score has turned into 45 points. What? No way. It really has become 45. He must have successfully crafted a perfect potion." As expected of the master, always able to turn the tables in dire situations. No, this is impossible. Wu Zhongxing found it hard to accept reality at that moment. Until just now he had the advantage. How could he be turned around like this? Recalling that the master had not crafted any potions earlier, could it be that he was worried he would also craft a perfect potion? Damn it, if I had known, I should have taken the risk too. At this point it was too late for regrets, but he admired the master's boldness. He could have defeated him by crafting an excellent potion, yet he took the risk and chose to go for the perfect one. If he were in the master's position, he definitely would not have made such a choice. After all, even as a master alchemist without special herbs, the success rate for crafting a perfect potion is merely 5. Is it really necessary to shout so loudly? Lin Hao shook his head. Today's youth still had room for improvement. He had failed despite a 96 success rate and hadn't uttered a word. The competition was not over, but the outcome had already been determined. Lin Hao would not take risks when victory was already within his grasp. For the last potion, he chose a good quality potion that would definitely not fail. With that, Lin Hao completed the assessment of refining 5 potions. He had refined 2 good quality potions, 2 excellent potions, and 1 perfect potion totaling 50 points. Meanwhile, the second place Wu Zhongxing had refined 3 good quality potions and 2 excellent potions totaling 35 points. After the competition ended, neither Wu Zhongxing nor Yang Wang Xingkang left any harsh words, but simply departed. Lin Hao, on the other hand, opened his secondary profession panel. A good quality basic potion provided 20 experience points, an excellent quality potion provided 50 experience points, and a perfect quality potion provided 100 points totaling 240 points. As a potion master, the experience points he received were doubled, so Lin Hao only spent half an hour to gain 480 experience points, leveling up 4 times. Leveling up a secondary profession is not as difficult as a primary profession. Before level 10, each level up requires a fixed 100 experience points. After reaching level 20, the requirement increases, adding every 10 levels. If Lin Hao wanted, he could easily spend a day raising his level to 20 or 30. It's not that secondary professions are easy to level up, but rather that he is different from others. Not only is his success rate for potion making extremely high with very few failures, but he also receives double experience points. However, Lin Hao did not plan to do so, yet occasionally taking some time to practice potion making was enough. The priority was still to level up his character. That was the most important. The level of the secondary profession could not exceed that of the primary profession. After taking first place, Lin Hao also received his reward smoothly. He could choose any profession, any part of a level 30 legendary equipment. Previously, Lin Hao planned to exchange for a pair of legendary shoes to replace the Starshine boots, but since Yang Wang Xingkang specifically sent over a pair of boots of spellcraft, he no longer needed to choose shoes. After a brief hesitation, Lin Hao chose a mage's necklace. The necklace he was currently wearing was the horn necklace obtained from defeating the Ironhoof Bull King. This necklace was only level 25, and its attributes could only be considered average, increasing maximum mana by 500 points and providing a 5 reduction in skill cooldown. After replacing it, his combat power would increase significantly. Soon Lin Hao made his decision. In front of him were 3 mage necklaces from which he could choose one. Lin Hao examined them all carefully and ultimately chose the one in the middle. Necklace Holy Light Talisman Quality Orange Equipment Level 30 Profession Requirement Mage Effect 1 Maximum Mana increased by 1000 points. Spell Defense and Physical Defense increased by 300 points. Effect 2 When the wearer is affected by abnormal status, casting speed is increased by 20. Effect 3 triggers the Holy Light Guardian effect, which can erase a high-level negative status and grants immunity to all basic negative statuses for 1 second after activation. The Holy Light Talisman perfectly compensated for his shortcomings. Although its effect was somewhat trivial for him, the active effect of Holy Light Guardian was indeed quite remarkable. Afterward, when encountering legendary restrictive skills like Demon Binding, he no longer had to endure in silence. Lin Hao replaced his horn necklace with the Holy Light Talisman. He then went to the notary office and retrieved his wasteland robe, receiving 2 legendary pieces of equipment in the process. One of them was merely a decorative item. Although it was legendary equipment, its properties were better left unmentioned. If it weren't for the golden light radiating from his body, one might mistake this unremarkable red equipment for just that. The truly important item was the Boots of Incantation he held in his hands. Boots of Incantation. Quality Orange. Equipment Level 30. Equipment Requirement Mage. Effect 1 increases movement speed by 20. Effect 2 enhances spell attack power by 150. Effect 3 triggers incantation resonance, causing the damage of the next skill to increase by an additional 100. After confirming the attributes, Lin Hao returned to the Moon Viewing Inn and walked into a tea house. After instructing the servant not to let anyone in, Lin Hao took out the extraction conversion orb. With the 3 newly acquired legendary pieces of equipment, he now possessed a total of 12 legendary items, 3 of which were top tier and worn on his body, making them impossible to discard. Excluding the Boots of Incantation, he could now utilize a total of 8 legendary pieces of equipment. Now is the time to witness a miracle. It was Lin Hao's first time using the extraction conversion orb, and he felt somewhat nervous. Converting the active effects of equipment into skills was indeed an incredible feat. Fortunately, the process went smoothly. Using the 3 unwanted legendary pieces as consumables, Lin Hao successfully extracted Starlight Flash. The extracted Starlight Flash was contained within a round orb. The full name of the orb is Special Skill Orb Starlight Flash. He only needed to activate the orb to instantly unleash Starlight Flash. The skill's effect remained unchanged with no deceptive side effects. To have its effectiveness, the teleportation distance remained at 10 meters, and the cooldown time was still 30 seconds. The forcibly extracted Starlight Boots were completely rendered useless, yet Lin Hao felt no remorse. Without the Starlight Flash, the Starlight Boots were merely an ordinary piece of red equipment. After inspecting the skill orb, Lin Hao donned the Boots of Incantation. Compared to when he wore the Starlight Boots, his attack power increased by another 100 points and his movement speed improved by 5. Although the attributes granted by the Boots of Incantation weren't substantial, its active skill made a significant difference. This time, Lin Hao not only transformed the Reaper's Descent into a permanent skill, but also obtained a powerful enhancement ability. His equipment was revitalized, and his overall strength surged. In addition, he also acquired the Moon Blossom Grass. Exiting the Moon Viewing Inn, Lin Hao went to the slums and successfully exchanged for the Beaming Grass from the old herbalist. Afterward, Lin Hao returned to the Light Church once again. The winding path had a hint of nostalgia reminiscent of early online games. However, this time Lin Hao did not see Hui Yunwu and had no idea what that fellow was up to. Fortunately, the church staff recognized him as a distinguished guest and quickly informed Hui Yunwu, estimating he would return shortly. During this time, Lin Hao opened the forum, thinking it has been so long, there should be some news regarding the God of Lost Treasury. Upon opening his information panel, he was greeted with countless private messages. Among them, a large number were invitations to join guilds, while many others were offers to buy his equipment or requests to ally with him. Lin Hao had no time to read through them all individually. After typing the keyword God of Lost Treasury for a search, only 3 private messages remained. 2 of the messages had little to do with the God of Lost Treasury, but the last one brought him a surprise. I know news about the God of Lost Treasury, but it's of great importance. We need to meet, and you can choose the location. The sender, nicknamed Sword Follows the Heart, was clearly a seasoned swordsman player. Lin Hao felt a bit cautious at first. It could be that some guild was deliberately luring him out, setting up a trap to ambush him online. However, when he saw that he could choose the meeting location, the likelihood of that was greatly diminished. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "We can meet. Let's set the location at the Dragonspine City's Long Shao Martial Arena." As soon as the message was sent, he received a reply, "Okay." Lin Hao immediately realized that the other party was likely from a guild. Only members of a guild would have the resources to monitor the forum constantly. Players like him, who were solo adventurers, rarely kept a constant watch on the forum. Such slackers wouldn't know about the God of Law's treasury's covert information. Just then, Hui Yunwu returned. "Did you bring what I asked for?" Lin Hao nodded and produced the biming grass. He had no idea what Hui Yunwu needed it for, nor did he want to know. Although Hui Yunwu was a bit surprised that Lin Hao had managed to find the biming grass so quickly, he was not one to dawdle. He quickly led Lin Hao to the church's underground. It was then that Lin Hao discovered this guy had dug out a basement beneath the church and had expended considerable effort to create a teleportation array connecting multiple cities. No wonder this guy had vanished without a trace after scamming a large number of players in his past life. With such thorough preparations, it would be quite difficult to find him. Along the way, Hui Yunwu, who had been silent, suddenly reminded him, "There are many experts in Dragonspine City, you be careful. Also, don't forget the main quest. We have people in Dragonspine City as well. After you find her, she might be able to assist you." Lin Hao nodded. The woman in Dragonspine City was named Yin Shangxue. He hadn't interacted much with her in his past life, only knowing some general details. Yin Shangxue was a very powerful level 60 NPC on par with Hui Yunwu, though who was stronger remained uncertain. Lin Hao pondered these thoughts as he stepped into the teleportation array. Hui Yunwu suddenly said with a complex expression, "After you see her, please convey a message for me. Yunwu misses her a bit." Lin Hao was taken aback by this statement. What was going on? Did Hui Yunwu have feelings for Yin Shangxue? Just as he was about to ask, the teleportation array was activated. As his vision blurred and he opened his eyes again, he found himself in Dragonspine City. The architecture in Dragonspine City had a heavier aura compared to Moon Viewing City, with a distinctly vintage style. The city walls stood 30 meters high, heavily guarded. However, these 30-meter-high walls seemed insignificant compared to the towering mountains in the distance, rising nearly 1,000 meters. There were over a dozen such mountains surrounding Dragonspine City. The flow of players was somewhat less than in Moon Viewing City, but there were still people everywhere. After observing the surroundings briefly, Lin Hao began heading towards the Long Shao Martial Arena. As soon as he stepped into the Long Shao Arena, the overwhelming cheers surged like a heat wave in his ears, refusing to fade away. The arena was filled with players, making it the most popular venue among them. Here one could not only compete in battles, but also place bets, attracting many battle enthusiasts and gambling players. In addition to the outer corridor, there were also private booths, which were remarkably soundproof. No matter how noisy it got outside, not a single sound could be heard within. Many people enjoyed this environment where the outside was bustling with noise while they could chat and laugh inside, making them feel a sense of superiority and a certain detachment from the mundane. As a result, these private booths were not cheap. Even the smallest room cost at least 10 gold coins. For Lin Hao, 10 gold coins were nothing. Just as he was about to casually book a booth, he suddenly sensed someone staring at him. Realizing he had been noticed, a swordsman player in a black robe approached with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. He had never intended to hide, but the fact that the other party could identify him right away proved that the master truly had some skills. The swordsman player spoke first. "You must be the master. I am Jian Wing, the leader of the Sword Dance of the Wind Guild." The leader of Sword Dance of the Wind. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised to meet this level 89 top player in a city where most players were below level 40. Lin Hao scrutinized the guy dressed in all black. His seemingly ordinary black robe, black clothes, and black shoes were all level 80 legendary equipment. He had to admit that this guy was quite showy. If it weren't intentional, how could he have so many black legendary items? Even the ring on his hand was black. His smile was somewhat frivolous, making one feel uneasy, yet it lacked hostility. In Lin Hao's mind, he labeled this guy as a show-off. Most likely, he was a young master from a prominent family, having never experienced the harshness of society, which allowed him to smile so annoyingly. Plus, being the leader of Sword Dance of the Wind made Lin Hao even less fond of him. "Are you looking for me for something?" "Indeed." Jian Wuying replied with a faint smile. "I see you as a talent, so I can offer you a chance to join us." "Hee." Lin Hao scoffed. "If I decline, will you threaten me?" Jian Wuying dismissively waved his hand. "Young man, don't take yourself too seriously. Even if you reach level 30, you're just a slightly larger ant. I could squash you